On the South Lu continent, outside the entrance of the Thousand Mountains Dragon Tomb, a proud young boy handed a piece of spirit bone to a girl in white beside him. The spirit bone was covered in blood but shimmered with colors that drew everyone's attention, their faces filled with greed. Not far away, the owner of the spirit bone lay on the ground, bloodied, with a deep wound in her back, resembling a lifeless body. Ding Xiao, can this fool's spirit bone really open the Thousand Mountains Dragon Tomb? Whether it's true or not, it's already been dug up.
It won't hurt to try.
The voices of the group were too loud, and suddenly, the ground moved her fingers. Bai Muyu, holding the spirit bone, noticed her movement and frowned sharply. She looked at Ding He and sweetly said, "Brother Ding He, this fool's blood might attract spirit beasts. Shouldn't we let your who give her a quick end?" It was surprising that this fool hadn't died after having her spirit bone taken. "Since Yu has spoken, how could I not listen?" Ding He immediately patted his third-level Thunder Tiger. "Good go ahead." Ding He was a rare summoner on the South Lu continent, and the Thunder Tiger was his summoned beast, connected to him in spirit. Feeling its master's intent, the Thunder Tiger lunged at the ground, opening its large mouth. Its sharp teeth pierced her delicate skin, but her tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide. A bloody hand trembled as it touched the Thunder Tiger's forehead, and a terrifying mental force spread out like an invisible net, severing the bond between the Thunder Tiger and Ding He. Ding He's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, barely able to stand. What was happening? How could the bond with who be broken? The crowd was confused, but since Ding He was the treasured heir of the Ding family, if anything happened to him, they would all be in trouble. They hurriedly rushed to support him. The Thunder Tiger was large enough to cover the girl's figure. The crowd then heard a chilling whisper that seemed to come from, "Good child, they are all your food now."
Who is speaking?
Ding He, being the carefully nurtured heir of the Ding family, still had some strength left despite the backlash from the broken bond. He anxiously looked around. "I am the heir of the Qi Ling Ding family. If you dare to take my summoned beast, do you not fear the Ding family's revenge?" The Thunder Tiger is an extremely rare spirit beast. Since childhood, Ding He has encountered people who wanted to take his summoned beast. He thought another foolish person was trying to steal his spirit beast, so he immediately mentioned his powerful background, the Ding family, one of the strongest families in the Spirit Nest Kingdom. However, no one answered his question. Instead, the Thunder Tiger flicked its tail and approached him with a fierce look. Ding He had not treated the Thunder Tiger well, often scolding and hitting it. Previously, it couldn't harm him due to their contract, but now that the contract was gone, the Thunder Tiger might seek revenge. He gasped, sparks of electricity crackling around him, preparing to attack. Ding He was alarmed. He urged those helping him to step back while trying to use his mental energy to restore the contract with the Thunder Tiger. Everyone's attention was on the aggressive Thunder Tiger, overlooking Yun Qianhuang, who was getting up from the ground. Yun Qianhuang examined her injuries with a cold gaze. As the heir of a hidden beast taming family in the 27th century, she had exceptional talent. Even the fiercest spirit beasts were as tame as cats in her presence. Having been reborn, she found herself in such a pitiful state. From the original owner's memories, she realized she was now in the South Lu continent, where spiritual energy was abundant, allowing everyone to cultivate. The original Yun Qianhuang was the legitimate daughter of a general in the Spirit Nest Kingdom, born with both water and fire spiritual roots, and possessed a rare spiritual bone that was 1 in 10,000. Unfortunately, she was naturally foolish and easily deceived. It was rumored that there was a dragon tomb in the South Lu continent, the resting place of a divine dragon, buried with countless treasures, and the rare spiritual bone was the key to opening the dragon tomb. This was a legend with no way to verify, but recently, a secret realm appeared on the continent, bringing the long-lost Qianshan dragon tomb to the surface. To enter the Qianshan dragon tomb, the original owner's good sister, Bai Muyu, tricked her to the entrance, teaming up with other young nobles to forcibly take her spiritual bone and sever her connection to her spiritual roots. Once a proud daughter of heaven, she met a tragic end due to trusting the wrong people. Understanding her situation, Yun Qianhuang looked at the people fleeing in panic from the Thunder Tiger, her gaze growing colder. She stood up and walked step by step toward Bai Muyu, who was still tightly holding the original owner's spiritual bone. Only then did the crowd notice her, their expressions filled with shock. What was happening? Wasn't this foolish girl just struggling to breathe? How did she suddenly have the strength to stand? Such confusion only stunned them for a moment. Faced with the threat of the Thunder Tiger, they couldn't spare any attention for Yun Qianhuang. Due to this, apart from Bai Muyu, no one noticed that Lei Hu's attacks all missed Yun Qianhuang. Bai Muyu protected the spirit bone while dodging Lei Hu's attacks, looking at her in disbelief. What did you do? Yun Qianhuang had no interest in answering Bai Muyu's question. Like a ghost, she quickly approached her and grabbed her slender neck. Bai Muyu's eyes widened. Yun Qianhuang's spirit bone was something she had dug up herself, and she knew better than anyone that Yun Qianhuang had no spiritual power left. Yet, she was still so fast.
You.
Bai Muyu opened her mouth to say something, but in the next moment, the grip around her neck tightened, and the feeling of suffocation made her unable to speak. Driven by instinct to survive, Bai Muyu reached out with both hands, desperately trying to pry away the hand around her neck. But no matter how hard she tried, that hand remained unmoved. Yun Qianhuang looked at Bai Muyu as if she were a dead person. She despised selfish people who would harm their friends for a legendary treasure. So, regardless of how Bai Muyu struggled, she tightened her grip with her right hand. A faint sound echoed as Yun Qianhuang then reached out with her other hand to take back her spirit bone, casually tossing the lifeless Bai Muyu aside like a discarded cloth. The sound of her body hitting the ground caught the attention of others. Seeing Bai Muyu, who was now pale and lifeless, the young nobles stared in disbelief. At that moment, Yun Qianhuang was no longer the foolish girl she had been before. She resembled a fierce warrior, her aura silencing everyone around her. The crowd stepped back in fear, confused. Bai Muyu was a 3-star spirit master, and now Yun Qianhuang had lost her spirit bone and roots. How could she have killed Bai Muyu so easily? Wasn't Yun Qianhuang supposed to be foolish? Why did she seem so different now? Fear, shock, and doubt filled the air. All eyes were on Yun Qianhuang. The blood-stained girl smiled slightly, her pale skin smeared with blood, making her look like a ghost from the abyss. Don't rush, you can come one by one. Since she borrowed the original owner's body to be reborn, she would now be Yun Qianhuang in this world. She would not let go of anyone who had wronged her. As if to echo Yun Qianhuang's words, Lei Hu stopped his attacks and roared fiercely at the crowd. Ding He almost lost his temper again. That was his contracted beast. No matter how he tried to use his mental energy, the Thunder Tiger ignored him and instead rubbed against Yun Qianhuang's hand affectionately. Yun Qianhuang patted the Thunder Tiger's head, playing with her spirit bone while looking around the crowd. Whenever her gaze fell on someone, they would tremble and step back. There were no weaklings present. Even if they united, they might not defeat Yun Qianhuang, yet none of them dared to resist her. Her presence alone crushed their spirits completely. As she scanned the crowd, her eyes finally landed on Ding He, who was surrounded by everyone. In the next moment, she appeared right in front of him. With her right hand clawed, she quickly tightened her grip around Ding He's neck. Just as he was about to suffocate, the blood-stained spirit bone suddenly burst forth with blinding light. "Little girl, did you awaken me?" An ancient voice seemed to cross vast distances, ethereal and distant. At the same time, thunder erupted, the ground trembled, and a golden light pillar rose from Yun Qianhuang, shooting into the sky. Yun Qianhuang was blinded by the golden light, but her grip on Ding He's neck did not loosen. In the golden light, Ding He had already rolled his eyes back, struggling to breathe. Boom! A bolt of thunder struck down, breaking open the sealed door. A powerful force wrapped around Yun Qianhuang like threads, forcibly separating her from Ding He. Yun Qianhuang felt a sudden weightlessness. She struggled to open her eyes and vaguely saw a golden shadow. The heavy door slowly closed, and with the golden light blocking the view, no one noticed a flash of red stumbling inside before the door shut completely. Once the door was closed, the golden light and thunder vanished, the ground stopped shaking, and the remaining people finally managed to open their eyes. What was that golden light just now? Where is Yun Qianhuang? Why is she gone? Forget about that fool. Look at young Master Ding. Hearing this, everyone turned to see Ding He lying on the ground in a disheveled state, his eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth, looking as if he were dying. The young heirs were startled and rushed to Ding He's side, wanting to help but unsure how. At that moment, an angry voice rang out. Who did this? Who hurt my precious grandson? When Yun Qianhuang woke up, she found herself in a palace. The palace was large, and despite its dilapidated walls, its former grandeur was evident, revealing just how wealthy its owner had been. Yun Qianhuang cautiously surveyed her surroundings. She extended her mental energy to cover every corner of the palace, but sensed no presence of living beings. Who brought her to this palace? The feeling of being out of control made Yun Qianhuang very uncomfortable. She had to remain highly alert and not overlook any signs of movement. The palace seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, yet the golden throne ahead was free of dust, as if someone sat there every day. Yun Qianhuang narrowed her eyes and carefully checked with her mental energy. Once she confirmed there was no danger, she slowly approached the throne. As she touched the armrest of the throne, the blood on her hand was instantly absorbed by the smooth surface. Yun Qianhuang's gaze shifted, and just as she was about to pull her hand back, the throne suddenly emitted a faint golden light. The golden light formed a shimmering figure in front of her. Upon closer inspection, she realized it resembled a dragon. The dragon's large eyes were fixed on her, seemingly observing her. The ancient voice returned to Yun Qianhuang's ears. Little girl, you have awakened me with your spirit bone. According to the rules, I shall grant you my legacy. Being closer to the dragon figure made its voice sound less ethereal this time. Yun Qianhuang stared at the dragon figure and recalled the legend. There was a dragon tomb in the southern Liu continent, said to be the resting place of a divine dragon. So, she must be in the Qianshan dragon tomb now, and this dragon figure was the legendary divine dragon. Now, this divine dragon claimed to offer her a legacy. Yun Qianhuang's expression remained calm, revealing no excitement. No conditions? She did not believe in free gifts. The divine dragon paused, seemingly surprised that Yun Qianhuang's first question was about conditions. However, being just a figure, it was hard to tell if it was truly surprised. The divine dragon replied, "Of course, there are conditions. If you accept my legacy, you must help me find a suitable body to assist in my revival. Little girl, my legacy can not only help you rebuild your spirit root and spirit bone, but also elevate your talent to become a powerful figure in the continent. Moreover, once you accept my legacy, all the treasures I have collected over thousands of years in this dragon tomb will belong to you."
So, what do you say?
Will you accept my legacy? This seemed like a fair deal. Yun Qianhuang had no spirit root or spirit bone left, and aside from her immense mental energy, she had nothing else. The divine dragon was confident she would accept its request. After all, how many people in this world could refuse the legacy and treasures of a divine dragon? Yun Qianhuang could do it. She suddenly raised her eyes, her sharp gaze giving her phoenix-like eyes a thin layer of cold mist. The divine dragon thought she had made up her mind and slightly lifted its head, ready to hear the answer it wanted. But what came next was an overwhelming force of mental energy. That mental energy was like a dense web, enveloping its entire shadow and forcefully pulling it toward the small human the ground. "Little girl, what are you doing?" The feeling of being controlled made the divine dragon very angry. After all, it was a supreme being, a powerful creature that could shake the three realms with a breath. Today, it was actually controlled by a little girl who had lost her spiritual roots. Yun Xianhuang ignored the dragon's question. She had just confirmed that the divine dragon before her was not an illusion but a remnant of a soul. If it were not so, it wouldn't be able to propose the condition of helping it revive. Souls were great. Her family could not only contract living spirit beasts, but with strong enough mental power, they could also contract the souls of deceased spirit beasts. What divine dragon? In her eyes, it should be tamed like a dragon and rested like a tiger. The dragon clan had disappeared from the South Lu continent hundreds of years ago. Instead of struggling to help this divine dragon find a body, it would be better to simply contract it. After all, it had brought her to this strange place without asking for her opinion, preventing her from killing Ding He. Yun Xianhuang pulled the divine dragon closer, slightly tiptoeing, and her bloodied hand gently touched the dragon's head. Sensing danger, the divine dragon began to struggle wildly. "Little girl, what do you want?"
Stop now.
The divine dragon was once a supreme being. As it struggled, Yun Xianhuang had to increase her mental energy, a sweet metallic taste rising in her throat. She was already injured, and this consumption of mental energy was exhausting her further. Soon, the mental cage woven from her energy was breached by the divine dragon. Yun Xianhuang gritted her teeth and increased her mental output again. As the dragon broke through one side, she quickly reinforced it with her mental energy. No matter how powerful her energy was, it couldn't withstand such consumption for long. However, the divine dragon was also tired. It looked at Yun Xianhuang in anger, unable to understand how a tiny human could have mental energy more terrifying than its own at that moment. Yun Xianhuang's mental energy seemed endless. The moment the dragon relaxed, it was instantly pushed back by that force. Back and forth, the divine dragon finally gave in and obediently allowed her to contract it. A contract formation appeared beneath the feet of the girl and the dragon, emitting a soft white light that enveloped both of them. In the depths of her mind, Yun Xianhuang felt a mysterious connection between herself and the divine dragon. It worked. Yun Xianhuang finally smiled, and her face became incredibly beautiful. Even the blood on it couldn't hide her charm. The divine dragon was taken aback. This tiny human girl looked quite decent. If she were to be his master, she was barely qualified. The contract was formed, and the divine dragon felt relieved. With a contract, he could leave this dreadful place with her, which wasn't a bad thing. Although he still felt a bit frustrated. But the divine dragon obediently lowered his head and reluctantly called out, "Master." Yun Xianhuang's mental energy was actually exhausted, but aside from the paleness on her lips, she showed no other signs of distress. She slowly reached out to the divine dragon's head, as if petting a cat, and asked, "Do you have a name?" The divine dragon instantly felt proud. He cleared his throat and said, "My name is Tion." Tion, meaning proud of the heavens, suited his divine dragon nature perfectly, so he was very satisfied with his name. Yun Xianhuang blinked slowly and said, "Tion, about the inheritance and treasures you mentioned earlier." Tion quickly understood what his new master meant and replied, "You can take any treasures you want, but for the inheritance, please find a place to sit, and I will pass it to you." The treasures could wait. The inheritance was more important. Yun Xianhuang immediately sat cross-legged on the golden throne and told Tion to begin. Watching her occupy his throne, Tion felt a bit wronged but had to endure it. Reforming your spiritual roots may be painful, so please be prepared. A portion of golden light separated from Tion and enveloped Yun Xianhuang completely. She quickly felt a tearing pain surge through her body, as if her bones were being struck hard with a hammer, making cracking sounds. Cold sweat began to bead on her forehead, and Yun Xianhuang had to grit her teeth, turning all her cries of pain into a muffled groan. Something was breaking free within her, and the pain was as intense as when her spiritual bones had been removed in her memories. Blood and sweat poured out, and the throne beneath her quickly turned red. This pain lasted for a long time, but aside from the initial muffled groan, Yun Xianhuang didn't make a sound, which impressed Tion. He maintained a proud expression but secretly used his power to help alleviate her pain. After an unknown amount of time, the intense pain finally faded, but Yun Qianhuang was left covered in blood. This is just on the surface. In reality, after reforging her spiritual roots and bones, her injuries have completely healed. However, Yun Qianhuang is too busy to think about her body. She eagerly checks her spiritual roots and bones. In the South Lu continent, spiritual roots and bones are inherent from birth. There are 5 types of spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The type of spiritual root determines the kind of spiritual power a person can cultivate. Spiritual bones are categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, top-grade, and the legendary innate divine bone. The quality of spiritual bones affects how quickly a person can cultivate. The higher the grade, the faster the cultivation. Before her spiritual bone was taken, she had dual water and fire roots and a top-grade spiritual bone.
Now,
looking at the 5 neatly arranged translucent spiritual roots inside her and the newly regrown spiritual bone, Yun Qianhuang is momentarily stunned. 5 spiritual roots means she can now cultivate all types of spiritual power, and her spiritual bone, though its grade is unclear, is definitely better than before. The dragon's inheritance has truly not deceived her. Tion also noticed Yun Qianhuang's spiritual roots and bones, his eyes widening in surprise. 5 spiritual roots. You actually have 5 spiritual roots. In the 3 realms, there are only a handful of people with 5 spiritual roots, and even fewer who also possess a top-grade spiritual bone. Wait, it seems her spiritual bone isn't top-grade. Tion wanted to observe more closely, but Yun Qianhuang had already rubbed her numb legs, stood up, and asked him, "Is there a pond outside the palace?" She felt dirty and sticky all over and couldn't stand it any longer. "Yes," Tion quickly replied. "You can go out from here, then turn right to find a pond." Yun Qianhuang nodded and followed Tion's directions to the pond. On the way, Tion mentioned that the Qianshan Dragon Tomb was a secret place he created for himself, and Yun Qianhuang was the first person to come here. However, when she reached the pond, she saw a man lying by the water. The man had a face that was both striking and unsettling, with a sickly pale complexion, a long and prominent nose, and thin, well-defined lips. His clothes were stained red with blood, making it hard to tell their original color, but the exquisite jade pendant at his waist indicated he was of noble status. He was severely injured and currently unconscious. Yun Qianhuang glanced at the man and drew these conclusions. She didn't plan to get involved. With someone lying by the pond, she couldn't wash without feeling uneasy. She asked, "Yen, can you move him?" Yen shook his head. "Master, I am still in a spiritual state, and I can only touch you. Are there any other ponds here?"
no.
Yun Qianhuang sighed. She couldn't stand being so dirty, so she decided to move the man herself. As soon as she touched him, he suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed her hand, his deep, exquisite gaze locking onto hers.
Who are you?
His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't had water for a long time, but the intensity in his tone was hard to ignore. He had a strong grip that made Yun Qianhuang wince. She frowned and said sharply, "I am the master of the Qianshan Dragon Tomb. If you still want this hand, let go." It was hard to believe that this man, despite his serious injuries, had such strength. Yun Qianhuang couldn't break free. She tried to muster her strength secretly, but he quickly released her hand with an apologetic look. "I'm sorry." Yun Qianhuang glanced at him but said nothing, gently rubbing her sore wrist with her other hand. The moment he woke up, she had already sent Yen into her contract space. Now, Yen communicated with her mentally, "Master, this man is definitely not ordinary. That storage ring on his hand seems to be from the upper realm." Upper realm? Having received Yen's legacy, Yun Qianhuang learned that this world was divided into 3 realms: upper, middle, and lower. The lower realm is where she is, the South Liuzhou continent. The middle realm is the Emo Liuzhou continent, and the upper realm is the Divine Demon continent. The resources in the 3 realms vary, with the upper realm being the richest in spiritual energy and cultivation resources. Any treasure from there would be highly sought after in the lower realm. The storage ring on this man's hand must be a rare treasure from the upper realm. Yun Qianhuang's gaze lingered on the ring for a moment. Who wouldn't want a treasure? Unfortunately, it wasn't hers. As if sensing her gaze, Feng Jingchen paused slightly and then suddenly took off the storage ring, saying, "If you like this ring, consider it my apology." Yun Qianhuang stared at him for a moment before decisively reaching out to take the ring and putting it on her hand to re-establish the contract. Feng Jingchen smirked, and for a moment, the world seemed to dim in comparison to him. He was simply extraordinary. Fortunately, Yun Qianhuang had seen many handsome men in her past life, so she wasn't dazzled by Feng Jingchen's smile. She looked at the storage ring in her hand, and then at the injuries on Feng Jingchen's body. Reluctantly, she said, "I won't take anything for free. Wait here. I'll find something to help with your wounds." As she stood up, she asked Yen where he kept the healing pills or herbs and walked over confidently. Before long, she returned to the edge of the water, placing dozens of priceless healing potions in front of Feng Jingchen. In the South Lu continent, alchemists were extremely rare, and a regular healing pill cost dozens of gold coins, let alone the top-grade pills Yen had hidden. Just one of those could buy an entire city. Yun Qianhuang also noticed that the storage ring given by the man contained many treasures, which explained her generosity. "Thank you." Feng Jingchen was not polite. He truly needed these pills, even if their effect was minimal for him. He picked up a bottle and took the potion while Yun Qianhuang sat nearby, waiting for him to heal so she could have a chance to bathe. However, as she watched, she noticed something strange. "Yen, are you sure the pills you gave him are still good?" Top-grade healing pills had powerful effects, capable of healing severe injuries. Yet, after Feng Jingchen consumed a bottle, his wounds only stopped bleeding slightly. Yun Qianhuang couldn't help but wonder if Yen's pills had gone bad after being stored for too long. "Impossible," Yen replied, displeased by the doubt. "It must be that this person has a special constitution. There are many like him in the upper realm." That made sense. Yun Qianhuang stopped questioning and watched as Feng Jingchen finished the dozen bottles, with his wounds only forming scabs. He seemed used to it, collecting the empty bottles before standing up once he regained some strength. "Thank you for your help today." Feng Jingchen expressed his gratitude and began to walk toward the outside of the Qianshan dragon tomb, despite still being injured. Once he was out of Yun Qianhuang's sight, he suddenly looked up, his eyes shining brightly. The foolish young lady of the general's mansion in the Qi Ling Kingdom. The owner of the Qianshan dragon tomb. Interesting. Unaware that she had already been recognized, Yun Qianhuang eagerly dove into the water to wash off the blood. Her original clothes were ruined, but fortunately, among the treasures Yen had collected, there was also protective clothing. She quickly found a piece to change into. Wearing a dark blue protective outfit, her long hair dried by spiritual energy flowed freely behind her. After washing off the blood, her face looked even more stunning. In terms of appearance, there are probably not many who can compare to her on the entire southern Lu continent. Yun Qianhuang doesn't care much about her looks and hasn't thought about checking how she appears now. If she did take a moment to look, she would realize that her appearance is exactly the same as in her previous life. At this moment, she moved her body and asked, "Yen, where do you keep your treasures?" She had accepted the inheritance and finished her bath, so it was time to search for treasures. Conveniently, the storage ring that the man gave her was still quite empty. Yen, feeling a bit pained, pointed her in the right direction. Those treasures were hard-earned. Yun Qianhuang didn't care about Yen's feelings. She spent an entire day thoroughly searching the entire Qianshan dragon tomb, leaving not even a single spirit stone behind. At this point, she couldn't help but admire how useful the storage ring was. Even after storing all of Yen's treasures, there was still plenty of space left. Yun Qianhuang was very satisfied. "Yen, is there another exit from the dragon tomb?" Before she entered, the commotion Yen caused probably attracted quite a few people, so taking that exit was definitely not a wise choice. There is, Out Yen replied, already numb as he watched Yun Qianhuang gradually collect his treasures into the storage ring. Master, you should go to the right. After leaving the Qianshan dragon tomb, Yun Qianhuang immediately headed to the general's mansion. The people there cared deeply for her, and since she had been away from home for nearly 2 days, her family must be worried. At that moment, everyone in the general's mansion was gathered in the main hall, all wearing expressions of sorrow. Just yesterday, their mentally challenged Huan Huan had sneaked out of the mansion. This had happened before. Huan Huan, with her childlike nature, would occasionally be attracted by passing vendors and run out after them. But this time was different. The life jade tablet belonging to Huan Huan shattered less than 2 hours after she left the mansion. The life jade tablet is made by large families to better monitor the safety of their children, containing the blood essence of the corresponding family member. Once the life jade tablet shatters, it signifies that the corresponding family member has lost their life. Even though the people in the general's mansion were reluctant to believe it and sent out search parties one after another, they found nothing. Sadness enveloped the entire mansion. Suddenly, Yun Qianhuang's twin brother, Yun Qianya, stood up. Sister has always been timid and never dared to go to dangerous places. How could she lose her life for no reason? Someone must have deceived her. As he spoke, he walked toward the exit of the general's mansion, causing everyone inside to change their expressions. Their father, Yun Changyu, rushed to catch up and tried to stop him. Qianya, what are you doing?
Come back.
The emperor of their spirit realm is very suspicious. Although the general's mansion still has its name, it has lost its real power, and every move is being watched. It is no longer the general's mansion that could act freely. Yun Qianya said stubbornly, I want to go and get an explanation from my sister. No matter how Yun Changyu tried to persuade her, Yun Qianya was determined to find someone. With no other choice, Yun Changyu had to follow her. Meanwhile, Yun Qianhuang had spent an hour entering the city and then half an hour in a carriage before reaching the general's mansion. As dusk fell, the mansion's gate was tightly closed and there wasn't even a servant at the door. This unusual atmosphere made Yun Qianhuang frown. She paid the carriage fee and quickly walked over to push open the gate. Entering through the gate and crossing the outer courtyard, she walked along the corridor for a while until she reached the main hall of the general's mansion. Throughout her journey, Yun Qianhuang did not see a single servant, which deepened her confusion. Although the mansion was not as grand as before, the rules had not changed, so how could there be no servants at all? Once she entered the main hall and saw the old General Yun Shuli sitting there with a worried expression, she finally voiced her concerns. Grandfather, why are there no servants in the mansion? Where are father and Qianya? Is something wrong? The servants have gone out to look for someone. Your father. Just as Yun Shuli began to speak, he suddenly looked up, his sharp old eyes filled with shock as they landed on the girl at the door. The girl wore a striking protective outfit, and her appearance and figure were just as he remembered her. Even her hair seemed unchanged. The tough man who had endured 7 arrows on the battlefield without shedding a tear suddenly felt his eyes welling up. He stepped forward and pulled Yun Qianhuang into his embrace, slightly choked up. Where have you been, my girl? You worried your grandfather, and your father's sick. Yun Shuli didn't care why the family jade pendant had shattered while Yun Qianhuang returned unharmed. As long as his little granddaughter was safe, nothing else mattered. Yun Qianhuang, caught in his embrace, was momentarily stunned. In her past life, she had shown greater talent than others from a young age, which led her father to send her to live with several elders in the family. From that time on, she had undergone inhumane training. Although she had family, she had never experienced the warmth that outsiders spoke of. The feeling of being held by a loved one like this was something she had never felt in her past life. Yun Qianhuang felt a bit lost. She raised her hand and gently patted Yun Shuli's back, whispering, I'm sorry for making Grandpa worry. Her voice was soft, but the old general was close enough to hear her clearly. He suddenly released his little granddaughter, looking at her in disbelief. Her eyes, which used to be confused, were now clear and bright, no longer showing the previous foolishness, just a hint of cleverness. The old general stammered, Huang Huang, what did you just call me? Yun Qianhuang met Yun Shuli's gaze, a slight smile on her lips, her eyes sparkling with joy. She patiently called out again, Grandpa. Her voice was clear and strong, completely different from the previous silly tone. Yun Shuli was so excited that tears filled his eyes. Huang Huang, you're not silly anymore? Worried about the old general, Yun Qianhuang didn't mention the original owner's experiences and just smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm not silly anymore. Good, good, good. Yun Shuli repeated good 3 times, and the sadness of the past few days vanished, making him feel 10 years younger. Yun Qianhuang helped him sit back down in a chair and then asked Grandpa, Are Dad and my brother not home? A hint of discomfort crossed Yun Shuli's face, but he quickly reassured her. They went out with the servants to find you, and will be back soon. The old general thought he was hiding it well, but Yun Qianhuang had been raised as an heir and was very good at reading people. She sensed something was off but didn't confront him. Instead, she brought a stool and sat next to Yun Shuli, looking up at him. Grandpa, I'll wait here with you for Dad and my brother to come back. No, you just recovered. You should go rest. Yun Shuli tried to send his granddaughter away, but Yun Qianhuang wouldn't let him have his way. She smiled sweetly, looking obedient, but didn't mention going back to rest. Yun Shuli had no choice but to let her stay. As the sky darkened, the servants who had gone out began to return. Seeing Yun Qianhuang sitting nicely beside the old general, the servants were all shocked. Their young lady not only came back alive, but was also no longer silly. In front of their master, the servants didn't dare to show too much excitement, but once they left the main hall, they gathered together to discuss it eagerly. In the main hall, as all the servants returned, but still no sign of Yun Changyu and Yun Qianya, Yun Qianhuang quietly looked at Yun Shuli. The old general didn't expect his granddaughter to be so hard to fool now that she was no longer silly, and he found it difficult to send someone to check on the situation. Seeing his granddaughter look at him again, he remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a helpless sigh. The servants said yesterday that they saw that girl from the Bai family passing by our general's residence. Your brother suspects she tricked you into going out, so he went to the Bai family with your father to demand an explanation. His granddaughter was friends with Bai Muyu, and Yun Shu Li had always known this. However, his granddaughter had been mentally challenged before, and no one wanted to play with her, except for Bai Muyu, who didn't mind. So, Yun Shuli didn't stop Bai Muyu from getting close to Yun Qianhuang and informed the servants to allow her to come and go freely from the general's residence. The Bai family was different from the general's residence. They were a prominent family in the Qiling kingdom, with powerful spiritual masters in charge. Their general's residence was dwindling in numbers, and he was only an 8-star spiritual king. In the southern Lu continent, strength was everything, so the general's residence was not worth mentioning compared to the Bai family. Chang Yu and the child Qianyi had been gone for a long time, and he feared something had happened. Worried about his son and grandson, Yun Shuli decided not to hide the truth from Yun Qianhuang. After all, they were family. Bai family? Yun Qianhuang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Does Grandpa mean that something happened to Dad and my brother at the Bai family? At the Bai family, where Bai Muyu was? Bai Muyu had people dig up the original owner's spiritual bones. Such a big matter, Yun Qianhuang didn't believe the Bai family was unaware. Now that Yun Changyu and Yun Qianyi had gone to the Bai family and hadn't returned for a long time, it was likely that the Bai family was afraid of the matter being exposed and had taken action against them. Yun Qianhuang quickly stood up. Grandpa, I'm going to the Bai family to find Dad and my brother. Although she hadn't interacted with Yun Changju and Yun Qianyi yet, from the original owner's memories, Yun Qianhuang knew they treated her very well. Moreover, they had gone to the Bai family to seek justice for her, so she couldn't ignore this matter. Nonsense. Yun Shu Li slammed the table. You're not even a 1-star spiritual practitioner. What can you do with the Bai family? Speaking of this, Yun Shu Li felt a pang of heartache. His little granddaughter, who clearly had a rare dual spiritual root and exceptional spiritual bones, was a genius that appeared once in 100 years. But she had not started cultivating due to her past mental challenges and had been ridiculed by others for so many years. Yun Shuli didn't think less of his granddaughter, but he couldn't bear to watch Yun Qianhuang go to the Bai family and put herself in danger. Facing the agitated old general, Yun Qianhuang calmly asked, "Grandpa, if I don't go, who will save Dad and my brother?" Yun Shuli slowly sat back down. Yes, who would go to save Changyu and Qianyi. The person in the palace always covets the general's residence. Once the general's house is left unattended, that person will easily frame a charge and take away the savings accumulated by the family over generations. With the daughter-in-law gone early, besides Huang Huang, who else could save Changyu and Qianyi from the general's residence? Yun Shuli's spirit, lifted by his little granddaughter, soon faded again. He sighed heavily, his wrinkled old face filled with worry. Yun Qianhuang remained silent, knowing that she needed to let Yun Shuli come to his own conclusions. Fortunately, he did not keep her waiting long. He took out a token and a spiritual light orb from his storage ring and handed them to Yun Qianhuang. "Huang Huang, find an open space to release this spiritual light orb. Someone will come to find you. When that happens, take this token and lead them to the Bai family. Remember, no matter what you see at the Bai family, stay calm. Just make sure you and your father and brother return safely." Yun Shuli did not specify who those people were, but Yun Qianhuang quickly guessed. No wonder the emperor of the Qiling kingdom had been dissatisfied with the general's residence over the years, but never dared to take action. It turned out that General Yun had private soldiers. In Qiling kingdom, maintaining private soldiers is a serious taboo. If discovered by the emperor, it could lead to the downfall of the entire general's residence. But for the sake of his son and grandson, Yun Shuli could not worry about that anymore. If things were exposed, he was willing to bear the emperor's wrath alone. That group of private soldiers was brought back from the battlefield, fiercely loyal to the general's residence. Even if he died, they would do everything to protect it. That was enough for him. Yun Shuli waved his hand. "Huang Huang, go. Bring your father and brother back safely." Yun Qianhuang opened her mouth, wanting to say that she could bring her father and brother back without using the private soldiers. But seeing Yun Shuli's tired face, she ultimately said nothing, just took the token and spiritual light orb and turned to leave the general's residence. "Master, do you need my help?" As soon as she left the general's residence, Tion's voice reached her through mental energy. "Not for now." Yun Qianhuang declined Tion's help. The divine dragon was too conspicuous, and bringing it out would likely cause trouble. Since a person without guilt could still attract blame, she decided not to ask Tion for help or use her grandfather's private soldiers. She found an open space in the city, bit her finger to draw blood, and used it to create a complex formation on the ground. Standing in the center of the formation, her terrifying mental energy instantly spread out. In the capital city of Qiling, many powerful individuals were present, and the strong spiritual energy quickly attracted the attention of numerous experts, even alarming those in the palace. Inside the National Teacher's Hall, the Emperor of Qiling paced anxiously. "National Teacher, can you sense the strength of this powerful individual?" The National Teacher was the strongest in the entire Qiling nation, having reached the rank of 1-star Spirit Master. Such strength was enough to dominate the Nanlu continent. However, when faced with the Emperor's question, he furrowed his brow and replied helplessly, "Your Majesty, this individual's spiritual energy is unfathomable.
I'm afraid.
Their strength far exceeds that of a spirit master. Spiritual energy is linked to a person's strength, and this sudden surge was even more formidable than the national teacher's, leading him to conclude that the mysterious expert was much stronger than a spirit master. As for the exact level of their power, the national teacher did not dare to speculate. Far beyond a spirit master. The Emperor of Qiling gasped, "How could such a powerful individual appear in our Qiling nation? Such a being could easily destroy the entire nation with a mere gesture. Quickly, find this powerful individual. I want to welcome them personally. No matter what, They could not afford to neglect this expert. Not only the emperor, but the powerful figures from various families in the city shared the same thought. In Helen City, tensions rose as many began searching for the mysterious expert, while the one causing all this, Yun Qianhuang, simply aimed to extend her spiritual energy to the spirit beast mountains outside the city. She whispered something, and Tion, listening to her words and observing the formation on the ground, changed his expression. Wait a minute, wasn't this the method he used to summon spirit beast allies? He didn't remember putting this in his inheritance. How did she learn it? Tion was in despair. Little did he know, this was not something Yun Qianhuang had learned from his inheritance. It was a beast-taming technique she had practiced for over 20 years in her past life. Under Yun Qianhuang's guidance, the spirit beasts around the perimeter of the spirit beast mountains began to stir. Meanwhile, various factions were still searching for a way to enter the Qianshan dragon tomb. The unusual behavior of the spirit beasts quickly caught the attention of those present. As they watched the spirit beasts rush out in groups, the representatives from various factions displayed shocked expressions. What's happening with those spirit beasts?
Could it be
A beast tide? That direction seems to be Helen City. Ding family, aren't you going to check it out? For these factions, entering the Qianshan dragon tomb to obtain treasures from the divine dragon was far more important than a small city like Helen, so aside from a few families located in Helen City, the rest maintained an indifferent attitude. The Ding family looked at the closed door, and then at the direction the spirit beasts were heading, but they did not make any move. The spirit beasts moved quickly, and soon, Yun Qianhuang sensed unusual activity outside the city. Summoning spirit beasts required a lot of mental energy, so she didn't call many this time, just a few dozen. However, that was enough to deal with the Bai family. Yun Qianhuang withdrew her mental energy, waved her hand to erase the formation on the ground, and walked toward the Bai family. The Bai family had no idea what was coming. The unusual activity outside caught the attention of the Bai family head, who sent his most trusted subordinate to investigate. Yun Qianhuang soon met the spirit beasts. She sat on the back of a 7th-level Darkfire wolf, leading a group of spirit beasts with great momentum toward the Bai family. When they arrived, they coincidentally encountered the Bai family head's subordinate. Powerful mental energy instantly blocked the subordinate's path. Yun Qianhuang lifted her chin slightly, and her cold voice reached his ears. "Tell your family head to come out and see me." As she spoke, she patted the dark fire wolf beneath her, and the spirit beasts let out a chorus of roars, creating an overwhelming pressure. The subordinate turned pale with fear and fell to the ground. One of the nearby spirit beasts approached him, sniffed, and breathed heavily on him. Terrified, he scrambled back to the Bai family, shouting in panic, "Spirit beasts, so many spirit beasts." Hearing the commotion, the Bai family had stepped out of the main hall and was furious at the sight of his subordinate's disheveled state. He kicked the subordinate hard. "Didn't I send you to investigate outside? What a mess you are!" As soon as the subordinate saw the Bai family head, he felt reassured. He clung to the Bai family head's leg, crying, "And master, a little girl is outside the door." "A little girl scared you like this?" The Bai family had glared at him in disgust. "What a disgrace." "And no, master. That girl brought many spirit beasts." The Bai family head's expression changed. "What did you say?" The subordinate repeated, "That girl brought many spirit beasts and said she wants you to come out and see her." The Bai family head immediately kicked him aside and hurriedly took his son and a servant toward the door. The subordinate rushed back in such a panic that he didn't even close the gate, so before they got close, the Bai family head saw a crowd of spirit beasts outside. His vision darkened, and he quickened his pace, feeling uneasy. When did the Bai family provoke such a powerful figure, able to command so many spirit beasts? The decline of the general's mansion is no secret in the entire Qiling kingdom, so the head of the Bai family never considered that direction. As he walked, lost in thought, he reached the door when his son suddenly spoke up. "Dad, isn't that the foolish young lady from the general's mansion sitting on the Hellfire Wolf?" The general's mansion has a foolish girl with extraordinary talent, but she is unable to cultivate due to her condition. This is well known across the entire Nalia continent. After all, there are many talented individuals, but only one born foolish. Bai Weifeng's first reaction to his son's words was to shake his head. Impossible. How could that foolish girl have the ability to command so many spirit beasts? Despite his words, his gaze involuntarily fell on the Hellfire Wolf. Even if he were blind, he would recognize Yun Qianhuang's face. He was shocked but maintained his composure, forcing a friendly smile and saying, "Yun girl, what are you doing?" One should not strike a smiling face. However, Yun Qianhuang did not reach out. She stroked the fur on the Hellfire Wolf's head, appearing relaxed, yet she exuded immense pressure on the Bai family. Where are my father and brother? Was the girl from the general's mansion no longer foolish? The Bai family was stunned and momentarily speechless. Bai Weifeng's expression stiffened at Yun Qianhuang's question. Then he pretended not to understand. "Yun girl, what are you talking about? It's late at night. Your father and brother are surely at the general's mansion." Yun Qianhuang was not interested in his excuses and asked again, "Where are my father and brother?" This time, her expression turned serious, and the group of spirit beasts seemed to sense her intent, restlessly stamping their feet. The commotion caused by dozens of spirit beasts was enormous. Bai Weifeng's son nearly lost his balance and had to lean on a nearby servant for support. Bai Weifeng's face grew cold. "Yun girl, I told you, I don't know where your father and brother are. If you keep causing a scene, don't blame me for taking action." Although those spirit beasts looked intimidating, Bai Weifeng was not afraid. His family elder was from the 3-star spirit sect, and even if all the spirit beasts attacked together, they wouldn't be enough to challenge the elder. Yun Changyu and Yun Qinya barging into his Bai family and demanding he hand over people? Not a chance. Seeing Bai Weifeng refuse to admit it, Yun Qianhuang dropped her earlier nonchalance and patted the Hellfire Wolf beneath her. "I never repeat myself." As her words fell, the spirit beasts immediately moved and launched an attack on the Bai family. "Elder!" Bai Weifeng shouted coldly, and a semi-transparent barrier appeared in front of the Bai family, blocking the spirit beasts' attacks. An old man in white robes descended from the sky, looking disdainfully at Yun Qianhuang on the back of the underworld fire wolf. "You ignorant child, how dare you act recklessly with just a few spirit beasts in my Bai family? With me here today, you won't harm a single hair on the Bai family's members." The old man was the Bai family's elder, now a powerful 3-star spirit master. Outyan warned, "Master, be careful. That old man is about to break through to 4-star spirit master. These spirit beasts are no match for him." This wasn't Outyan boasting. The highest level spirit beast among them was just the underworld fire wolf, which was truly no match for the Bai family's elder. Yun Qianhuang glanced at the Bai family's elder. Is this their confidence? If so, then she would take it away. Yun Qianhuang swiftly jumped off the underworld fire wolf and, in the next moment, appeared in front of the Bai family's elder. What incredible speed! The Bai family's elder was secretly alarmed and quickly used his spiritual energy to protect himself. However, he didn't take Yun Qianhuang seriously, as he could tell she wasn't even a 1-star spirit master yet. But in the next second, a long sword broke through his protective energy and accurately pierced his heart. The Bai family's elder's eyes widened in shock. Gee God. Before he could finish the word weapon, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yun Qianhuang quickly sidestepped to avoid the splatter. At the same time, the long sword in the elder's heart shattered into pieces. Yun Qianhuang glanced regretfully at the remnants of the sword. It was quite useful, but unfortunately, it was a one-time use, and she didn't have a second one. However, this feeling of regret didn't last long. She quickly kicked the dying Bai family's elder aside and tilted her head, smiling at the terrified members of the Bai family. Now, the Bai family's confidence was gone. Seeing the elder killed before his eyes, Bai Weifeng's son felt his legs go weak. He fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face. "Yun Qianhuang, please don't kill me. I will take you to find your father and Yun Qinya." "You useless thing." Bai Weifeng glared at his son in frustration, but felt helpless. With the elder dead, the remaining members of the Bai family together couldn't withstand the spirit beasts. What great fortune did that fool from the general's mansion receive to command so many spirit beasts and even possess a weapon capable of killing the elder? Bai Weifeng would never know. Yun Qianhuang ordered the spirit beasts to keep an eye on the Bai family while she followed Bai Weifeng's son into the Bai residence. In the dungeon where the Bai family held prisoners, she saw Yun Changyu and Yun Qianya, both injured. Blood relations are strange. Even though Yun Qianhuang was not the original owner of this body, seeing them in such a state filled her with rage, and she wished to take revenge on the Bai family. However, the most important thing now was to quickly take the two of them back to the general's mansion for treatment. Yun Qianhuang said to Bai Weifeng's son, "Untie the ropes for my father and brother." Bai Weifeng's son dared not refuse and immediately went to untie them. The noise woke Yun Changyu and Yun Qianya, who, upon seeing Yun Qianhuang at the dungeon door, felt a surge of excitement. "Sister, you're okay." Yun Qianhuang's expression softened. "Yes, I'm fine." Upon hearing this, Yun Changyu and Yun Qianya were stunned, staring at her blankly. After a while, they regained their voices. "Sister/Qianhuang, are you better?"
I'm fine.
Yun Qianhuang didn't elaborate further. "Now is not the time for that. Let's return to the general's mansion so Grandpa won't worry." "Right, let's go back to the general's mansion." Yun Changyu nodded repeatedly, ignoring his injuries. He pulled Yun Qianya up from the ground with one hand and held Yun Qianhuang's hand with the other, leading the siblings out of the dungeon. Bai Weifeng's son was left forgotten in the dungeon. Yun Changyu had always known his father had a private army. He thought that Yun Qianhuang had come to rescue him and Yun Qianya using that army. So when they exited the Bai residence and saw the trembling Bai family members and the fierce spirit beasts outside, he was dumbfounded. Qianhuang, what's going on?" Yun Qianya looked at his sister with confusion. Yun Qianhuang's eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and her expression was innocent. "I don't know either. These spirit beasts suddenly rushed to the Bai residence and even killed the elder. I took advantage of their attack to sneak into the Bai residence to save you and brother." The Bai family members twitched at her words. It was clear that this girl had brought the spirit beasts and had killed their elder with a single sword, yet she pretended to know nothing. It's simply infuriating. Noticing the thoughts of the Bai family, Yun Qianhuang suddenly glanced at them without a sound. This one glance made the Bai family members tremble, and they didn't dare to say a word. Yun Changyu didn't notice the Bai family's unusual behavior. He firmly believed Yun Qianhuang's words and nodded seriously. The Bai family is too showy. Maybe one of them provoked the spirit beasts and got retaliated against. This is what happens when you do bad things. You bring trouble upon yourself. "Father is right," Yun Qianhuang said with a smile in her eyes. "Father, how should we deal with these people?" When it came to this, Yun Changyu's expression became more serious. "Qianhuang, I only ask you this. Is your disappearance these past few days related to the Bai family?" It was hard to tell Yun Changyu about having her spirit bone taken, so Yun Qianhuang only said, "Father, Bai Muyao tricked me into going out. She wanted to take my spirit bone, but a mysterious person saved me." "You're talking nonsense," Bai Weifeng retorted, but the 7th-level Netherfire Wolf immediately growled at him, making Bai Weifeng quickly move aside in fear. Yet he couldn't keep quiet. "My daughter is kind-hearted. She wouldn't want to take your spirit bone when she even accepted you when you were foolish." Yun Changyu knew whom to trust, his beloved daughter or the head of the Bai family who had just attacked him. He gently patted Yun Qianhuang's head. "Father understands. Qianhuang, leave these people to me." It was his failure to protect Qianhuang, and he wanted to seek justice for her. Being patted on the head by her father felt very new to Yun Qianhuang, warm and comforting, like lying in the sun on a winter day. She smiled and nodded, "Okay." The biggest threat from the Bai family was the elder, who was now dead. The remaining members were not to be feared. Yun Changyu had also been on the battlefield with Yun Shuli, and Yun Qianhuang believed he would handle things well. Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya returned to the general's residence, while Yun Changyu stayed behind with his men at the Bai family. The spirit beasts, After the Bai family members were, by Yun Changyu's men, quietly retreated back to the Spirit Beast mountain range, hiding their achievements and names. They arrived with great momentum but left silently, without harming anyone in the city. The powerful beings who rushed back from the Spirit Beast mountain range felt as if they had been played. Did these spirit beasts come to Helen City just for sightseeing? Why the spirit beasts went to Helen City and what they did there became an unsolved mystery among the major forces. After dealing with the Bai family, Yun Changyu returned to the general's residence. The residence still held its strength, and after taking a third-grade healing pill, he quickly recovered. It was already late at night. General Yun and Yun Qianya had gone to their own courtyards to rest, leaving only Yun Qianhuang waiting quietly in the main hall for Yun Changyu. Yun Changyu hadn't planned to go to the main hall, thinking that his family would be asleep by this time. However, as he passed by, he saw the bright candlelight in the hall, and his daughter was sitting there quietly. The candlelight illuminated her face, making her features appear even more delicate and soft. Her eyebrows, eyes, and lips resembled the face of his memories. Yun Changyu felt a wave of nostalgia. Ali, Yun Qianhuang had noticed him passing by and, upon hearing his soft murmur, felt a moment of surprise. When Li, her mother, had disappeared shortly after giving birth to her and her brother. No one knew if Wen Li was alive or dead, but it was said that her life jade pendant shattered half a month after her disappearance. Since then, she and her brother had been without a mother. Yun Changyu clearly thought of the shattered jade pendant, and his expression darkened slightly. However, upon seeing Yun Qianhuang, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Qianhuang's jade pendant had also shattered, yet she had returned home safely. Could Ali also be alive? But if she were alive, where could she be? Wen Li had been missing for 14 years, and this was not the first time Yun Changyu had such doubts. He sighed softly, suppressing his emotions, and walked into the main hall, looking at Yun Qianhuang with concern. "Qianhuang, why are you still awake so late?" "I was waiting for you, father." Yun Qianhuang stood up and sat back down only after Yun Changyu took a seat. "Have you heard any rumors?" As she said this, she lowered her eyes, and in the candlelight, her long eyelashes cast a thick shadow beneath her eyes, obscuring her emotions. "What rumors?" Yun Changyu became interested, realizing that his daughter had waited up just to ask this. Yun Qianhuang raised her eyes, her phoenix-like gaze deep and mysterious. "The supreme spirit bone is the key to opening the Qianshan Dragon Tomb." Yun Changyu was aware of the Qianshan Dragon Tomb. Recently, a secret realm had emerged near the Spirit Beast Mountains, bringing the tomb to the surface. This news had stirred excitement in the Qilin Kingdom and across the continent, and Yun Changyu had heard about it. However, he had never heard that the Supreme Spirit Bone was the key to opening the Qianshan Dragon Tomb. Realizing something, Yun Changyu's expression suddenly changed. He quickly stood up and walked briskly to Yun Qianhuang, his voice unintentionally rising a few notches. "Huang, how many people know about this?" Yun Qianhuang glanced at Yun Changyu's face, her eyes flickering as she slightly pursed her lips. "A lot." Yun Qianhuang wasn't sure exactly how many people knew. She just wanted to test Yun Changyu. Whether they called her cold-hearted or ungrateful, she had seen too many people abandon family and betray friends for a little gain. Wasn't Bai Muyue the best example? Those people outside praised the Qianshan Dragon Tomb as unique, claiming it held countless treasures of divine dragons. And her spirit bone was the key to opening the Qianshan Dragon Tomb. With such temptation before him, she wondered how Yun Changyu would react. Hearing that his daughter didn't know, Yun Changyu's heart sank. He recalled what his daughter had said while at the Bai family and pressed on. Huang, Bai Muyue knows about this, so she wants to take your spirit bone, right?" Yun Qianhuang looked at him and slowly nodded. Yun Changyu slammed his hand on the table, filled with anger, but his gaze toward Yun Qianhuang was full of concern. "Good. I thought your grandfather and I were right about Bai Muyue, allowing her to come and go from the general's residence to see you. But she actually wants to take your spirit bone for a baseless rumor. Does she not realize that without your spirit bone, you won't live long? How could Bai Muyue not know? In fact, Fearing that Yun Xianhuang might not die thoroughly enough, she even wanted Ding, his contract beast, to eat Yun Xianhuang. If Yun Xianhuang hadn't traveled back in time, it would have been a question of whether the original owner would even have a complete corpse left. However, compared to Yun Changyu's anger, Yun Xianhuang remained calm. After all, she had already made Bai Muyue pay a price. Yes, a life for a life. Yun Changyu didn't know, just thinking about how his daughter might never have been seen again if not for a mysterious savior made him want to tear apart the Bai family. He grabbed Yun Xianhuang's shoulders. Huang Huang, listen to your father. Yun Xianhuang looked at him steadily. No matter how many people know about this, you must not tell anyone else. If anyone asks, just say you don't know. I'll handle the rest, understood? In his eyes, there was only concern and care for her, without a trace of the greed Yun Xianhuang had imagined. Yun Xianhuang suddenly froze. In this world, not everyone will abandon their family for a little gain. She called out sincerely, Father. I understand, my daughter. Yun Changyu may not realize that from this moment on, this girl truly sees them as family. He gently patted Yun Xianhuang's head again, saying, You've had a long day. Go rest now. Yun Xianhuang followed his advice and returned to her room. Once Yun Changyu was alone in the main hall, he sat in a chair, his brow furrowed in worry. The news about Huang Huang being a rare spirit bone had spread throughout the Qilin Kingdom. If those powerful factions learned that the rare spirit bone could open the Qianshan Dragon Tomb, they would surely come after her without hesitation. What should he do? After returning to her room, Yun Xianhuang first called for her maid to prepare hot water, then sat in a chair to communicate with Outyen. Outyen, can you still open the Qianshan Dragon Tomb from the outside? As long as the Qianshan Dragon Tomb remained closed, it was a threat to her. If those powerful factions discovered her spirit bone, they would be even more ruthless than Bai Muyu. One person cannot fight against many. No matter how skilled she was, she couldn't withstand so many strong opponents. So the best solution was to open the Qianshan Dragon Tomb, let them in, and then she wouldn't need a key. After all, she had already taken everything valuable from inside. I can, but I need to get close to the entrance, Outyen replied, puzzled. Master, what do you want to do? I want you to help me open the entrance. Yun Xianhuang briefly explained her plan to Outyen, but he looked down on her idea. Master, what are you afraid of? If they come, I can easily defeat them with my dragon breath. Outyen was indeed very strong, to the point that it was a concept in itself. As long as they didn't go to the upper realm, he could easily help Yun Xianhuang navigate the lower and middle realms. Yun Xianhuang knew Outyen's strength, but as long as the Qianshan Dragon Tomb remained closed, there would always be those coveting her spirit bone. There are always thieves, but there are not always defenses against them. So after the maid prepared the hot water and left, Yun Xianhuang took out the makeup sent by Yun Changyu and Yun Xianya for the original owner, applying it to her face. Ensuring that even if Yun Changyu came, he wouldn't recognize her, she opened her window and carefully slipped out, avoiding the household servants. It was unrealistic to walk there, but fortunately, the general's residence had horses. While the stableman was resting, Yun Xianhuang secretly took a horse and rode towards the Spirit Beast Mountain range. The night in Helen City was quiet. Although the sound of hooves was loud, it did not attract anyone's attention. Riding swiftly, Yun Xianhuang reached the Spirit Beast Mountain range in just half an hour. At this time, the spirit beasts in the mountain range were all resting. However, at the entrance of the Qianshan Dragon Tomb, representatives from various factions were tirelessly trying to open the door. These people had come drawn by the strange phenomenon from the previous day. Yun Xianhuang tied her horse outside the Spirit Beast Mountain range and walked on foot to the entrance of the Qianshan Dragon Tomb. There were many people standing outside the entrance, and no one noticed the addition of one more person. Blending into the crowd, Yun Xianhuang watched as several powerful individuals took turns attacking the entrance. With each wave of attacks, the door trembled violently. Even from a distance, she could feel the strong fluctuations of spiritual energy, far beyond what Bai Muyu and Ding he could compare to. Is this what the cultivators of this world are like? So strong. A faint light flickered in Yun Xianhuang's phoenix eyes. According to Tion, her talent should be quite good, and she should be able to become such a strong individual in no time. Yun Xianhuang felt a sense of longing, but did not forget her purpose. As another wave of attacks hit the entrance of the Qianshan Dragon Tomb, she seized the opportunity. Tion, please open the entrance. Leave it to me, Tion replied. Suddenly, the sealed door let out a loud noise and slowly opened in front of the representatives from various factions. In an instant, golden light burst forth, and everyone's faces were filled with joy. It's open! It's open! The Qianshan Dragon Tomb is open. Everyone hurry inside. How dare anyone from the Frost Snow sect compete with me? The scene became chaotic as various factions scrambled to be the first to enter the Dragon Tomb for the so-called Dragon Treasure. Once the golden light faded after the door fully opened, everyone pushed forward, unaware of a petite figure quietly retreating from the crowd. After leaving the entrance of the Qianshan Dragon Tomb, Yun Xianhuang did not return to the general's mansion immediately. She found a hidden cave in the Spirit Beast mountain range and began to cultivate her spiritual energy based on the information from Tion's inheritance. Cultivating spiritual energy was completely different from cultivating mental energy. So, even though Yun Xianhuang had already perfected her mental energy, she felt a bit lost when facing the unfamiliar spiritual energy. However, the inheritance from Tion contained detailed instructions on how to cultivate. She had always been a quick learner, and after 2 failures, she successfully drew the surrounding spiritual energy into her body. The spiritual energy enters the body, and then it must be transformed into one's own power. This step is more difficult. It was only when dawn broke that Yun Xianhuang found the key. A promotion array appeared beneath her feet, and she smiled. In the South Lu continent, the levels of cultivation are divided into Spirit User, Spirit Master, Great Spirit Master, Spirit King, Spirit Sect, Spirit Venerable, Spirit Saint, and Spirit Emperor. Each major level is further divided into 1 to 10 stars, and she is currently a 1-star Spirit User, just starting out. Is it okay to reach 1-star Spirit User in 1.5 hours? Yun Xianhuang wondered how others cultivated, so she didn't know if her speed was good. Although Outyan's teachings included various cultivation methods, he belonged to the Spirit Beast category and couldn't accurately judge human progress. He could only conclude that at this rate, she would likely reach 5-star Spirit User in less than a month, and not just in one specific category, but in all 5. Hearing this from Outyan, Yun Xianhuang felt quite satisfied. On the continent, children can start cultivating at the age of 3. 4-star Spirit User is a significant hurdle, as the spiritual energy required to advance after that increases greatly. Bai Muyue, who became a 5-star Spirit User at the age of 7, was praised throughout the city, and she would reach 5-star status in just a month. With this comparison, Yun Xianhuang felt better. She got up and looked outside, estimating that her family would wake up soon, so she found her horse and hurried back to the general's residence. Meanwhile, Yun Changyu had been tossing and turning all night, unable to sleep. As soon as dawn broke, he got up, tidied his clothes, and went to discuss strategies with his father. The household servants were already awake, and the maid who had gone out to buy supplies had returned. Cultivators have heightened senses. As Yun Changyu passed by the servants' quarters, he accidentally overheard a maid mention Qianshan Longzong. Because of Yun Xianhuang, he was particularly sensitive to those 4 words. He immediately stopped and used his spiritual energy to eavesdrop on the maid's conversation. Did you hear? Qianshan Longzong was open last night. Is that the one in the Spirit Beast Mountains outside the city? Yes, that Qianshan Longzong. I heard the vendors talking about it when I went out to buy supplies. I heard there are many treasures inside. Is that true? Hey, what a treasure. There's nothing in the 1,000-mountain dragon tomb except for a huge dragon bone. I heard the people from the city came back this morning looking very unhappy. How could they not be unhappy? So much time and effort was wasted to open the entrance, only to find nothing inside. Anyone would feel disappointed. But this didn't really concern the ordinary people. A few maids chatted and laughed, and then moved on. However, for Yun Changyu, who was eavesdropping outside, this was fantastic news. The Thousand Mountain Dragon tomb had been opened last night. What did this mean? It meant no one would be after his precious daughter's spirit bone anymore. Yun Changyu had worried all night, but upon hearing this good news in the morning, he felt refreshed and relieved. Since there was no longer a threat, he didn't need to consult his father for advice. Yun Changyu turned to go wake Yun Qinya for training, when a maid from Yun Shuli's courtyard ran over and bowed to him. "General, the old general wants to see you. He says he has something important to discuss." "Understood." Yun Changyu paused, wondering what important matter his father could want to discuss. The maid wouldn't know, so Yun Changyu hurried to Yun Shuli's courtyard. Under the tree in the courtyard, Yun Shuli had prepared tea on a stone table. Seeing Yun Changyu, he waved his hand to his son. "Changyu, come sit here." Yun Changyu quickly walked over and sat down across from Yun Shuli. As soon as he sat down, he eagerly asked, "Father, did you call me over for something important?" Yun Shuli didn't keep him in suspense. "Huang Huang is better now. Have you thought about what her future should be?" The general's mansion had fallen, and although there were some books about cultivation, a practitioner still needed systematic guidance to progress smoothly in their training. Not to mention, everyone in the Spirit Nest country knew about Huang Huang's talent. If news of her recovery spread, all the major powers would want to recruit her. Yun Shuli had seen the dirty tactics those powers used to compete for geniuses. If they couldn't recruit someone, they would find ways to ruin them instead. How long could this crumbling general's mansion protect Huang Huang? Yun Changyu understood his father's meaning. The general's mansion was no longer a safe place for Huang Huang. They needed to find her a new protector. Yun Changyu took a sip of tea and fell silent for a long time. After a while, he cautiously asked, "If not, should we let Huang Huang go to the Frost Snow sect to learn?" The Frost Snow sect is the top sect on the South Lu continent. It is filled with talented individuals, and it is said that the sect leader, Mo Lanshuang, is already a powerful spiritual sage, while the elders are all spiritual masters. If Huang Huang goes to the Frost Snow sect, no matter which elder she learns from, no one would dare to harm her. The Frost Snow sect is indeed a good place, and in 6 months, they will be recruiting new students, Yun Shuli said, but he didn't seem very happy about it. However, those elders at the Frost Snow sect have been acting recklessly in recent years. Various forces on the continent are unhappy, but they don't dare to confront them openly due to the sect's power. While they may not dare to confront them openly, there is still plenty of hidden rivalry. Going to the Frost Snow sect may not be the best choice. You are right, father. Yun Changyu looked at his cup of tea.
Then,
how about letting Huang Huang go to the Five Spirits Academy? For practitioners on the continent seeking systematic guidance, they can either go to various sects to learn or join a practitioner academy. The Five Spirits Academy is one of the practitioner academies on the continent, and it has some of the best instructors and facilities. Most importantly, the Five Spirits Academy is a completely neutral force. Their admissions are based solely on talent and strength, regardless of status. Yun Changyu suggested the Five Spirits Academy with a bit of personal interest. A father knows his child best. Yun Shuli certainly understood his son's intentions. He took a slow sip of tea and said, "Since this is about Huang Huang, we should ask for her opinion." "I understand, father." Yun Changyu stood up. "I'll go ask Huang Huang now." "What's the rush?" Yun Shuli shot him a look and carefully set down his teacup. "After all the trouble Huang Huang went through yesterday, do you really want to wake her up so early? What kind of father are you?" Realizing it was indeed too early, Yun Changyu sat back down. "That's unfair, father. No one cares for Huang Huang more than I do." Yun Shuli didn't want to argue with his son. It would only make him look childish. "Let's not discuss that. Last night at the general's residence, I didn't see any spiritual light bullets. Did Huang Huang not use the private soldiers I provided? About that, father, you might not believe it." Thinking about the scene of the Bai family last night, Yun Changyu couldn't help but smile a little. The Bai family somehow angered a group of spirit beasts, and their home was blocked by them last night. The Bai family's elder was bitten to death by a spirit beast, causing chaos in their house. Huang Huang took advantage of their distraction to rescue me and Qianyi, so our private soldiers didn't even need to intervene. Is that true? Yun Shuli found it strange. Although spirit beasts and humans lived together on the continent, spirit beasts had fixed habitats and rarely entered human cities. What could the Bai family have done to provoke the spirit beasts to block their door? And it just happened to be last night. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Regardless of whether others believed it or not, Yun Shuli did not. As for the reason behind it, since the father and son returned safely, he didn't want to investigate further. Yun Shuli and his son chatted about other things, and when the sun was high in the sky, they sent someone to call Yun Qianhuang. When the maid knocked on the door, Yun Qianhuang was meditating. Hearing the sound, she immediately ended her practice and got up to open the door. The maid from Yun Shuli's courtyard said that the old general and the general invited her to have a meal together. Yun Qianhuang's courtyard was next to Yun Qianya's, so since they were eating together, she quickly went next door to call Yun Qianya. On the way to the main courtyard, Yun Qianya followed behind Yun Qianhuang, unable to stop himself from looking her up and down. His gaze held no malice. He was simply curious, and Yun Qianhuang let him be. Finally, Yun Qianya couldn't help but tug at her sleeve and asked, "Sister, are you really okay now?" Since he woke up in the morning, Yun Qianya felt that what happened yesterday was like a dream. His sister, who was born with a mental disability, had been missing for 2 days, and her life token had shattered. Yet, she returned safely and returned to normal. Such a thing was something he never dared to dream of before. Even though Yun Qianhuang stood right in front of him, Yun Qianya still felt a sense of unreality. He was afraid that everything before him was an illusion. It was indeed hard for people to accept that a naturally slow-witted child suddenly became normal. Yun Qianya, unlike his father and grandfather, had not experienced much. After all, he was just a 15-year-old boy. He had to mature early and take care of his sister because of her past condition. Yun Qianhuang knew how Yun Qianya had taken care of her over the years. Suddenly, she stopped, turned around, and gently patted Yun Qianya's head. "Yes, sister is fine." At the same age, Yun Qianya was half a head shorter than Yun Qianhuang, needing to look up slightly to meet her gaze. He raised his head a little and saw the sparkle in Yun Qianhuang's eyes, reminding her of the big, white dog she had in her past life. She couldn't help but smile. "Let's go. We shouldn't keep Dad and Grandpa waiting." "Okay." Yun Qianya nodded seriously and followed closely behind her into the main courtyard. In the main courtyard, the maid had already prepared lunch, and Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya took their seats next to Yun Changyu. The Yun family did not discuss matters at the dining table. Instead, they waited until after the meal, dismissing the servants, before Yun Shuli brought up serious topics. "Qianhuang, I spoke with your father, and now that you are better, it's time to start your training. The general's residence can't provide you with the best resources right now, and staying at home would waste your talent, so your father and I plan to send you for systematic guidance." Yun Qianhuang sat up straight and did not interrupt while Yun Shuli spoke. "You have 2 choices: the continent's top sect, Frost Snow Sect, or the best school for cultivators, 5 Spirits Academy." Yun Shuli analyzed the pros and cons of both the Frost Snow Sect and 5 Spirits Academy for Yun Qianhuang, finally stating that no matter where she went, the general's residence would support her unconditionally. Yun Qianhuang didn't know much about either faction and felt fine with either choice. However, she noticed a change in her father Yun Changyu's expression when Yun Shuli mentioned 5 Spirits Academy. Yun Qianhuang searched her memory but found nothing. Then Yun Qianya leaned closer and whispered, "Sister, our mother used to be a student at 5 Spirits Academy." This was something Yun Qianya had overheard, so it was normal for Yun Qianhuang not to know. Now she understood. Yun Qianhuang nodded in realization. Both factions had their advantages and disadvantages, but since their mother had attended 5 Spirits Academy, she decided to go there. Resolved, Yun Qianhuang looked at Yun Shuli. "Grandpa, I want to go to 5 Spirits Academy. Have you thought it through?" Yun Qianya thought he was speaking quietly, but how much stronger was Yun Shuli? The old general heard Yun Qianya's words clearly. He didn't want his granddaughter to make a choice against her will because of her mother. I've thought it through, Yun Qianhuang replied firmly. Grandpa, please send me to Five Spirits Academy. Yun Qianya immediately raised his hand. Me too. Me too. The younger generation wanting to develop in a better place is not a bad thing. Yun Shuli originally planned for the siblings to go together for mutual support, and upon seeing this, he naturally agreed. However, the Five Spirits Academy does not accept any connections, and the General's mansion does not have that much influence. What Yun Shuli and Yun Changyu can do is prepare everything for the siblings and send them to participate in the Five Spirits Academy's enrollment. The Five Spirits Academy is not located within the borders of Qiling Country, but instead is situated in Tianling City, a place in the central part of the South Lu continent that is not governed by any country. From Qiling Country, even the fastest winged horse would take a month to reach it. The enrollment at the Five Spirits Academy is in 3 months, so the departure date is set for 10 days later. These 10 days are for preparing Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya. Actually, there isn't much to prepare since their 2 elders have already packed everything they might need into the siblings' storage rings. However, Yun Qianhuang did remember someone. It was a dark and windy night. At midnight, every household in Helen City had closed their doors, but the Ding family was still brightly lit and noisy. A few days ago, when the Ding family members arrived at the Spirit Beast Mountain Range, Ding He was already on the verge of collapse under Yun Qianhuang's command. Fortunately, his grandfather, Ding Fusheng, arrived just in time and fed him a 6th-grade healing pill, saving his life. The injury was healed, but no matter how hard the Ding family tried, they could not restore the contract between Ding He and the Thunder Tiger. Tonight was Ding He's 10th attempt to repair the contract, but it still ended in failure, and he vented all his frustration on the family servants. Summoners are a rare profession on the South Lu continent. In battle, ordinary cultivators can only rely on weapons and pills for assistance, but summoners can also call upon their spirit beasts. The collaboration between a summoner and their summoned beast allows the summoner to remain undefeated among cultivators of the same level. In 100 years, the Ding family has only produced Ding He as a summoner. Since Ding He summoned the Thunder Tiger, all of the Ding family's cultivation resources have been unconditionally directed towards him. His grandfather, Ding Fusheng, even boldly declared that Ding He would be the next head of the Ding family. However, if Ding He were to lose his summoned beast, all the privileges he enjoyed would vanish, let alone the position of head of the family. How could Ding He not be anxious? He looked at the Thunder Tiger, which was under control, and punched the wall beside him. What's wrong with you? Ding He released his mental energy and tried once again to communicate with the Thunder Tiger. To prevent Ding He from getting hurt, most of the guards and servants of the Ding family were stationed nearby, which led to a neglect in the house's defenses. Yun Qianhuang easily blended into the Ding family. Her slender figure silently jumped onto the roof and used her mental energy to check the situation inside the house. Yun Qianhuang had mastered her control over mental energy to perfection. As long as she wanted, those with lower levels of mental energy would not notice her at all. Those with higher levels, at least at the level of a spirit emperor in this world, were extremely rare. There were no more than 5 such powerful beings in the entire South Lu continent, and the Ding family could hardly afford to invite one. Thus, Yun Qianhuang's actions could be considered quite bold. However, the people inside the house did not sense her mental energy, but the trapped Lei who had been feeling weak, suddenly became alert as if sensing something. Ding He thought Lei who was reacting to his mental energy and was overjoyed. Ahoo! He increased his mental energy output, preparing to form a second contract with Lei Hu. At that moment, Lei Hu suddenly roared, pushing Ding He's mental energy back. Uft! Ding He was hit by his own mental energy and instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, causing the nearby guards and servants to panic. Young master, quick, get the medicine. The scene fell into chaos. On the roof, Yun Qianhuang used her mental energy to see what was happening inside, her brows slightly moving. That Lei Hu actually remembered her mental energy. This meant her actions tonight would go much more smoothly. In the darkness, A fleeting glint of amusement appeared in Yun Qianhuang's eyes as she connected with Lei, who using her mental energy, her voice reaching only his ears. In the contract space, Tion's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Master, what did you say to that little tiger? What could be so important that he, as a contracted beast, couldn't hear? A smile appeared in Yun Qianhuang's eyes. Tell it to cause a little trouble for the Ding family. A little trouble? Soon, Tion understood what Yun Qianhuang meant by little trouble. With the help of her mental energy, Lei Hu broke free from the trap the Ding family had used to confine it and let out a powerful roar at the people in the room. Some summoned beasts grow stronger as their master's level increases, and Lei Hu belonged to this category. With the resources available to him, Ding He had already reached the level of a 1-star Great Spirit Master, and Lei Hu had advanced from a first-tier summoned beast to a third-tier one. The third-level summoned beast let out a powerful roar, affecting even the guardians who had reached the Great Spirit Master level. Ding He, who was already suffering from his own spiritual backlash, was thrown several meters away by the shockwave and crashed heavily against the wall, spitting out blood. Being injured to this extent by his own summoned beast was quite unique for Ding He. The commotion quickly caught the attention of others in the Ding family. Ding Fuxing was the first to arrive at the scene, suppressing the Thunder Tiger, and then took out healing pills from his storage ring to give to Ding He. The medicine needed some time to take effect, so Ding Fuxing had someone take Ding He away while he stayed behind to handle the Thunder Tiger. This was exactly what Yun Qianhuang hoped to see. Out Yen, don't let that old man kill the Thunder Tiger. Yun Qianhuang instructed Out Yen to keep an eye on the situation while she quietly followed the servants to Ding He's courtyard. The servants helped Ding He into a room, lifting him onto the bed before leaving. No one thought Ding He would be in any danger at home, which gave Yun Qianhuang an opportunity. Taking advantage of the servants' distraction, she sneaked into Ding He's room and approached the bed, pulling out a dagger from her storage ring. This time, Yun Qianhuang didn't give Ding He a chance to escape. The dagger plunged into his neck without making a sound. Worried that Ding He might have a unique constitution, she also stabbed him several times in the chest to ensure he was truly dead before putting the dagger away and leaving the Ding family. She came silently and left without a trace. By the time the Ding family discovered Ding He had passed away, it was already the next morning. After a night had passed, Ding He's body was cold. Even the best healing pills couldn't save him now. The fact that their precious grandson was killed at home was not just a murder case, but a provocation against the Ding family. Ding Fuxing was furious and ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. Yun Qianhuang, the main culprit, felt no tension. Even though everyone knew the general's daughter was not foolish, in their eyes, she hadn't even started cultivating yet. The Ding family could suspect anyone but her. However, those young nobles who were with Ding He outside the Qianshan dragon tomb. They must have seen her actions when she killed Bai Muyu. Yun Qianhuang had been taught from a young age to eliminate threats completely. She could not leave any risks behind. After all, she had already killed Bai Muyu and Ding He. A few more wouldn't make a difference. Those young nobles had joined forces to dig out the original owner's spiritual bones, causing her to die in unbearable pain. None of them were innocent. When dealing with those who deserve punishment, Yun Qianhuang naturally showed no mercy. Soon, those people met the same fate as Ding He, dying in their own homes. Tion felt a bit uneasy. Master, do you think what we are doing is right? Hearing this, Yun Qianhuang suddenly summoned Tion. As the golden dragon spirit appeared, the room was filled with bright golden light, but thanks to Yun Qianhuang's mental barrier, no light could be seen from outside the room. Tion was confused. Master, why did you suddenly summon me? He floated in the air, looking at Yun Qianhuang in puzzlement. Yun Qianhuang looked up at him, her phoenix eyes cold and deep. Tion, do you know why when I first met you, my spirit bone was taken and my spirit roots were all severed? Tion was taken aback. He had never thought about that. But why was the master bringing it up now?
Could it be?
Was someone trying to harm you, master?
Tion asked cautiously.
It was more than just harm. Yun Qianhuang's lips curled into a cold smile. They dug out my spirit bone to enter the Qianshan dragon tomb and severed my spirit roots, trying to kill me. Tell me, should I kill such people? Yun Xianhuang didn't like explaining herself. If she killed them, would explaining bring them back to life? However, since Tion was now her contracted spirit, she didn't want him to be overly compassionate. Otherwise, it would be better not to have such a spirit. Human spirit roots and bones are as important as spirit cores for spirit beasts. Both are essential for cultivation. Tion thought for a moment. If a spirit beast took his spirit core, with his temper, he would want to wipe out that spirit beast's entire family. With that thought, his earlier hesitation vanished. They deserve to die. Yun Xianhuang was pleased with this answer. She returned Tion to the contract space and continued her cultivation. In the 10 days of preparation, aside from dealing with Ding He and those noble youths and the necessary meals, Yun Xianhuang spent all her time in her room cultivating. 10 days later, the day before her departure, she successfully advanced to a 3-star spirit user. With such a cultivation speed, even the so-called strong ones on the continent couldn't catch up, even on horseback. However, Yun Xianhuang clearly felt that after advancing to 3-star, the amount of spirit power needed for her next upgrade was much greater, more than double what she needed to go from 1-star to 3-star. In her past life, Yun Xianhuang also practiced, focusing on mental strength. The principle is the same. One cannot rush the process of cultivation. So when Yun Changyu called her for a talk, she decisively gave up her practice and went to his study. Yun Xinya was also called to the study. As soon as they entered, Yun Xinya eagerly asked, "Dad, what do you need from me and sister?" "Huang Huang, Xinya, come here." Yun Changyu waved to his children. When they approached, he suddenly took out 2 bottles of pills from his storage ring and placed them in front of them. Lower-grade pills are not too rare on the continent, but there are 12 grades in total, with higher grades being sacred and divine. It is difficult for alchemists to advance, and pills above the 6th grade require a lot of gold coins to purchase. Sacred and divine pills are even harder to find, as there is only one master alchemist capable of creating sacred pills on the continent, and none who can create divine pills. Most of these 2 types of pills come from ancient secret realms or treasures, like the Qianshan dragon tomb. From a distance, Yun Xianhuang couldn't tell the grade of the pills Yun Changyu brought out, but the faint scent suggested they were definitely not low grade. "Master, these are sacred spirit-forming pills." Out Yen's voice sounded surprised. His Qianshan dragon tomb had countless sacred pills, yet these 2 still amazed him. This allowed Yun Xianhuang to gauge the rarity of the so-called spirit-forming pills. Yun Xinya looked curiously at the 2 bottles and asked, "Dad, what kind of pills are these?" Yun Changyu replied succinctly, "They are sacred spirit-forming pills." "Sacred?" Yun Xinya gasped in surprise. "Dad, you've made it big. You even managed to get sacred pills. But what exactly is a spirit-forming pill? I've never heard of it." This was also a question for Yun Xianhuang. The siblings looked at each other, eager to learn. Yun Changyu was briefly pleased and then explained, "Spirit-forming pills help cultivators remove impurities from their spiritual roots, allowing them to absorb spiritual energy more smoothly. This is an ancient pill, and the method of making it has long been lost on the continent. It's normal that you haven't heard of it." Even he learned about spirit-forming pills through Ali, remove impurities from the spiritual roots. These words greatly shocked Yun Xianhuang. She had previously learned that every cultivator's spiritual root contains some impurities. These impurities can affect the absorption and transformation of spiritual energy, and cultivators cannot expel them on their own. Only when a cultivator's level increases does the impact lessen. For example, with the same spiritual energy, a spirit user might have an absorption rate of only 70%, but once they advance to a higher level, it could increase to 80%. However, if the impurities in the spiritual root could be removed, the absorption rate would reach 100%. This is something even powerful spirit emperors cannot achieve. It goes without saying how important this is for cultivators. So, after Yun Changyu explained the effects of the spirit-shaping pill, Yun Xinya excitedly hugged her father's leg. "Dad, is this for me and my sister?" Yun Changyu looked at her helplessly and said, "What would I take it out for if it's not for you? But to take the spirit-shaping pill, you must wait until you both advance to become great spirit masters and use it with the phoenix feather fruit. If either of these conditions is not met, taking the spirit-shaping pill could lead to a fatal explosion."
Yikes. A fatale explosion.
Upon hearing this, Yun Qianya lost her excitement. "Dad, maybe we should forget it. I think having a few impurities in my spiritual root is fine. The phoenix feather fruit grows near the nests of phoenixes and takes 1,000 years to bear a single fruit. Who knows if there are even any phoenixes left on the continent? Where would they find the phoenix feather fruit?" Yun Changyu looked at her deeply. "Huang, Qianya, you must take these 2 spirit-shaping pills before you reach the spirit sovereign level. This is what your mother told me when she gave birth to you too. As for why it's necessary, I don't know. Perhaps only when you meet your mother's family in the future will you understand. On this entire continent, there are probably only these 2 holy-grade spirit-shaping pills. Since you 2 have decided to cultivate at the 5-Spirit Academy, I will leave these pills in your care. Remember, you must take them before you advance to the spirit sovereign level." After giving the 2 spirit-shaping pills to the siblings, Yun Changyu shared some important notes about their journey to the 5-Spirit Academy. Due to the need to guard the general's mansion, Yun Changjue and Yun Shuli could not accompany Yun Qianhuang and her brother. However, since the journey was long, for safety, Yun Changyu hired a team of mercenaries at great expense to protect the siblings. Mercenaries are a group that can do anything for money. In her past life, Yun Qianhuang had also encountered mercenaries, and there are many similarities between mercenaries in both worlds. The difference is that in this world, mercenaries are all cultivators who rely on their own spiritual power and spiritual tools to complete tasks. The team of mercenaries hired by Yun Changyu all have levels above Great Spirit Master, and the captain is an 8-star Fire Element Great Spirit Master. In the territory of the Qiling Kingdom, it took a lot of effort for Yun Changyu to hire such a team. Even so, he was still worried and gave the siblings plenty of medicinal pills. Although Yun Qianhuang didn't say anything, she felt deeply moved. It was a new feeling to know that someone cared about her safety. She kept Yun Changyu's kindness in her heart and boarded the carriage prepared by the general's residence with Yun Qianya. The Qiling Kingdom is far from Tianling City, and the group traveled day and night for half a month, completing only half of their journey. 2 days ago, they entered the territory of the Huanling Kingdom. Now, they were in the capital city of Huanling Kingdom, Xuanfeng City. Huanling Kingdom is the most powerful country in the southern Liuzhou continent, while Qiling Kingdom ranks last. Therefore, compared to Helen City, Xuanfeng City is much more prosperous, bustling with merchants and without any curfews. When Yun Qianhuang and her group arrived in Xuanfeng City, it was almost dark. After days of travel, everyone was tired and decided to stay the night in Xuanfeng City before continuing their journey. Before they left, Yun Shuli gave the siblings a lot of gold coins, and Yun Qianya generously booked a nice room for Yun Qianhuang at a nearby inn. He chose to stay in a regular room, like the mercenaries. His reasoning was sister is a girl, so she should have the best room. Yun Qianhuang couldn't argue with him and accepted his kindness. At night, Xuanfeng City was brightly lit. Yun Qianya and the mercenaries were too tired from the journey and went to bed early. However, Yun Qianhuang was not sleepy. She had a light meal and then left the inn. She planned to visit the underground night market in Xuanfeng City, a place that Outyen had told her about. Outyen said that in some bustling cities on the continent, there are hidden trading places like this. Built underground and open only at night, it is called the Underground Night Market. In the Underground Night Market, as long as you have enough gold coins, you can buy anything you want, including other people's lives. Although the Underground Night Market in Xuanfeng City couldn't compare to that of Tianling City, it was still quite impressive. Outyen suggested she take a look, as she might find the phoenix feather fruit she needed. Yun Qianhuang became interested in the Underground Night Market after listening to Outyen's explanation. She spent a silver coin to ask a beggar by the roadside for directions to the entrance, and then went there alone. Before entering the Underground Night Market, she rummaged through her storage ring and, finally, took out a disguised pill to eat. In such a mixed place, it was best to be as inconspicuous as possible. As Tion said, the underground night market had everything. There were various shops and vendors selling all kinds of items. After walking a few steps, Yun Qianhuang saw a stall selling spirit tools. Spirit tools, like pills, were common at low levels but rare at high levels. The levels of spirit tools were classified the same way as pills, ranging from 1 to 12, with anything above 12 being a sacred tool and anything above that being a divine tool. Surprisingly, the stall at the edge of the night market had only spirit tools of level 6 and above. Yun Qianhuang casually picked up a level 7 spirit tool and asked, "How much is this in gold coins?" The stall owner, a middle-aged man, glanced at the spirit tool in her hand and kindly warned her, "This spirit tool is not suitable for you. However, if you want to buy it, it will cost you 10,000 gold coins." 10,000 gold coins. In the continent, 1 gold coin was worth 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin was worth 100 copper coins. Before leaving the general's residence, Yun Shuli had given her and her brother quite a few gold coins, but roughly calculated, it was only about 1,000, which was the savings accumulated during the general's residence's glory days. 10,000 gold coins. Perhaps the entire general's residence couldn't come up with that amount. Yun Qianhuang quietly placed the spirit tool back where she found it. "Thank you for the reminder. This spirit tool really isn't suitable for me." She didn't ask the middle-aged man how he made that judgment and left the stall. The man watched her back with a hint of curiosity. With excellent spiritual bones and 5 spiritual roots, which prominent family did this little monster belong to? The rules of the underground night market were: 1. Do not ask about the customer's background. 2. Do not inquire about the purpose of the customer's purchases. 3. No fighting allowed in the market. So, although the middle-aged man was curious, he had no intention of probing further. After all, breaking the rules of the underground night market could lead to dire consequences. Yun Qianhuang spent about half an hour exploring the underground night market and had a good understanding of the market's offerings. Here, the most popular items were undoubtedly pills and spirit tools, and the materials for crafting pills and spirit tools were also in high demand. In addition, there were formation plates drawn by formation masters and talismans created by talisman masters. There are many professions derived from cultivators on the continent, such as weapon refiners and alchemists, as well as formation masters and talisman masters. According to Tion, there is actually another profession on the continent called beast tamers. Unlike summoners, whose summon beasts appear when they awaken their spiritual roots, a summoner can only summon one beast in their lifetime. The rank and level of the summoned beast directly determine the summoner's future achievements. However, beast tamers are different. They use their strong mental power to control spirit beasts to fight for them. A powerful beast tamer can summon thousands of spirit beasts with a wave of their hand. At this point, Tion seemed to remember something and paused before saying, "Master, your method of summoning spirit beasts last time is actually very similar to that of a beast tamer, but the lineage of beast tamers has long disappeared from the continent. How could it not be similar? She is already a descendant of a beast tamer family." Yun Qianhuang didn't explain this to Tion. He would learn about it later. She continued to browse the underground night market for a while, but still couldn't find any stalls selling phoenix feathers. After all, these items are very precious. If they were easy to find, Yun Changyu would have bought them for the siblings long ago. Yun Qianhuang wasn't too disappointed. She had bought 2 formation plates and a few talismans, so it wasn't a complete loss. "You want to sell a few snake beast scales for 30,000 gold coins? Why don't you just go steal?" Suddenly, a quarrel erupted from a nearby stall. "This is not snake beast scales." The stall owner was a boy around 15 or 16, and his face turned red when he heard this. These people really had no eye for treasure, mistaking his prized possession for snake beast scales. If it weren't for, he wouldn't have put this item up for sale. Thinking of something, the stall owner's expression darkened a bit. The man who spoke earlier looked disdainful. "These scales are dark blue and identical in shape and size to snake beast scales. If they aren't snake beast scales, what spirit beast could they be?" I'm telling you, even if you're short on money, you shouldn't engage in such deceptive practices. Exactly. Two other people beside the man nodded vigorously in agreement. I say they aren't. The stall owner stood in front of his stall. If you want to buy, then buy. If not, hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time. The man, provoked by his words, became even more determined. I'm not leaving. I'm staying here today to prevent any unsuspecting person from being tricked by you. The man sat down next to the stall, showing he wasn't going to leave anytime soon. You. The stall owner was a bit angry, but since fighting was not allowed in the underground night market, he could only grumble as he started to pack up his things, planning to move to another spot. As he picked up the scales, he sighed softly. Why was there no one knowledgeable in this underground night market of Xuanfeng City? Yun Xianhuang watched the stall owner's actions with curiosity. Outyen, are those really not scales from a snake beast? Definitely not. Master, you must have heard of the four spirits, right? Those scales are from one of them, the divine beast Qinglong. Qinglong is known for taking care of its scales, so it's impressive that this human can present three at once. The divine beast Qinglong. Yun Xianhuang was surprised. Whether in her past life in China or in this world, Qinglong was a creature of legend that no one had ever seen. But according to Outyen, Qinglong actually existed. Moreover, Yun Xianhuang's gaze fell on the Qinglong scales in the stall owner's hand. Someone could obtain scales from Qinglong. Items from divine beasts were excellent materials for crafting or alchemy, and if these were indeed Qinglong scales, they would be worth much more than 30,000 gold coins. However, unfortunately, Yun Xianhuang was neither a craftsman nor an alchemist. While the Qinglong scales were precious, they were of no use to her at the moment. Yun Xianhuang looked away and prepared to leave the underground night market. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared next to the stall owner selling the Qinglong scales, and even Yun Xianhuang couldn't see how he had arrived. How much for these scales? That voice. Yun Xianhuang turned her head again and realized it was the middle-aged man she had encountered when she first entered the underground black market, who was selling spirit tools. Upon hearing someone inquire, the earlier man immediately perked up. Brother, are you interested in buying these scales? I must warn you, this guy is asking for a fortune. He wants 30,000 gold coins for a few snake beast scales, so don't let him trick you. Snake beast? Duanyang glanced at the man. The man nodded eagerly. Yes, it's a snake beast. Although this one looks high-level, snake beasts are among the most common spirit beasts. Even scales from an 8th-tier snake beast are only worth a few hundred gold coins. Duanyang carefully examined the scales in the stall owner's hand and shook his head. He didn't listen to the man and continued to ask the vendor, is it 30,000 gold coins? I don't have that much money with me. Can I give you 10,000 gold coins now and promise to pay the rest within 3 days? The vendor hesitated. 3 days was a long time, and he wasn't sure if his mother could hold on until then. The man was shocked by Duanyang's words. Brother, are you really going to buy it? Is there really someone willing to be such a fool? Duanyang ignored the man. He noticed the vendor's hesitation and thought for a moment before saying, Little brother, I am a weapon maker. If you think 3 days is too long, I can trade you a spirit weapon instead. You can choose any weapon below level 8. The man was even more surprised. A level 8 spirit weapon could easily sell for 100,000 gold coins. This person seemed a bit too naive. However, he had already said what he needed to say, and if the other person didn't listen, there was nothing he could do. The man shook his head and stopped speaking. The vendor looked at Duanyang and sighed. I don't want a spirit weapon. If you have an 8th grade healing pill, I can trade with you. The healing pill was the most common medicine for injuries, but adding 8th grade changed its value completely. Duanyang's expression changed. An 8th grade healing pill was indeed valuable, especially if it was from those 3 scales. But as a weapon maker, he couldn't produce such pills. Would he have to miss this opportunity? Suddenly, Duanyang spotted Yun Xianhuang watching from a distance. He perked up and said, Little brother, wait for me. In an instant, he appeared in front of Yun Xianhuang. Little girl, do you need a spirit weapon? Duanyang said, taking out an 8th grade bone sword from his storage ring. This is an 8th grade bone sword, suitable for all types of practitioners. I can sell it to you for just 20,000 gold coins. What do you think? He emphasized the word suitable for all types of practitioners. Earlier, he had told Yun Qianhuang, this spirit weapon is not suitable for you. Yun Qianhuang narrowed her eyes and quickly assessed the situation. This person must have noticed that she had 5 elemental roots. Her gaze fell on the 8th grade bone sword, which had several holes for embedding spirit cores, just like all spirit weapons. This sword had not just 1 hole, but 5, meaning it could hold 5 spirit cores without any rejection. This was likely why the 8th grade bone sword was suitable for all types of practitioners. Yun Qianhuang was intrigued. This bone sword was only a few centimeters longer than an ordinary dagger, and in her previous life, she had preferred weapons of this size. I don't have that much gold. Duanyang felt a bit disappointed. The price of 20,000 gold coins was already very cheap, and if it dropped any further, he wouldn't be able to buy those 3 scales.
But
Yun Qianhuang opened her storage ring and took out a small porcelain bottle. I can trade you an 8th grade recovery pill for it.
Duanyang instantly perked up.
He looked at the porcelain bottle in Yun Qianhuang's hand. The faint scent of medicine was unmistakable. It really was an 8th grade recovery pill.
Deal.
Duanyang eagerly handed over the bone sword to Yun Qianhuang, his eyes fixed on the porcelain bottle in her hand. Yun Qianhuang didn't say much and simply gave the 8th grade recovery pill to Duanyang. With the pill in hand, Duanyang quickly returned to the stall and exchanged it with the vendor for the scales. All 3 of them were satisfied with the trade. The man nearby was completely stunned. A few scales from a snake beast really allowed this kid to get an 8th grade recovery pill? The thoughts of others didn't matter to the 3, who got what they wanted. Duanyang carefully stored the scales and then took the initiative to befriend Yun Qianhuang. Little girl, my name is Duanyang, and I am a weapon refiner. If you ever want to buy any spiritual weapons, just come to the Duan's spiritual weapon shop in Tianling City. The prices are negotiable. Spiritual weapons are generally not as valuable as pills, so he actually benefited from this trade. Duanyang didn't like being in debt to others, so he made his intentions clear. Sure. Yun Qianhuang nodded, but didn't reveal her name. The original owner's name was already well known across the continent, and if this person had figured out she had 5 spiritual roots, she couldn't expose her identity any further. She didn't say much and quickly put away the 8th grade bone sword before leaving the underground night market. By the time she returned to the inn, it was already late. Yun Qianhuang quickly washed up and sat on the bed to continue her training. The cultivation in this world was different from her previous life. Even after days of continuous training without rest, she felt no fatigue. As dawn broke, Yun Qianhuang opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. After half a month of traveling, she had reached the threshold of a 4-star spiritual practitioner, just 1 step away from advancing smoothly. She got out of bed, freshened up, and prepared to go find others. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something and stopped to ask Tion. Tion, is there any way to prevent others from seeing my spiritual roots and bones? In her previous life, Yun Qianhuang showed extraordinary talent from a young age, but was suppressed by the elders of her clan, leading to a desperate situation. With her past experiences, Yun Qianhuang understood that revealing her abilities too early was not wise. Although she didn't know how Duanyang, a weapon maker, figured out she had 5 elemental roots, she hoped not to encounter such people again. There is a way, Tion replied. The first method is to quickly advance to Spirit Master, which would allow you to hide your elemental roots and bones. However, if you meet someone stronger than a Spirit Master, they will still see through it. The other method is to wear a concealment spirit tool. The high-level weapon maker you met last night likely has such a tool. I understand. It seemed she would need to visit the Duan family's spirit tool shop after arriving in Tianling City. Determined, Yun Qianhuang set this matter aside for now, opened the door, and stepped outside. The group did not linger in Xuanfeng City. After resting for a night, they continued their journey. Half a month later, They successfully left the territory of the illusionary spirit kingdom, and within a week, they would reach Tionling City, home to the Five-Element Academy. There were many habitats for spirit beasts on the continent, such as the Spirit Beast Mountain Range outside Helen City and the Spirit Rotation Forest between the illusionary spirit kingdom and Tionling City. The Spirit Rotation Forest was the largest habitat for spirit beasts on the continent, said to be filled with high-level spirit beasts, including sacred beasts. To reach Tionling City, they could either save time by going through the Spirit Rotation Forest, risking encounters with high-level spirit beasts, or take a longer route that would add at least a week to their journey. The mercenaries were uncertain and asked Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya for advice. Yun Qianya turned to Yun Qianhuang, "Sister, which path do you think we should take?" Yun Qianhuang thought for a moment. "Let's avoid the Spirit Rotation Forest." Yun Qianya immediately relayed this to the mercenary captain. "Let's follow my sister's advice." Although these mercenaries were all high-level spirit masters, they likely wouldn't be able to handle encounters with much stronger spirit beasts. This was also the thought of the mercenary captain, Chu Hong. He communicated the employer's wishes to his team and led them down another path. By avoiding the Spirit Rotation Forest, they faced no dangers along the way, and they didn't even encounter any passers-by. After a day of travel, the group found a place to rest. Chu Hong sat by the campfire, looking serious and deep in thought. Yun Qianhuang offered him some food, her gaze thoughtful. "Captain Chu, are you facing any trouble?" "Not exactly." Chu Hong took the food and politely thanked them before continuing. "There are only 2 roads to Tionling City. Since it's close to the enrollment days of various academies, there should be many talented people on this road. Yet today, we haven't seen a single person." Years of experience on missions told Chu Hong that this was definitely unusual. One team member took a bite of the food and mumbled, "Captain, maybe you're overthinking it. We might meet someone tomorrow." "I hope I'm just overthinking," Chu Hong replied, though his expression remained serious. Sometimes, he trusted his instincts more than anything else. They had helped him avoid many deadly dangers in the past.
Now,
Chu Hong glanced at the Yun siblings and chose not to say more. This road was chosen by their employer, and he didn't want to question that decision, but he would stay alert. Chu Hong quickly lowered his head and continued eating. Yun Qianhuang slightly pursed her lips. She didn't think Chu Hong was overreacting, but she couldn't determine the situation either. They would wait until tomorrow. If they still didn't encounter anyone, they would have to take the risk of going through the Lingxian forest. Yun Qianhuang shared the same thoughts as Chu Hong. After a night passed, everyone packed their things and continued on their journey. Before they set off, the team member who had said Chu Hong was overthinking the situation the day before remarked, "Captain, we will definitely meet other people today." Chu Hong did not argue. "Let's go." The group quickly set off again, traveling for most of the day without encountering anyone. Now, not just Chu Hong, but all the mercenaries felt that something was off. When things are strange, something is definitely wrong. Chu Hong had the others stop and then suggested, "Miss Yun, let's go back and take the road through Lingxian Forest." This situation was indeed odd. Chu Hong couldn't figure out why, but he didn't want to continue on this road. Yun Qianhuang lifted the curtain of the carriage and said, "Captain Chu, I'm afraid it might be too late." As soon as she said this, the mercenaries outside the carriage looked over. Chu Hong frowned. "Miss Yun, what do you mean?" "I'm afraid we have encountered an illusion beast." The illusion beast is a rare spirit beast that resembles a rabbit and loves to trap its targets in its illusions. Yun Qianhuang had just discovered records of the illusion beast from Outyan's legacy, realizing that they hadn't met any passers-by because they were trapped in an illusion. Even Outyan hadn't sensed the presence of the illusion beast because they were caught in the illusion. Illusion beast. Chu Hong frowned and immediately dismounted, taking out his spirit weapon and cautiously looking around. How can there be an illusion beast here? Not everyone knew about the illusion beast like Chu Hong did. The mercenaries also got off their horses and became alert, but one couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what is an illusion beast?" Chu Hong briefly explained what an illusion beast was, but since he had never seen one, he couldn't describe its appearance. During this time, Yun Qianhuang also pulled Yun Qiannite off the carriage and stood with the mercenaries. To create an illusion so silently, that beast must be at least level 8. If they didn't break the illusion quickly, they might all be in danger. Sister, stand behind me. After hearing Chu Hong's words, Yun Qiannite realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately positioned himself in front of Yun Qianhuang. His sister was still new to training and likely only a 1-star spirit user. He needed to protect her. Yun Qianhuang accepted her brother's kindness without objection. She released her mental energy and quietly began searching for a way to break the illusion. Chu Hong and the mercenaries surrounded the siblings, also trying to find a way to dispel the illusion. Every illusion must have a breakthrough point. Unfortunately, none of them were formation masters, or they wouldn't be so lost. Captain, that tree looks strange. Hearing a team member's comment, Chu Hong immediately looked over and conjured a fireball to throw at the tree. Any oddity in the illusion could be a breakthrough point. Unfortunately, the tree quickly caught fire from the fireball, showing no unusual signs. The speaking team member scratched his head and continued to observe other areas. Until they found the breakthrough point, no one dared to leave the group. Yun Qianhuang's mental energy was already impressive, but even so, she couldn't fully cover the entire illusion. That illusion beast. Yun Qianhuang suddenly looked up. It's a sacred beast. Spirit beasts are also divided into levels 1 to 12, and sacred beasts are even more powerful, surpassing the 12th level. The strength of a sacred beast is comparable to a spirit emperor among humans, and spirit beasts naturally possess stronger mental energy than humans. No wonder she couldn't pinpoint the breakthrough point in the illusion. Sister, what's wrong? Yun Qiannite, noticing Yun Qianhuang's unusual expression, looked tense. Are you feeling unwell? The illusion was full of danger. Although he hadn't felt anything yet, his sister, being new to training, would definitely be affected more than he was. Yun Qianhuang shook her head. I'm fine. Then, she leaned closer to Yun Qianya and whispered, Qianya, help me get rid of these mercenaries. Her voice was so soft that even Chu Hong beside her couldn't hear.
Sister?
Why did she want to get rid of these mercenaries? Yun Qianya didn't ask directly, but looked at Yun Qianhuang with confusion. Yun Qianhuang looked back at him, her eyes showing determination without any explanation. Sometimes, twins don't need to say much to understand each other. For instance, even though Yun Qianhuang didn't explain anything, Yun Qianya understood her resolve. Frowning, Yun Qianya quietly advised, then, sister, don't leave here. I'll get rid of them and come back. His sister must have her reasons for doing this. He had to trust her. Yun Qianhuang nodded. Only then did Yun Qianya turn to Chu Hong and say, Captain Chu, it seems there was some movement over there. Let's go check it out together. Staying in one place wasn't a good idea, and since Yun Qianya was one of their employers, Chu Hong quickly agreed. He called the other mercenaries to protect the siblings and moved in the direction Yun Qianya indicated. Yun Qianya followed behind the mercenaries, and Yun Qianhuang pretended to join them. Once everyone's attention was diverted, she quietly slipped away from the group. She took out a speed-enhancing talisman she had bought earlier and applied it to herself, quickly creating a significant distance from the others. Yun Qianhuang continued forward and stopped only when the talisman's effect wore off. A transparent mental barrier unfolded, and a golden dragon spirit appeared within it. Master. Outyan bowed his head to Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qianhuang asked, Outyan, can you find the approximate location of the breakthrough point in this illusion? Her mental strength wasn't enough to cover the entire illusion, so she needed Outyan's help. I should be able to. Outyan closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. Under his powerful perception, the entire illusion appeared in his mind. Suddenly, Outyan opened his eyes wide, a flash of light in his light golden gaze. Master, it's in the southwest direction. Yun Qianhuang nodded and focused her mental strength toward the southwest. Not here. Not here either. Here. Yun Qianhuang's lips curled slightly as she found it. She recalled Outyan into the contract space, took out another speed-enhancing talisman, applied it to herself, and quickly headed toward the breakthrough point of the illusion. Meanwhile, after getting rid of the mercenaries, Yun Qinya hurried back to where the carriage was parked. However, he searched inside and outside the carriage several times but couldn't find Yun Qianhuang. Sister. Yun Qinya suddenly thought of countless possibilities, and his emotions became a bit uncontrollable. It was all his fault. He should have stayed to accompany his sister. His sister had just recovered, and what if she encountered some danger? Yun Qinya didn't dare to think further. He unleashed his spiritual energy and frantically searched the surroundings. Meanwhile, with a boost from the acceleration talisman, Yun Qianhuang quickly found the breakthrough point in the illusion. She took out a bone sword, concentrated all her spiritual energy at the tip, and stabbed down fiercely. Chirp! A sharp and brief sound suddenly rang out, followed by the scene in front of her starting to twist and change, the illusion collapsing inch by inch. After the illusion disappeared, Yun Qianhuang realized she was on the path leading through the spirit spiral forest. Not far away was her carriage, and the mercenaries, along with Yun Qianya, were nearby. Sister. Yun Qianya spotted Yun Qianhuang and rushed to her side like a gust of wind, pulling her up and down to check on her. Sister, are you okay? The mercenaries also rushed over, and Yun Qianhuang, hiding from them, quietly put away her spiritual artifact. Her expression was calm, but her eyes looked a bit confused.
Qianya, I'm fine.
What just happened? Yun Qianya looked around. I don't know either. It seems the illusion has been broken, Chu Hong said as he approached. Although we don't know the reason, it's not a bad thing for us. As he said this, Chu Hong's gaze lingered on the siblings. He had noticed that they had separated from the group in the illusion. The breaking of the illusion was likely related to them. People from the general's mansion are indeed impressive. Whatever, as long as it's broken, Yun Qianya waved his hand dismissively. Sister, let's get on the carriage. Captain Chu, let's go through the spirit spiral forest this time. Chu Hong was about to nod when suddenly a floppy-eared rabbit jumped out from the nearby bushes. The rabbit stopped in front of Yun Qianhuang, leaped 3 feet high, and its fur stood on end. Chirp! Yun Qianya initially thought the rabbit that appeared out of nowhere was quite cute. But when it made that sound, his expression instantly became strange. Sister, do rabbits make that sound? Why did it sound so off? I don't know either, Yun Qianhuang said, tilting her head to look at the hopping rabbit, her gaze flickering. Yun Qianya's playful side emerged as he bent down, grabbed the rabbit by its ears, and took out a piece of dried food to tease it. The floppy-eared rabbit glanced at the food, and a look of what seemed like disdain appeared in its red eyes. Hey, you little rabbit, don't you dare turn your nose up at me. Yun Qianya put away the food, lifted the floppy-eared rabbit, and shook it a couple of times, making it dizzy and causing little stars to appear in its eyes. How fun! With one hand holding the rabbit and the other pulling Yun Qianhuang, they got onto the carriage. Seeing both employers on the carriage, Chu Hong signaled for the other mercenaries to mount, and the group set off toward the nearby Lingxian forest. Inside the carriage, Yun Qianya placed the rabbit on his lap and played with it happily. Soon, the rabbit grew impatient, showing its big teeth and huffing at Yun Qianya as if ready to bite. Yun Qianya wasn't scared. The rabbit was smaller than his head, so what threat could it pose? With that thought, he reached out to tease the rabbit again, only to get bitten.
Ouch!
Yun Qianya pulled back his hand in pain, shaking it wildly. The rabbit seized the moment, jumped off his lap, and quickly hopped into Yun Qianhuang's arms. It curled up on her lap, covering its eyes with its ears, looking extremely frightened. Yun Qianya felt a bit jealous. Sister, it seems like this rabbit likes you more. He had planned to share his food with the rabbit, but instead, his sister did nothing, and the rabbit willingly jumped into her arms. How unfair. Of course, Yun Qianya was just joking. He wouldn't really argue with his sister over something like this. Yun Qianhuang looked down at the curled-up rabbit on her lap. Little did Yun Qianya know that this floppy-eared rabbit, which he could easily lift with one hand, was actually a phantom beast that created the illusion they had just experienced. The phantom beast could create 3 illusions in a day, and if even one was broken, it would enter a weakened state. During this weakened state, the phantom beast was weaker than a level 10 spirit beast, and due to its unique nature, many powerful spirit beasts wanted to eat it. If she guessed correctly, this phantom beast must have sensed Ao Yan's presence and sought protection. However, she wasn't a kind-hearted person. Yun Xianhuang lifted the phantom beast like Yun Qianya had done, saying, "We don't have any food for rabbits. Let's throw it out." As she spoke, she was about to hand the phantom beast back to Yun Qianya. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon hearing Yun Qianhuang's intention to abandon it, the phantom beast panicked. It struggled fiercely, escaping from her hands, and suddenly turned back, biting at Yun Qianhuang's finger. Just now, when facing the illusion beast, it only bit lightly to make it let go. But this time, it bit down hard, and Yun Qianhuang's fingertip was instantly pierced. "You daring rabbit! How dare you bite my sister? I will roast you into crispy rabbit." Yun Qianya was unhappy and reached out to catch the illusion beast. At that moment, a contract formation appeared under the illusion beast and Yun Qianhuang's feet. Chirp. The formation didn't last long, and after it disappeared, the illusion beast screamed and rushed into Yun Qianhuang's contract space. Yun Qianhuang, forced into a contract. Yun Qianya, watching the illusion beast disappear. "Sis, that was..." Yun Qianhuang wiped her bleeding fingertip and pressed her temples, saying helplessly, "It's a contract formation." "Oh, it's a contract." Yun Qianya started, but suddenly stopped. He widened his eyes in shock and rushed in front of Yun Qianhuang. "Sister, you said contract formation? Isn't it only summoners who can form contracts with spirit beasts? Their family doesn't have a summoner's bloodline, so how could she form a contract with a spirit beast?"
Yes.
Yun Qianhuang's thoughts stirred, and a complex red mark appeared on her forehead. This is the symbol of forming a contract with a spirit beast. She had it when she formed a contract with Ao Yan before, but she had concealed it with her mental power. Now, the illusion beast actively formed a contract with her in front of Yun Qianya, and she couldn't hide it. Yun Qianya's eyes lit up. "Sister, are you a summoner?" Yun Qianhuang hesitated for a moment. "You can think of it that way. Although summoners are rare on the continent, they are still present and not as eye-catching as beast tamers." Yun Qianya's joy was evident on his face. His sister is a summoner, a rare talent among 10,000 people. His sister is truly a genius. Yun Qianya was so excited that he momentarily forgot that a summoner can only recontract a spirit beast after their own summoned beast dies, and can only contract a spirit beast of a lower rank, with a low success rate. Otherwise, the Ding family wouldn't have changed their attitude toward Ding He because he couldn't repair the contract with the Thunder Tiger. Seeing Yun Qianya's excitement, Yun Qianhuang's gaze softened unconsciously. After the excitement faded, Yun Qianya remembered to ask, "By the way, sister, what about that rabbit?" Yun Qianhuang paused for a moment. "It heard you say you would roast it into crispy rabbit and hid in the contract space." Actually, the magical beast was afraid of being abandoned, so it simply hid in her contract space. Yun Qianya didn't know the truth. He was momentarily stunned and quickly assured, "Sister, don't worry. Since it has made a contract with you, I definitely won't roast it into crispy rabbit." Yun Qianhuang patted his head, indicating that she would inform the rabbit. At that moment, Ao Yan finally reacted, his voice filled with shock through their mental connection. "Master, you are a beast tamer." No summoner had ever contracted 2 spirit beasts at the same time. Although he only had a remnant soul, he had also made a contract with his master. Now there was an additional magical beast. Only a beast tamer could achieve this. Yun Qianhuang did not deny Ao Yan's words. Ao Yan excitedly wiggled his body. His master was actually a beast tamer. Making a contract with his master was definitely the right choice. In the same contract space, the large dragon's soul made the magical beast curl up and tremble. No one told it that its master had also contracted a divine dragon. Although it was just a remnant soul, that didn't change the fact that it was a divine dragon. What kind of person was this master? Being with Ao Yan was quite overwhelming, and soon the magical beast couldn't help but leave the contract space, burrowing into Yun Qianhuang's arms as she practiced. When Yun Qianhuang finished her training and opened her eyes, she met the gaze of the red-eyed rabbit. The magical beast nuzzled her arm affectionately, its voice coming through their mental connection. Master, the contract was already established, and since this magical beast was a sacred beast, Yun Qianhuang blinked, but did not push it away. Yun Qianya was also training at this time, and to avoid disturbing him, she communicated with the magical beast through their mental connection. Do you have a name? I do, Master. My name is Fubai. Fubai's ears twitched. No one would associate such a cute floppy-eared rabbit with the legendary magical sacred beast. Yun Qianhuang reached out to pet Fubai's head. Its fur was very soft and didn't shed, feeling great to the touch. Contracting such a magical beast seemed quite nice. Yun Qianhuang petted Fubai a couple more times before pulling out a book on alchemy to read. This book was found in her storage ring and likely belonged to the man from before. Being an alchemist is a very profitable profession, and her previous trip to the black market made Yun Qianhuang realize just how poor she currently was. Although she still had many pills to sell, there would come a day when they would run out. It was better for her to become an alchemist herself. However, the alchemy book only contained recipes for various pills, and Yun Qianhuang had nearly worn it out from reading, but still didn't know how to get started. Yen, being a spirit beast, didn't need to practice alchemy, so his teachings didn't include anything about it. This meant Yun Qianhuang had to figure it out on her own. Suddenly, the cart that had been moving smoothly jolted violently and came to a stop. Yun Qianhuang quickly put away the alchemy book and lifted the curtain to ask the mercenary driving the cart what happened. Miss, nothing is wrong, the mercenary replied without turning around. We're about to enter the spirit rotation forest, and the cart can't go in. The spirit rotation forest is the largest habitat for spirit beasts on the continent, filled with spirit beasts and herbs of level 3 and above, making it a favorite spot for mercenaries. However, more spirit beasts also mean more danger. Entering the forest without enough strength is like seeking death. The team of great spirit masters could manage to protect themselves on the outskirts, but going deeper would leave them as nothing but scraps. The road to Tionling City only required passing through the outskirts of the spirit rotation forest, but it was difficult for horses and carts to travel inside, so they had to go on foot. Several entrances to the forest had rest stations for those wanting to enter to store their carts and horses. After hearing the mercenary, Yun Qianhuang looked around to ensure there was no potential danger, then turned back to her brother, Yun Qianya. The recent jolt had interrupted his training. He had also heard the mercenary's words, so he jumped off the cart and reached out to help Yun Qianhuang down. Yun Qianhuang took his hand and got off the cart. At that moment, Fubai jumped out from inside the cart and nestled into Yun Qianhuang's arms. Seeing Fubai, Yun Qianya's eyes lit up, and he took out something to play with it. Although Fubai was reluctant, it allowed Yun Qianya to tease it since he was Yun Qianhuang's brother. Fortunately, Yun Qianya didn't play with it for too long. While the mercenaries were busy with the horses, he leaned in close to Yun Qianhuang and whispered, "Sister, I feel that in half a month, I will break through to a 6-star spirit master." Yun Qianya's talent might not match Yun Qianhuang's, but his spirit bone was also of high quality, allowing him to cultivate at a speed second only to the best. At just 15 years old, he was already on the verge of breaking through to a 6-star spirit master, a remarkable achievement among his peers. Yun Qianhuang didn't hold back her praise. "Qianya, you're amazing." Yun Qianya smiled shyly, as if remembering something, and quickly said, "Sister, don't be sad. You have more talent than I do, so you'll catch up to me soon." Yun Qianhuang's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile, but she did not respond to this. After taking care of the horses and vehicles, Chu Hong led the team, protecting the Yun siblings as they entered the Lingxian forest. The group moved slowly through the forest. Many mercenaries were on missions in the Lingxian forest, and they encountered 3 teams shortly after entering. The mercenary guild on the continent had a single leader. Although Chu Hong and his team came from the weakest Qiling kingdom, the other mercenaries did not look down on them. Instead, they greeted Chu Hong warmly. The Lingxian forest was a dangerous place, and they could easily encounter threats. In such situations, it was wise to build good relationships with other mercenary teams in the forest. Most mercenaries thought this way, but some did not. Soon, Yun Qianhuang's group met the fourth team of mercenaries that day. This team's mission was clearly similar to Chu Hong's, with about 20 mercenaries surrounding 3 individuals in the center, protecting them. When Yun Qianhuang saw them, the mercenaries noticed Chu Hong as well. The leader of the mercenary team opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to greet Chu Hong, but quickly closed it again, saying nothing. Chu Hong was not one to push for interaction. Noticing the other party's reluctance, he remained silent. The two teams passed each other, and Fu Bai's nose twitched before his eyes brightened. Master, they have puhuan grass. Puhuan grass was the favorite food of illusion beasts, without exception. However, puhuan grass grew in the inner part of the Lingxian forest, where powerful spirit beasts posed a significant threat to Fu Bai. If he entered a weakened state, those beasts could easily see him as prey. Fu Bai only occasionally ventured into the inner area to collect puhuan grass, so he was excited to smell it on those people. Yun Qianhuang reached out to pat his head. I'll help you collect some in the inner area later. Puhuan grass was a rare medicinal herb, and those people might have come to the Lingxian forest specifically to gather it, so they would not easily give it to her. Yun Qianhuang did not like to ask others for help, so she planned to return to the Lingxian forest later to collect puhuan grass for Fu Bai. Fu Bai's ears drooped a bit, looking disappointed, but he still said, "Thank you, master." Suddenly, the team of mercenaries stopped, and a voice called out from the crowd, "Wait a moment." Zhu Hong paused for a moment and looked at Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya with a questioning gaze. The siblings did not glance aside and didn't even stop walking, clearly not taking the person's words seriously. Zhu Hong decided not to linger and quickly moved on, ignoring the comment. A spoiled female voice called from behind, "Hey, didn't you hear me? I told you to wait." No one paid her any attention. Lin Shuangxue, the only daughter in her family, had always been pampered by her parents and elders, and she had never been ignored like this before, which made her quite upset. A burst of flames appeared in front of Yun Qianhuang and her group, forcing everyone to stop and look at Lin Shuangxue, who had created the fire. Yun Qianya glared at her and asked, "What do you mean by this?" Lin Shuangxue proudly walked up to Yun Qianhuang and her group. The flames disappeared, and she stood in front of Zhu Hong, lifting her chin slightly and looking at Yun Qianhuang as if she were making a generous offer. "I want your rabbit. Just tell me how many gold coins you want for it." She had never seen such a beautiful floppy-eared rabbit before. Lin Shuangxue, spoiled by her family, was used to having whatever she desired brought to her. She had taken a liking to Fu Bai, so she thought that just by asking, Yun Qianhuang would give it to her. But this wasn't the Lin family, and Yun Qianhuang wasn't her elder. In response to Lin Shuangxue's unreasonable demand, Yun Qianya shot back, "This is my sister's rabbit. With all the mercenaries you brought, can't you catch a rabbit yourself?" In truth, Lin Shuangxue didn't have a habit of raising spirit pets. She just thought Fu Bai looked nice and wanted to keep a rabbit. She wasn't set on Fu Bai. Yun Qianya's words sparked a rebellious feeling in Lin Shuangxue. She opened her storage ring and pulled out a spirit gold card. "How about this? 1 rabbit for 1,000 gold coins?" If Fu Bai were just an ordinary rabbit, 1,000 gold coins would be more than enough to buy 100 of them. However, Fu Bai was a mythical beast, and even a small part of a sacred beast could sell for tens of thousands of gold coins. 1,000 gold coins wouldn't even buy a claw. Moreover, Yun Qianhuang had no intention of selling her contracted beast. Holding Fu Bai, she looked over calmly and said, "Sorry, I'm not planning to sell it." Her expression was neutral, making it hard for others to read her feelings. In contrast, Lin Shuangxue wore her emotions on her face. Upon hearing that Yun Qianhuang didn't intend to sell, she pouted and switched to a 10,000 gold coin card. "How about this? 10,000 gold coins, is that enough?" Her tone sounded like Yun Qianhuang thought that 1,000 gold coins were too little to sell. Yun Qianya stepped forward, wanting to confront Lin Shuangxue, but Zhu Hong and the others blocked him. He could only argue, my sister said she won't sell, so she won't. Can't you understand simple words? What did you say? Lin Shuangxue waved her hand, and a fiery whip appeared in her grasp. Do you know who I am, daring to speak to me like that? I don't care who you are, Yun Qianya replied defiantly. What, do you want to fight? With Lin Shuangxue ready with her spirit weapon, Yun Qianya also summoned a fiery spear. He squeezed through Zhu Hong and the others to stand in front of Lin Shuangxue. He unleashed the powerful energy of a 5-star spirit master, even stronger than Lin Shuangxue's. The mercenary captain protecting Lin Shuangxue, Cui Xiao, was a 5-star spirit king. He easily recognized the gap in strength between Yun Qianya and Lin Shuangxue. To be honest, Cui Xiao was also unhappy with Lin Shuangxue's attitude, but they were paid to protect her, and her background was not something they could provoke. Cui Xiao sighed internally and stepped forward, lowering his head to Yun Qianya. He adopted a sincere apologetic stance. Young brother, I'm really sorry. Miss Lin has been spoiled by her family and means no harm. I hope you won't take it personally. Since they hadn't fought, Cui Xiao's polite apology calmed Yun Qianya down a bit. Unfortunately, Lin Shuangxue completely ignored Cui Xiao's kindness. Cui Xiao, why are you apologizing to him? She scoffed. It's an honor for them that I even consider that rabbit. I am the eldest young lady of the Lin family. Hey, here's 10,000 gold coins.
Give me that rabbit.
The 10,000 gold coin spirit card was sent to Yun Qianhuang with a burst of energy. The Lin family. Zhu Hong pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up. He leaned closer to Yun Qianhuang and whispered, Miss, the Lin family is one of the top families in Tianling City, with many powerful members. It's said that their ancestor is just one step away from becoming a spirit emperor. Such a large family, not even the general's mansion or the royal family of Qiling Kingdom would dare to provoke lightly. Zhu Hong thought that Fu Bai was just an ordinary rabbit, and it wasn't worth offending the Lin family over it. Lin family? Yun Qianhuang repeated softly, her tone calm. Zhu Hong couldn't tell what she was thinking at the moment. However, along the way, he gained some understanding of Yun Qianhuang's personality. After regaining her senses, Miss Yun was very careful in her actions and words. She was not an impulsive person. Zhu Hong felt that after saying all this, Yun Qianhuang should know what to do next. The spirit gold card floated in front of Yun Qianhuang, supported by spiritual energy. She lifted her eyelids to glance at it, and a gust of wind blew, sending the card directly to Lin Shuangxue's face, hitting her perfectly. It didn't hurt at all, and made no sound. Zhu Hong. Lin Shuangxue, in disbelief, took the spirit gold card off her face. Anger surged within her, and the flames on her whip shot up, wrapped in spiritual energy, aimed at Yun Qianhuang. Zhu Hong was about to defend himself when the fiery spear shot straight at Lin Shuangxue. Before the whip could strike, the spear was already pressed against Lin Shuangxue's neck. Yun Qianya had a dark expression, his other hand clenched tightly at his side, making cracking sounds. Do you want to hurt my sister? Yun Qianya had heard what Zhu Hong said earlier. The Lin family seemed to be a very powerful family, at least their military house was not to be trifled with. But so what? Grandpa had said that their military house did not seek trouble, but they were never afraid of it. Even if the king himself came today, he could not harm his sister. The heat from the flames hit Lin Shuangxue's face, and her hand holding the whip froze, not daring to strike. She angrily looked at Cui Xiao beside her. Cui Xiao, he's trying to kill me. Why are you just standing there? Quickly, capture them all. With Lin Shuangxue's life threatened, Cui Xiao could not ignore it. Little brother, we need to protect Miss Lin's safety. Sorry for the trouble. Vines shot up from the ground, wrapping around Yun Qianya's spear and Lin Shuangxue, instantly separating the two. At the same time, another vine wrapped around Yun Qianya's hand, preventing him from moving recklessly. Cui Xiao was a reasonable person. This situation arose because Lin Shuangxue was too headstrong, so he only restrained Yun Qianya without intending to harm him. Lin Shuangxue had mercenaries, and Yun Qianya naturally had his own. Zhu Hong stepped forward and drew his large knife, directly cutting the vines off Yun Qianye. Each had their own interests. Cui Xiao did not criticize him and even advised, "Miss Lin, let me help you catch a rabbit. It's better not to take someone else's beloved." Just as Lin Shuangxue was about to respond, Yun Qianhuang's cold voice cut through the crowd. "Do you want my rabbit?" Lin Shuangxue pulled back her whip and huffed. "You know what to do. Give me that rabbit." Her tone made the mercenaries behind Cui Xiao frown. If it weren't for the generous reward from the Lin family, they wouldn't want to protect this temperamental young lady. Even her own people couldn't stand Lin Shuangxue's attitude, let alone those from Yun Qianhuang's side. Yun Qianye raised his spear again, the tip bursting with strong fire energy, as if it could burn everything. "Qianye," a cold female voice spoke again. Yun Qianye glared at Lin Shuangxue in frustration, then turned to Yun Qianhuang. "Sister, she's really infuriating. I want to hit her." Yun Qianye didn't hide his thoughts at all. Yun Qianhuang gently stroked the rabbit in her arms, giving it a reassuring look. She stepped forward, and the mercenaries quietly moved aside to give her space. Her delicate fingers rested on the rabbit's head, and unnoticed by everyone, a soft, powerful leaf was brought to the rabbit's mouth. The rabbit sniffed curiously, puzzled that it couldn't identify the plant. However, it trusted its owner wouldn't harm it, so with that thought, the rabbit quickly took the leaf into its mouth. The leaf melted instantly, and a gentle energy flowed through the rabbit's body. Yun Qianhuang stopped just a step away from Lin Shuangxue and raised the rabbit to her. "If Miss Lin wants it, I will naturally offer it with both hands." Chu Hong quietly sighed in relief. If the employer insisted on keeping the rabbit, they would have to do their best to protect her. But the opposing mercenaries were stronger overall, and if a fight broke out, they wouldn't gain anything and would offend the Lin family. Miss Yun truly knew how to weigh her options. Chu Hong felt fortunate, completely forgetting Yun Qianhuang's earlier humiliating attack. Yun Qianye caught up with Yun Qianhuang and grabbed her hand. "Sister, I'm not afraid of the Lin family. Don't give it to her." No one noticed that the rabbit's ears slowly perked up, and its originally red eyes flashed with a hint of purple light, swirling as if they could draw everything in. "Your sister already said she would give it to me. What do you have to do with it?" Lin Shuangxue snatched the rabbit from Yun Qianhuang's hands and shoved a spirit gold card worth 10,000 coins into her hands. "I said 10,000 gold coins means 10,000 gold coins. I won't let you lose out." Lin Shuangxue held Fu Bai in her arms and lowered her head to its fur. At that moment, Fu Bai suddenly looked up and met her gaze, its rabbit-like eyes swirling slowly. Yun Qianhuang glanced at the spirit gold card in her hand and mentally instructed Fu Bai, "Fu Bai, just make her lost in the illusion. No need to harm her." The leaf from earlier was one of the most precious treasures in the Qianshan Dragon Tomb, a leaf from the blue crystal lotus. The blue crystal lotus was brought back by Out Yen from the divine demon continent, and just one leaf could help Fu Bai recover from its weakened state. Fu Bai could create 2 more illusions today. The illusions of the illusionary sacred beast could confuse even those with lesser strength, and outsiders would find it hard to notice anything unusual. Even if they did notice, unless a spirit emperor-level expert used all their mental strength, it would be impossible to help Lin Shuangxue break the illusion. Any interference from a non-spirit emperor would only turn Lin Shuangxue into someone foolish. Now, after Lin Shuangxue met Fu Bai's gaze, her eyes gradually lost focus. She looked a bit dazed, but soon she turned with Fu Bai in her arms and walked toward the mercenaries with Cui Xiao. Cui Xiao gave an apologetic look to Yun Qianhuang and then turned with Lin Shuangxue. In the mercenary group, there were 2 other young boys who were also being protected alongside Lin Shuangxue. The boy on the left glanced at Lin Shuangxue and then at Fu Bai in her arms, his eyes suddenly filled with an unclear glimmer. "Xianqing, what's wrong?" the boy beside him asked curiously. Lu Xianqing chuckled softly. "Nothing, just found something interesting." "What is it?" "Guess." Cui Xiao followed behind Lin Shuangxue as they returned to the group. Their task was not just to protect the 3 employers, but also involved other matters, so they quickly moved forward. On Yun Qianhuang's side, Yun Qianye glared at Lin Shuangxue's departing figure, feeling dissatisfied. He didn't mention that Yun Qianhuang's decision was wrong. He simply put away his spirit tool and turned back to the group. Everyone continued onward. The spirit rotation forest was vast, and it would take a week to walk through completely. The dangers increased at night, making it unsuitable to continue. Zhu Hong found a relatively safe cave, and everyone made a fire to rest inside. Zhu Hong was on night watch, sitting near the cave entrance, alert to any sounds outside. Suddenly, a rustling noise came from the grass nearby. Zhu Hong immediately grasped the large knife beside him, his sharp gaze fixed on the patch of grass. A small white figure suddenly jumped out from the grass, and Zhu Hong let out a sigh of relief. It was just a wild rabbit. Under the night sky, Zhu Hong completely failed to recognize that the wild rabbit was actually Fu Bai. Taking advantage of his distraction, Fu Bai quickly jumped into a cave, ran to the side of Yun Qianhuang, who was pretending to rest, and slipped into her contract space. Meanwhile, the rabbit that Lin Shuangxue had bought suddenly ran away, causing Cui Xiao to feel tense. "Quick, help Miss Lin find the rabbit." Lin Shuangxue glanced at him, but her gaze seemed unfocused. Gong Jiulu tore off a leg from the roasted chicken and handed it to Lu Xianqing, speaking hesitantly. "Xianqing, why do I feel like Miss Lin is acting a bit strange?" Since parting ways with the group of mercenaries they encountered during the day, this headstrong young lady hadn't said a word. Given her temper, losing the rabbit should have made her furious, ordering Cui Xiao to send all the mercenaries to search for it. Why did she only look at Cui Xiao and say nothing? Did you just notice? Lu Xianqing took the chicken leg with a disapproving tone. "Look at her eyes." Gong Jiulu bit into another chicken leg while watching Lin Shuangxue's eyes closely. Under the firelight, he quickly noticed something was off. Gong Jiulu mumbled, "Hiss, is Miss Lin being controlled?" That unfocused gaze was exactly like those he had seen in people affected by control spells. "It's not control." Both of them kept their voices low, confident that the crackling of the fire would mask their conversation from the mercenaries. Lu Xianqing had no intention of hiding the truth from Gong Jiulu. "It's an illusion." If he guessed correctly, that rabbit might be the rumored illusion beast. However, Lu Xianqing kept this thought to himself. The next morning, everyone had a bit of food before continuing toward Tianling City. Although there weren't many high-level spirit beasts at the edge of Lingxian Forest, there were some. Luckily for Yun Qianhuang and the others, they had only encountered low-level spirit beasts over the past 3 days, which Chu Hong and the others easily dealt with. This undoubtedly made the mercenaries relax, and they even joked with each other. After traveling all day without finding a cave, the group had to find a tree and use spirit beast repellent powder to create a relatively safe space beneath it. Tonight, another mercenary was on watch. In the first half of the night, he continued to observe the surroundings. In the past few days, there had been no danger. During the first half of the night, no spirit beasts approached, so he leaned against a tree and fell asleep. On the surface, Yun Qianhuang seemed to be resting, but she was actually meditating with her eyes closed. When she noticed the night watchman had fallen asleep, she opened her eyes, extinguished the fire with her spiritual energy, and took over the watch. Without the sound of burning wood, the surroundings became eerily quiet. Yun Qianhuang expanded her spiritual awareness to observe the area. As night faded, the eastern sky began to brighten. It seemed like a peaceful night. However, at that moment, several powerful spiritual energies, rivaling Yun Qianhuang's, appeared in the forest. To avoid detection, she quickly withdrew her spiritual energy and looked toward the source of those energies. There were at least 3 powerful beings at the Spirit Emperor level. This was only the outskirts of the Spirit Rotation Forest. How could such strong individuals appear here? Although she was very curious, Yun Qianhuang knew that curiosity could lead to trouble, so she refrained from investigating. However, those energies were too close to their location. If they stayed here, it would only be a matter of time before they were discovered. If those individuals were after the spirit beasts of the forest, that would be one thing, but if not... Yun Qianhuang pushed the sleeping Yun Qianya awake. He was grumpy about being woken up, but when he saw it was Yun Qianhuang, he immediately lost his irritation. He opened his mouth to ask what was happening, but Yun Qianhuang made a hush gesture. Understanding, Yun Qianya quickly closed his mouth. Yun Qianhuang raised his hand and wrote in his palm, "There are several powerful individuals to the southeast with unclear intentions. We need to leave." Yun Qianya wrote back, "I'll wait Captain Zhu and the others." Yun Qianhuang nodded, and the siblings quickly split up to act. Before long, all the mercenaries were awake. Yun Qianhuang quietly explained the situation to Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong glanced to the southeast and quickly made a decision. "We need to leave now." Under the cover of night, everyone quietly moved away from their previous location. As dawn approached, they had already traveled several miles from where they had stopped. The powerful spiritual energies did not pursue them, allowing Yun Qianhuang to finally relax her tense nerves. She looked at Zhu Hong and said, "We can stop now." Zhu Hong understood the reason they had to leave, but the other mercenaries were still unaware. Woken up unexpectedly, the mercenaries felt some frustration. They stopped and expressed their dissatisfaction. "Captain, what happened? We haven't had enough rest." "Yeah, Captain, what's going on?" Zhu Hong knew he had to explain to the brothers. He glanced at Yun Qianhuang and, seeing she had no objections, relayed her words to the others. Once he explained, the mercenaries' frustration deepened. "Is it just because of a few strong individuals?" "Captain, we have no conflict with them. Why should we be afraid? Those strong ones must be here in the spirit rotation forest to find treasures or hunt spirit beasts. We're just passing through. We won't affect them. There are many strong people on the continent, and without any conflict or prior acquaintance, why would they attack them for no reason?" "This Miss Yun is overreacting, isn't she?" They had been walking all day, constantly on guard for potential dangers, and still couldn't rest properly. Even as employers, they shouldn't treat people like this. Though the mercenaries didn't dare openly criticize Yun Qianhuang, their eyes showed their dissatisfaction. Yun Qianhuang scanned the mercenaries and noticed that only Zhu Hong seemed unaffected. With a team like this, even with a generous reward, they would not wholeheartedly protect her in the future. Since that was the case, she felt no need to say more. Yun Qianhuang approached Zhu Hong. "Captain Zhu, could you give me a map to Tianling City?" Of course. This was not an unreasonable request. Zhu Hong quickly took out a map from his storage ring and handed it to Yun Qianhuang. She unfolded it, checked it, and after confirming it was correct, put it into her storage ring. Then, she took out a spirit gold card worth 4,000 gold coins and handed it to Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong's brow twitched, and he looked at Yun Qianhuang with confusion. "This spirit gold card has 4,000 gold coins, plus the 1,000 gold coins my father gave you, which is exactly your payment for this mission." Yun Qianhuang looked at Zhu Hong with a calm expression. "You don't need to protect me anymore. Captain Zhu, you may go back." "Miss Yun." Since the mission was not completed, Zhu Hong was reluctant to accept the payment, but before he could finish speaking, Yun Qianhuang turned and left with Yun Qianya. He wanted to chase after them but hit an invisible wall, watching helplessly as the siblings walked away. The mercenaries behind him gathered around, looking relaxed. "Captain, it was her who said we don't need to protect her. Why are you still worrying about them?" "Yeah, Captain, we already got paid. Let's go back." They still held some resentment towards Yun Qianhuang, so not having to protect her was a good thing for them. Zhu Hong glanced at them and then at the siblings who had already disappeared, letting out a deep sigh. "Let's go back." The group of mercenaries returned the way they came. Meanwhile, Yun Qianya asked nothing and simply followed Yun Qianhuang as they continued on their journey. The siblings walked for a long time, and the sky brightened completely. The Lingxian forest, which had been quiet all night, suddenly erupted with various sounds, and among the harmonious noises, a loud crash broke out. The entire forest shook violently, and Yun Qianya quickly supported Yun Qianhuang while grabbing onto a nearby tree. The tremor lasted only a few moments, and after it ended, Yun Qianhuang immediately took out the last two speed-up talismans, giving one to herself and one to Yun Qianya. She pointed in a direction, and they both ran that way. The speed-up talismans didn't last long, and just as they were about to wear off, A blood-red figure fell from the sky, landing right on Yun Qianhuang. In a full-speed state, Yun Qianhuang had no time to dodge and was knocked down by the figure. Sister. Yun Qianya immediately turned around and rushed towards Yun Qianhuang. He didn't even glance at the blood-red figure, anxiously helping Yun Qianhuang up and checking her over. Sister, are you okay? Are you hurt? Qianya, I'm fine. Yun Qianhuang gently shook her head. She had used her spiritual power for protection in time. She was only shaken but not injured. After calming Yun Qianya, she looked up at the blood-red figure that had fallen to the ground. It was a man, his body radiating a strong aura, clearly badly injured. Was it one of those powerful spirit emperors? Yun Qianhuang suddenly turned her head. She could clearly sense that those powerful spiritual energies were rapidly approaching. It seemed those people were coming to hunt down this man. They couldn't stay here, otherwise, they might be mistaken for this man's companions. In an instant, Yun Qianhuang made a decision. She pulled Yun Qianya's hand, wanting to escape with him, but the man on the ground suddenly coughed violently twice. He struggled to stand up, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from him, rivaling that of a spirit emperor. Had all the spirit emperors from the entire South Lu continent gathered in this Lingxian forest? Yun Qianhuang quickly glanced at the man. Her gaze fell on a familiar face, and her eyes flickered with surprise. Is it him? The man she met at Qianshan Longzhong. Feng Jingchen also recognized Yun Qianhuang, and a hint of astonishment passed through his delicate eyes. He opened his mouth, but in the next moment, he suddenly turned his head to look behind him. They caught up so quickly. Feng Jingchen raised his hand, and his power enveloped Yun Qianhuang and her brother, instantly transporting them dozens of miles away. At that moment, 3 powerful spiritual forces locked onto him, and different types of energy descended with overwhelming force, directly attacking him. Despite being heavily injured, the power he unleashed did not weaken at all. He managed to withstand the combined attack of 3 spirit emperors by himself. The clash of their energies created a shockwave that shook the entire spirit rotation forest once again. Dozens of miles away, Yun Qianhuang looked in the direction of Feng Jingchen, her lips tightly pressed together. Yun Qianya also looked in the same direction, hesitantly asking, Sister, is that person helping us? Yun Qianhuang nodded. With their strength, without the speed-enhancing talisman, it was impossible for them to escape before those spirit emperors arrived. At that point, they could easily be mistaken for that man's companions and be attacked by the spirit emperors. Even if she could summon the spirit beasts in the forest for help, it would take time for them to arrive. For those peak-level experts, killing her and Qianya before the spirit beasts got there would not be difficult. That man was indeed helping them. Even while being pursued by several spirit emperors, he was willing to use his power to help them escape. Yun Qianhuang pressed her lips into a thin line. Qianya, no matter what you see later, don't make a sound, understand?
Sister, I understand.
Yun Qianya nodded repeatedly, then covered her mouth with both hands. Yun Qianhuang bit her own index finger and used her blood as a medium to draw a formation on the ground with her spiritual power. The red mark on her forehead flickered, and her fair palm pressed onto the center of the formation, unleashing a vast amount of spiritual power to communicate with all the spirit beasts on the outskirts of the spirit rotation forest. A barely noticeable light quickly spread outwards, and Yun Qianya widened her eyes, staring in amazement at the scene before her. She pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, not making a sound. The spirit rotation forest is the largest gathering place for spirit beasts on the continent, covering an area larger than 2 spirit-residing kingdoms combined. Once, Yun Qianhuang sent her mental energy throughout the outer area of the Lingxian forest, and even she found it quite exhausting. She withdrew her hand and struggled to steady herself. Yun Qianya wanted to help her but feared he might accidentally damage her formation, so he could only stand by and watch her. Yun Qianhuang stepped out of the formation, leaning weakly against him. Her voice was faint. Qianya, we need to leave quickly. Yun Qianya nodded firmly and supported her as they hurried toward the exit of the Lingxian forest. The formation on the ground slowly floated up after the siblings left, then exploded in midair, turning into countless faint light points. As the light points scattered and touched the ground, the sounds of various spirit beasts roaring erupted in the forest. Feng Jingchen was fighting against 3 powerful spirit emperors. Although he was not losing, his spiritual energy was depleting rapidly. He coldly watched the 3 in the air, who were too afraid to show their faces, standing tall with their backs straight. He raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, as if an invisible whirlwind was swirling around him. Not good. Stop him quickly. The 3 spirit emperors, sensing danger, took out their strongest abilities. At that moment, various spirit beasts charged toward their position, their chaotic footsteps shaking the ground. One of the spirit emperors staggered, almost losing his balance. He turned and asked, "What's happening?" Another looked in the direction of the sound and used his mental energy to investigate. In a breath, he received the information he wanted. Not good. It's a beast tide. The massive number of spirit beasts could only be described as a beast tide. All the spirit beasts in the outer Lingxian forest were mobilized, and even if they were all low-level beasts, they were not something the 3 could easily fend off. Moreover, there was a fierce threat looming. The 3 exchanged glances, and one said to Feng Jingchen, "Today you are lucky, but next time, we will take your life." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Jingchen's powerful spiritual energy surged toward him. The strong man barely dodged most of the attack, but still coughed up blood. "You!" He stepped forward to counterattack, but was stopped by his companion. "He is seriously injured. He won't survive the beast tide. We need to leave." The strong man glared at Feng Jingchen with resentment, but ultimately left quickly with his companions. After being chased for 2 days and nights, Feng Jingchen was already exhausted. He raised his hand to lean against a nearby tree to barely remain standing, and a dark golden sword appeared in his hand. Beast tide. Feng Jingchen was ready for the beast tide, but when the spirit beasts rushed toward him, they only glanced at him without any intention to attack. The leading spirit beast let out a loud roar, and the group slowly spread out. Feng Jingchen was surprised, but soon he felt a familiar presence among the spirit beasts. It was her. Due to the commotion in the forest, Yun Qianye did not dare to stop. He supported Yun Qianhuang until night fell, and when the forest was completely quiet, he found a hidden cave to rest. There were countless such caves in Lingxian Forest. Yun Qianye helped Yun Qianhuang sit down and took out a healing pill from his storage ring to give to her. Yun Qianhuang shook her head and pushed the pill back, saying, "I'm just a bit exhausted. I just need to rest for a night. You keep the pill for yourself." The general's mansion no longer had an alchemist, and these pills were saved by Yun Changyu in earlier years, so they shouldn't be wasted. Seeing that she had no visible injuries, Yun Qianye did not insist. He put the pill away, took out some food, and started a fire. "You rest well, sister. I'll keep watch." Yun Qianhuang nodded, sitting up with her legs crossed to slowly regain her energy. As night deepened, Lingxian Forest returned to silence, and there was no sound outside the cave. Yun Qianye sat by the fire, closely watching the situation outside, not daring to relax for a moment. A figure filled with a strong aura appeared like a ghost, and just as Yun Qianye sensed him, he had already entered the cave. The cave entrance was sealed with a barrier. Feng Jingchen smiled weakly at Yun Qianye. "I've set up a barrier. There's no need to keep watch." Yun Qianye was on high alert. "It's you." This person's presence was stronger than that of the national master of the Qiling Kingdom, and he was definitely not an ordinary person. If he wanted to harm his sister, Yun Qianye immediately rushed in front of Yun Qianhuang, protecting her. Feng Jingchen noticed his defensive posture, but continued to smile. "I won't harm her. I just want to heal here." Despite his words, Yun Qianye remained cautious. Feng Jingchen didn't mind. He took out a bottle of pills from his storage ring, poured out 2, swallowed them, and closed his eyes to adjust his energy. He seemed to have no intention of harming Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qianye relaxed slightly, but still stood in front of Yun Qianhuang. In the deep night, Feng Jingchen's aura gradually stabilized. He lifted his eyelids to look at Yun Qianhuang and immediately noticed that she was exhausted from using her mental energy. Seeing him staring at Yun Qianhuang, Yun Qianye quickly shot him a glare and positioned himself to shield her completely. Feng Jingchen turned his gaze away and closed his eyes again. But in a place where Yun Qianye couldn't see, a force passed over him and enveloped Yun Qianhuang. While cultivating, Yun Qianhuang suddenly felt a new power within her, one that meant her no harm but instead replenished her depleted mental energy. It was strong yet gentle, bringing a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Yun Qianhuang slowly opened her eyes, her gaze falling on Yun Qianye's not-so-broad back. She tilted her head, shifting her gaze to Feng Jingchen across from Yun Qianye. It was indeed his power. His presence here proved that the threat from the spirit beasts had worked, and the powerful spirit emperors must have left the Lingxian forest. Yun Qianhuang withdrew her gaze. Since it was his power, she had no reason to be polite. She continued to calm her mind and absorb the power belonging to Feng Jingchen. After a night, she fully absorbed that power. A promotion array appeared beneath her feet, and the night had completely faded, illuminating the cave. In this environment, the appearance of the promotion array did not attract the attention of the other two. Once the array disappeared, Yun Qianhuang opened her eyes, a glimmer flashing in her phoenix-like gaze. She had surprisingly skipped from a 4-star spirit user to a 5-star spirit user. And she had only absorbed a small portion of that man's power. It was incredible that it allowed her to advance 2 stars. Fortunately, she had not made an enemy of this man, and as Yun Qianhuang was lost in thought, Yun Qianye noticed she had woken up and quickly asked with concern, "Sister, how are you feeling?" "Much better." After her promotion, her spiritual and mental energy had returned to their peak state, and her fatigue had vanished. "That's great." Yun Qianye took out some food and handed it to her. "Sister, eat something to replenish your energy." While the siblings were talking, Feng Jingchen finally woke up. He looked at Yun Qianhuang and said ambiguously, "Thank you, Miss Yun, for yesterday." "Does he know her identity?" Yun Qianhuang paused for a moment, but quickly felt at ease. The original owner was already quite famous, and with her distinctive appearance, it was not surprising to be recognized. She replied calmly, "No need to be polite. You helped us too." The two were speaking in riddles, leaving Yun Qianye confused. However, seeing that neither of them intended to explain, he wisely chose not to ask. He couldn't help but think about the formation his sister Yun Qianhuang had drawn yesterday. Surely, the formation she created was useful. Perhaps it helped this dangerous man? Yun Qianye was quite clever. Feng Jingchen understood what Yun Qianhuang meant, his deep eyes reflecting her figure clearly. "It's nothing. I just don't want to involve innocent people." The three of them were unreasonable. If they saw Yun Qianhuang and her brother with him, they would surely consider them his companions and attack them. With their strength, they wouldn't be able to withstand even one from those three. Although Feng Jingchen was not a particularly compassionate person, he didn't want his troubles to affect others. He never expected that this act, which wasn't exactly a good deed, would save his life. He also didn't anticipate that Yun Qianhuang was not only a rare talent in cultivation but also a beast tamer who had long disappeared from the southern Lu continent. Her ability to summon all the spirit beasts around the Lingxian forest at once suggested that her skills far exceeded those of the beast tamer family from the Mo Lu continent. It was surprising that such an extraordinary talent could emerge from a small country like Qiling. Feng Jingchen's brows slightly moved. "Regardless, I must repay Miss Yun for saving my life." This statement seemed harmless, but he deliberately emphasized the word repay, his tone carrying a hint of flirtation. Yun Qianye inexplicably thought of a common saying, "A life-saving grace should be repaid with one's body." However, Yun Qianhuang didn't think much of it. She hadn't expected Feng Jingchen to repay her. But since he brought it up, she wouldn't be polite. Without hesitation, she said, "If you want to repay me, then help me find 2 phoenix feather fruits."
Phoenix feather fruit?
Feng Jingchen smiled. "Miss Yun, is 2 phoenix feather fruits really enough for such a great favor?" When Feng Jingchen said this, his dark eyes were fixed on Yun Qianhuang, full of depth and clear amusement. He seemed to hope she would make an even more outrageous request. Yun Qianhuang had a strange feeling that even if she asked him to repay her with his body, he would probably agree without hesitation. This feeling lasted only a moment before Yun Qianhuang pushed it out of her mind. She nodded at Feng Jingchen and said, "It's enough. The phoenix feather fruit is extremely precious. Even one is worth a fortune, let alone two." This answer seemed to make Feng Jingchen a bit dissatisfied, and his smile faded. His charming features made it easy for others to overlook his danger when he smiled, causing them to lower their guard. But now that he had lost his smile, an overwhelming sense of pressure and aggression came forth. He was both dangerous and captivating. This man should definitely not be provoked. Yun Qianhuang raised her eyebrows slightly and replied politely, "If two are too difficult, one will do." Feng Jingchen's smile grew even fainter. "It's not difficult. Are you passing by the outskirts of the Lingxian forest, Miss Yun? Are you heading to Tianling City?"
Yes.
There was no need to hide this. Yun Qianhuang admitted it openly. "In that case, let me you Miss Yun." Feng Jingchen looked at her, his gaze teasing and playful. "You saved my life, so this small favor shouldn't be refused." He effectively cut off Yun Qianhuang's response. After weighing the pros and cons, Yun Qianhuang said, "Then I will graciously accept your offer." Yun Qianya had been silent the whole time, watching Feng Jingchen with some hostility. This person was too frivolous. If it wasn't his nature, then. Yun Qianya clenched her fists and shot a fierce glare at Feng Jingchen. Feng Jingchen smiled lightly, ignoring Yun Qianya's warning look. It was decided that he would Yun Qianhuang. Fearing that the previous powerful figures would return, Yun Qianhuang didn't dare to linger in the Lingxian forest. She quickly packed up and continued on her way. Before that, she pulled out a pill and handed it to Feng Jingchen. Feng Jingchen looked at her with a bright smile. "What is this?" Yun Qianhuang glanced at him, somewhat speechless, but replied, "It's a disguise pill." She had obtained this pill from the storage ring he had given her, so he should recognize it, yet he insisted on asking her, "Are you worried I might be found?" Feng Jingchen leaned in closer, his breath enveloping Yun Qianhuang. "Are you concerned about me?" When he said concerned, it sounded very intimate, like a secret nickname between lovers. Yun Qianhuang frowned. "Don't call me that." "Understood, Qianhuang." As he spoke, Feng Jingchen took the pill from her hand. Yun Qianhuang felt as if his fingers lightly brushed her palm, making her feel startled. She quickly pulled her hand back, opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately said nothing and turned to leave with Yun Qianya. Feng Jingchen swiftly swallowed the pill and followed them. After a long day of travel, the three finally reached the exit of the Lingxian forest at dusk. Each entrance to the forest has a rest station, and before leaving, Yun Qianhuang took a disguise pill. Although Yun Qianya didn't understand her action, he chose not to ask any questions. Once out of the forest, Yun Qianhuang rented a carriage and 3 horses from the rest station and hired someone to help drive the carriage. Within a couple of days, they entered the area of Tianling City. "Miss, we have arrived at Tianling City," said the driver, an elderly man with a slight limp. He wasn't very quick on his feet, but was skilled at handling the carriage. Hearing this, Yun Qianhuang lifted the curtain to look out and saw the grand city gate marked with the name of Tianling City. With just over a month left until the recruitment days at various academies, the city gate was bustling with people waiting to enter. Yun Qianhuang jumped down from the carriage, paid the driver, and asked him to take the carriage and horses to a nearby rest station while she, Yun Qianya, and Feng Jingchen stood in line to enter the city. The line was long, and they waited for about an hour before finally entering Tianling City. Tianling City, the largest city in the Nalia continent, was as vast as any of the 4 nations. However, due to the recent influx of visitors, all the inns in the city were fully booked. It took Yun Qianhuang a while to find an inn with available rooms. As soon as the innkeeper mentioned there were rooms, Yun Qianya quickly placed his spirit gold card on the counter. 2 rooms, he said urgently. His concern was understandable, as the inns were overcrowded. Before arriving at this inn, they had visited several others that only had 2 or 3 rooms left, but they were too slow and lost out to others. With night approaching, it was fine for him to have no place to stay, but he couldn't let his sister be inconvenienced.
All right.
The innkeeper smiled and nodded, just about to take the spirit gold card when a strong surge of energy burst into the inn, pushing his hand away. Wait! The innkeeper squinted and looked toward the entrance. Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya turned to look as well. Standing at the door were 4 people, led by a strong man. The energy they felt clearly came from him. The innkeeper sized them up and spoke with annoyance. "What do you want, gentlemen?" The 4 men, led by Jiang Shulong, strode into the inn with a fierce presence. One of them raised a hand and slammed a spirit gold card down on the counter. "We'll take the remaining rooms." The 4 men were all strong and exuded the energy of cultivators, making them look quite intimidating. However, Yun Qianya was not afraid. He looked at Jiang Shulong and said, "Hey, we arrived first." The innkeeper had just mentioned that there were only 3 rooms left. If these 4 men took them, his sister would have nowhere to stay tonight. When it came to Yun Qianhuang, Yun Qianya would not back down at all. Hearing Yun Qianya's words, Jiang Shulong glared at him. "Kid, so, what if you came first? Did you pay?" Yun Qianya was momentarily speechless. Although he had given the spirit gold card to the innkeeper, it hadn't been accepted yet, so he hadn't technically paid. Jiang Shulong sneered, "You haven't paid, so what are you talking about? Get lost and don't get in my way." Jiang Shulong was actually quite perceptive. He noticed that the clothes of Yun Qianhuang and her brother were not expensive, and seeing that they were accompanied by an unremarkable-looking man, he concluded they came from a small family. Jiang Shulong always bullied the weak, thinking Yun Qianhuang and her brother were easy targets, so he acted without reason. Relying on his size, he pushed Yun Qianya aside. Then he knocked on the counter and urged, "Innkeeper, hurry up. My brothers have been traveling for days and need to sleep." The innkeeper was not a snob and firmly pushed Jiang Shulong's spirit gold card back. "Gentlemen, those 3 guests did indeed arrive first. What did you say?" Jiang Shulong slammed the table, unleashing his imposing presence. As an 8-star spirit master, his aura frightened nearby diners, causing them to shift away. The innkeeper frowned and said, "If you insist on causing trouble in the inn, don't blame us for being rude." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shulong slapped him aside. "Rude? I want to see how rude you can be." The innkeeper wasn't a strong fighter, but the inn had its own enforcers. Jiang Shulong's slap immediately alerted them, and a group surrounded Jiang Shulong and his brothers. Yun Qianya was initially angry due to Jiang Shulong's words, but when he saw the inn's enforcers, he wisely pulled Yun Qianhuang aside. After all, they were on someone else's turf, and it was best to let the owner handle such people. The 10 or so enforcers at the inn were all at the spirit master level, enough to deter many troublemakers. But the 4 brothers, Jiang Shulong and his companions, were not afraid at all. The remaining 3 also exuded a strong aura. Among these 4, there was even a spirit king. For cultivators, even a 1-star difference is hard to overcome, let alone a whole realm. The thugs in the inn combined were no match for 1 spirit king and 3 great spirit masters. Soon, the thugs found themselves at a disadvantage. The diners in the hall were scared away, leaving only a trembling waiter hiding under a table. Jiang Shulong scanned the room and pulled the waiter out from under the table. "You take us to a room." After all this commotion, he didn't even plan to pay. The waiter, being an ordinary person, dared not resist these bullies who couldn't even defeat the inn's thugs. He stammered, "Why you all follow me?" Jiang Shulong then let him go, allowing him to lead the way. A wave of scorching heat rushed from behind, and Jiang Shulong dodged a fireball, then turned to look at Yun Qianhuang and the others still in the inn. His gaze landed directly on Yun Qianya. "Kid, are you looking for trouble?" A 5-star spirit master actually dared to provoke them? Yun Qianya glanced at Yun Qianhuang, who had made the attack, and quietly took out his spear. "I said we came first. You can't just take it by force, can you?" His grandfather had told him that no matter the opponent, One must never lose their momentum. Jiang Shulong sneered, I will take it by force. What can you do about it? This time, Yun Qinya didn't have a chance to speak before Yun Qianhuang stepped in front of him. She first looked at the innkeeper, who was getting up from the floor, and said, Innkeeper, there might be some damage to the inn soon. The innkeeper, clutching his chest, forced a smile. Don't worry, we won't pursue any losses. Only then did Yun Qianhuang feel relieved and turn her attention back to Jiang Shulong and his group, a bone sword appearing in her hand. Before she could speak, Jiang Shulong and his companions laughed at the sight of the bone sword in her hand. Little sister, are you planning to use that little knife to trim my nails? With those skinny arms and legs, you shouldn't play with knives. You might hurt yourself. I don't hit women. Let that kid come out to fight me. Yun Qianhuang remained calm, not angered by Jiang Shulong's disdain. Her phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously as she tightened her grip on the bone sword, ready to step forward, but was stopped by Feng Jingchen beside her. Yun Qianhuang turned her head, questioning with her gaze. Even in a plain disguise, Feng Jingchen still smiled charmingly. A few ants. Why does Huang need to take action herself? His words clearly meant that he wanted to teach these people a lesson on behalf of Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qianhuang glanced at him. With someone else doing the work, she was happy to save her energy, so she quietly put her bone sword back into her storage ring. Unts. This word clearly stung Jiang Shulong and the others. Kid, you really have a big mouth. Today, Grandpa Jiang will teach you how to speak. Feng Jingchen still smiled, but his eyes were cold. Provoked, the four brothers of Jiang Shulong attacked together, ready to give Feng Jingchen a good lesson. However, before their spiritual power attacks could even touch Feng Jingchen, an invisible force easily neutralized them, not even harming a strand of his hair. How is this possible? Not only were Jiang Shulong and his friend shocked, but the thugs lying on the ground, unable to move, were also astonished. They were facing a spirit king and 3 great spirit masters. Even if they weren't using their full power, it shouldn't be so easily countered. This man seemed unremarkable. Could his strength actually be above that of a spirit king? The 4 brothers of Jiang Shulong were momentarily stunned, but soon they launched a second attack. This time, they used 80% of their spiritual power, and their momentum could almost destroy the entire inn. The innkeeper's heart was bleeding. This bully. While feeling the pain, the innkeeper also felt anxious for Feng Jingchen. This attack was clearly more intense than the last one. Even a peak spirit king would likely suffer significant damage. Could this man block the first attack? Could he withstand this one? The innkeeper regretted that their boss had gone to the Duan family's spirit weapon shop today. Otherwise, these bullies wouldn't stand a chance against him. The innkeeper secretly prayed that Feng Jingchen could defeat these bullies. The loss to the inn didn't matter, but they absolutely couldn't let these bullies stay for free. As Jiang Shulong and the others' attacks came at him, Feng Jingchen showed no intention of dodging. He simply raised his gaze slightly, and the 4 powerful attacks were once again neutralized by an invisible force. This is impossible. Jiang Shulong's eyes widened in disbelief. The other 3 brothers looked at each other and shouted. Again. This time, all 4 used their full spiritual power, and the innkeeper's heart raced. But the result was still the same. Their attacks were neutralized. Now, Jiang Shulong and his brothers could no longer hold onto any false hopes. The strength of this man was likely terrifying, which is why he could easily counter their attacks. Jiang Shulong stepped back in fear, wanting to escape the inn. However, Feng Jingchen, who had not fought back, raised his eyebrows at this moment and softly said, "Are you all giving up?" His tone held no contempt, but the slight smile on his lips suggested he completely disregarded Jiang Shulong and the others. Feng Jingchen didn't even use his spiritual power. He merely moved his finger, and an invisible force knocked Jiang Shulong and his companions to the ground. The ground sank slightly, and the inn filled with the sounds of their painful cries. Although there were no visible signs of spiritual energy, the 4 of them began to twist in pain, their lips turning pale as they coughed up blood. Feng Jingchen did not look at their suffering. He turned around, looking at Yun Qianhuang as if to seek praise. Qianhuang, are you satisfied? Although no one checked on Jiang Shulong and his companion's injuries, the increasingly faint cries allowed everyone present to guess that the four brothers were likely seriously hurt. It seemed they wouldn't be able to cause trouble for several months. The innkeeper felt entirely pleased, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Shulong and his brothers. They deserved it. Such bullies needed a good lesson. He gratefully looked at Feng Jingchen, his weak voice unable to hide his excitement. Thank you so much, brother. I will tell our boss the truth. From now on, you all will be esteemed guests of our Duofuan. Feng Jingchen, feeling appreciated, ignored him and kept his gaze fixed on Yun Qianhuang. When Yun Qianhuang met his eyes, she suddenly felt certain that if she said she was not satisfied, this man would surely attack Jiang Shulong and the others again. She glanced at the four brothers, half buried in the ground, and finally responded, I am somewhat satisfied. Feng Jingchen's smile deepened. He withdrew the power he had used on Jiang Shulong and his companions and, with that same force, lifted the innkeeper and the other thugs off the ground. Everyone was shocked, and their gazes toward Feng Jingchen held not only gratitude, but also a bit of respect. A strong person is always worthy of respect, no matter where they go. The innkeeper struggled back to the counter, picked up a brush, and wrote in the ledger before personally approaching Yun Qianhuang and her companions. Dear guests, it's getting late. Please follow me upstairs to rest. They had helped the inn greatly, and the innkeeper didn't mention any fees. However, Yun Qianya, being straightforward, secretly took out a bag of gold coins, about 10 in total, and placed it on the counter. The innkeeper led Yun Qianhuang and the others to the second floor of the inn. As for Jiang Shulong and his group, the inn staff would handle them after a brief adjustment. There were 3 connected rooms available in the inn. Yun Qianya let Yun Qianhuang choose one first, and then he entered the room next to hers. The last room was naturally for Feng Jingchen. The innkeeper advised them to call him if they needed anything before turning, and walking slowly downstairs. In the room, Yun Qianhuang had just finished organizing her things and was about to sit down to practice when someone knocked on the door. She used her mental energy to check and, upon recognizing the person outside, walked over to open the door. As soon as she opened it, she was greeted by Feng Jingchen's strikingly handsome face. Yun Qianhuang blinked and asked, It's late. What brings you here? The man smiled politely and asked, Qianhuang, is it okay if I come in to talk? Yun Qianhuang tilted her head and looked him up and down. After a moment, she slightly moved to the side to let him pass, indicating that he was welcome to enter. Feng Jingchen didn't hesitate and walked into the room, casually pulling up a chair to sit down. Yun Qianhuang glanced at him, closed the door, and sat down across from him, signaling for him to speak. Suddenly, a wave of mental energy surged in the room. Yun Qianhuang raised her eyes slightly and noticed that Feng Jingchen had set up a barrier around them. His caution suggested that this was not a trivial matter. Yun Qianhuang straightened her expression. Feng Jingchen didn't keep her waiting long. Once the barrier was in place, he slowly began Qianhuang, the storage ring. His gaze fell on the storage ring that Yun Qianhuang was wearing. Her expression became wary, and she instinctively hid the hand with the ring behind her back. Although this ring was given to her by Feng Jingchen, it was now hers, and he could not take it back. Seeing her defensive gesture, Feng Jingchen chuckled softly. Qianhuang, what I gave you, I naturally won't take back. He reassured her before explaining, I came to tell you that this storage ring can not only store items, but also has other secrets. Having spent the last few days together, he noticed that Yun Qianhuang only treated the ring as a simple storage device. It was his fault for not explaining it clearly at the time. Yun Qianhuang slowly moved her hand back in front of her. Other secrets? Feng Jingchen reached out, and his mental energy slowly enveloped the storage ring on Yun Qianhuang's finger. She stiffened her back, feeling a bit on guard. In this world, people do not value mental strength training, but as one's power grows, mental strength will also gradually become stronger. Her mental strength is close to that of a spirit emperor in this world. Feng Jingchen can single-handedly face 3 spirit emperors, so his strength must surpass that of a spirit emperor. Similarly, his mental strength is likely far beyond that of a spirit emperor. If Feng Jingchen were to attack her with his mental strength, she would probably have to summon both Outyen and Fubai. Fortunately, Feng Jingchen's mental strength has no offensive capability. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before Yun Qianhuang, and she felt as if she was pulled into another space. Not far ahead, there was a towering ancient tree. On one side was a waterfall cascading down, and on the other side was a field growing various rare herbs. The entire space was vast, with no visible boundaries, and it might not even have any boundaries at all. Yun Qianhuang stared at everything in front of her, slowly realizing she wanted to ask Feng Jingchen where this place was. Just as this thought crossed her mind, there was another flash of white light. Her vision blurred for a moment before quickly clearing up, revealing the familiar decor of the inn. Where had the ancient tree and herb field gone? But Yun Qianhuang was sure that what she had just seen was definitely not an illusion. She looked at Feng Jingchen, who seemed to see through her thoughts, and explained, "That is another space attached to this ring." A dual-space storage ring? Yun Qianhuang was surprised. Neither her memories nor Outyen's inheritance mentioned such a storage ring. Moreover, the ancient tree and those rare herbs proved that the other space could accommodate living things. There had never been a storage ring on the continent that could store living beings. With so many questions in her mind, Yun Qianhuang didn't know which one to ask first. Feng Jingchen continued, "The blood contract method you use can only open the first space. The other space requires a mental strength contract, which you can think of as a contract with a spirit beast." Yun Qianhuang's eyes widened. Since the person in front of her was Feng Jingchen, she didn't believe he mentioned this by coincidence. She feared that the mark she had concealed with her mental strength had already been discovered by him. Feng Jingchen's eyes still held a smile, deep and unfathomable, making it hard to discern his thoughts. Yun Qianhuang averted her gaze and asked, trying to hide her concern, "After the contract, will I also need to use mental strength to open that space?" Feng Jingchen looked at her with approval. "Qianhuang, you are indeed clever. This is quite convenient. A ring. 2 spaces. One requires spiritual power to open, and the other requires mental strength. This way, there won't be any confusion." Yun Qianhuang shifted her gaze back to Feng Jingchen. Now that she knew how to contract the other space and how to open it, she firmly said, "Thank you for the information, but it's getting late, and I would like to rest." Anyone with common sense could tell she was hinting for him to leave. Feng Jingchen raised an eyebrow, his long, elegant fingers resting on the nearby table, casually tapping. "So, is this how you treat someone after using them?" His tone had a hint of sadness, and his gaze seemed to accuse her. Even though she knew she hadn't done anything wrong, being looked alike that made Yun Qianhuang feel like the irresponsible person who took advantage of someone. She quickly dismissed that ridiculous thought and opened her storage ring to search through it. The items inside were either left by Feng Jingchen or one she had taken from the Qianshan dragon tomb. The things she had actually bought were very few. After searching for a while, Yun Qianhuang finally found the 2 array plates she had purchased earlier and decided to give them to Feng Jingchen. "Consider these my token of thanks." Her words lacked confidence. The 2 array plates were similar to the talismans she had used before, bought from the underground night market in Xuanfeng City, costing less than 200 gold coins in total. They were indeed a bit shabby. Feng Jingchen's help was substantial. Just the rare herbs from that medicinal field were worth a fortune. The more she thought about it, the more she felt her gift was inadequate. Just as she was about to take them back, she saw Feng Jingchen examining the 2 array plates seriously before putting them away with great care. A smile lit up his eyes, a genuine joy. Could 2 array plates make him this happy? Yun Qianhuang didn't understand. Clearly, anything he had in his storage ring could buy hundreds or thousands of these low-level array plates, yet he was pleased to receive just 2. Well, since he liked them, she wouldn't take them back. After some thought, Yun Qianhuang said, "If you are chased by those people again, you can come find me. I should be at the Wuling Academy afterward." Actually, she still had healing pills from the Qianshan dragon tomb that she could give to Feng Jingchen. She had encountered him twice, and he had been seriously injured both times. He would likely need those pills. The healing elixir is very effective. Even someone on the brink of death can quickly recover from their injuries after taking just one. However, last time at the Qianshan Dragon Tomb, Feng Jingchen took an entire bottle in front of her, and there was no sign of improvement in his injuries. It only stopped the bleeding. At that time, Tion mentioned that his body was special, so she didn't offer him any more elixirs. When Yun Xianhuang said this, Feng Jingchen's mood clearly improved. Since you say so, I will gladly accept your suggestion. He didn't linger in Yun Xianhuang's room and stood up to leave. After Feng Jingchen left, Yun Xianhuang sat cross-legged on the bed in the inn, eager to use her spiritual power to connect to another space. In that space, Tion suddenly spoke up. Master, I and that rabbit can stay in your other space. Yun Xianhuang could only enter the space with her thoughts, but as her contracted beasts, Tion and Fu Bai could stay there directly. It seemed like the two beasts were quite eager. Yun Xianhuang moved Tion and Fu Bai into another space in her storage ring and voiced her confusion. Fu Bai quickly spoke before Tion could. Master, this space is perfect for spirit beasts to cultivate. Once a spirit beast forms a contract with a human, they can only stay in the contracted space when not with their master. The contracted space lacks spiritual energy, making it impossible for spirit beasts to cultivate. But this space is different. It is rich in spiritual energy and is the best place for training. Tion glared at Fu Bai for stealing his words, thinking, that pesky rabbit. Fu Bai shrank back and ran away. Its small size allowed it to hide anywhere in the space. Tion didn't want to play hide and seek and, after looking around the entire space, settled under the towering ancient tree in the center. Yun Xianhuang was very happy that the two beasts could cultivate in the space. She spent a long time in the space before coming out, immersed in her own training. The next morning, the innkeeper sent food to them. With more than a month until the enrollment day at the Five Spirit Academy, Yun Xianhuang planned to explore Tianling City during this time. After lunch, she took Yun Xianya with her, intending to invite Feng Jingchen to join them. However, after knocking for a long time, there was no response. The waiter delivering food to the neighboring room noticed them waiting outside Feng Jingchen's door and asked, Are you companions of that young master? Yun Xianhuang nodded. The waiter looked puzzled. That young master left the inn at dawn without telling you? Feng Jingchen left? Although Yun Xianhuang was surprised, she didn't think much of it. The person had said from the beginning that they were escorting them to Tianling City, and now that they had arrived, it was normal for him to leave. Thank you for letting me know. After thanking the innkeeper, Yun Xianhuang took Yun Xianya and left the inn. Sister, where are we going? Yun Xianhuang thought for a moment. I heard there is an auction house in Tianling City. Let's go there first. She had originally planned to visit the Duan family's spirit tool shop to buy a hidden spirit tool from Duan Yang. However, she realized she didn't have many gold coins and might not be able to afford a good spirit tool, so she decided to visit the auction house first. She had several items in her storage ring, and selling a few at the auction house should earn her a good amount of gold coins. Okay. Yun Xianya nodded obediently, asked a passerby for directions to the auction house, and led Yun Xianhuang there. When they reached a deserted area, Yun Xianhuang gave Yun Xianya a disguise pill and handed her a cloak. The Xuanji auction house was the largest auction house in Tianling City. Today, there happened to be an auction event, and many people were gathered outside waiting to enter. To enter the Xuanji auction house, one needed a Xuanji token, which wasn't too hard to obtain. It could be bought for 500 gold coins. There was also another way. If someone sold items for the first time at the Xuanji auction house, and their items were deemed valuable enough to be auctioned, the auction house would provide a Xuanji token to the seller. Yun Xianhuang was unaware of this rule, but seeing others in line holding the same token, she guessed a little. If she was selling items, she probably didn't need the token, right? Unsure, she approached the guard at the entrance of the auction house and asked, Hello, I want to sell some items. What is the process? The guard looked at the two figures cloaked in black with a strange expression. Who were these girls who didn't even know the rules of the Xuanji auction house and thought they could sell items? In the line waiting to enter the auction house, a middle-aged man looked at Yun Qianhuang and her brother and kindly explained, "Little girl, the Xuanji auction house does not accept items for sale when there is an auction event." Unfortunately, today was an auction day, so Yun Qianhuang had come for nothing. She truly didn't know this. Looking at the man who spoke, her tone had a hint of fluctuation. "Thank you." Since she couldn't sell anything today, Yun Qianhuang decided not to stay any longer and prepared to leave with Yun Qianya. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as middle-aged men. From the crowd came mocking voices. "What do you mean selling things? I think you can't afford the Xuanji token and are just looking for an excuse to sneak into the auction house. There are many people like this, as 500 gold coins is not a small amount." Some who are unwilling to spend money on the Xuanji token will make excuses about selling items to get into the auction house. Then, when the staff is not paying attention, they sneak into the hall to participate in the auction and even disrupt the bidding maliciously. Because there were too many such people before, the Xuanji auction house recently set a new rule. They no longer accept guests who come to sell items during the auction. This new rule has been in place for several months, but occasionally, someone pretends not to know and tries to sneak into the auction house. Yang Qiru, who mocked Yun Qianhuang, previously lost out on a needed healing pill because of someone who snuck into the auction house. At the auction, the highest bidder can go backstage to pay and take home the item after the auction ends. If a bidder cannot provide the corresponding gold coins, the item will be kept for the next auction and sold again. Yang Qiru wanted to bid on an 8th-grade healing pill because her brother, a mercenary, was seriously injured on a mission. However, due to the disruption, she couldn't buy the pill in time. Although her brother survived, he could no longer stand. Unless she could find a holy-grade recovery pill, there was hope to heal her brother's leg. But even at the Xuanji auction house, a holy-grade recovery pill is rarely available in a year, and the price is something Yang Qiru cannot afford. Since then, she has developed a strong hatred for those who try to sneak into the auction house. Yang Qiru's mockery received agreement from many others. They had all been affected to some extent, and one by one, they labeled Yun Qianhuang and her brother as troublemakers at the auction. Yun Qianhuang, having lived a long life, was not easily swayed by such words. But Yun Qianya, being at an impulsive age, found it hard to stay calm. He stepped forward to argue with Yang Qiru. "My sister and I just arrived in Taming City yesterday. How would we know the rules of this auction house?" Yang Qiru sneered. "Just because you say you arrived yesterday means it's true? I could say I'm the owner of the Xuanji auction house." "Exactly. You say you're here to sell things. Why don't you show us what you have? If you can't show anything, you're just trying to cause trouble at the auction. Why should we show you our items?" Although Yun Qianya was a bit impulsive, he was still rational. He didn't know what his sister wanted to auction, but he understood the principle of keeping wealth hidden. If they took something out, what if these people had bad intentions? Tianling City was not Helen City. He and his sister were unfamiliar with this place, and if they were robbed, they would have nowhere to seek justice. "That's easy to say," Yang Qiru said disdainfully. "Who knows if you can actually take anything out?" Yun Qianya wanted to argue back, but the commotion quickly caught the attention of the auction house manager. The manager, Luo Xiao, was a powerful figure at the spirit realm level. He had a serious expression as he looked at Yang Qiru and Yun Qianya. "If you have any grievances, please resolve them elsewhere, and do not cause a disturbance at the Xuanji auction house." What a situation! Luo Xiao exerted pressure on the crowd, causing Yang Qiru's face to turn pale, and she instantly fell silent. Faced with a spirit realm expert, the others also dared not speak. Yun Qianya blinked in confusion at the sudden change in their expressions. What was wrong with these people? As he observed them, Luo Xiao's curious gaze fell on him. Strange. This kid was clearly just a peak 5-star spirit master, yet he could withstand his pressure? And that girl dressed similarly. With Luo Xiao's strength, he couldn't detect the protective spiritual energy surrounding Yun Qianya and Yun Qianhuang. However, His intention was only to intimidate the crowd so they wouldn't treat the auction house as a place to cause trouble. Satisfied with the effect of his intimidation, he turned to head back inside the auction house. Just then, a female voice suddenly spoke up. "Hello, are you the manager of the auction house?" Luo Xiao paused and turned to look at Yun Qianhuang with curiosity. "I am." "Young lady, what can I do for you?" Yun Qianhuang flipped her wrist, revealing 2 small porcelain bottles in her palm. She approached Luo Xiao and handed him the bottles. "Can these 2 pills be sold at your auction house?" "Pills?" The faces of Yang Qiuru and her group changed. These 2 could actually produce items for sale, and they were pills? Even through the well-sealed porcelain bottles, they could smell a faint medicinal fragrance, and it was clear these pills were of high quality. Recalling her earlier words, Yang Qiuru felt as if an invisible hand had slapped her face hard. According to the auction house rules, they did not accept guests wishing to sell items during the auction. But Luo Sha was closest and could easily smell the fragrance of the elixir. Just the scent of the medicine seemed to wash away his fatigue from the past few days. This kind of elixir must be above the 10th grade. If it's such an elixir, making an exception this once wouldn't hurt. Luo Sha took the 2 bottles of elixir and then looked at Yun Qianhuang, politely asking, "May I open one to take a look?" Yun Qianhuang replied calmly yes. With permission granted, Luo Sha eagerly opened one of the bottles. Instantly, a rich fragrance spread out, and everyone present couldn't help but show expressions of delight. Luo Sha's expression suddenly changed. He quickly sealed the bottle again and bowed respectfully to Yun Qianhuang, making a gesture of invitation. "Honored guest, please follow me." Yun Qianhuang glanced at Yang Qiuru in the crowd, her tone calm. "Brother, let's go." Silence spoke volumes. Noticing her gaze, Yang Qiuru felt so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into the ground. While the siblings were invited into the auction house by Luo Sha, she still had to wait in line to enter. The difference was clear. Yang Qiuru's reaction didn't concern Yun Qianhuang. After entering the auction house with Luo Sha, she adjusted her cloak to ensure that others couldn't easily see her face. Yun Qianyan noticed her movements and adjusted his own cloak as well. Luo Sha led the siblings into a room in the back of the auction house. An elderly man sat inside, and upon hearing the noise, he waved his hand impatiently. "Go away, go away. We agreed not to accept guests wanting to sell items today, so don't bother me." "Elder Wei, this time is different," Luo Sha said urgently. "I don't care how it's different." Elder Wei glanced at the siblings who were tightly wrapped in their cloaks. "You set the rules." Though he said that, wasn't this a special situation? Luo Sha quickly took out the 2 bottles of elixir and explained rapidly, "These 2 bottles are definitely above the 10th grade. If they weren't, how would I dare to disturb you, Elder Wei?" "What did you say, 10th grade?" Elder Wei almost instantly appeared in front of Luo Sha, staring at the 2 bottles in his hands. His speed was remarkable, and there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy in the air. This Elder Wei was impressive. Yun Qianhuang adjusted her cloak again. Elder Wei was completely focused on the 2 bottles of elixir and didn't notice her movements. He excitedly took the 2 bottles of elixirs and opened one of them. A strong herbal fragrance quickly filled the entire room. Old Wei was enchanted by the scent, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. After a while, he opened the other bottle. Another wave of fragrance hit him, and he suddenly trembled with excitement. To steady himself, he quickly handed the elixir back to Luo Sha, speaking eagerly. "These are both top-grade elixirs." Top grade. As soon as those words were spoken, Luo Sha began to tremble as well. There was only one alchemist on the whole continent capable of crafting top-grade elixirs. However, making such elixirs was extremely difficult, and that alchemist produced no more than 10 successful ones each year. Those elixirs were already reserved by several top forces and were never sold. The top-grade elixirs available for sale mostly came from secret realms. Their auction house was the largest on the continent, but they could only auction off 2 top-grade elixirs a year at most. Where did these 2 children get them? They came in with 2 top-grade elixirs. Luo Sha and Old Wei were speechless for a long time. Under the cloak, Yun Xianhuang held back a smile but spoke with a hint of impatience. Can these 2 elixirs be sold at your auction house? Luo Sha suddenly realized he and Old Wei had been too excited and had forgotten about their guests. He quickly nodded, yes, of course. Old Wei then asked, guest, one of these elixirs is a top-grade recovery elixir, but I cannot tell what the other one is. It's a bone regrowth elixir. Yun Xianhuang had more than just these 2 types of top-grade elixirs, but since they were for auction, it was better to present the one with healing effects. The bone regrowth elixir, as the name suggests, can regrow bones as long as the person is alive, whether they are missing an arm or a leg. When combined with the recovery elixir, severed limbs can be restored. To think it's a top-grade bone regrowth elixir. Old Wei had heard of the bone regrowth elixir, but it was so rare that he didn't recognize it at first. He straightened his expression and said, guest, I have a humble suggestion. Please, go ahead, Old Wei. I believe these 2 top-grade elixirs should be auctioned together. The bone regrowth elixir combined with the recovery elixir would have the greatest effect, and auctioning them together would naturally fetch a higher price. However, this might deter many bidders, as acquiring both top-grade elixirs at once would require a significant amount of gold that ordinary people couldn't easily afford. Yun Xianhuang understood the situation and nodded. Let's go with what Elder Wei suggested. Also, I have a few 8th-grade recovery pills. Can I include them in your auction? As she spoke, she took out 3 porcelain bottles. Although 8th-grade pills are not as precious as the higher-grade ones, they can still fetch a good price. However, the auction items had already been announced, and just the 8th-grade pills would not be enough for Luo Shao to include them in today's auction. But with 2 higher-grade pills already in play, Luo Shao felt he couldn't refuse Yun Xianhuang. He took the 3 bottles for Elder Wei to examine and, after confirming they were 8th-grade recovery pills, immediately retrieved a special token from a storage ring and handed it to Yun Xianhuang. Dear guest, the auction will start shortly. I will add these pills to today's auction items. You can collect your payment after the auction ends or stay here to participate in the auction. Yun Xianhuang noticed that the token Luo Shao gave her was different from those held by others outside the auction house. Sensing her confusion, Luo Shao smiled and explained, this is a special token with the highest authority, a heavenly grade token. With a heavenly grade token, the auction house's commission is reduced to 5%, and guests can bring others to the auction. The tokens at the auction house are divided into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. The tokens sold to the public are yellow grade, allowing participation in the auction without any privileges. For selling items, the yellow grade commission is 20%, the mysterious grade is 15%, the earthly grade is 10%, and the heavenly grade is 5%. Additionally, only holders of the heavenly grade token can bring guests to the auction. The auction house not only runs auctions but also has many other businesses. Holders of the heavenly grade token enjoy absolute priority when purchasing from any store under the auction house. This heavenly grade token was Luo Shao's way of pleasing Yun Xianhuang. By presenting 2 higher grade pills and several 8th grade recovery pills, he was sure that these 2 individuals were not ordinary. Building a good relationship with such people would benefit the auction house greatly. Yun Xianhuang understood Luo Shao's intentions. She took the heavenly grade token and asked, if it's convenient, could you take us to participate in today's auction? Luo Shao safely stored the pills and replied with a smile, of course, please follow me. He led Yun Xianhuang and her brother to a private room. This private room is usually reserved for certain powerful figures, offering a great view and complete privacy from outsiders. Yun Xianhuang was quite satisfied. After sending Luo Shao away, she looked at Yun Qinya, who seemed hesitant to speak, and smiled lightly. Feel free to ask me anything. Yun Qinya indeed had many questions. When he was young, the general's residence had not yet fallen, and there was a senior alchemist living there. So, even though their family faced pressure from the royal family over the years, they still had some medicinal pills in stock, including 8th grade recovery pills. However, the holy grade recovery pills and the holy grade bone-growing pills he had never even heard of. Not to mention the general's residence, even the royal family of Qiling Kingdom probably couldn't produce them. Where did his sister get these pills? And how did she come to know that extremely dangerous man? With so many questions piling up, Yun Qinya didn't know which one to ask first. Yun Xianhuang looked at him, and since she dared to show him those 2 holy-grade pills, she wasn't afraid of his inquiries. The auction hadn't started yet, so she had time to answer his questions. But Yun Qinya clearly had many things he wanted to ask, yet he just shook his head gently. He looked at Yun Xianhuang, his eyes filled with concern. "Sister, you must have suffered a lot to obtain these things, right?" Their father had previously told him about the Qianshan dragon tomb and warned him repeatedly not to mention that his sister had a supreme spirit bone to anyone outside. Yun Qinya had then learned that someone wanted to dig out his sister's spirit bone to open the Qianshan dragon tomb. At first, he thought those people had failed. But as his sister acquired more treasures that the general's residence could never obtain, he began to doubt his earlier thoughts. He had witnessed his sister's life token shatter. Moreover, recently, there had been much talk in Helen City about how those forces had tried everything to open the Qianshan dragon tomb, only to find nothing inside. Yun Qinya couldn't help but think more deeply. He speculated that perhaps his sister's spirit bone had indeed been taken, and her spirit bone had opened the entrance to the Qianshan dragon tomb. The life token must have shattered at that time. After the Qianshan dragon tomb was opened, his sister might have been swept inside, where she gained some fortuitous encounter, allowing her to survive and restore her spirit bone, and even regain her senses. These pills were likely what his sister obtained from the Qianshan dragon tomb. Yun Qinya was never foolish. With those clues, he could piece together the truth quite well. But he didn't want to ask too many questions. If his sister was willing to share, he would listen. If she chose not to tell him, he wouldn't pry. After all, he trusted that his sister wouldn't harm him or the general's residence. His trust in Yun Xianhuang was almost blind. Yun Xianhuang felt a shift in her heart. She looked at the boy across from her, her gaze softening. "None of that matters," she said, reaching out to gently ruffle Yun Qianya's hair. Then, she took out a row of pills from her storage ring and handed them to him. She didn't mind giving these pills to her family, she just didn't know how to explain if they asked about them. Yun Xianhuang wasn't good at interacting with her family. She didn't want to deceive them, but some things were hard to express. Today, Yun Qianya's attitude made her realize an important truth. Family members who truly care about you don't worry about what you have. They only care about whether you are suffering. Most of those pills were of high quality, with various uses, and the lowest grade was at least 8th tier. Yun Qianya's eyes widened and he stammered, "Sister, these. They're for you, just take them," Yun Xianhuang said with a gentle smile. Yun Qianya immediately shook his head. "Sister, you should keep these. If I need any, I'll let you know." Her smile faded at his words. She stared at him, insisting, "Take them." After some hesitation, Yun Qianya finally accepted the pills. "Thank you, sister." Yun Xianhuang patted his head again before turning her attention to the auctioneer walking up the stage below. Once the auctioneer arrived, it marked the beginning of the auction. Yun Xianhuang attended the auction mainly to see how much her pills would sell for, but she also intended to buy some items, though she needed to wait for her pills to be auctioned first. Seeing her gaze shift downstairs, Yun Qinya followed her line of sight. The auctions at Xuanji Auction House were always conducted in order of the value of the items. The first item up for bid was a 7th-tier spirit tool, but there were very few bidders, and it ultimately sold for 15,000 gold coins. Yun Xianhuang was a bit surprised and understood why so many people wanted to sell their items at the auction house. After all, she had encountered a 7th-tier spirit tool at the underground black market in Xuanfeng City for only 1,000 gold coins. 15,000, after deducting a 20% commission, is still 2,000 gold coins higher than the black market price. Yun Xianhuang felt a bit tempted. She still had many elixirs. Should she take out some more to put up for auction at the Xuanji auction house? Of course, this was just a thought. If she really brought out a bunch of high-grade elixirs, even the Xuanji auction house might not have good intentions. Too much of a good thing can be bad. Yun Xianhuang understood this principle. However, starting with a 7th-grade spirit tool proved that the remaining auction items were all worth more than that. She felt a bit excited. The second auction item was a 7th-grade beauty elixir, which sold for 18,000 gold coins. Then came the third and fourth items. It wasn't until the sixth auction item that Yun Qianhuang's 3 8th-grade recovery elixirs were presented. The auction list didn't mention these elixirs, surprising the attendees, but they quickly began to bid. 8th-grade elixirs could easily sell for over 100,000 gold coins each. Moreover, these three were not niche like the beauty elixir. They were healing elixirs that anyone could use. When the 3 8th-grade recovery elixirs were introduced, the entire hall became lively. In the end, each sold for 130,000 gold coins. Yun Qianya's eyes widened, his voice trembling. "Sister, is it really 130,000 for each?" He barely had 1,000 gold coins, and one recovery elixir could sell for 130,000? Yun Qianhuang glanced at him calmly. "I'll give you some later." Yun Qianya thought if 8th-grade recovery elixirs could sell for such a high price, then what about the divine-grade recovery elixirs? He didn't dare to think further. The auction continued. Most of the items were spirit tools and elixirs, along with some precious herbs, which were common at major auction houses. Yun Qianhuang felt uninterested. She didn't need any of these items, so it seemed there was nothing for her this time. Next, we have an item from 2 10th-grade fire leopards. The auctioneer's assistant walked out holding the item, and the auctioneer unveiled the red cloth covering the tray under the eager gazes of the crowd. Suddenly, the temperature in the hall began to rise. Yun Qianya jumped up, pressing against the wall, staring at the red item on the tray. Many others were just as excited as Yun Qianya. Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, the auctioneer smiled with satisfaction. She tapped the table with her small hammer and explained, "I'm sure you all recognize this. These are 2 spirit cores from 10th grade fire leopards. Spirit beasts all have spirit cores, but in most cases, the spirit core disappears when the spirit beast dies. Only in rare situations does the spirit core remain after the death of the spirit beast. This makes spirit cores incredibly valuable. A first-tier spirit core is worth over 1,000 gold coins. Spirit cores can be used to refine elixirs or embedded in spirit weapons, greatly enhancing their power. Yun Qianya's spear was once used by Yun Shuli on the battlefield and is a 7th-tier spirit weapon. If a 10th-tier fire leopard spirit core could be embedded in it, its power would definitely surpass that of an 8th-tier spirit weapon. This is why Yun Qianya was so excited. However, he could only look. 10th-tier spirit cores are rare and each sells for around 1 million gold coins, which he cannot afford. Yun Qianhuang noticed his reaction and asked, "Do you want it?" Yun Qianya nodded eagerly but quickly shook his head, saying, "Sister, our family can't afford it." Even if they sold the entire general's mansion and added the 30,000 from the 3 8th-tier recovery elixirs, it would still not be enough. Yun Qianhuang was not worried about the gold coins. The 2 holy-grade elixirs had not been sold yet, proving their value was higher than the 2 10th-tier spirit cores. So, if those 2 elixirs were sold, she would have enough money to buy the spirit cores. She just wondered if the Xuanji auction house would allow this situation. Yun Qianhuang patted Yun Qianya's shoulder and said, "Qianya, go find the person in charge of the auction house."
Okay.
Yun Qianya put his hood back on and left the private room. Soon, he returned with Luo Sha. Luo Sha bowed to Yun Qianhuang and asked, "Dear guest, how can I assist you?" Yun Qianhuang explained her thoughts to Luo Sha. Luo Sha was momentarily surprised, then smiled and said, "All items auctioned at our auction house must wait until after the auction to pay. The proceeds from items sold also need to be collected after the auction ends. Your idea is completely feasible, so there's no need to worry." Yun Qianhuang asked, "What if those 2 elixirs don't sell?" Holy-grade elixirs are indeed precious, but their prices are fixed, and not many can afford them as they are sold in bundles. "Rest assured, dear guest," Luo Sha replied with a smile, "if they don't sell, our house is willing to buy them for 500,000 gold coins each. 500,000 for one. That's 1 million for 2. This sudden fortune left Yun Qianya stunned. Yun Qianhuang didn't really understand the value of top-tier pills, as they are very rare in the market. However, based on the prices of the previous auction items, 5 million seemed like a fair price. Yun Qianhuang nodded and said, "Let's go with that." In the hall, the two 10th grade spirit cores had already reached a price of 700,000 gold coins each. As the price increased, fewer people were willing to bid, and the intervals between bids became longer. As Luo Xiao left the private room, someone called out, 800,000. Yun Qianya was eager to join in but hesitated. Yun Qianhuang gave him an encouraging look, saying, "Go ahead and bid." Yun Qianya, feeling excited, shouted, 810,000. The soundproofing of the private room was good, and it required spiritual energy to be heard outside, which would reveal Yun Qianya's location. As soon as he made his bid, the person who had previously bid 800,000 looked over, displeased. He was Lin Mingqi, a member of the Lin family's branch. The Lin family was one of the powerful families in Tianling City. Relying on this strong background, Lin Mingqi had grown accustomed to being dominant in Tianling City, which was why few dared to compete with him earlier. However, upon noticing Yun Qianya in the private room, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly called out, 850,000. The private rooms at the Xuanji auction house were generally reserved for major powers, so those sitting in them were not afraid of the Lin family. Even if Lin Mingqi was unwilling, he had to raise his bid. Yun Qianya glanced at Yun Qianhuang and hesitated, 860,000. He didn't dare to raise the bid too much at once, fearing his sister would think he was spending too freely. However, since others had raised their bids by at least 50,000 before, his incremental bids seemed high to him, but came off as a provocation to Lin Mingqi. Lin Mingqi gritted his teeth, 900,000. He was determined to get one of those spirit cores. 910. Yun Qianya hadn't finished his sentence when Yun Qianhuang patted his head and, using her spiritual energy, announced loudly for everyone to hear, 1 million. Yun Qianya was stunned by his sister's bold bid. Meanwhile, Lin Mingqi in the hall widened his eyes, wondering who this new competitor was. After a moment, he quietly looked away, and when he spoke again, his voice lacked confidence, 1,000,005. 1 million was the highest price Lin Mingqi could offer, but he was unwilling to just give in, so he gritted his teeth and added 50,000, planning to borrow some money from those around him later. Yun Qianya tugged at Yun Qianhuang's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, why not just give up? It was simply too expensive." Yun Qianhuang gave him a reassuring look and continued to raise the bid, 110,000. This price was something Lin Mingqi couldn't manage to offer. That's okay, there was still one spirit core, right? Lin Mingqi could only comfort himself like this, and then gave up on the bidding. In the end, the first spirit core was won by Yun Qianhuang. Next up was the second spirit core. With the price of the first one set, as soon as the starting bid for the second one was announced, someone immediately offered a high price of 50,000. Bidding quickly escalated. Having missed out on the first spirit core, Lin Mingqi decided he had to win this one, so he bid aggressively. For the first one, people were somewhat lenient because he was from the Lin family. But for the second one, if they let it go, who knew when they would encounter a 10th-tier spirit core again? Therefore, others were equally fierce in their bidding. Soon, the price had already surpassed 1 million. Just as Yun Qianhuang was about to place a bid, Yun Qianya stopped her. "Sister, just use that spirit core. You don't need to bid anymore." Although he knew his sister would have a lot of money after the auction, Yun Qianya still wasn't comfortable spending so much at once. Yun Qianhuang didn't listen to him and continued to bid. She won the second spirit core for 130,000. With both spirit cores taken by Yun Qianhuang, Lin Mingqi gritted his teeth, wishing he could drag her out of the private room and teach her a lesson. But since disturbances were not allowed in the auction house, he could only suppress his anger for now. He noted the number 1 private room. The auction was not yet over, and Lin Mingqi suppressed his anger as he continued to watch the upcoming items for bid. Today, the Xuanji auction house had prepared many treasures. Besides the 2 10th-tier fire leopard spirit cores, the subsequent auction items were all worth a lot. In front of these items, no one cared about each other's feelings, and the bids were increasingly fierce. During this time, Yun Qianhuang did not bid again, as she didn't need those items at the moment. However, there was a piece of demon shadow stone, which the auctioneer said was obtained after the seller defeated an 11th-tier spirit beast. As for its effects, even Elder Wei couldn't identify them. Although it couldn't be identified, the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations from the demon shadow stone were undeniable, so initially, a few people placed bids. However, once the price reached 500,000, no one else bid. Spending a lot of money on a stone whose purpose is unknown is really not worth it. Yun Xianhuang stared at the magic stone for a long time. She asked Outyen and Fubai, but neither of the creatures knew what the magic stone was for. However, it must have some value since it came from an 11th-level spirit beast. Anyway, she considered herself a bit wealthy now, so why not buy it? Deciding firmly, Yun Xianhuang raised her bid just before the auctioneer brought down the gavel. 600,000. No one in the room would contest that price, and many thought she was wasting her money. In the hall, Lin Mingqi, who was in box 1, scoffed. Spending 600,000 on a worthless stone made him think the person in box 1 was foolish. But the more money she wasted, the happier he felt. After all, she had taken his spirit core. Lin Mingqi was still upset about it. He was used to being dominant and had never considered that this was an auction where the highest bidder wins. Even if Yun Xianhuang hadn't won the spirit cores, they might not have ended up in his hands anyway. On stage, seeing that no one was bidding, the auctioneer declared 600,000, third time. Congratulations to the guest in box 1 for winning the magic stone. The list from the Xuanji auction house showed that the magic stone was the last item up for bid. So after the magic stone auction ended, some people began to leave the hall. But at that moment, the auctioneer's assistant unexpectedly brought out another item for auction. The auctioneer looked at those who had already stood up and said, "The next item is a last-minute addition from Elder Wei." It is well known that the Xuanji auction house has strict rules, and adding items at the last minute rarely happens in a year. But today, not only were the 3 8th-grade recovery pills not on the list, but there was also a special treasure being revealed. What kind of treasure could make the Xuanji auction house make an exception and bring it out last? In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on the tray covered with a red cloth, and those who planned to leave sat back down. Many of them had seen Yun Xianhuang and her brother being invited into the auction house by the manager, Luo Xiao. Didn't that young girl say she was there to sell something? If she was selling something, today's auction had many treasures not on the list, which couldn't just be a coincidence. Those people eagerly stared at the red cloth on the tray, wanting to see what was inside. They remembered that the young girl had brought out 2 bottles of pills. The strong scent of the medicine was something they felt they could still smell. After building up everyone's anticipation, the auctioneer smiled and lifted the red cloth, tapping his small hammer and announcing, "The final item for today's auction is the Supreme Healing Pill and the Supreme Rebirth Pill." The healing pill is a medicine for injuries. The Supreme Healing Pill can instantly heal someone on the brink of death. As for the Rebirth Pill, you can guess its use from the name. It can help a living person regrow lost limbs, and it works even better when used with a healing pill. Both pills are being auctioned together, starting at 1 million gold coins. With this series of exciting announcements, the entire hall erupted with excitement. The healing pill, it's actually the Supreme Healing Pill? The Xuanji auction house hasn't had Supreme pills in a long time, and now there are 2. The Rebirth Pill. By the way, didn't someone from the Frost Snow sect lose their right arm? They still haven't found a way to recover? People were buzzing with discussion, clearly shocked by these 2 pills. Even the representatives of various powerful factions in the private rooms were stirred. They had to get the Supreme Healing Pill and the Supreme Rebirth Pill. In room 8, someone immediately offered a high price. "I bid 5 million gold coins." The voice, mixed with spiritual energy, silenced the chatter in the hall, and everyone realized they hadn't placed their bids yet, so they stopped discussing. Bids came one after another, and soon the price for the 2 pills rose to 8 million. At this price, very few in the hall could afford it. Most of the bidding came from representatives of various factions in the private rooms. Even those who knew they had no chance of winning were eagerly watching the big players bid. In a corner of the hall, Yang Qiuru clutched her clothes, her fingers turning slightly white from the pressure. She had sharp eyes and a good memory. She clearly saw that those 2 pills were the same ones she had looked down upon earlier when the 2 people brought them out at the auction house entrance. They actually had the supreme healing pill. Anyone who could present supreme pills must be someone significant. If she hadn't mocked them at that moment, but instead helped them or even assisted them in entering the auction house, wouldn't she have become friends with them? Then, her brother's leg might have been saved. Yang Qiru felt immense regret, but there is no medicine for regret in this world. In the private room on the 2nd floor, the big players were still bidding, and the price for the 2 pills had already exceeded 10 million, even higher than what Luo Xiao promised to give Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qianya was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Even when the general's mansion was prosperous, he had never seen 1 million gold coins. Sitting there, Mingming could clearly hear the bids from those people, yet he pressed his ear against the wall, afraid of missing any details. Seeing his actions, Yun Qianhuang couldn't help but smile. As the price rose to 10 million gold coins, even the powerful factions had to think carefully. Only the people in room 3 and room 8 were still wildly bidding. The crowd gasped in surprise. 13 million now. Which faction do those 2 rooms belong to that they are so wealthy? I don't know about room 3, but room 8 should be Elder Zhu from the Frost Snow sect. You mean Zhu Hefeng?
No wonder.
He has been looking for a way to restore his right arm for years. Finally finding this precious bone recovery pill, he must be willing to spend all his savings to get it. True, the Frost Snow sect is indeed wealthy, but I wonder what Zhu Hefeng's limit is. The speaker soon got an answer. In room 8, Zhu Hefeng was frustrated as the people from room 3 kept raising the bids, making his beard twitch in anger. He didn't want to use his status to pressure anyone, but the price was rising beyond what he could afford. Zhu Hefeng had to exert his authority, saying, "Everyone, these 2 pills are very important to me. I kindly ask you to raise your bids gently. In the future, you will all be esteemed guests of the Frost Snow sect." Though it sounded like a temptation, it was actually a threat. The everyone he referred to was really just aimed at the people in room 3. After the price reached 12 million gold coins, only the people in room 3 continued to compete with him. Upon hearing his words, the people in room 3 stopped raising the bid. After thinking for a moment, one of them smiled and said, "So it's Elder Zhu from the Frost Snow sect. In that case, we will let you have these 2 pills." Zhu Hefeng didn't need to introduce himself. Being from the Frost Snow sect and desperately wanting the pills, he was the only one. Room 3 indeed stopped bidding. Seeing this, Zhu Hefeng relaxed his pressure and let out a cold snort, acknowledging that the person from room 3 was sensible. This snort was not infused with spiritual energy, so those outside couldn't hear it. The crowd only heard Zhu Hefeng ask the auctioneer, "Can we announce the result now?" The auctioneer smiled, 13 million for the first time. With a small hammer drop, the 2 pills were sold to Zhu Hefeng for 13 million gold coins. In room 3, a middle-aged man looked regretful, saying, "Second young master, missing this chance. We don't know when we'll encounter a precious recovery pill again." The master's health. "It's all right." Lu Xianqing shook his head. "Zhu Hefeng is very vengeful. If we insist on competing with him and making enemies with the Frost Snow sect, it will be a loss for us." He then looked at Gong Jilu. "Jilu, I will need your family's help again." Gong Jilu put his arm around Lu Xuanqing's shoulder. "Why are you being polite with me? It's a pity that Feng Yuan is delayed due to family matters. Otherwise, her family could definitely assist us." Lu Xianqing smiled and said no more. After 2 high-quality pills were auctioned off, the auction was completely over. Those who won items hurried to the backstage to collect their purchases. Zhu Hefeng was the first to rush there. He quickly paid for and took his 2 pills, laughing loudly. "After 5 years, my right arm is finally saved." Zhu Hefeng put away the pills and casually asked, "Luo Sha, where did your auction house get these treasures?" With many people around, Yun Qianhuang did not immediately go to collect her earnings from selling the pills and the 2 spirit cores. She and Yun Qianya hid in an inconspicuous corner, planning to wait until everyone left before going up, and then they heard Zhu Hefeng's question. Yun Xianhuang felt relieved that she had been cautious and did not reveal her true identity to Luo Sha. Instead, she used her mother's surname and said her name was Wen Qianhuang. Facing Zhu Hefeng's question, Luo Sha showed a troubled expression. Elder Zhu, you know our rules at the Xuanji auction house. We cannot disclose customer privacy. I know. Zhu Hefeng patted his shoulder. I was just too happy and confused. He smiled broadly, but there was shrewdness in his eyes. Old fox. Luo Sha cursed inwardly, but smiled as he sent Zhu Hefeng off. Afterward, several other factions tried to inquire about the seller of the 2 high-quality pills, but were skillfully deflected by Luo Sha. The Xuanji auction house had established itself in Tianling City for many years, and its backing was formidable. Those who asked could not get any information and did not dare to press further, so they left disappointed. Before long, only Luo Sha remained in the backstage. Yun Qianhuang checked her cloak and the effect of her disguise pill. The disguise pill was one she had taken before leaving the Lingxian forest. It was a 6th-grade pill, and if she did not actively remove the disguise, it would last for a week. It had only been 4 days, so that was enough. Yun Qianhuang confidently walked toward Luo Sha with Yun Qianya. Miss Wen, you have arrived. Seeing the 2 distinctive cloaks, Luo Sha immediately smiled and came over, handing the spirit gold card to Yun Qianhuang. The costs of your auction and our commission have been deducted. Miss Wen can check it now. Yun Qianhuang counted in front of him, finding 2 high-grade pills and 3 8th-grade recovery pills from before. After deducting the costs of the 2 spirit cores and the magic stone, there was still nearly 10 million left. She roughly calculated the amount and, seeing it was correct, put away the spirit gold card. Then, Luo Sha handed her the 2 spirit cores and asked, Miss Wen, you need a craftsman to embed the spirit cores. Do you want me to help you find someone? The connections at Xuanji Auction House are well known, and any craftsman they could invite would be of high quality. However, Yun Qianhuang already had someone in mind, so she politely declined Luo Sha's offer. She stored the 2 spirit cores in her storage ring and left the Xuanji Auction House with Yun Qianya. After the auction ended, there were not many people coming in and out of the auction house. The 2 of them, dressed in cloaks with hoods covering their faces, were hard to miss. Lin Mingqi, who was waiting outside the auction house, immediately perked up. He and his guards blocked the path of Yun Qianhuang and her brother, looking them up and down. However, the cloak was too concealing for him to see anything clearly. Lin Mingqi sneered and arrogantly asked, You're the ones from room 1, right? He had already asked several groups of people this question. There were only about 10 rooms on the 2nd floor, and many of them were familiar to him, so he had not been able to find out who was in room 1. Yun Qianhuang and her brother had a unique appearance. If they were in the hall, he would have noticed them right away, clearly making them the people he had been searching for. Yun Qianya frowned and asked, Who are you? He had also participated in the bidding for the spirit cores, and as soon as he spoke, Lin Mingqi recognized the siblings. I am the young master of the Lin family. Lin Mingqi looked down at them with a superior attitude. You know the Lin family, right? One of the super families in Tianqing City. If you want to stay in the city, you better hand over those 2 10th-grade spirit cores to me. Originally, Lin Mingqi had only planned to bid for 1 core. But then he thought that he could use one for his own spirit weapon and give the other as a gift to please his cousin. So, he demanded both spirit cores outright. The Lin family? That name sounded somewhat familiar. Yun Qianya couldn't recall much about it, so he decided not to think further. He only needed to know that this person was trying to take their spirit cores, and that was enough for him. Yun Qianya took out his spear and, without greeting, directly aimed it at Lin Mingqi. Lin Mingqi gasped and quickly hid behind his guards, then peeked out, glaring fiercely at Yun Qianya. Do you dare to hit me? Do you know who my cousin is? Yun Qianya spat, I don't care who your cousin is. He then attacked Lin Mingqi again, but this time, several of Lin Mingqi's guards blocked him. Lin Mingqi, hiding behind his guards, shouted, Teach him a lesson, hit him hard. How dare he attack him without knowing who Lin Mingqi was? The guards, all skilled fighters, didn't take Yun Qianya seriously, using only the simplest attacks. Some passers-by saw the guards bullying Yun Qianye and wanted to step in, but their companions quickly pulled them away. Hurry up, do you dare to get involved? One passerby asked, why can't I get involved? The companion explained, did you not see that Lin Mingqi is behind those people? What? It's Lin Mingqi? The passerby's face turned pale. That Lin Mingqi from the Lin family? He has always used his family's power to do bad things, and who knows how many lives he has taken. Those two must have angered this troublemaker. How unfortunate. The voices of the passers-by faded away. Meanwhile, the guards looked down on Yun Qianye, thinking that even the simplest attack would be too much for him to handle. However, to their surprise, their attacks seemed to hit an invisible barrier, not even touching Yun Qianye's clothes. The guards were puzzled and were about to try again when another figure suddenly stepped forward. Fu Bai had been summoned by Yun Qianhuang, and under the cloak, Yun Qianhuang gently patted Fu Bai's head. She looked up at Lin Mingqi. Is your cousin Lin Shuangxue? When Lin Mingqi mentioned he was from the Lin family, Yun Qianhuang recalled where she had heard that name before. She finally remembered the group she encountered in the spirit rotation forest, including the unfortunate child trapped in an illusion by Fu Bai. That child claimed to be the young lady of the Lin family, and since Lin Mingqi was also from the Lin family, his cousin must be Lin Shuangxue. You know? Lin Mingqi maintained his arrogant demeanor. If you know, hurry up and give me those 2 spirit cores, or I'll have my cousin teach you a lesson. Under the cloak, Fu Bai's ears perked up. Who is this fool thinking of teaching its master a lesson? Fu Bai angrily said, Master, let me teach him a lesson. He doesn't need your lesson. Yun Qianhuang patted its head. But those guards need to be put into a temporary illusion. Using the same method a second time would easily raise suspicion from others. So she didn't plan to deal with Lin Mingqi the same way as Lin Shuangxue, but taking down each guard one by one was too troublesome, which is why she summoned Fu Bai. Not a problem. Fu Bai perked up its ears, and familiar swirls appeared in its rabbit eyes. Only then did Yun Qianhuang approach Lin Mingqi, a mischievous smile flashing in her eyes. All right, I'll give it to you. Upon hearing that she would give him the spirit core, Lin Mingqi instantly perked up and stopped hiding behind the guards. Young master, be careful, it might be a trick. A few guards sensed something was off, especially since Yun Qianhuang had just tried to attack Lin Mingqi. Hearing this, Yun Qianhuang paused. Lin Mingqi was initially cautious, but suddenly burst into laughter, as if realizing something. She's just a 5-star spirit user. How could she be a threat? I think they are just scared of my cousin's name, so they decided to give me the spirit core. Lin Mingqi didn't take her seriously, thinking that even though he wasn't focused on his training, he was still a 1-star spirit master. A 5-star spirit user was nothing to him. The guards also noticed that Yun Qianhuang was only a 5-star spirit user, and they felt relieved. With such weak strength, their young master could handle it himself. Among everyone present, only Yun Qianye looked shocked at Yun Qianhuang's back. His sister had only started training after recovering, and in less than 2 months, she had advanced from a 1-star spirit user to a 5-star spirit user. He had never heard of such an incredible training speed. Is this the power of a top-tier spirit bone? People with top-tier spirit bones are rare, and aside from Yun Qianhuang, Yun Qianye had never encountered such a genius. He wasn't sure if those with top-tier spirit bones train this quickly. But he felt that even with a top-tier spirit bone, it shouldn't be possible to become a 5-star spirit user so fast. Yun Qianye's thoughts were complicated, and for a moment, he forgot to stop Yun Qianhuang. After Yun Qianhuang revealed her strength, Lin Mingqi lost all caution. He looked around. They were still at the entrance of the Xuanji auction house. After the auction ended, there weren't many people around, but there were still some. Lin Mingqi understood the principle of not flaunting wealth, so he looked around and finally pointed to a hidden corner not far away. You come with us over there. Yun Qianhuang followed his drushang and smiled under her hood.
Good.
This was exactly what she wanted. Yun Qianhuang followed Lin Mingqi to the corner, and Yun Qianye along with several guards followed them. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Lin Mingqi reached out to Yun Qianhuang and said, "Hand it over." Yun Xianhuang stepped closer, and the edge of her cloak quietly lifted. The guards, worried she might harm Lin Mingqi, kept a close watch on her and noticed her movement. One guard opened his mouth to question Yun Xianhuang about her intentions, but suddenly met her strange gaze. The other guards were similarly affected, their expressions becoming blank while still maintaining their previous stances. Lin Mingqi noticed nothing unusual and urged, "Hurry up and take it out." He was in a hurry to return and give his cousin a gift. Yun Xianhuang took another step forward, getting dangerously close. Lin Mingqi began to sense something was off and was about to move away when a sharp pain struck his chest. He widened his eyes and looked down to see a slender hand holding a short knife, its tip embedded in his heart.
You.
He stared at Yun Xianhuang and suddenly coughed up blood. Yun Xianhuang managed to dodge, but still got a few drops on her cloak. She frowned, deciding to burn the cloak later. However, to ensure Lin Mingqi was truly incapacitated, she stabbed him several more times, the last piercing his neck. The scene was gruesome, and Yun Xianya stood frozen in shock. Lin Mingqi slid down the wall to the ground, silent and motionless. At that moment, Yun Xianhuang turned her attention to the guards under Fu Bai's control. She thought for a moment and asked Fu Bai, "Fu Bai, can we still change the illusion they are trapped in?" "Of course, Master." "What do you want to do?" A wicked glint flashed in Yun Xianhuang's eyes. "I want to." In the Lin family side hall, Lin Mingqi's life jade pendant suddenly shattered. Lin Mingqi's father sensed something was wrong and rushed to the hall for confirmation, only to find the pendant broken into several pieces. Lin Jin's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, Who killed my precious son?" He immediately called his personal shadow guard. "Go investigate. We must find the person who harmed the young master." The dark guards received their orders and left. Not long after, the guard responsible for protecting Lin Mingqi stumbled back in a hurry. Master? Master?" The guard was injured all over and was bleeding as he walked. Lin Jin immediately recognized him as the one who had gone out with Lin Mingqi today. He rushed over and shouted, "Where is the young master? I'm asking you, where's he?" The guard spat out a mouthful of blood and stammered, There are enemies."
They killed
"The young master."
who?
Lin Jin grabbed the guard roughly.
It was
The guard was struggling to stay conscious.
two men.
After saying this, the guard could no longer hold on and collapsed, lifeless. Lin Jin released him and fell weakly into a chair. 2 men?
Who could they be?
There were too few clues for Lin Jin to narrow down the suspects, but he ordered an intensified search, emphasizing the need to find Lin Mingqi's body. The pain of losing a son made him overlook many details. He had noticed that the guard's eyes were unfocused while he spoke. Meanwhile, Yun Xianhuang and Yun Xiannite burned 2 cloaks and, with their disguised faces, headed to the Duan family's spirit tool shop. Along the way, Yun Kainite's gaze remained fixed on Yun Xianhuang. Yun Xianhuang glanced back at him, her phoenix eyes clouded, making it hard to read her thoughts. "Do you think I shouldn't have killed him?" Yun Xiannite shook his head. "Sister, you did the right thing." Lin Mingqi had tried to steal their spirit core. He was in the wrong first. Moreover, he had heard the words of those 2 passers-by. Lin Mingqi was not a good person, abusing the Lin family's power and causing many deaths. Such a person was not worth mourning. He was just worried that the Lin family, being a prominent family in Tianling City, might come after them now that his sister had killed Lin Mingqi. How would he protect her? Yun Xiannite shared his concerns with Yun Xianhuang. He didn't know about Fu Bai's abilities and didn't understand why the guards had suddenly turned on each other. But he knew that one guard had escaped, and his sister wouldn't let him pursue. That was a potential threat. Yun Xianhuang paused, looking at Yun Xiannite with softened eyes. "Don't worry, they won't find us." When she acted, she had 2 layers of disguise. That escaping guard was still trapped in Fu Bai's illusion. With his last words, the Lin family would only think that 2 men had killed Lin Mingqi. What did it have to do with her, a young girl? However, Yun Qianya's worries were not without reason. There are no walls that cannot be breached in this world, so she needed to quickly improve her strength. This way, even if the Lin family discovered that she was the one who killed Lin Mingqi, she would be able to handle it. Thinking this, Yun Qianhuang quickened her pace. The Duan family's spirit tool shop and the Xuanji auction house were several streets apart. The two of them walked for an hour to reach their destination. The Duan family's spirit tool shop has two storefronts. One sells finished spirit tools, and the other serves customers who need custom spirit tools or want to embed spirit cores into their tools. Yun Qianhuang went straight into the second shop. Compared to the store selling spirit tools, this shop had only a couple of customers, and they were all there to embed spirit cores. Duan Yang was helping one of the customers with the embedding, so Yun Qianhuang did not want to disturb him and quietly watched. Embedding spirit cores is quite simple. Each spirit tool has a reserved hole for the core, and as long as the attributes do not conflict, it can be completed in less than half an hour. At this moment, Duan Yang was finishing up. Embedding spirit cores requires great care. A small mistake could ruin the entire core, so Duan Yang was very focused and did not notice Yun Qianhuang and her brother. After returning the spirit tool with the embedded core to the customer, he finally saw Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qianhuang's appearance after disguising was the same as when she was in Xuanfeng City, so Duan Yang recognized her easily. He smiled with joy, forgetting to wipe the sweat from his brow as he walked up to Yun Qianhuang. "Little girl, are you here to buy a spirit tool?" Duan Yang remembered Yun Qianhuang well. If it weren't for her, he would have missed those 3 pieces of the Azure Dragon scales. Thanks to her, he was able to create such a perfect spirit tool. Duan Yang wanted to repay Yun Qianhuang, but after returning to the inn that day, he realized he had been too excited and forgot to ask for the girl's name. He could only wait for Yun Qianhuang to approach him, and half a month passed while he waited. Just when he thought she wouldn't come to Tianling City, she unexpectedly appeared. Duan Yang was truly happy. He finally had the chance to repay this little girl. Yun Qianhuang did not answer, but took out an 8th grade bone sword. "I would like to ask you to help me embed 2 spirit cores." Embedding spirit cores? That's easy. Duan Yang took the bone sword. However, you know the special nature of this sword, so the 2 spirit cores should ideally not have too much difference in grade. Since the other customers had already left with their spirit tools, Duan Yang spoke without any worries. It's important to note that ordinary spirit tools can only embed corresponding attribute spirit cores, and this attribute is determined by the user's spiritual root attribute. Being able to embed 2 spirit cores proves that Yun Qianhuang has dual spirit roots, which could be a problem if others find out. "You misunderstood." Yun Qianhuang shook her head and looked at Yun Qianya, asking him to take out the spirit weapon. Yun Qianya obediently handed his spear to Duan Yang and then went to close the shop door. Only then did Yun Qianhuang take out the 2 10th grade fire leopard spirit cores. "I would like to ask you to embed these 2 spirit cores into these 2 spirit weapons." 2 10th grade spirit cores. Duan Yang was already a high-level weapon refiner and had embedded countless spirit cores, but this was the first time he encountered 2 10th grade spirit cores at once. He looked at Yun Qianhuang in shock, but quickly calmed down. After all, someone who could casually take out an 8th grade recovery pill must have an impressive background. Duan Yang wisely did not ask further questions. He estimated the 2 spirit weapons and said, "Little girl, embedding them may take about an hour. Would you like to wait here or come back later?" Embedding 10th grade spirit cores is not easy. Even Duan Yang had to be extra careful, which naturally required more time. Duan Yang had been surprised but showed no greed, so Yun Qianhuang felt at ease handing over the spirit weapons and spirit cores to him. "We'll just look next door and come back later." She wanted to buy a stealth-type spirit weapon and wondered if the Duan family shop had any. All right. Duan Yang put away the spirit weapons and cores, personally leading the siblings to the next shop, telling the shopkeeper that whatever they chose would be 10% off. The shop was crowded, and when this was said, many people looked over, secretly guessing the relationship between Yun Qianhuang and Duan Yang. The shopkeeper sent Duan Yang off under the curious gazes and then personally attended to Yun Qianhuang and her brother. "What type of spirit weapon do you need? Do you have any stealth-type spirit weapons?" There were too many spirit weapons in the shop, and Yun Xianhuang couldn't tell which ones were stealth types, so she directly asked the shopkeeper. Stealth type? The shopkeeper was taken aback, then showed an apologetic expression. I'm very sorry, but stealth-type spirit weapons are extremely difficult to make, and our stock is limited. Just yesterday, the last 2 stealth-type spirit weapons were bought by the owner of the Duofu Inn. The Duofu Inn is quite famous in Tianling City, mainly because the chef there is known for cooking delicious dishes, even better than the signature dishes of the most famous restaurants in the city. Hearing the familiar name, Yun Xianhuang was momentarily stunned and then asked, "How many Duofu Inns are there in the city?" The shopkeeper smiled at her. "Are you not from Tianling City? There is only one Duofu Inn in our city, and it's not far from our Duan family's spirit tool shop. It only takes about 15 minutes to walk there."
So it really is the place they are staying.
Yun Xianhuang thought to herself, wondering if the owner of Duofu Inn would be willing to sell her one of the concealment spirit tools. The enrollment for Wuling Academy is approaching, and it is said that the headmaster is a peak spirit saint, someone who could easily see that she has 5 spirit roots. Therefore, before enrolling, she must buy a concealment spirit tool. Seeing that Yun Xianhuang did not respond, the shopkeeper quickly asked, "Do you need any other types of spirit tools? Our Duan family's spirit tool shop is the best in Tianling City, and the quality of our spirit tools is guaranteed." This was a customer the owner personally instructed to treat well, so he couldn't be careless. "I'll take a look first." Yun Xianhuang began to browse the shop, with Yun Xianye closely following her. The shopkeeper was perceptive. He could tell that Yun Xianhuang wanted to look around by herself, so he wisely stepped back to attend to other customers. The Duan family's spirit tool shop was large, with dozens of shelves, each displaying many spirit tools, totaling over 100. Since spirit artisans are rare, it is likely that only the Duan family in Tianling City could offer this many spirit tools. No wonder there were so many customers in the shop. Yun Xianhuang strolled leisurely through the store, telling Yun Xianye that he didn't need to follow her and could look for any spirit tools he liked. On the way here, she had given half of her auction earnings to Yun Xianye, so with those 5 million gold coins, he could buy any spirit tool he wanted. However, Yun Xianye did not listen to her and continued to follow her like a little shadow. Yun Xianhuang didn't mind. High-level spirit artisans can craft up to 9th-tier spirit tools, but Yun Xianhuang noticed that the shop actually had 2 10th-tier spirit tools. It seems that the Duan family might have a master-level spirit artisan hidden away. Like alchemists, spirit artisans are divided into apprentice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster levels. Master-level spirit artisans are rare, so it was surprising to find one in the Duan family shop. 10th-tier spirit tools are expensive, and most customers in the shop hardly glanced in that direction. Yun Xianhuang reached out to take a look at one of the defensive spirit tools. At the same time, someone else reached out and their fingertips touched. Yun Xianhuang quickly withdrew her hand and looked at the person who had appeared behind her. Shen Fengyuan also withdrew her hand, looking a bit embarrassed as she said, "Sorry, I thought you wanted the one next to it." The 2 10th-tier spirit weapons were placed very close together, and Yun Xianhuang was standing near the other one, so it was understandable that Shen Fengyuan misunderstood. "It's fine." Yun Xianhuang shook her head. "I just wanted to take a look." Shen Fengyuan immediately replied, "Then you can look first." Clearly, she only wanted to see it too. Yun Xianhuang nodded and reached out to take down the spirit weapon for a closer inspection. This spirit weapon looked like a wrist guard. It wasn't very attractive, but it was known for its strong defensive capabilities. According to Ao Tion, it could withstand full-force attacks from anyone below the spirit realm. This was exactly what Yun Xianhuang needed, but when she weighed it in her hand, she found it a bit heavy, which might affect her use of the bone sword. Noticing that Yun Xianhuang seemed hesitant, Shen Fengyuan asked, "Can I have this spirit weapon?" Although the weapon was in Yun Xianhuang's hands, Shen Fengyuan had also observed it earlier. The size and defensive qualities of this weapon would be perfect for her father. However, if Yun Xianhuang refused, she wouldn't insist. Yun Xianhuang hesitated for just a moment before handing the weapon to Shen Fengyuan, saying, "Sure. Thank you. Thank you." Shun Fengyuan said several times before taking the spirit weapon to pay for it. Yun Qianhuang didn't dwell on this little incident and picked up the enhancement spirit weapon to take a look. Master, this is a great item. Before Yun Qianhuang could ask what was so good about it, Fu Bai explained, this spirit weapon can increase your mental strength and also make you immune to confusion-type attacks from anyone below the spirit realm. Increase mental strength? After arriving in this world, Yun Qianhuang realized that she could no longer train her mental strength using the methods from her past life. For a beast master, nothing was more important than improving mental strength, especially since this weapon could also provide immunity to confusion-type attacks from the spirit realm. Yun Qianhuang immediately decided she wanted this spirit weapon. She took the weapon to find the shopkeeper, and Shun Fengyuan was still there, paying for the wrist guard spirit weapon. The shopkeeper seemed to check the gold coins on her spirit card before returning it to her, saying, "Customer, you don't have enough gold."
Ah?
Shun Fengyuan looked in surprise at the spirit weapon she had placed on the counter. How much is this spirit weapon? She still had nearly 150,000 gold coins on her spirit card. Could it really be not enough to buy a 10th-tier spirit weapon? The shopkeeper showed no sign of disdain and smiled as he said, 150,000. Shun Fengyuan. Well, it seemed she really didn't have enough. Nearby, other customers expressed their surprise, saying, "Shopkeeper, are you sure? A tier 10 spirit tool costs 1,500,000? Yun Qianhuang also found it strange. She had bought 2 tier 10 spirit cores, each costing less than 1,500,000. How could this spirit tool be more expensive than the spirit cores? Logically, spirit cores should be rarer than spirit tools. The shopkeeper looked at the person who spoke and said, "That is the price. This spirit tool was crafted by our former master, and the price set by him is 1,500,000. The former master of the Duan family spirit tool shop? The person gasped, "Master Duan Song?" That's right. The person fell silent. Shun Fengyuan curiously asked, "Who is Master Duan Song? You don't even know Master Duan Song?" Master Duan Song is one of the top master-level craftsmen on the continent. The person seemed to know a lot about Master Duan Song. From his words, Yun Qianhuang learned that Master Duan Song was Duan Yang's father and had become a master-level craftsman over a decade ago. Any spirit tool crafted by Master Duan Song had significantly better attributes compared to other spirit tools of the same rank. Moreover, the spirit tools he forged did not have embedding holes, meaning they did not require spirit cores at all. Even so, those crafted by him could outperform other spirit tools of the same rank that had spirit cores embedded, showcasing Master Duan Song's incredible talent in crafting. Shun Fengyuan understood, so, this spirit tool, while being tier 10, can rival an 11-tier defensive spirit tool? The shopkeeper nodded, exactly. Then 1,500,000 is indeed not expensive. Shun Fengyuan sighed, "Unfortunately, I didn't bring that many gold coins today. Shopkeeper, could you please hold this spirit tool for me? I will come back to buy it in a couple of days."
Well.
The shopkeeper hesitated, as they had never had such a precedent in their store. Shun Fengyuan quickly added, "I can pay 10,000 gold coins as a deposit." The shopkeeper still did not agree immediately. "Please wait a moment, I will ask the owner." With that, the shopkeeper hurried to the neighboring shop. However, Duan Yang was busy helping Yun Qianhuang embed the spirit core and had closed the shop door, so the shopkeeper couldn't get in or get a response when knocking. The shopkeeper was in a dilemma. He returned to his own shop and regretfully told Shun Fengyuan, "Customer, our owner is busy, so we might have to wait."
All right.
Shun Fengyuan stepped aside to avoid blocking others who wanted to buy spirit tools. Yun Qianhuang then stepped forward and handed the spirit tool to the shopkeeper, saying, "Shopkeeper, I want to buy this one." The shopkeeper glanced at her and said, "Customer, this magical item costs 1,500,000 gold coins, but the owner has instructed me to give you a discount. You only need to pay 1,350,000 gold coins." Yun Qianhuang handed over the spirit gold card and paid, without hesitation, then stored the magical item in her storage ring. She didn't forget about Yun Qianyan and asked, "Is there anything you want to buy?" Yun Xianya smiled. Sister, I don't need any magical items. He was satisfied with his long spear. All right, then let's go explore other places. As Yun Xianhuang prepared to leave, she turned around and noticed Shen Fengyuan staring at her intently. The gaze wasn't unpleasant, but it was very noticeable. Yun Xianhuang had to ask, is there something you need? Caught staring, Shen Fengyuan scratched her head awkwardly and quietly asked, I just wanted to know if you need any pills or herbs. She didn't have enough money, but she had plenty of pills and herbs. The owner was busy, and waiting around wasn't a good option. She still needed to meet up with Xianqing and the others. Yun Xianhuang quickly understood Shen Fengyuan's intention, and since Shen Fengyuan was honest, she didn't feel uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, she asked, do you have any dreaming grass? Fu Bai liked to eat this, and she didn't have any in her space. If she could buy some to plant, that would be great. Although sacred beasts don't need to eat, Fu Bai was her contracted beast, and she wouldn't hesitate to satisfy its needs. Dreaming grass? Yes, I have some. Shen Fengyuan jogged over to Yun Xianhuang and opened her storage ring. How many do you want? She had just bought a batch of dreaming grass a few days ago, so she had plenty. Dreaming grass is a rare herb that grows in the spirit rotation forest, so it isn't cheap. 50 plants, please. Yun Xianhuang planned to plant half and keep the other half to feed Fu Bai.
Okay.
Shen Fengyuan quickly took out 50 plants of dreaming grass, and they were very fresh. I'll give you a discount, just 50,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins per plant, which was at least a few hundred gold coins cheaper than outside. Shen Fengyuan wasn't trying to make a profit. With this 50,000 gold coins, she would have just enough to buy that magical item. The two completed the transaction smoothly, and Shen Fengyuan bought the wrist guard, leaving the magical item shop with Yun Xianhuang and her brother. Before leaving, she smiled at Yun Xianhuang and said, I'm Shen Fengyuan. Thank you for today. If you need any pills in the future, you can find me at the Five Spirits Academy. She is a student at the Five Spirits Academy? Yun Xianhuang raised an eyebrow but didn't say much more. After parting ways with Shen Fengyuan, she and Yun Xianya strolled through nearby shops, estimating it was about time to return to find Duanyang. Duanyang had finished embedding the spirit core. He first returned Yun Xianya's spear to Yun Xianhuang before taking out a bone sword. The milky white bone sword, inlaid with a red spirit core, looked unexpectedly beautiful. Duanyang lovingly stroked the bone sword and advised, young lady, if you want to embed other spirit cores in the future, make sure their grade is similar to this one. Otherwise, the cores may repel each other and easily ruin the sword. After saying this, he handed the bone sword back to Yun Xianhuang. Yun Xianya, noticing something, saw that the bone sword had 5 embedding holes. Since her sister had both water and fire spirit roots, her spirit weapon should only have 2 holes. Why were there 5? Yun Xianya glanced at Duanyang but didn't ask. Yun Xianhuang took the bone sword, thanked Duanyang, and prepared to pay. But Duanyang refused to accept any payment. Young lady, I already benefited from you last time. Embedding spirit cores isn't difficult, so I won't take your coins this time. But next time, I will charge you. With that said, Yun Xianhuang didn't insist on giving him money, knowing she would need to embed 4 more spirit cores later, so she could pay more then. She put away the bone sword and returned the spear to Yun Xianya. After embedding the spirit core, the spear's spiritual energy was noticeably stronger, and Yun Xianya cherished it. Thank you, sister. He knew it was because his sister sold pills that he could have the spirit core. Since you call me sister, there's no need to say thank you. Yun Xianhuang smiled at him. All right, let's put it away for now and head back to the inn. Yun Xianya quickly nodded, and the two bid farewell to Duanyang before leaving the spirit weapon shop. By the time they returned to the inn, it was completely dark. After a busy day, even as a cultivator, Yun Xianhuang felt hungry. She ordered a few dishes and she and Yun Xianya sat together in the dining hall to eat. Besides them, there were many other diners chatting with their companions. The topic of their conversation was about Lin Mingqi. The Lin family was searching the city for the murderer, and the news of Lin Mingqi's death had spread throughout Tianling City. That demon king is finally dead. My son's hand was broken by him. Finally, someone has avenged me. Exactly. That demon king relied on the Lin family and did so many bad things. I really want to know who killed him. I owe her my gratitude. My brother died at Lin Mingqi's hands, and now he can finally rest in peace. In the inn, many diners had actually suffered from Lin Mingqi's actions. Lin Mingqi is truly wicked, Yun Qinya couldn't help but say. Fortunately, his sister had eliminated the threat today. However, he only said this one sentence, saying more could easily reveal that they had killed Lin Mingqi. Yun Qianya understood the importance of being discreet. Yun Qianhuang replied and continued eating. There was no need to dwell on unimportant matters. After finishing their meal, she told Yun Qianya to go back to their room to rest while she went to find the innkeeper, saying she wanted to meet the owner of the inn. The innkeeper was a bit surprised. Their inn was best known for its chef, and few people requested to see the owner. Please wait a moment. Despite his surprise, the innkeeper quickly brought in the owner, mentioning that Yun Qianhuang was the one who helped resolve issues for the inn yesterday. The owner of Duofu Inn, Wan Guijin, had a round face that gave a friendly first impression. He smiled warmly. Do you have something important to discuss? Mr. Wan, may I speak with you privately? This implied a desire to avoid others overhearing. Wan Guijin squinted and assessed Yun Qianhuang, then gestured for her to follow him. Please come with me. He led her to the last room on the second floor, which was his private room. Once inside, Yun Qianhuang stated her purpose directly. Mr. Wan, I would like to buy a stealth-type spiritual item from you. Wan Guijin continued to smile, but his gaze sharpened slightly. How did you know I have stealth-type spiritual items? He had only acquired those 2 items yesterday, so it was surprising that this young girl had heard about them. To run a successful inn, Wan Guijin was certainly not naive and was always cautious in his dealings. He hadn't shared this information with anyone else, making Yun Qianhuang's knowledge intriguing. I know Duan Yang from Duan's spiritual item shop. Yun Qianhuang was straightforward, not wanting to create unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing this, Wan Guijin relaxed a bit, but remained cautious. After thinking for a moment, he took out the 2 spiritual items. Since he had just bought them, he hadn't had time to contract them yet. Since you helped the inn yesterday, I can sell you one of these 2 items, but the price might be a bit higher than at Duan's. As a businessman, he wouldn't do anything without a benefit. Both items were level 9 spiritual items, just different styles. One was a necklace, and the other was a bracelet. Today, Yun Qianhuang bought a spirit tool that is a necklace, so she picked up the bracelet-shaped spirit tool and said, I'll take this one. Sure, it's 300,000 gold coins. Okay. This price was acceptable to Yun Qianhuang, so she took out her spirit gold card to pay. Her quick decision made Wan Guijin feel a bit embarrassed. After all, the 2 spirit tools together only cost 500,000 gold coins, and he had hoped to leave some room for her to negotiate. He thought for a moment and reminded her, you should know that a 9th-tier concealment spirit tool can only block the detection of those below the spirit master level, right? Yun Qianhuang was taken aback. Seeing her reaction, Wan Guijin realized she might not understand. He laughed and said, how about this? If you still want it, I can sell you this spirit tool for 280,000 gold coins. If not, Yun Qianhuang could guess the rest. Below the Spirit Master level, just the Dean of the 5 Spirit Academy was already above that rank. But if she didn't buy this one, where could she find a higher-tier concealment spirit tool? Also, Boss Wan, what tier of spirit tool can avoid detection from a Peak Spirit Saint? Peak Spirit Saint? Wan Guijin clicked his tongue. Well, that would require at least a 12th-tier concealment spirit tool, and if that strong person's mental power is even stronger, it might need to be a holy tool. Yun Qianhuang felt disheartened. Holy tools can only be crafted by master-level craftsmen, and there are only 2 on the continent, one at the Frost Snow sect and the other wandering around, hard to find. Holy tools are extremely rare in the market. Where could she find a concealment holy tool? She could only ask the Xuanji auction house to keep an eye out for her. Yun Qianhuang sighed and ultimately decided to buy the 9th-tier spirit tool. Having something was better than nothing. After leaving Wan Guijin's room, she returned to her own room, took out the 2 spirit tools she bought today, and contracted them before wearing them. After a busy day, Yun Xianhuang didn't slack off at night and continued to practice on her bed. In the following days, she gradually became familiar with the forces and layout of Tianling City, so she didn't leave the inn again. The 5-Spirit Academy has a high admission threshold, and her current strength was still a bit lacking. Half a month later, Yun Xianhuang successfully advanced to a 6-star spirit user, and Yun Xianya also recently advanced to a 6-star spirit master. During this time, many people came to Tianling City, mostly for the enrollment days of several academies. There are a total of 5 academies in Tianling City, each with different enrollment days. Over the past half-month, 3 academies began their admissions and many rooms in the inns became available, with a new batch of guests checking in, including Duofuan. Yun Xianya enjoys having meals with Yun Xianhuang, so for the past few days, the siblings have been dining in the main hall. However, today, as Yun Xianhuang went downstairs, she spotted an acquaintance. "Hey, it's you." Shen Fengyuan stood up from her seat and quickly walked over to Yun Xianhuang. Yun Xianhuang nodded at her, "Miss Shen." "Don't call me that, just call me Fengyuan." Shen Fengyuan casually linked her arm with Yun Xianhuang's. "Come on, I want to introduce you to my friends." Yun Xianhuang wanted to decline, but before she could say anything, Shen Fengyuan pulled her along. "Xianqing, Jilu, this is someone I met at the spirit tool shop, her name is." Shen Fengyuan suddenly paused mid-introduction. Oh no, she hadn't asked for her name. Now that they were in front of Shen Fengyuan's friends, Yun Xianhuang didn't hesitate and replied, "Wen Xianhuang." "Miss Wen." Lu Xianqing and Gong Jilu politely nodded at Yun Xianhuang. Both were very friendly, and although Yun Xianhuang was sure it was her first time meeting them, their faces seemed somewhat familiar. Where had she seen them before? Yun Xianhuang couldn't remember, and just then, Yun Xianya approached, looking a bit wary of the 3. Lu Xianqing sensed a hint of hostility. "Miss Wen, this is my brother, Wen Xianya." Half a month ago, Yun Xianhuang and Yun Xianya had agreed on this name, as they both planned to disguise themselves to enter the 5 Spirits Academy. After all, if she used the name Wen Xianhuang while Yun Xianya kept his original name, it would raise suspicions, leading to a troublesome explanation later. Yun Xianya had no objections. He agreed to whatever Yun Xianhuang said. Lu Xianqing and the others greeted Yun Xianya, "Brother Wen." Out of politeness, Yun Xianya responded, but soon tugged at Yun Xianhuang's sleeve. "Sister, I'm a bit hungry." Shen Fengyuan immediately urged Yun Xianhuang to sit down. "Perfect. You all can eat with us. Waiter, add a few more dishes and bring 2 more sets of chopsticks." She spoke quickly, leaving no room for Yun Xianhuang and her brother to refuse. Her expression was so sincere that it didn't make anyone feel annoyed by her actions. Thinking about possibly being in the same academy in the future, Yun Xianhuang ultimately didn't refuse, and Yun Xianya was also pulled down to sit by Gong Jilu. The tables at the Fortune Inn were quite large, so even with 5 people, it wasn't crowded at all. While waiting for the food, Shen Fengyuan asked Yun Xianhuang, "Huang, you're not from Tianling City, right? Are you here to participate in the admissions?" If someone is from Tianling City, they usually don't stay in inns. Nowadays, most people in the inns are either preparing to attend an academy or accompanying someone who is, which is why Shen Fengyuan asked this. Yun Xianhuang nodded in agreement. Shen Fengyuan pressed on, "So, which academy do you plan to attend? Wuling Academy or Songling Academy?" Wuling Academy. Yun Xianhuang had no intention of hiding this. Since Shen Fengyuan was already a student at Wuling Academy, it would be pointless to keep it a secret. It was better to be open about it now. "Are you coming to Wuling Academy?" Shen Fengyuan's eyes lit up with joy. "That's great. After you enroll, you can come find us. Both I and Xianqing Jielv are students there too." Hearing this, Yun Xianhuang looked at Lu Xianqing and Gong Jielv again. She felt they looked familiar, but couldn't remember where she had seen them. Yun Xianhuang didn't like to dwell on it. If she couldn't remember, she decided not to think about it anymore. The 3 of them were all from Wuling Academy, and if she passed the entrance exam, they would be classmates. The chances of running into each other in the same academy were high, so it was best not to make enemies, even if she didn't become friends. Shin Fengyuan continued to ask Yun Qianhuang questions that didn't touch on personal matters, so Yun Qianhuang was happy to share. During their conversation, the waiter brought more dishes and utensils. Gong Jiolv eagerly picked up his chopsticks. I've heard that the chef at Duofu Inn is amazing. I can't wait to try the food today. He held the chopsticks, eyeing the table full of dishes. What a glutton! Shin Fengyuan rolled her eyes at him and then handed a new pair of chopsticks to Yun Qianhuang. Here, Qianhuang. Yun Qianhuang took the chopsticks, and seeing this, Yun Qianye quietly picked up his own pair. The five of them immediately started eating. The chef at Duofu Inn was indeed skilled. Even though Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianye had been eating there for over half a month, they never got tired of the food. Instead, it felt fresh every time. For Shin Fengyuan and the others, it was their first time eating there, and once they started, they couldn't stop. After they were full, no one wanted to move, so they sat and continued chatting. Shin Fengyuan rubbed her belly and looked at Lu Xianqing across from her. By the way, Xianqing, you mentioned in your last message that you had something important to discuss with me. What is it? These days, the three of them had been busy preparing for school, and she had forgotten about it. Lu Xianqing spoke directly. My father is ill and needs a special healing pill. The Shin family is a clan of alchemists, with everyone from the ancestors to the younger members being skilled in alchemy. Shin Fengyuan is also a mid-level alchemist. After missing the holy grade recovery pill at the auction, Lu Xianqing sent people to inquire, but after half a month, there was still no news. There is only one person in the entire continent who can refine that holy grade pill, so it's not easy to find. The holy grade recovery pill is a bit tricky. Shin Fengyuan frowned. You know, my great-grandfather hasn't been able to break through to become a master alchemist yet, and I'm not sure if we still have any holy grade recovery pills at home. Alchemists belong to the Shin family. Yun Qianhuang's eyelashes fluttered. Could Shin Fengyuan be from the Shin family of Fengling Kingdom? And Lu Xianqing and Gong Jilu. In the four nations of the continent, Qiling, Yueling, Fengling, and Huanling. Only Qiling is known for its royal power, while the other three nations have families stronger than the royal families. The Shin family of Fengling Kingdom consists entirely of alchemists. The Gong family of Yueling has many formation masters. The Lu family of Huanling is known for their weapon crafting. Since all the surnames match, did she accidentally get to know people from three powerful families? Lu Xianqing understood that he couldn't force it. I know. I just want to borrow your family's connections to help inquire. The connections of alchemists are definitely the strongest among all professions. Everyone has their moments of need. So, asking Shin Fengyuan for help would be much more efficient. That's easy. I'll send a message to my great-grandfather to help you look into it, Shin Fengyuan said. Don't worry too much. I still have some level 10 and 11 healing pills. You can send them back to Uncle Lu. They should help a bit. As she spoke, Shin Fengyuan took out the pills, filling the recently cleaned table. She had been personally taught by the elder of the Shin family, and all these pills were made by him. When she left home, the elder had insisted on giving her a bunch of pills. What she took out was just a small portion. Lu Xianqing didn't refuse her, but only took one bottle of level 10 and one bottle of level 11 pills, asking Shin Fengyuan to keep the rest. However, Shin Fengyuan didn't take them back. Instead, she looked at Yun Qianhuang. Qianhuang, see if there are any pills you can use. Feel free to choose. She was being quite generous. But since one shouldn't take without giving, Yun Qianhuang shook her head, indicating she didn't need any. Even if you don't need them, take them. Shin Fengyuan insisted, giving her 2 bottles of level 11 pills before finally taking the rest back. Looking at the pills in her hands, Yun Qianhuang felt a bit confused. This was only their second meeting, and last time Shin Fengyuan sold her the Pu Huan grass at a discount, which was a benefit for her. Shin Fengyuan didn't care at all, and even brought her 2 bottles of high-grade pills today. These 2 bottles contained pills that could sell for 2 million gold coins each at the Xuanji auction house.
Why?
Yun Qianhuang asked Shin Fengyuan. Lu Xianqing leaned back in his chair, smiling as he said, Miss Wen, Feng Yuan likes to give pills to people she finds pleasing. You don't need to think too much about it. He didn't mention that there were only a few people who caught Shin Fengyuan's eye. Yun Xianhuang, who had always been taught that benefits come first and never had time for friends, didn't quite understand this kind of selfless behavior. After thinking for a moment, she accepted the 2 bottles of pills and took out a medicinal herb from her storage space to give to Shin Fengyuan. As a pharmacist, Shin Fengyuan would naturally want to examine the herb closely, but Yun Xianhuang held her hand down.
Put it away for now.
She said it briefly, and Shin Fengyuan noticed that the diners around them seemed to be looking their way. Of course, anyone casually taking out a table full of high-quality pills would attract attention. Shin Fengyuan quickly put the herb away, and Lu Xianqing glanced around, his presence commanding. A first-star spirit master. Gasps filled the hall. That boy looked only about 16 or 17. Such a young first-star spirit master could only be trained by a few top forces. And any of those forces were not to be trifled with. The curious gazes quickly vanished. Gong Jilu tapped Lu Xianqing on the shoulder, saying, "All right, don't scare Qianhuang and Xiaoya." Qianhuang? Xiaoya? Yun Qianhuang's eye twitched slightly. Why did she keep running into such familiar people? Feng Jingchen, Shin Fengyuan, and now Gong Jilu. Perhaps because she had encountered so many, she found herself getting used to it. Unlike her, Yun Qianya clearly wasn't accustomed to it. When he heard Gong Jilu's address, he was stunned for a while. His expression was a bit awkward as he glanced at Yun Qianhuang. Seeing that his sister didn't mind, he reluctantly accepted Gong Jilu's way of addressing him. After all, they would likely be in the same academy, and having more friends could open more opportunities. Who knows, he might need help from these people in the future. Thinking this way, Yun Qianya felt much more comfortable. When Gong Jilu spoke, Lu Xianqing also lowered his presence and smiled at Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya, saying, "Sorry, I hope I didn't scare Miss One and Brother One." No, Yun Qianya shook his head, not at all intimidated by that presence. However, this person seemed only 2 years older than him and was already a first-star spirit master. It looked like he needed to work even harder. Yun Qianya felt a strong determination rising within him. After Shin Fengyuan and the others left the inn, he told Yun Qianhuang and then went into his room to train diligently. Yun Qianhuang also returned to her room to continue her training. The day before the 5 Spirit Academy's enrollment, she successfully advanced to a 7-star Spirit Master. The next day was the official enrollment day for the 5 Spirit Academy. The academy only enrolls students once a year. As the best training academy, even though other academies had already accepted many students, the entrance was still crowded with those eager to enroll. Countless carriages blocked the entrance, making it difficult for pedestrians to pass. Yun Qianhuang had to get off the carriage with Yun Qianya and walk toward the line of people waiting for the enrollment test. I heard that the enrollment standards for the 5 Spirit Academy have been raised again. Some students chatted to pass the time during the dull wait. Raised again? I just broke through to a 7-star Spirit Master. It seems like the 5 Spirit Academy doesn't want to enroll anyone at all. Maybe that's true. After all, the 5 Spirit Academy is the best among these schools, and countless practitioners are eager to get in. That's right, no wonder it's so hard to get in. This standard has already eliminated a lot of people. A few prospective students discussed the Academy's standards, some relieved and others disappointed, while Yun Qianhuang quietly listened from behind them. Suddenly, she spoke up, "Excuse me, what is this year's enrollment standard?" Yun Shuli had mentioned before that last year's standard for the 5 Spirit Academy was being under 16 years old and above the 7-star Spirit Master level. However, if someone possessed an exceptionally rare spirit bone, they could still qualify for the enrollment test, even if they didn't meet the age or level requirements. Yun Qianhuang had just broken through to a 7-star Spirit Master, so she should meet the criteria, but from what these people were saying, it seemed the enrollment standards had been raised again. The voice from behind startled the group, and they turned around. Seeing 2 younger individuals who had asked politely, their irritation quickly faded away. One person scratched his head and said, "I heard that to enter the main academy, you need to reach 8-star spirit level before turning 16. The requirements for the secondary academy haven't changed, but that's just what I've heard. The five-spirit academy is divided into the main academy and the secondary academy. The main academy consists of 5 branches: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while the secondary academy includes the branches for weapon makers, potion makers, formation masters, and talisman masters. Yun Shuli planned for Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qiannight to go together to the fire branch of the main academy. But now it seems she only meets the requirements for the secondary academy. Yun Qianhuang does not intend to reveal her spirit bone, so she decided that if the main academy's requirements have really increased, she would try to see if she could enter the potion maker branch. Students in the secondary academy must attend classes at the main academy in addition to their major courses, so they won't fall behind in their training. Yun Qianhuang thanked the person. "You're welcome." The person waved and turned back to chat with his companions. There were too many students wanting to enter the five-spirit academy, and the line seemed to hardly shorten throughout the morning. The academy had to temporarily suspend classes and gather all the instructors to help, which improved efficiency. Even so, by the time it was Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qiannight's turn, it was already dusk. Today was not the official admission test. It was just a preliminary screening to determine who qualified for the admission test, meaning those who met the academy's requirements, so the initial test was quite simple. The instructor in charge asked for their names, and then instructed them to test their levels using the nearby testing crystal. Yun Qiannight volunteered to go first. 15 years old, 6-star spirit master, not bad. The instructor praised him, wrote down Yun Qiannight's information with a brush, and then handed him a jade token. "Come back in 3 days for the admission test." Next, Yun Qianhuang stepped forward and placed her hand on the testing crystal. After disguising, she and Yun Qiannight looked somewhat similar, making it easy for people to think they were family. Since they were family, their talents shouldn't be too different, right? The instructor looked at the testing crystal with some anticipation, and the people behind Yun Qianhuang stretched their necks to watch. The testing crystal quickly provided the result. What? Only 7-star spirit level? That one Qiannight looks like her. They must be family, but how can their talents be so different? What a pity. If it were last year, she could have participated in the admission test, but this year the requirements have increased. The result of Yun Qianhuang's test was only 7-star spirit level, and everyone felt a bit disappointed. Little did they know that just a few months ago, Yun Qianhuang wasn't even a 1-star spirit master. The mentor felt a bit disappointed, but still smiled. "Girl, it's a pity, but your level is not high enough to participate in the admission test." Yun Qianhuang tilted her head. "Mentor, I want to take the test for the alchemist division." "Am I not qualified?" "You want to take the test for the alchemist division?" The mentor was somewhat surprised. Although the Five-Spirit Academy has a main division and a secondary division, most of the new students are admitted to the main division. The secondary division has very few new students each year, almost a ratio of 10 to 1. When this number is divided among the 4 branches of the secondary division, it becomes even smaller. The mentor looked at Yun Qianhuang a bit longer, but that was all. He handed her a jade token. "That's enough. You can come for the test in 3 days." After receiving the jade token, Yun Qianhuang left with Yun Qianya. Yun Qianya looked at the jade token in her hand, feeling a bit mixed. His sister had leveled up again. Her training speed was much faster than his, and soon she might surpass him. He had to work harder to protect her. Before the admission test, Yun Qianya focused on training hard. 3 days passed quickly, and on the day of the test, the siblings arrived at the academy early. After showing the jade token they received earlier to the mentor, they stepped into the Five-Spirit Academy for the first time. The academy is vast, and at first glance, it was hard to find the teaching areas, let alone the testing hall or the alchemy rooms. Fortunately, the academy arranged for a senior student to guide them, so they wouldn't get lost. Yun Qianya was taking the test for the fire division, which was not in the same location as Yun Qianhuang but nearby. Before they separated, Yun Qianya confidently said, "Sister, I'll find you after my test." He was sure he would pass. The senior student leading them shook his head, thinking they were too young and overly confident. He had seen many like them, all entering the testing hall with great confidence, but less than one-fifth came out smiling. The senior didn't want to discourage Yun Qianya by mentioning the low pass rate. After Yun Qianya entered the testing hall, he took Yun Qianhuang to the alchemist test location. The alchemist test was held in a small alchemy room with 10 alchemy furnaces, allowing only 10 people to test at the same time. This test took longer, and by the time it was Yun Qianhuang's turn, an hour had already passed. When the previous group of 10 exited the alchemy room, none of them were smiling. It was a complete failure. The passing rate made Yun Qianhuang feel a bit nervous. Although she had memorized the formula from the alchemy book, she was still a complete novice in practice. The mentor in the alchemy room was already calling for people, so Yun Qianhuang took a deep breath and walked in with the other 9 participants. The test at the alchemist division was very straightforward. Each person received a furnace and a formula, with the freedom to choose their herbs. As long as they successfully created the potion, they would pass. Each of the 10 formulas was different, eliminating any possibility of cheating. The order of the herbs, the amounts needed, and the control of the heat were all clearly written, which eased Yun Qianhuang's mind. It was just like an open book exam. As she gathered the herbs according to the formula, she noticed something strange halfway through. The mentor had given her the formula for the gathering spirit pill, which helps the user absorb spiritual energy faster for a short time, depending on the pill's grade. She had seen this formula in the alchemy book, but the mentor's version had half the herbs missing. Was the mentor mistaken, or was the book wrong? Holding the formula, Yun Qianhuang hesitated as she looked at the neatly arranged herbs on the table. The others had already selected their herbs and were starting to prepare them at the designated furnaces. She glanced at the serious-looking mentor, feeling conflicted. A few others were still choosing their herbs, so the mentor hadn't noticed her. Yin suggested, "Master, you should follow the formula in the book." Yin had also seen the alchemy book. Although spirit beasts don't need to make potions, he had lived for many years and had seen many formulas. The one in the book should be correct. Trusting him, Yun Qianhuang immediately chose the herbs according to the gathering spirit pill formula from the book. Many of the herbs looked similar, but thanks to Yin's guidance, she could easily tell them apart. After selecting the herbs and moving to the furnace, she began preparing them while using her mental energy to communicate with the 2 spirit beasts. I thought the alchemist division's test would just be about following the formula, but who knew the 5 Spirit Academy would give us incomplete formulas? It was no wonder the last group had failed completely. Who would expect the Academy to provide flawed instructions? Fubai agreed. It's really ridiculous. Yin then advised, "Master, you can start by observing how others are making their potions." Without needing to be told, Yun Qianhuang was already secretly watching. She was learning how to handle the herbs from the person at the next table. Due to receiving different formulas, those who acted quickly had already lit the fire and started adding herbs. Yun Qianhuang was observant and worked fast, processing the herbs while learning from others. However, why did others need so much less than her? In just a short time, everyone else had begun refining, while she was still diligently preparing her herbs. The instructor overseeing the test closely watched the 10 students and noticed that Yun Qianhuang was falling behind. He shook his head slightly. She was too slow. The formulas provided by the academy were quite simple, requiring no more than 8 herbs. Even if that girl was unlucky enough to have a formula needing 8 herbs, it shouldn't take this long. Yun Qianhuang was in the last row, and her herbs were blocked from view by the students in front of her. If the instructor got closer, he would see that she had not just 8 herbs, but almost 20. Although Yun Qianhuang found this strange, she thought it was just her bad luck. She quickly finished processing the remaining herbs, then followed the others' example to preheat the alchemy furnace and began adding the herbs in order. Her movements were a bit awkward, and anyone familiar with alchemy could tell she was a complete novice. The instructor shifted his gaze, deciding not to waste more time on her. Following the formula in the alchemy book, Yun Qianhuang added the herbs one by one and increased the heat. High temperatures could extract the essence from the herbs, which was key to the success of the alchemy. "Master, use your mental energy to control the herbs in the furnace and merge their essences," Fu Bai said, having some understanding of this and able to offer useful guidance. However, it didn't know much else, as spirit beasts never needed to refine herbs. Okay. Yun Xianhuang released her mental energy as Fu Bai suggested, focusing on controlling the herbs in the furnace. The others were also intently watching their own furnaces, and the alchemy room was silent. Suddenly, a loud explosion broke the silence. Several students, unable to resist their curiosity, turned to find the source of the noise, resulting in more explosions in the alchemy room. Their alchemical attempts had failed and caused the furnaces to explode. A foul burnt smell filled the air. Alchemy required complete concentration. Even a small mistake could lead to failure. Those who dared to participate in the Alchemist Division's test had, to some extent, prior experience with alchemy, except for Yun Qianhuang. The few people who wanted to watch had previously made many pills and were very confident. However, their curiosity led to this failure, leaving them feeling quite frustrated. But they no longer had a second chance. The instructor had used his spiritual power to isolate the alchemy furnaces in advance, and his expression was calm, clearly used to such scenes. Only 6 people remained to continue the alchemy process. The 4 who had failed stood silently beside the instructor, watching the others. Their presence affected the remaining participants, causing 3 of them to lose focus. Although their furnaces didn't explode, they also didn't succeed. Only 3 remained. The instructor looked at the last 3, and his serious expression seemed to soften a bit. Not being influenced by outside distractions is a quality of a good alchemist. Of course, whether they could pass the test ultimately depended on whether they successfully created the required pills. Among the 3, one surprised the instructor, Yun Qianhuang. She was slow in handling the materials and clearly had no prior experience with alchemy, so the instructor had little hope for her. In fact, he had little hope for anyone participating in the test, as the Alchemist Division admitted the fewest new students each year. However, Yun Qianhuang stood out as the one he felt had the least chance. He didn't expect her to make it this far. For someone with no prior experience in alchemy, reaching this point was already a sign of talent. The instructor's gaze softened. The other 2 quickly finished their alchemy. They asked the instructor to check their results. The instructor examined them one by one. The first person's furnace had the essence of various materials clearly separated, showing that they had not fused together. This was due to poor control of heat and mental focus. The instructor shook his head, and the young man immediately felt dejected as he joined the others. The second person successfully fused the essence of the materials, but the pill crumbled at a touch, clearly indicating that the heat was too strong. Not good. The person also lowered his head. The 2 who failed didn't understand. They had a high success rate in their previous alchemy attempts, so why were they failing at the 5 Spirits Academy? Was it a problem with the fire or the furnace? The more they analyzed, the more frustrated they became, so they decided to stop thinking and looked at the last person still working on alchemy. At this moment, everyone's attention turned to Yun Qianhuang. She remained fully focused on her alchemy, completely unaware of the commotion around her. Due to the large number of herbs, she had to use more mental energy to control their fusion and also manage the heat of the flame with her spiritual power. This was undoubtedly a very challenging test. Yun Qianhuang silently remarked how difficult the Alchemist Division's test was. In the alchemy furnace, the essence extracted from various herbs was boiling, causing the lid to rattle. The previously dispirited group of 9 suddenly perked up and instinctively took a few steps back. This noise was not a good sign. Just moments ago, 4 of them had their furnace explode due to a similar sound. The instructor frowned, ready to use his spiritual power to isolate Yun Qianhuang's furnace. This noise could be quite powerful. Everyone present, except for Yun Qianhuang, felt that she was about to have an explosion. However, the noise continued for a long time, and the furnace did not explode. The failed group exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Why hasn't it exploded yet? Could she actually be succeeding?
Impossible.
Have you ever seen anyone succeed with this kind of noise? I think she probably mixed up the herbs, causing a reaction, which is why it's so loud. The key to refining pills is to guide different herbs to merge in the right order. Only herbs that do not conflict can combine, which would not create such a loud noise. No one believed that Yun Xianhuang could succeed. However, since she hadn't caused an explosion, the other 9 couldn't leave the alchemy room, and they began to have some complaints about her. If it continued like this, they might as well give up on refining, as it was wasting their time. Yun Xianhuang was focused solely on refining the spirit-gathering pill, ignoring everything around her. Refining pills was indeed a mentally exhausting task, which explained why the alchemist division had its own requirements. If a spirit user below the 7 stars attempted to refine this spirit-gathering pill, they would likely run out of mental energy just for this one batch. While Yun Xianhuang was deep in thought, she was still able to precisely control every drop of herbal essence. The steam pushed the lid up, and then it fell back down due to its weight, creating a sound that lasted for an unknown amount of time. Unless there was an explosion, the instructor had no right to stop the students from refining. So, despite his lack of optimism, he didn't intervene to make Yun Xianhuang stop early. Finally, Yun Xianhuang let out a long sigh of relief and casually moved the flame away from the furnace. The instructor's brow twitched to get back. His spiritual power immediately isolated Yun Xianhuang's furnace. You can't just move the flame like that. The temperature in the furnace was very high. Suddenly extinguishing the flame would surely cause an explosion. The mentor looked at Yun Xianhuang helplessly. This girl really didn't know anything about alchemy, did she? Well, he had seen many students like this before. If the furnace exploded, it exploded.
Huh?
After such a long time, he still hadn't heard the sound of an explosion. The mentor looked at Yun Xianhuang's alchemy furnace in confusion. He saw that the furnace was sitting nicely on the table, with no cracks at all. Yun Xianhuang was even more confused. Mentor, can I not take out the pills? How could she show them to the mentor if she didn't take them out? Pills? The mentor gasped. Are you saying you succeeded in refining them? Yun Xianhuang nodded and reached to open the furnace lid. The mentor quickly withdrew his spiritual energy, but remained alert, fearing the furnace might explode at any moment. Fortunately, until Yun Xianhuang took out the refined pills, the furnace was still intact. Only 2? Yun Xianhuang was a bit dissatisfied. She had used almost 20 herbs and only managed to refine 2 pills. The mentor's mouth twitched. This girl was a beginner. It was already impressive that she managed to create something on her first try, yet she was still unhappy with the 2 pills. He remembered that he had failed countless times before he succeeded once, and that time he only got 1 pill. Forget the past. For now, he should check the pills this girl had made. The mentor took one of the pills from Yun Xianhuang, pinched it and sniffed it. His expression was a bit strange. From its shape and smell, it was definitely a successful pill, and it seemed to be a 3rd-grade pill. But what kind of pill was this? He had never seen it before. The group of failures gathered around to examine the pills Yun Xianhuang had made. They couldn't believe she had succeeded. Some people thought that if they couldn't do something, then no one else could either. Seeing the mentor's odd expression, someone couldn't help but ask, "Mentor, is this pill a failure?" If it had succeeded, the mentor wouldn't have that expression. The mentor stared at the pill for a while, wanting to take it himself to find out what it was. Of course, he wasn't that bold and wouldn't risk his own body. So he just asked Yun Xianhuang, "Girl, what kind of pill is this?" Yun Xianhuang. The 9-person group found it hard to accept that Yun Xianhuang, dressed simply and not particularly attractive, came from an unknown small family. They were all well-trained alchemy apprentices, yet they couldn't compete with someone from a minor family. Yun Xianhuang was confused when asked about it. She quietly handed the formula to Mengheng, saying, "Teacher, I made the elixir using this formula." Mengheng quickly took the formula back. He was very familiar with the formulas provided by the academy, and there was definitely no such elixir among them. However, Yun Xianhuang didn't seem to be lying. As Mengheng looked at the text on the formula, he suddenly choked. The top of the formula clearly stated, "Spirit Gathering Pill Formula." Oh no, he had given the wrong formula.
Wait.
Mengheng stared at Yun Xianhuang in shock. "Girl, are you saying you successfully made the spirit gathering pill using this formula?"
How could that be?
The formula was incomplete. It was missing at least half of the required ingredients. Meng Heng suddenly recalled that while others had started making elixirs, Yun Qianhuang was still preparing the materials. He had thought she was too slow, but now he wondered if she knew the complete formula for the spirit-gathering pill, which required at least a dozen ingredients. Yun Qianhuang hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "Teacher, I've seen the spirit-gathering pill formula before. The one you gave me is incomplete. I made it based on the formula I had seen earlier." "You've seen the spirit-gathering pill formula?" Meng Heng was even more shocked. He excitedly reached for Yun Qianhuang's arm but noticed that others were still present. He quickly composed himself and cleared his throat, saying, "You all failed. You can leave now." The disappointed 9-person group left the alchemy room. Once they were gone, Meng Heng asked Yun Qianhuang again, "Girl, do you really know the complete formula for the spirit-gathering pill?" The answer seemed obvious. The elixir in his hand was definitely a successful spirit-gathering pill, but Meng Heng still wanted a clear confirmation. This reaction made Yun Qianhuang's heart race. Could it be that the complete formula for the spirit-gathering pill didn't exist at all? She discreetly hid her right hand behind her back, where a bone sword silently appeared in her grip. Noticing her silence, Meng Heng realized he had been too excited and might have come across as suspicious. He quickly put away the incomplete formula and changed the subject. "Girl, what is your name?" "Wen Qianhuang." "All right, Wen Qianhuang, I officially tell you that you are qualified. Welcome to join the pharmacist division of the Five Spirits Academy." Meng Heng smiled and said, "Come on, I'll take you to register at the alchemist division." Yun Qianhuang quietly put away her bone sword and shook her head. "Teacher, my brother went to take the test for the fire division. I need to find him first." "The fire division? I'll go with you." Meng Heng's attitude was very warm, completely different from his earlier seriousness. Yun Qianhuang felt that her guess was probably correct. She didn't refuse Meng Heng, as she didn't know where to register anyway, so having a teacher to guide her was perfect. Yun Qianhuang left the alchemy room first, and Meng Heng quickly followed her. As for the other students' tests, Meng Heng simply pulled someone else over to take his place. Just a passing teacher. I mean, this is a bit much. After leaving the alchemy room, Yun Qianhuang saw her brother Yun Qianya waiting outside. Yun Qianya saw her too and immediately ran over. He first observed Yun Qianhuang's expression and, seeing she didn't look too disappointed, excitedly said, "Sister, I passed the test." Meng Heng glanced at him. The fire division had too many enrollments in the past 2 years, so this year's test was quite tough. This kid passing means he has some skills. Noticing Meng Heng's gaze, Yun Qianya quieted down and asked softly, "Sister, who is he?" Yun Qianhuang praised him before replying, "He's a teacher from the alchemist division." Sister passed the test too. Yun Qianya immediately reacted, "I knew you could do it." This blind trust was something even Yun Qianya didn't understand where it came from. He just believed in his sister. Yun Qianhuang smiled slightly. "I'm going to register at the alchemist division." "Did you register at the fire division?" Yun Qianya nodded. "After my test, the teacher took me to register." "Sister, can I go with you?" "Sure." The siblings looked at Meng Heng. They didn't know the way around the large Five Spirits Academy. Meng Heng felt a sense of responsibility and stepped forward to lead them to the alchemist division. Five Spirits Academy was indeed very big. Yun Qianhuang and her brother followed Meng Heng for nearly 15 minutes before reaching the alchemist division. At the entrance, the teacher in charge of new student registration looked drowsy, and Yun Qianhuang glanced at him before silently looking away. Meng Heng cleared his throat and knocked on the table, instantly waking the teacher. "Meng Heng, what are you doing here?" "Nya," Yun Shui asked in surprise. "Did those students finish testing today? Has he not received many new students yet, and it's already over?" Meng Heng glared at him. "It's not finished yet. And you, sleeping in front of the students, are embarrassing our alchemist division. Where is the learning?" Yet Yun Shui hadn't finished speaking when he noticed Yun Qianhuang and her brother behind Meng Heng, and immediately closed his mouth. He put on a smile and spoke gently. "You two little ones, are you here to register?" "That's more like it." Meng Heng nodded in satisfaction and explained, "That guy is from the fire division, and this girl is named Wen Qianhuang. I'm bringing her to register." As soon as he said this, Nie Yunshui's gaze towards Yun Qianhuang changed instantly. To be personally brought in by Meng Heng, this Wen Qianhuang must be extraordinary. Yun Qianhuang suddenly felt like a piece of meat, and Nie Yunshui was like a hungry wolf. She quietly took a step back. Noticing her movement, Meng Heng lightly tapped Nie Yunshui. "All right, aren't you going to register?" Only then did Nie Yunshui retract his gaze, quickly writing Yun Qianhuang's name in the register, then taking out a badge shaped like an alchemy furnace and handing it to her. The badge was small, with a single line engraved at the bottom. Meng Heng explained that this was the exclusive badge for the alchemist division, with one line indicating a first-year student, 2 lines for second year, and 3 lines for third year. After the registration was complete, he personally took Yun Qianhuang to the dormitory of the alchemist division. The dormitories for new and returning students were in the same building. Just as they reached the bottom of the dormitory, a girl approached them. The newcomer wore a light blue robe, her long hair, with delicate features. It was Shin Fengyuan, whom Yun Qianhuang had seen half a month ago. She wore a badge shaped like an alchemy furnace, with 2 lines at the bottom. Many students were passing by, and some new students who had just found the dormitory stared at Shin Fengyuan, momentarily lost in thought. When they came to their senses, one new student blushed and quietly asked an older student beside them, "Sister, who is that senior?" The older student felt a surge of pride. She's the head of our alchemist division. At just 16, she's already a peak intermediate alchemist, easily surpassing those third-year seniors. That's amazing. The new student looked at Shin Fengyuan again, this time with pure admiration. A 16-year-old intermediate alchemist. There probably isn't another one like her on the entire continent. While they were talking, Shin Fengyuan suddenly stopped and looked in their direction. The new student became nervously clutching her skirt and saying, "Sister Shin, you aren't watching me, are you?" "How could I?" Before the senior could finish, they saw Shin Fengyuan walking toward them. In an instant, both the senior and the new student stood frozen in place, feeling anxious. Unfortunately, Shin Fengyuan just brushed past them, not even glancing their way. The new student turned her head, feeling a bit disappointed as she watched Shin Fengyuan. Shin Fengyuan quickly walked over to another new student, affectionately linking arms with her and gently calling, "Huang Huang." So, Sister Shin was just looking for a friend. Both the new and senior students felt a little let down and turned to enter the dormitory. The student whose arm was linked, Yun Qianhuang, wasn't surprised. She already knew that Shin Fengyuan was an alchemist and a student from the Five Spirits Academy, so when she chose to take the Alchemist Division's test, she expected to run into Shin Fengyuan there. "You are also an alchemist," Shin Fengyuan exclaimed happily, glad to have someone to accompany her to class. When she received Huang Huang's herb, she had no idea Huang Huang was also an alchemist. She felt a bit embarrassed. Yun Qianhuang touched her nose, saying, "I'm just an apprentice." She didn't mention that she had been a complete novice before, only choosing the alchemist division because she couldn't meet the requirements of the main academy. An apprentice? Meng Heng thought about the pill he had stored away and fell silent. What kind of apprentice successfully makes a spirit-gathering pill on the first try? However, he didn't call out Yun Qianhuang but instead asked Shin Fengyuan, "Are you the second-year Shin Fengyuan?" Shin Fengyuan, from the Shin family of Fengling country, was a rare talent as an alchemist, and most of the academy's instructors knew her, whether they taught her or not. Once Meng Heng spoke, Shin Fengyuan noticed him. "Instructor Meng, that's right." She was already familiar with the academy's instructors. "Perfect," Meng Heng said with a smile, looking at her linked arm with Yun Qianhuang. "The instructor can't go in, so since you know each other, please take Yun Qianhuang to the dormitory." Shin Fengyuan was more than happy to agree, saying, "Sure, Instructor Meng, you can count on me to take good care of Huang Huang." Meng Heng felt assured. After handing Yun Qianhuang over to Shin Fengyuan, he mentioned he had something to do and hurriedly left. Once Meng Heng was gone, Shin Fengyuan immediately took Yun Qianhuang in another direction, also calling for Yun Qianya to join them. Yun Qianya hesitated and looked at Yun Qianhuang, saying, "Sister, I think I'll wait for you here." In the girls' dormitory. Is it really okay for him to follow us? Shin Fengyuan smiled at him. Don't worry. We won't go into the dormitory. Yun Qinya then followed closely behind the two of them. Shin Fengyuan linked arms with Yun Qianhuang and asked, Huang, isn't Mentor Meng in charge of our division's admission tests today? Why did he suddenly come over here? Yun Qianhuang avoided the question and looked at the distant dormitory building, asking in return, Where are we going? Without hesitation, Shin Fengyuan replied, To my courtyard. Your courtyard? Does the academy allow students to build their own courtyards? It's not what you think. Seeing Yun Qianhuang's doubtful expression, Shin Fengyuan laughed. The academy has rules. Each division's top student can have their own courtyard. This courtyard is quite large. Huang, you don't need to stay in the dormitory like everyone else. Come live with me. Just then, she suddenly looked ahead. We're here. Yun Qianhuang looked too and understood immediately why Shin Fengyuan said the courtyard was large. One courtyard was almost as big as half a general's residence. How could it not be big? Shin Fengyuan pulled her into the courtyard. Huang, which room do you like? I can have someone help you tidy it up. She didn't specify which room she was staying in, clearly indicating that it didn't matter if Yun Qianhuang chose her room. In the dormitory, there were 3 people per room, but here with Shin Fengyuan, it was a single room. Staying with Shin Fengyuan was certainly more comfortable, but Yun Qianhuang hesitated. Don't we need to inform the mentor? No need. That's a privilege of the top student. Shin Fengyuan winked at her and then led her to choose a room. In the end, Yun Qianhuang chose the room next to Shin Fengyuan's. She didn't know at the time that Shin Fengyuan lived next door. She only guessed it from Shin Fengyuan's expression. After helping her choose a room, they reunited with Yun Qinya, who was waiting in the courtyard. Xiaoyi, you haven't gone to the dormitory yet, right? Yun Qinya glanced at Yun Qianhuang before shaking his head. Worried that his sister wouldn't find him after her test, he went to the alchemist testing area right after checking in and hadn't had time to go to the dormitory. Xuanqing's courtyard should have another room. Come on, I'll take you there. Shin Fengyuan said this without waiting for a response and pulled Yun Qianhuang along, leaving no chance for Yun Qinya to object. With his sister taken away, Yun Qinya had no choice but to follow. Lu Xianqing was from the metal division, right next to the fire division. Shin Fengyuan was walking with Yun Qianhuang, followed closely by Yun Qinya, attracting many glances. The 3 of them were not affected by the attention around them. Shin Fengyuan skillfully found Lu Xuanqing's courtyard and released her spiritual energy. Fengyuan, what brings you here? Lu Xianqing hadn't come out yet, but Gong Jilu stepped out of the room first. He seemed to have just woken up, looking sleepy and yawning as he spoke. His gaze landed on Shin Fengyuan, then moved to Yun Qianhuang beside her, and finally rested on Yun Qinya. Gong Jilu suddenly perked up, stepping forward and placing a hand on Yun Qinya's shoulder. Oh, isn't this Huang and Xiaoya? I knew you two would pass the admission test. Yun Qinya felt a bit uncomfortable and frowned. In the past, when his sister was not well, their peers looked down on her and took pleasure in bullying her. To protect Yun Qianhuang, Yun Qinya often clashed with his peers and over time, no one wanted to associate with him. Besides family, he had never been this close to anyone else. Gong Jilu, oblivious to Yun Qinya's discomfort, said, Xiaoya, why don't you stay with me and Xianqing? This courtyard is big anyway. My courtyard, and you're making decisions? A warm, smiling voice came from behind. It was Lu Xianqing, who had arrived a bit late. He stood beside Gong Jilu, his gaze sweeping over Yun Qianhuang and her brother, smiling. But you did make a good point this time. My courtyard is spacious, and Brother Wen can move in with us. It will be more comfortable than the dormitory. The two warmly invited him, leaving Yun Qianya unsure of how to respond. He looked to Yun Qianhuang for help. She sighed internally. Even though Yun Qianya was clearly hesitant, Gong Jilu's hand on his shoulder showed no sign of letting go. She subtly nodded at Yun Qianya. Finally, Yun Qianya turned back to Lu Xianqing and Gong Jilu, saying, Then I'll trouble you. Not a trouble at all, Gong Jilu said with a smile, patting Yun Qianya's shoulder. Let's not stand here. Come on, let's go eat. Each division had its own dining area, but since the cooks were different, the food varied in taste. Gong Jilu was quite knowledgeable about this and led them directly to the cafeteria of the Summoner Division. Let me tell you, even though there aren't many people in the Summoner Division, the food is really delicious. From him, Yun Xianhuang learned that there was actually a Summoner Division at the Five Spirits Academy. However, summoners are even rarer than alchemists and artificers. Even the top academy on the continent, Five Spirits Academy, hasn't recruited new students for 2 or 3 years, so this year they decided to skip admissions altogether. Despite having fewer than 20 teachers and students combined, the academy did not reduce the benefits provided, and the cafeteria is just as large as those of other divisions. A few of them found a spot to sit and went to buy their favorite meals. In the large cafeteria, aside from Yun Xianhuang and her friends, there were only a few students from the Summoner Division eating. Yun Xianhuang noticed that the badge of the Summoner Division was shaped like a phoenix, and their uniforms had subtle phoenix patterns, with marks on their foreheads indicating contracts with spirit beasts. Some students from the Summoner Division were indifferent to the few who were just there for free food, while others were quite concerned. With so few people in the division, the cafeteria prepared less food each day. Today, the class ran a bit late, and after it ended, Shi Qianying hurried to the cafeteria because she heard they had her favorite dish, crispy salt and pepper chicken. However, when she went to buy it, she was told that the last portion had just been sold. It was like a thunderbolt. Shi Qianying immediately scanned the cafeteria and spotted Yun Xianya holding a portion of the crispy chicken and placing it in front of Yun Xianhuang. Since they had just enrolled, the siblings had not yet received their uniforms or badges. But Shi Qianying noticed that Shen Fengyuan and the others sitting with them were students from other divisions, one of whom looked very familiar. Shi Qianying quickly walked over and said sharply, "Gong Jilu, you from the Earth Division come to our Summoner Division for free food every day, and today you brought so many people." Gong Jilu rolled his eyes at her. "Shi Qianying, why do you always have to look for trouble?" He was a frequent visitor to the Summoner Division cafeteria, as there were only about 10 students in the entire division, so it was hard not to recognize each other. Shi Qianying was the one he recognized the most. They had argued several times over the last portion of food, but Gong Jilu was 3 levels higher than Shi Qianying, so she always lost. Yet, Shi Qianying never learned her lesson and kept coming back for more. In short, she kept making the same mistakes. Shi Qianying secretly glanced at the crispy chicken in front of Yun Xianhuang and confidently said, "It's because you brought so many people that they bought the last of my favorite crispy chicken. Besides, as a student from the Earth Division, you shouldn't be eating in the cafeteria of another division."
How would you know what I like?
Gong Jilu looked away, feeling guilty. And the academy doesn't say we can't eat in other division cafeterias. There really wasn't such a rule. But since each division was far apart, the academy assumed students would only eat in their own division's cafeteria, and the food was usually prepared based on the number of students in each division. It was fine for him alone, but with so many people coming to the Summoner Division today, some dishes might run out. Noticing Gong Jilu's unease, Shi Qianying snorted, "Then why are you feeling guilty?" Gong Jilu opened his mouth to argue that he wasn't feeling anything, but Yun Qianying, sitting across from him, suddenly stood up and said to Shi Qianying, "I bought the last portion, I'm sorry, I didn't know." Yun Qianying was sincere, but Shi Qianying was still upset. She glared at Yun Qianying. "What good is sorry? Can sorry replace my salt and pepper crispy chicken?" Without the crispy chicken, she didn't even want to eat today. Yun Xianhuang also stood up, patted Yun Qianying's head and smiled slightly. "Today was our fault. If there's anything we can do to make you feel better, just let us know." The siblings were both very polite, but Shi Qianying had already been scolded by her mentor today, so her mood was not good. She looked Yun Xianhuang up and down. "Are you a new student?" Yun Xianhuang nodded, "Yes." "What level are you?" 7 stars spirit user. "That's so low?" Shi Qianying's tone became disdainful. "How about this? My summoner beast, Lon Lon, hasn't had a workout in a long time. If you can defeat Lon Lon, I won't hold today against you." Lon Lon was Shi Qianying's summoner beast, a 4th-tier water bird, equivalent to a high-level spirit master among humans. Upon hearing this, Gong Jiulu's expression changed slightly. Shi Qianying, aren't you being a bit unfair? He explained to Yun Qianhuang, Huang, Lan is a fourth-tier water bird. You can't handle it. Shut up. What does it have to do with you? Shi Qianying glared at Gong Jiulu. So, do you want to fight my Lan? Don't worry, I won't let Lan go all out. It's just a friendly match. Gong Jiulu was forced to stay quiet, but kept signaling to Yun Qianhuang. Unfortunately, Yun Qianhuang didn't catch his hint. Is it enough to just win against your summoner beast? Of course, I keep my word.
All right.
The commotion had already attracted other students from the summoning department in the cafeteria. When Shi Qianying suggested that Yun Qianhuang and Lan spar, some students felt she was being a bit unreasonable. Spirit beasts, whether in defense or attack, are much stronger than humans. A fourth-tier spirit beast can easily defeat anyone below a great spirit master. Yun Qianhuang wasn't even a spirit master. She was just a 7-star spirit user. However, to everyone's surprise, Yun Qianhuang not only didn't back down but also agreed. Was this new student out of her mind? Where did this new student get the courage to spar with Sister Ying's spirit beast? The water bird is very aggressive, and Shi Qianying's is a mutated one that can convert water attribute spirit power into ice attribute spirit power. This new student is really asking for trouble. To be honest, Shi Qianying is being a bit of a bully. The students from the summoning department were discussing among themselves. The cafeteria was empty, and their voices reached Yun Qianying's ears clearly. He grabbed Yun Qianhuang's arm, saying, "Sister, let me handle this." He had a fire spirit root, and even though he hadn't reached the level of a great spirit master yet, with his spirit tool, he could match one. Wait here. Yun Qianhuang refused Yun Qianying's request. She looked around but couldn't find a suitable place, so she asked Shi Qianying, "Sister, should we fight here?" She was surprisingly eager. Shi Qianying looked at Yun Qianhuang in surprise. The girl in front of her wore simple clothes and looked like someone you could easily lose in a crowd. Her spirit power fluctuations were so weak they were almost undetectable. She didn't seem like someone who could compete with Lan at all. Shi Qianying intended to make things difficult, but now she felt a bit regretful. This girl couldn't have never fought a spirit beast before and not know the strength of a fourth-tier spirit beast, could she? Regret or not, the words were already out, and with so many people watching, Shi Qianying couldn't take them back. You should eat first. There's a ring outside. We can fight after you finish your meal. Yun Qianhuang still smiled. Sister, let's do it now. It won't take too much time. Shi Qianying was at a loss for words. She was sure this girl had never fought a spirit beast before. She quietly used her mental power to send a message to Lan, telling it to go easy. Lan acknowledged. Yun Qianhuang and Shi Qianying went up to the ring together. The academy didn't allow private fights, but if there were conflicts that couldn't be resolved, they could take it to the ring. Fights can happen freely in the arena, but deadly combat is not allowed. The Summoners Division has few people, and there are not many spectators. Besides Yun Qianying and Shin Fengyuan, only 3 or 5 others gathered at the foot of the stage. On the stage, Shi Qianying summoned Lan. The blue water bird was only as big as 2 of Shi Qianying's fists, with a deep blue back and a pure white belly. It had a wave-shaped crown on its head, and its feathers shimmered, as if they were flowing with water. It was beautiful, yet dangerous. When it spread its wings, the temperature around seemed to drop significantly. The mutated blue water bird primarily attacks with ice abilities. Lan, go. Shi Qianying didn't plan to intervene. She told Lan to fight Yun Qianhuang, so she wouldn't go back on her word. The blue water bird let out a long cry and fiercely flew towards Yun Qianhuang, carrying a chill that made the spectators shiver. It moved incredibly fast, reaching Yun Qianhuang in just a few breaths. Yun Qianhuang didn't move. Why isn't Huang dodging? Gong Jiulu shouted anxiously from below, wishing he could jump onto the stage and pull Yun Qianhuang away himself. Yun Qianying and Shin Fengyuan also looked worriedly at Yun Qianhuang, fearing she would be hit by the blue water bird. Don't worry, Lu Xianqing said, narrowing his eyes slightly. That blue water bird seems not to intend to harm Miss One. As soon as he said this, the other three stared intently at the stage, watching the scene unfold. Not only did it not intend to harm her, after flying in front of Yun Qianhuang, the blue water bird suddenly seemed to sense something. Its big eyes blinked, and the cold aura around it vanished without a trace. It tilted its head, looking at Yun Qianhuang as if assessing the human in front of it. Shi Qianying was puzzled. She had told Lanlan to go easy, but Lanlan was always aggressive and never refrained from attacking in the arena. What was happening? Wait, what was Lanlan doing? Shi Qianying's eyes widened as she saw the once fierce blue water bird suddenly land on Yun Qianhuang's shoulder, folding its beautiful wings and affectionately rubbing its head against Yun Qianhuang's face. This gentle and obedient blue water bird, was it really her Lanlan? The feathers on Lanlan's head were very soft, tickling Yun Qianhuang's face. Yun Qianhuang turned her head slightly, trying to create some distance, but Lanlan quickly snuggled closer and let out a few soft chirps. Chirp chirp in the space. Seeing Lanlan's actions, Fu Bai became furious. This silly bird actually dares to rub against the master. Fu Bai is a spirit beast with a strong sense of possession. It cannot stand the scent of other spirit beasts on its master. After Lanlan rubbed against Yun Qianhuang, she had already picked up its scent.
Fu Bai wanted to trust Lanlan.
This plan couldn't be carried out because Yun Qianhuang wouldn't let it leave the space. On the arena, Shi Qianying's face turned red as she rushed over to pull her summoned beast off Yun Qianhuang's shoulder. "You win this time," she said, leaving with Lanlan in a hurry. She was embarrassed by Lanlan's attempts to please the opponent. If she let Lanlan continue, how could she face others in the summoner division in the future? As Lanlan was taken away, it turned back to look at Yun Qianhuang with reluctance. Chirp! Shi Qianying's face turned even redder, and she quickly stored it in the contract space. This match was surprising at the start and ended unexpectedly. Yun Qianhuang jumped off the arena, and Yun Qianye and the others rushed over. Shin Fengyuan curiously asked Huang Huang, "That blue water bird seems to really like you?" Given Shi Qianying's shocked expression, it seemed that the blue water bird had never treated her that way. Maybe, Yun Qianhuang thought. Spirit beasts have a special connection. Since she had contracted with the proud dragon Out Yen and the holy beast Fu Bai, the blue water bird surely wouldn't dare to attack her. Its earlier behavior might have been an attempt to please Out Yen and Fu Bai. Gong Jilu said, "Let's not talk about this now. Let's go eat. The food will get cold." Everyone agreed and returned to the cafeteria to continue their meal. Not far from the arena, an old man stood on the second floor of a courtyard, his cloudy eyes reflecting Yun Qianhuang's figure. That girl's spiritual power. After lunch, Yun Qianhuang and Shin Fengyuan parted ways with the other three and returned to the alchemist division. Classes for new students would start the next day, so there wasn't much to do today. Shin Fengyuan took Yun Qianhuang to pick up their uniforms, and they walked back to Shin Fengyuan's courtyard together. As they approached, they noticed two figures standing outside the courtyard. Upon getting closer, they recognized one of them as Mentor Meng Hung, whom Yun Qianhuang had seen earlier. The other was an older man with messy hair and beard, dressed casually, but his eyes sparkled with intelligence. Yun Qianhuang felt a sudden sense of caution. New students wouldn't recognize the old man, but Shin Fengyuan did. She looked at the old man in surprise, her tone showing a hint of respect. "Master Lu Qing, what brings you here?" Master Lu Qing is here to find Yun Qianhuang. After handing Yun Qianhuang over to Shin Fengyuan in the morning, Meng Hung immediately went to find Master Lu Qing. Master Lu Qing is the chief elder of their alchemist division, just one step away from becoming a master alchemist, and he is well known across the continent. The incomplete spirit gathering pill formula was written by Master Lu Qing after many experiments. Although it is not complete, achieving this without any reference to a finished spirit gathering pill shows how skilled Master Lu Qing is in alchemy. Meng Hung presented the spirit gathering pill that Yun Qianhuang had made to Master Lu Qing. After studying it, Master Lu Qing was excited to find that it was indeed a spirit gathering pill and insisted on meeting the person who created it. Meng Heng had no choice but to take him to the student dormitory, but when they asked the dormitory supervisor, they discovered that Yun Qianhuang did not actually stay there. With no other option, the two waited outside Shen Fingyuan's courtyard, planning to ask her about Yun Qianhuang's whereabouts when they saw her. Seeing the two together now, Meng Heng felt relieved. Looking for her? Yun Qianhuang frowned. The fact that Shen Fengyuan treated Master Lu Qing this way indicated that he was someone important. Was he here for the spirit gathering pill formula? Aside from that, Yun Qianhuang couldn't think of any reason why a new student like her would attract the attention of a college mentor. Meng Heng's next words confirmed her suspicion. When Qianhuang, Master Lu Qing wants to talk to you privately about today's test. Do you have time? Master Lu Qing's eyes were almost glued to Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qianhuang had no choice but to agree and followed Master Lu Qing to his private alchemy room. Shen Fengyuan tried to follow, but was stopped by Meng Heng. She frowned, confused about what could have excited Master Lu Qing, who was usually so absorbed in making pills. Master Lu Qing's alchemy room was usually just for him. Whenever he was making pills, he would be completely immersed, not caring about his messy appearance. Unlike him, Master Lu Qing's alchemy room was exceptionally tidy, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was spotless. As soon as they entered the alchemy room, Master Lu Qing's demeanor changed. It was hard to pinpoint how, but he certainly looked more like a master alchemist. He carefully took out the spirit-gathering pill that Meng Heng had given him, holding it with both hands and presenting it to Yun Qianhuang. "When girl, did you make this spirit-gathering pill?" During the time Yun Qianhuang was refining medicine, Meng Heng was beside her. She admitted it openly, knowing denial was useless. Master Lu Qing showed a pleased expression but spoke cautiously. "That kid Meng Heng said you have seen the complete recipe for the gathering spirit pill? I happened to see it by chance and remembered it, but I didn't expect to encounter it during the test," Yun Qianhuang replied humbly. "Master Lu Qing, have you not seen the complete recipe for the gathering spirit pill either?" Master Lu Qing looked at the gathering spirit pill in his hand. He was a master alchemist, having produced countless high-grade pills. To exaggerate, if he wanted, he could treat those high-grade pills like candy. However, this third-grade pill was more precious to him than a holy-grade pill. "Not just me," Master Lu Qing sighed. He put the gathering spirit pill into a special porcelain bottle for storage and took out a thick, yellowed parchment book from his storage ring, handing it to Yun Qianhuang. "This is my record of all the pill recipes on the continent. Take a look when girl." Yun Qianhuang took the parchment book and flipped through it. It was thick and contained at least 100 recipes, including detailed recipes for the extremely difficult-to-make bone growth pill. Yun Qianhuang's brow furrowed slightly. She flipped through the entire book and found not only was the recipe for the gathering spirit pill missing, but at least half of the recipes in her own book were also not found in the parchment book. She couldn't help but ask, "Master Lu Qing, is this really all the pill recipes on the continent? Do you think it's too few?" The South Lu continent has a history of over 10,000 years, and the profession of alchemist has existed for just as long. Logically, the countless generations of alchemists should have produced more than just these 100 recipes, but the reality is, only these complete recipes exist. Ordinary alchemists might think little of it, but masters like Lu Qing understand that a significant part of the alchemist's heritage is missing. The recipe for the gathering spirit pill is part of that missing heritage. Master Lu Qing has worked hard for many years to find the lost heritage, but he has had little success. The gathering spirit pill refined by Yun Qianhuang gave him hope. Master Lu Qing looked at Yun Qianhuang with anticipation when girl, "Do you remember where you saw the gathering spirit pill recipe?" Yun Qianhuang thought deeply and, after a long while, shook her head apologetically. "I don't remember." After hearing what Master Lu Qing said, she became even more convinced that she could never reveal the existence of her pill book. If the recipes on it were leaked, it could bring her great danger. This answer did not surprise Master Lu Qing too much. He was not too disappointed and asked, "When girl, can you tell me the complete recipe for the gathering spirit pill?" Yun Qianhuang hesitated for a moment. Master Lu Qing then realized he was trying to take advantage of her and quickly added, "Don't worry, I won't take your recipe for free. If you need any pills in the future, just come to me. Before Yun Qianhuang could respond, he dismissed his own thought. No, you know that girl Feng Yuan, so you must have plenty of pills. That old guy from the Shen family was at the same level as him. Whatever pills he could make, Shen Yuani could make too. If Feng Yuan just asked, she could get any pill she wanted. So, what could he offer in exchange for the gathering spirit pill recipe? Master Lu Qing anxiously paced back and forth. It was pitiful that after half a lifetime of making medicine, he had nothing to offer besides pills. Yun Qianhuang opened her mouth to speak, but then silently closed it again upon seeing Master Lu Qing's expression. Master Lu Qing was almost dizzy and couldn't think of anything he could use to trade for the recipe. He looked at Yun Qianhuang and then at the porcelain bottle containing the gathering spirit pill. Remembering what Meng Heng said, this girl succeeded in making pills on her first try and even produced 2 perfect ones at once. Her talent was truly remarkable. Master Lu Qing had an idea. He stood still in front of Yun Qianhuang and suddenly bowed deeply to her. "One girl, please accept me as your disciple." Yun Qianhuang's mind hadn't caught up yet, and her body instinctively moved away, avoiding Master Lu Qing's bow. Things were developing in a way that surprised Yun Qianhuang. She truly couldn't understand why Master Lu Qing, a renowned alchemist on the continent, would have the absurd idea of wanting to take her as his teacher. It was ridiculous. So ridiculous. Yun Qianhuang felt the need to remind Master Lu Qing, "Master Lu Qing, I am still an alchemy apprentice." Nonsense. You can make a 3rd-grade gathering spirit pill, and its quality is extremely perfect, which means you are already a junior alchemist. Yun Qianhuang. Is it not ridiculous to take a junior alchemist as a teacher? Her thoughts were written all over her face. She was just short of expressing them out loud. Master Lu Qing explained, "One girl, the recipe for the gathering spirit pill you have is incredibly valuable. I truly have nothing to offer you, so I can only become your disciple, hoping you will teach me how to make the gathering spirit pill." A single recipe could make him take her as his apprentice? The thought process of a master alchemist is truly beyond ordinary understanding. "Master Lu Qing, I can tell you the method for making the potion, but I don't need to become your apprentice," Yun Qianhuang said, feeling that if she didn't make her stance clear, she might be forced into apprenticeship. However, Master Lu Qing would certainly not accept something for free. After thinking for a moment, she quickly came up with a good idea. "Master Lu Qing, do you know Lu Xianqing from the Lu family in the illusionary spirit kingdom? The chief of the gold division?" Lu Qing was puzzled as to why Yun Qianhuang suddenly mentioned Lu Xianqing. "I know him. Why do you ask? He has been very kind to my brother. I heard that his father is ill and needs a sacred grade recovery pill." Master Lu Qing understood her intention. "You want to exchange the recipe for the gathering spirit pill for a sacred grade recovery pill? That's a bit difficult. I haven't been able to advance to the level of a master alchemist yet. I can only make up to a 12th grade recovery pill. I can't provide a sacred grade one. I previously bought one at the Xuanji auction house." Yun Qianhuang took out a bottle of sacred grade recovery pills from her storage ring. 1 pill is equivalent to a whole bottle. She had many of these pills, and this one could be considered as rent for Qianya. "I hope you can help me deliver this pill to Lu Xianqing, and please don't mention that it's from me." Delivering to Lu Xianqing without revealing her name? Master Lu Qing didn't understand the young people's thoughts, but acting as a middleman to obtain the recipe for the gathering spirit pill seemed too good to be true. Master Lu Qing accepted the sacred grade recovery pill and promised to deliver it to Lu Xianqing. "Then let me tell you the method for making the gathering spirit pill." Given Master Lu Qing's status, he wouldn't be greedy for just 1 pill. Yun Qianhuang decided to share the recipe with him. Upon hearing it, Master Lu Qing's eyes lit up with joy. Great, great. Yun Qianhuang spent 2 hours in Master Lu Qing's alchemy room. True to his reputation as a master alchemist, he not only understood the recipe but also improved it, creating more powerful gathering spirit pills. Each one was above the 10th grade. In those 2 hours, Master Lu Qing produced 3 batches, keeping 2 for himself and giving all the rest to Yun Qianhuang. These pills were of little value to Master Lu Qing, but Yun Qianhuang accepted them all and left the alchemy room. The sky was already dark, and the path by the academy was lined with glowing stones, making it easy to find her way out of Shin Fengyuan's courtyard. Yun Qianhuang walked for a quarter of an hour and saw Shin Fengyuan waiting for her at the gate. Qianhuang. Seeing Yun Qianhuang return safely, Shin Fengyuan felt relieved. She didn't ask why Master Lu Qing was looking for Yun Qianhuang. Instead, she took her arm and walked into the courtyard. Yun Qianhuang felt a little curious and turned to look at Shin Fengyuan. Shin Fengyuan smiled at her. You haven't eaten yet, right? I packed some food from the cafeteria and warmed it up in your room. Remember to eat. Shin Fengyuan was very kind to her. Was it just because she found her pleasant to look at? Yun Qianhuang didn't understand, but the next morning, when she saw Shin Fengyuan, she called out, Fengyuan. Shin Fengyuan's eyes lit up, and she skillfully linked her arm with Yun Qianhuang's. Qianhuang, let's go. I'll take you to your class. The classroom for the alchemist branch was also a pill refining room, but it was much larger than personal ones, able to accommodate dozens of students at once. The second-year class was separate from the first-year class. After dropping Yun Qianhuang off at the entrance of the pill refining room, Shin Fengyuan reminded her to wait for her at noon and hurried off to her second-year class. Many students had already arrived early at the pill refining room. The new students had figured out the situation at the alchemist branch and knew that Shin Fengyuan was the top student. When they saw Yun Qianhuang being brought in by Shin Fengyuan, the early arrivals focused their attention on her. Wasn't that our branch's top student, Sister Shin? What's her relationship with this new student? Why did Sister Shin personally bring her here? Not just that. I heard from my roommate that she saw Sister Shin walking out of the courtyard with a new student this morning. It must be her. Are they living together? I wish I could get close to Sister Shin too. They whispered among themselves, but Yun Qianhuang ignored them and found a seat. New students continued to enter the pill refining room, and soon the instructor for the day arrived. The instructor scanned the room, nodded in satisfaction, and began the lesson. The courses at the alchemist branch were divided into two main parts, identifying herbs and refining pills. The first lesson was about identifying herbs, focusing on how to recognize them and determine their age. Everyone present had some prior experience with alchemy, so they were a bit distracted. This lesson was indeed quite dull, with only Yun Qianhuang, who had only refined a pill once, paying close attention. After the class, the instructor praised her in front of the other new students. Sitting next to Yun Qianhuang was a round-faced girl who scoffed at the mentor's praise. What a show-off. Yun Qianhuang didn't notice the round-faced girl's expression. After a short break, the second class on potion making began. Today, the mentor taught how to make a spirit recovery pill, which is a simple potion that can restore the user's energy and requires only 4 herbs. The mentor explained the method and key points in detail before allowing the students to practice. The herbs were prepared by the academy in advance, with each student receiving 2 sets, giving them 2 chances. Yun Qianhuang took out 1 set and began to process the herbs according to the mentor's instructions. Her technique was still quite clumsy, and the round-faced girl, who had been watching her, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wow, this new student doesn't even know how to handle the herbs correctly. How did she pass the potion-making test? To pass the division test, Xie Xiaojun had studied potion-making with her grandfather for several years before enrolling. She had made the spirit recovery pill at least 100 times. Now, she was already a junior potion maker, but during the test, she almost failed to create the required potion. This new student can't even handle the herbs properly. How could she possibly succeed in making a potion? Xie Xiaojun didn't know if others believed her, but she certainly didn't. On the other side, another new student heard Xie Xiaojun's sudden laughter and, startled, almost cut her hand while handling the herbs. Furious, she shouted, Xie Xiaojun, this is class. What's wrong with you? Mentor Ge also looked over sternly, but upon seeing Xie Xiaojun's face, his expression softened slightly. Mentor Ge approached Xie Xiaojun and asked gently, Xie, is something wrong? Others found his attitude strange. Wasn't he known for having a bad temper? Anyone who broke the rules in his class would be thrown out immediately. Yet, this new student, Xie Xiaojun, was laughing so arrogantly, and Mentor Ge only asked her what was wrong? Xia Xiaojun remained calm, shaking her head with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Mentor Ge, nothing's wrong. I just didn't expect that a new student who passed our division's test wouldn't even know how to handle the herbs. Who is she? Can't even handle the herbs? Some students looked curiously at Xia Xiaojun after hearing this, and then followed her gaze to see a familiar new student. Wasn't that the new student who was personally brought over by Senior Sister Shin in the morning? Someone questioned Xia Xiaojun. You can't be joking. She has a good relationship with Senior Sister Shin, and someone like her who can be with Senior Sister Shin wouldn't possibly not know how to handle herbs, right? Most of the new students believed that Shin Fengyuan would only associate with those of similar talent. There was nothing wrong with that, like attracts like, and they were the same way. Senior Sister Shin is the top of their alchemy department, so anyone who could be with her must also have considerable skill in alchemy. A fool who can't even handle herbs wouldn't just be looked down upon by Senior Sister Shin. They probably wouldn't even pass the department's test.
Who's joking with you?
Xia Xiaojun suddenly stepped in front of Yun Qianhuang, picked up a silver thread flower that Yun Qianhuang had processed, and held it up for the skeptics to see clearly. Look, this is the silver thread flower, she processed. The doubtful new students and even Mentor Ji's gaze fell on the silver thread flower. The silver thread flower is a very common herb. Its roots cannot be used for medicine, and when processing it, the roots must be completely removed, leaving only part of the stem and all the petals. However, the silver thread flower that Yun Qianhuang processed not only had its roots not fully removed, but all the leaves were also taken off. Such a basic mistake is something even an apprentice wouldn't make. In an instant, the voices doubting Xia Xiaojun disappeared, replaced by suspicious looks directed at Yun Qianhuang. Mentor Ge also didn't expect a new student who passed the test to make such a mistake. He looked at Yun Qianhuang and frowned. When, having you studied pharmacology before? Didn't Meng Heng say this girl was a genius? A genius who can't even process a silver thread flower? Under everyone's gaze, Yun Qianhuang slowly shook her head.
No.
Her understanding of herbs came entirely from Out Yen's teachings. For Out Yen, all herbs were simply divided into edible and inedible parts, with no instructions on how to process them. There was nothing to be ashamed of. If she knew everything, why would she come to the academy to learn? She really hadn't studied pharmacology? Xia Xiaojun was a bit surprised. Then why did you process the silver thread flower like this? How did you pass the test? By feeling. Yun Qianhuang shrugged and took back her silver thread flower. As for how I passed the test, I think you should ask Mentor Meng Heng, who is in charge of the testing. Xia Xiaojun was taken aback. Yun Qianhuang ignored Xia Xiaojun and set the silver thread flower aside to handle the last herb. She didn't owe anyone an explanation. The reason the division assigned Mentor Meng Heng to oversee the admissions test was surely because he would not be biased. What he said would carry more weight than her words. Mentor Ge stood next to Xia Xiaojun, able to clearly see Yun Qianhuang's actions. He felt a bit uncomfortable and kindly reminded her, "Wen, you shouldn't remove the roots of the Qingyu grass." Yun Qianhuang still listened to the mentor. She picked up the Qingyu grass with the roots cut off, about to place it in the discarded herbs box. Suddenly, Xia Xiaojun said, "Mentor Ge, just leave her alone. Since she is handling the herbs based on her feelings, she must think she is right. She might even be silently criticizing you for being too talkative." She couldn't understand why someone with such a basic lack of knowledge in pharmacology had gained Senior Sister Shin's favor. How could she pass the admissions test that nearly tripped Xia Xiaojun up? Yun Qianhuang paused her movement with the Qingyu grass. She was indeed relying on her feelings. In both her past and present lives, she had always trusted her instincts. The success of the spirit-gathering pill during the test was the best affirmation of her intuition. However, she knew she was still a novice in alchemy. If even the mentor disagreed with her method, she wouldn't stubbornly insist on it. But now, after Xia Xiaojun's comment, she suddenly didn't want to listen to the mentor anymore. Mentor Ge was not easily provoked. He didn't care if when Qianhuang was silently criticizing him, he simply asked when, Do you think the way you are handling the herbs will allow you to refine the spirit recovery pill? Impossible, Xie Xiaojun quickly replied. At this rate, she'll be lucky if it doesn't explode. Not just Xie Xiaojun but all the new students, except for Yun Qianhuang herself, felt the same way. Not to mention, the properties of the Qingyu grass and the roots of the silver thread flower clashed, so putting them together would likely lead to a disaster. Facing the skeptical gazes of everyone, Yun Qianhuang spoke up, "Mentor, I believe I can do it." Her intuition told her she could, and she trusted it. Even if she failed in the end, it wouldn't matter. After all, she was just a complete beginner. All right, then use the herbs you prepared to refine the spirit recovery pill. After finishing, Mentor Go looked at Xie Xiaojun and said, "Xie, have you finished preparing the herbs? You two will work together on the refining." The herbs Xie Xiaojun prepared were perfect, even in Mentor Ji's eyes. She truly lives up to being the teacher's granddaughter. Anyone could tell that Mentor Go intended for Xie Xiaojun to demonstrate for Yun Qianhuang.
Okay, Mentor Ye.
Xie Xiaojun proudly glanced at Yun Qianhuang, but the latter was already busy preheating the alchemy furnace and didn't notice her look. She really dares to start refining. Xie Xiaojun shook her head, already imagining the scene when Yun Qianhuang's furnace might explode. She took out her own fire starter and began to preheat her furnace as well. Both started refining at the same time. One was designated by Mentor Ge, and the other was someone who couldn't even handle the herbs. The new students present already had their conclusions about the stark difference, but they temporarily set aside their herbs to watch the two refine. They heard that although Xie Xiaojun was still a junior alchemist, she could already refine third-grade pills. They had to pay close attention. It might inspire them. Many were also watching Yun Qianhuang, but their expressions clearly showed they were ready for a spectacle. Yun Qianhuang ignored them, and once the furnace temperature rose, she began adding herbs, starting with the silver thread flower that Xie Xiaojun had just mocked. Xie Xiaojun scoffed even more. When refining a spirit-replenishing pill, one should start with the clear jade grass, not the silver thread flower. Though she believed Yun Qianhuang was destined to fail, Xie Xiaojun still focused completely on her own refining, remembering her grandfather's words, "No matter when, one must not be distracted while refining." Xie Xiaojun skillfully chose the right moments to add her herbs in order. Mentor Ge showed a satisfied expression. Xie Xiaojun's timing was precise. Regardless of the final outcome, she had already succeeded halfway. In contrast, the one praised by Meng Heng. Compared to Xie Xiaojun, Yun Qianhuang was much more reckless, completely disregarding timing and order, relying solely on her instincts to toss in several herbs, then quickly covered the furnace and used high heat to extract the essence. Help! What is she doing? Why is she using high heat right away? That will dry out the herbs. Forget it, I'll go watch Xie Xiaojun. Maybe I can learn something. I won't watch. I want to see just how outrageous this new student named Wen really is. Under the tacit approval of Mentor Ge, the observing freshman quietly discussed, mostly praising Xie Xiaojun while belittling Yun Qianhuang. The two in the alchemy process ignored them and focused on making the potion. Xie Xiaojun had the formula for the spirit recovery pill memorized. After a quarter of an hour, she slowly reduced the heat and used her spiritual energy to open the alchemy furnace. Low-grade potions have a faint herbal scent, but when Xie Xiaojun opened the lid, everyone in the room noticed a very light fragrance and looked at her in surprise. Proudly, Xie Xiaojun took out the successfully made pill. She intentionally used her spiritual energy to enhance the pill's aroma, knowing it would slightly affect its quality, but it didn't matter since she succeeded. As long as she succeeded, she was far better than that freshman. Xie Xiaojun handed the spirit recovery pill to Mentor Ge, saying, "Mentor Ge, this is the pill I made." Being able to make the pill so quickly showed that Xie Xiaojun was indeed outstanding among the freshmen. Mentor Ge took the pill and examined it. There are some flaws, but it is indeed a third-grade spirit recovery pill. Not bad. Receiving Mentor Ji's praise, Xie Xiaojun couldn't hide her smile. Even among alchemists of the same level, their skills can vary. Some can only make first or second-grade pills, while she can make third-grade ones. That's the difference. Xia Xiaojun turned to look at Yun Qianhuang, who was still focused on her alchemy. Her grandfather said her alchemy skills had long surpassed her peers, and this year's freshman in the alchemy division couldn't compare to her. Even if this newcomer with the surname would manage to succeed with the inferior materials, the quality would never match hers. Xia Xiaojun waited for Yun Qianhuang to embarrass herself in front of everyone. Yun Qianhuang remained fully concentrated on her work. The materials for the spirit recovery pill were fewer, making it much easier to craft than the spirit gathering pill, with minimal strain on her mental energy. Not long after Xia Xiaojun finished, Yun Qianhuang also relaxed her expression. She succeeded. Just like during the previous test, Yun Qianhuang calmly extinguished the flame and opened the furnace lid. The spirit recovery pill she made didn't have a strong herbal scent. It was only noticeable up close, but the fact that it was clearly successful shocked everyone present. How could this be? This newcomer had used 4 inferior materials, cutting what shouldn't be cut and leaving what shouldn't be left, yet still managed to succeed? Properly handling the materials is the first step to successfully making a potion. Alchemists need guidance to get started. This is something every beginner has heard from their mentors. The instructor emphasized this in the last class on identifying herbs. But now, the new student's belief in this truth has suddenly been shaken. Even Mentor Ge finds it hard to believe that with such treated herbs and poorly controlled heat, success could really happen. He walked around the nearby table to stand in front of Yun Qianhuang, staring intently at the 3 spirit recovery pills in her hand. He could smell the familiar fragrance of the herbs. Judging by their shape, color, and scent, these were 3 absolutely successful pills. Yun Qianhuang handed one of the pills to Mentor Ge for him to confirm its success. Beside them, Xia Xiaowan felt a sudden sense of crisis. She looked at the pill in Mentor Ge's hand and tried to reassure herself. No way could this new student be better at alchemy than her. She thought it was just luck that led to her success, and that producing 3 pills from one batch of herbs meant they couldn't be of very high quality. Just as Xia Xiaowan found some comfort, she heard Mentor Ge say in disbelief, "These are actually perfect quality tier 3 spirit recovery pills."
How did you do it, Student 1?
Besides the tier, the quality of the pills also determines their effectiveness. There are only 2 qualities for pills: ordinary and perfect. However, perfect quality pills are incredibly difficult to create. To fully extract the essence from the herbs, one must control the heat, temperature, and mental focus perfectly. Any slight mistake makes achieving perfect quality impossible. Not even experienced alchemists with decades of practice can consistently produce perfect quality pills. Even if they do, usually only one perfect pill comes from a batch. Yet Yun Qianhuang managed to create 3 perfect quality spirit recovery pills in one go. Mentor Ge is also a senior alchemist with over 20 years of experience, and he has only produced perfect quality pills a handful of times. If it weren't for the many students watching, he would have wanted to cling to Yun Qianhuang's leg and ask her how she achieved this. Perfect quality tier 3 spirit recovery pills? Xia Xiaowan was stunned at first, then quickly denied Mentor Ge's assessment. That's impossible. Mentor Ge, you must be mistaken. Strangely, Mentor Ge, known for his bad temper, did not get angry when questioned. She even explained politely, Xia, the mentor's judgment cannot be wrong. If he could misjudge even a 3rd-grade healing pill, what kind of mentor would he be? However, Xia Xiaojun couldn't believe it. She leaned closer to Yun Qianhuang and grabbed a healing pill placed in a container, examining it carefully. To her surprise, it truly was a perfect quality 3rd-grade healing pill. This new student, who couldn't even handle herbs, managed to create a better healing pill than hers. Xia Xiaojun trembled slightly, as if she had received a huge. She forcefully tossed the pill back and turned away, running out of the alchemy room. Yun Qianhuang remained silent. She hadn't bullied the girl, had she? Mentor Ge sighed as he watched Xia Xiaojun leave. Xiaojun had been learning alchemy since she was young, and was always the best among her peers, used to praise and flattery. Now, being outdone by Yun Qianhuang, how could she accept it? That was just her nature, and Mentor Gu couldn't say much, allowing her to leave. After all, nothing serious would happen at the academy, and there were more important matters at hand. Can you tell the mentor how you managed to create a perfect healing pill in that situation? That situation referred to the poorly handled herbs. Yun Qianhuang replied, I just went with my instincts. She felt that she could succeed, so she followed her intuition. The order of the herbs didn't seem important to her. In the end, she succeeded, didn't she? Yun Qianhuang thought that alchemy was like cooking. There was no need to follow the recipe exactly. A little more or less didn't matter. Just go with the flow. This answer was similar to what she had told Xia Xiaojun when asked about her handling of the silver thread flower. Now, she gave the same response to Mentor Gu, who couldn't dismiss it as a joke. He had heard that some people were very sensitive to alchemy. Even without understanding the herbs, they could create successful pills based on intuition. Such individuals were born to be alchemists. No wonder Meng Heng praised this girl so highly. It seemed she truly was a talent in alchemy. Mentor Gu didn't press further. This little incident had wasted a lot of time, and with only 15 minutes left in class, he quickly instructed the other new students to start their alchemy practice. With Yun Qianhuang's success as an example, a small group of new students began to imitate her in creating healing pills. But they didn't have that feeling and didn't remember how Yun Qianhuang handled the herbs at the beginning, so the outcome was clear. None of them succeeded. Seeing this, Mentor Gu shook his head, put on a serious face, and scolded, Did you forget everything I just said? Or do you think you can all be like Wen Qianhuang and rely on feelings to make potions? His words weren't harsh, but they made the new students suddenly realize. Right? Why were they trying to imitate Wen Qianhuang? They had never even seen a perfect quality pill, let alone made one. They should just follow the mentor's instructions. The new students cleaned the alchemy furnace and started over. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaojun ran into the grandest pharmacy building in the branch. The alchemist division had several elders, all of whom were masters with deep knowledge in alchemy. The academy provided these masters with individual alchemy rooms inside the pharmacy building. Xia Xiaojun entered the pharmacy without greeting anyone and directly pushed open the door to the alchemy room on the left side of the first floor, calling out as if she had suffered a great injustice, Grandpa. Master Lu Qing remembered that Yun Qianhuang had asked him for help. He wrote down the improved formula for the spirit-gathering pill on parchment and excitedly made several batches of it before taking out a precious recovery pill, planning to give it to Lu Xianqing at the metal division. Before leaving, Master Lu Qing thought for a long time. Since when Qianhuang didn't want him to say that the pill was from her, would that young man accept such a valuable pill without a reason? There's no such thing as a free gift. Even if there was, it had already happened to him yesterday. He needed to come up with a convincing excuse. Master Lu Qing thought for a long time, but couldn't think of anything. Given his expertise in alchemy, he was always the one people asked to make pills, never the one giving them away and needing an excuse. In the end, Master Lu Qing decided to go to the metal division first. Maybe he would think of something along the way. He felt this was a good idea, so he took the precious recovery pill and left his alchemy room, walking down the stairs. To get to the entrance of the pharmacy, he had to pass by 2 alchemy rooms on the first floor. Seeing that the door to the left room was open, he glanced inside but didn't pay much attention and walked out of the pharmacy. The main academy's classes were in the afternoon, and over at the metal division, Lu Xianqing and the others had just finished their training and were preparing to wait for Yun Qianhuang and the others at the cafeteria of the alchemist division. After leaving the yard together, the 3 of them had not taken more than a few steps when they unexpectedly bumped into an old man who looked a bit dirty. The old man, who had seemed lively at first, suddenly swayed upon seeing them and fell to the ground. Gong Jilu was so startled that he jumped back a large step. What was going on? They hadn't even touched the old man, had they? The old man was none other than Master Lu Qing, who had finally come up with a great idea. Master Lu Qing lay on the ground, groaning, and managed to squeeze out a couple of tears while looking at the 3 young men. Young men, I suddenly feel weak and can't stand up. Could you help me? Gong Jilu. Old man, are you trying to trick me? Don't think I didn't see you fall on purpose. He had no intention of helping the old man. What if he tried to blame them? Yun Qiannight also quietly looked away, thinking the old man was trying to pull a fast one. Lu Xianqing, standing closest, thought for a moment and decided to help Master Lu Qing up. Sir, please don't use such poor tricks to deceive people next time. Master Lu Qing? How is he trying to deceive anyone? Master Lu Qing was so angry he wanted to jump up, but remembering the formula for the spirit-gathering pill, he held back and handed a porcelain bottle to Lu Xianqing. Young man, thank you for helping me up. This is my token of appreciation. Lu Xianqing instinctively looked down, and before he could understand what was happening, he noticed the old man who had been in front of him suddenly vanished. Where did that old man go so suddenly? Gong Jilu had also been distracted by the porcelain bottle and hadn't noticed Master Lu Qing's actions. Yun Qiannight, having looked away, also missed it. The three exchanged glances and suddenly had a very unreliable guess. Could that old man be an elder from a branch academy? It was no wonder they thought their guess was unlikely. Master Lu Qing's appearance was too shabby to resemble that of a branch academy elder. Forget it, it doesn't matter, Gong Jilu said casually, resting his arm on Lu Xuanqing's shoulder. Xianqing, quickly see what good thing that old man gave you. Hearing this, Yun Qiannight also looked over with curiosity. Worried he wouldn't see, Gong Jilu pulled him closer, and the three of them huddled together. Lu Xianqing wasn't very curious about what was in the porcelain bottle. He thought it was probably just some small trinkets. But since Gong Jilu and Yun Qiannight wanted to see, he pulled out the cork. In the next moment, Gong Jilu's expression suddenly changed. Xianqing, hurry up and put it away. He looked around cautiously and relaxed only when he saw no one passing by. By the time he said that, Lu Xianqing had already put the porcelain bottle away, not even having time to replace the cork. The strong scent of medicine still lingered in the air, and Gong Jilu waved his hands to disperse it. Once the smell faded, he placed his hand back on Lu Xuanqing's shoulder. This time, his tone was much lighter. Xianqing, your grandfather is saved. That fragrance was definitely from a top-grade recovery pill. Lu Xianqing had stumbled upon a strange old man and ended up with a top-grade recovery pill. What incredible luck! Tears unexpectedly flowed from the corner of his mouth. While he felt envious, Gong Jilu had no intention of taking that pill. Lu Xuanqing's grandfather was counting on it to be saved. As for Yun Qiannight, he was even less concerned, as his storage ring was already filled with many pills given by Yun Qianhuang. However, a thought crossed Yun Qianni's mind. The porcelain bottle that held the recovery pill looked exactly like the ones his sister had given him before. Was it a coincidence? Or something else? Yun Qiannight decided to quietly ask his sister later. Now, the class was about to end, and he needed to hurry to the alchemist division's cafeteria to wait for her. With Yun Qiannig's reminder, Lu Xianqing and Gong Jilu managed to suppress their excitement and walked towards the alchemist division with calm expressions. Lu Xianqing could keep a secret, but it was clear to anyone that Gong Jilu was in a good mood. At the alchemist division, Shen Fengyuan appeared on time at the door of the alchemy room where Yun Qianhuang was. Yun Qianhuang could see Shen Fengyuan from her position, and after tidying up her things, she walked towards the door. Before she reached the entrance, a strong voice came from outside. Who bullied my granddaughter? Since the class had just ended, Instructor Go had not left yet. Hearing this voice, Instructor Ji's body tensed, and he quickly looked towards the door. At that moment, Xia Xiaojun was following an old man closely, looking a bit embarrassed, and she was tugging at Xia Wei's sleeve as she walked. Grandpa, I really wasn't bullied. She had only wanted to share her grievances with her grandfather, but he misunderstood and said he would teach classmate one a lesson. It was clear that she was simply not as strong as others, and now, with all her classmates' eyes on her, Xia Xiaojun wished she could find a hole to hide in. Xiaowan, it's okay. Grandpa will definitely help you with this, Xia Wei said as he noticed Mentor Ge in the alchemy room. He frowned. You little rascal, what's wrong with you? How could you just watch Xiaowan suffer in your class? Mentor Go walked up to Xiaowei like a child who had done something wrong, lowering his head and weakly explaining, "Teacher, Xiaowan didn't suffer. It's just that the pill she made isn't as good as Wen's." "That's not fair. How is that not suffering? You still say it's not?" Xiaowei pulled Xiaowan in front of him and pointed at her red eyes. "Look at her eyes. They're all red from crying, and you say she didn't suffer?" Forced to face everyone, Xiaowan chose to close her eyes and avoid their gazes. Xiaowei turned to Mentor Ge and said, "All right, where is that one student? Bring her out." Mentor Ge felt a bit troubled. He was a good teacher, but he was too protective and unreasonable. He tried to persuade, "Teacher, the two kids really have no conflict. Xiaowan even said she didn't suffer, right?" Xiaowei knew exactly what his student was thinking. He snorted heavily. "Do you think I would bully that girl?"
Mentor Ye.
"Wouldn't you?" Seeing Xiaowei's stern face, Mentor Ge didn't dare to voice his thoughts. Noticing Mentor Ge hesitating, Xiaowei continued, "Since you say that girl outperformed Xiaowan in alchemy, as an elder of the alchemy division, I should have the right to test her, right?" "This elder is from the alchemy division?" Everyone looked at Xiaowei and his granddaughter, then at Mentor Ge, suddenly realizing. No wonder Mentor Ge was so kind to Xiaowan. It turns out her grandfather is an elder in their division. Mentor Ge secretly glanced at Yun Qianhuang, who hadn't left yet, unsure of what to say. Elders of the division indeed have this right, and even he couldn't say anything against it. Xiaowei, being a master alchemist, naturally had his own strengths. He quickly noticed Mentor Ge's subtle movements and immediately followed his gaze to Yun Qianhuang. "You are that one student, right?" Yun Qianhuang was not one to shy away from trouble. She met Xiaowei's gaze fearlessly. "Yes, I am. I heard that the spirit recovery pill you made outperformed my granddaughter's." Xiaowei didn't give Yun Qianhuang a chance to respond. He took out a recipe and said, "You can surpass Xiaowan, which shows you are a talented young person. Since that's the case, let's see you refine the medicine from this recipe." Xiaowei didn't mention any punishment for failing to refine it. However, with so many people present, if Yun Qianhuang couldn't do it, others would surely think she lacked strength. Xiaowei wasn't a harsh person, but seeing his granddaughter's eyes red from crying, he felt he had to do something. He intentionally said he wanted to test Yun Qianhuang to remind her that there are always people better than her and to keep her humble. Yun Qianhuang was already close to the door, just a few steps away from Xiaowei. She clearly saw the big words at the top of the recipe, "Spirit Gathering Pill Recipe." As expected, Xiaowei's recipe was missing half the ingredients, just like the one Meng Heng had given Yun Qianhuang before. He didn't expect her to be able to refine it. But to his surprise, Yun Qianhuang asked him, "Elder Xia, do you have the needed ingredients? Is she really going to refine the spirit gathering pill?" Xiaowei shook his head. Young people are still too arrogant. He walked into the alchemy room and stood by the nearest table. "Girl, just tell me what ingredients you need. I may lack many things, but I never lack ingredients or pills." Yun Qianhuang wasn't shy and directly listed nearly 20 types of ingredients. At first, Xiaowei thought nothing was wrong, but as she continued to name more and more, he finally realized something was off. "Girl, the last few ingredients you mentioned are not in my recipe. Can't you get them, senior?" Yun Qianhuang blinked and pretended to leave. "Then never mind, I'll just go eat in the cafeteria." As she spoke, she really started to walk toward Shin Fengyuan at the door. Shin Fengyuan had felt something was off since Xiaowei came out. Hearing that he was going to test Yun Qianhuang, she quickly used a communication talisman to call for help. While the help was on the way, Xiaowei was an elder of the branch, so she couldn't interrupt and could only watch. Now, seeing Yun Qianhuang approaching her, Shin Fengyuan quickly reached out and pulled her back. "Huang Huang, Xiao Yi and the others must be waiting anxiously. Let's hurry to the cafeteria." Xiaowei was a tough character, so escaping would be the best option. "Wait, who said I don't have those ingredients?" Xiaowei called out to Yun Qianhuang, then took out one of each ingredient she had just mentioned from a storage ring and placed them on the table in front of him. "Little girl, do you think this is enough?" He still didn't believe that this girl could really make a spirit-gathering pill. There was already a pill furnace on the table, so there was no need to look for another one. Yun Xianhuang gently patted Shen Fingyuan's hand, turned around, and returned to the alchemy room. She stood in front of the table piled high with pills by Xiaowei and began to process an herb. At the same time, after receiving Shen Fingyuan's message, another elder from the pharmacy hurried out of the alchemy room. He was also one of the elders of the alchemy division, Shen Song, who was Shen Fingyuan's great-uncle. Shen Fingyuan was very favored at home, so when she said she needed help, Shen Song immediately put down what he was doing and rushed out. As he reached the entrance of the pharmacy, he ran into Master Lu Qing, who was returning from outside. Shen Song respectfully bowed, Master Lu Qing. Seeing his hurried expression, Master Lu Qing casually asked, Shen Song, where are you rushing off to? Shen Song admired Master Lu Qing greatly, so he didn't hide anything. Fengyuan said her friend is being troubled by Xiaowei, so I'm going to check it out. Shen Song didn't quite understand why Xiaowei, a master alchemist in his 70s, would trouble the friend of their family's girl. Wasn't that lowering his own status?
Oh?
Master Lu Qing became interested. Then I'll go with you to see what's happening. Xiaowei had a bad temper, but he wouldn't trouble the younger generation. Master Lu Qing decided to join in and see what was going on. Shen Song would never refuse Master Lu Qing, and the two master alchemists went together to the place where the division students were attending class. By the time they arrived, Yun Xianhuang had already started making pills. When Master Lu Qing saw her, he narrowed his eyes. Xiaowei, what are you doing? Hearing Master Lu Qing's voice, Xiaowei jumped up from his chair in surprise. He looked respectful. Master Lu Qing, what brings you here? Even though they were both master alchemists, there was a huge difference between him and Master Lu Qing. Xiaowei, like Shen Song, had only become a master alchemist for about 10 years, while Master Lu Qing had already reached the threshold of a master alchemist, far beyond what they could compare to. So both of them treated Master Lu Qing with the utmost respect. Master Lu Qing snorted lightly. I heard from Shen Song that you were troubling the younger generation, so I came to see. Shen Song quietly stepped out from behind Master Lu Qing. Instructor Ge had not left yet. She looked at the three elders with wide eyes. What was happening today? Why were these three elders, who usually stayed in the alchemy room, all out? Especially, there was also Master Lu Qing. You misunderstood. Why would I trouble a younger person? Xiaowei quickly defended himself. I just heard this girl has good talent, so I wanted to test her. The only one present refining pills was Yun Qianhuang. The others were just watching. Master Lu Qing immediately knew who Xiaowei meant by this girl. He asked, what pill did you ask Miss Wen to refine? Xiaowei lost his confidence instantly. Just the formula you gave me earlier. That formula was written by Master Lu Qing, so he could guess that Xiaowei didn't actually want her to succeed. But even if he had 100 chances, he wouldn't dare to deceive Master Lu Qing. Xiaowei was ready to be scolded by Master Lu Qing, but unexpectedly, Master Lu Qing suddenly laughed. Xiaowei, oh Xiaowei. He laughed heartily, but didn't explain why. Xiaowei felt completely confused. Master Lu Qing had no intention of explaining. He just watched Yun Xianhuang refining the pills with a good mood. Shen Fengyuan tugged at her great-grandfather's sleeve and quietly asked, Great-grandfather, why is Master Lu Qing here? And it seemed like Master Lu Qing was supporting Qianhuang. I ran into Master Lu Qing when I left the pharmacy. He heard me say your friend was troubled by Xiaowei and decided to come along to take a look, Shen Song explained quietly. So Master Lu Qing came purely out of interest? No matter, with Master Lu Qing and her great-grandfather here, Qianhuang wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Shen Fengyuan calmed her nerves and focused on Yun Qianhuang refining the pills. At this point, Yun Qianhuang was nearing the end. She was already familiar with the Gathering Spirit pill, so it was no challenge for her. Feeling it was almost done, she extinguished the flame and took the successfully refined Gathering Spirit pill from the furnace, walking over to Xiaowei and handing it to him. Elder Xia, can I consider this a pass? Xiaowei's eyes widened in shock.
You
know the formula for this pill? With his keen eyes, he could tell that the pill in Yun Qianhuang's hand was definitely a successful gathering spirit pill. Moreover, it seemed to be of perfect quality. Master Lu Qing told me, Yun Qianhuang said, boldly using him as an excuse in front of Master Lu Qing. Master Lu Qing did not refute her. If it was Master Lu Qing who said it, then it was indeed not surprising. However, this girl was quite impressive, being able to refine a gathering spirit pill that required nearly 20 different herbs. Her talent was truly remarkable. Xiaowei calculated quietly, "Girl, I'll consider you accepted. I wonder if you would like to become my student?" Although Xiaowei may not be as famous as Master Lu Qing, he is definitely a well-known figure in the alchemy world. There are only a few alchemy masters on the continent, and each one is highly regarded. So even if the new students didn't recognize Xiaowei at first, they knew that the elders in their branch were at the level of alchemy masters, and they immediately looked at Yun Qianhuang with envy. Being taught by an alchemy master is a dream come true for any alchemist. Not to mention, when Elder Xie first appeared, didn't Mentor Ge call him teacher? This new student is really lucky. Even Shinsong quietly said to Shin Fengyuan, Yuan, your friend is impressive. That old man Xie doesn't easily take on students. Over the years, Xiaowei had only one student, and it took years of pleading from Ge for him to finally accept him. Now he was actively offering to take that girl as a student. However, that girl could even refine spirit-gathering pills. If Xiaowei hadn't acted first, he would have wanted to take her as a student too. The thought of personally guiding a future alchemy master, or even a grandmaster, was thrilling. Unfortunately, he had only just realized that the girl was refining spirit-gathering pills. Shinsong and Xiaowei were both elders of the branch, with similar strength, so once Xiaowei spoke up first, Shinsong couldn't compete. But there was one exception. As soon as Xiaowei spoke, Yun Qianhuang herself hadn't reacted yet, but Master Lu Qing's face turned dark. As the chief elder of the alchemy division, and one of the only two people on the continent likely to become a grandmaster, Master Lu Qing never cared about others' feelings. He glared fiercely at Xiaowei. Xiaowei, what are you doing? Are you trying to steal my student? Xiaowei was waiting for Yun Qianhuang to happily accept his offer. As an alchemy master, he rarely took on students, having only taught Ge and his own granddaughter. Now that he had proposed to take on a student, she would surely agree joyfully. Who could have predicted that Master Lu Qing would suddenly appear? Xiaowei, confused, asked, Master Lu Qing, what do you mean? Could it be that this girl is actually Master Lu Qing's student? Yes, the formula for the spirit-gathering pill hasn't even been obtained by him, yet this girl has already gotten it. If she weren't Master Lu Qing's disciple, how could Master Lu Qing possibly give her the formula? Xiaowei quickly realized the truth and hurriedly smiled as he approached Master Lu Qing. Master Lu Qing, I didn't know this girl was your disciple. I misspoke. Miss Wen, just pretend I didn't say that. Miss Wen is his disciple? Master Lu Qing's mouth twitched. Just yesterday, he wanted to take this girl as his student. How could he dare to consider himself her teacher? But when he opened his mouth to explain, his eyes suddenly darted around. It seemed Master Lu Qing thought of something and decided not to explain, leading to a misunderstanding. Both Mentor Ge and Xiaowei, along with Xie Xiaojun and the new students, suddenly felt much more at ease. If she was Master Lu Qing's disciple, it was normal for Miss Wen to outperform them in alchemy. Thus, the commotion came to an end. Yun Qianhuang and Shin Fengyuan finally left the alchemy room, while Xiaowei, ignoring his precious granddaughter, clung to Master Lu Qing, asking him to teach him the formula for the spirit-gathering pill. Seeing he had nothing to do, Shinsong reminded Shin Fengyuan to come to him if she encountered any problems, then returned to the pharmacy to continue making the unfinished pills. In the cafeteria, as more and more students from the alchemy division gathered, Yun Qianye became a bit anxious. Where was his sister? Had something happened? Students from different divisions could visit each other, but students were not allowed in the classroom areas of other divisions. Yun Qianye could do nothing but feel anxious and a bit down. Don't worry, Xiao Yi, Gong Jilu said, patting his shoulder. Feng Yuan's great-uncle is an elder in the alchemy division. With her there, no one in the division would dare to bother Huang Huang. This reassured Yun Qianye a little, but not much. Fortunately, soon after, Yun Qianhuang appeared in the cafeteria with Shen Fengyuan. The three immediately rushed over, and Yun Qianye grabbed Yun Qianhuang's arm, examining her closely to ensure she was perfectly fine. Gong Jiulu couldn't help but chuckle at Yun Qianye's nervousness. Huang Huang, look at how anxious Xiao Yi is. If someone didn't know better, they'd think he was your brother. Xiao Yi is just worried about me, Yun Qianhuang replied with a smile, completely unfazed by Yun Qianye's fuss. A few people chatted and went to buy food, but the cafeteria of the alchemist division was crowded. They were a bit late and couldn't find a seat, so they had to go to a private room. This was convenient for Gong Jiulu. Once the door closed and they sat down, he immediately shared the strange event he encountered today with Shen Fengyuan and Yun Qianhuang. Gong Jiulu explained in detail and shared his guess with them. He suspected that Master Lu Qing might be an elder from one of the divisions. After he finished talking, Shen Fengyuan paused for a moment and said, "You're probably right. If it's an elder who can produce a holy grade recovery pill, there's likely only one person in the entire Five Spirits Academy." Gong Jiulu blinked. Who is it? Lu Xianqing had a guess. Fengyuan, are you talking about the chief elder of your alchemist division, Master Lu Qing? It should be him. Master Lu Qing is completely devoted to alchemy and doesn't care much about his appearance. He really doesn't look much like a master. But in terms of alchemical skills, Master Lu Qing is just as good as my great-grandfather. As Shen Fengyuan spoke, she playfully winked at Yun Qianhuang. She didn't mention the relationship between Yun Qianhuang and Master Lu Qing, as such matters should be addressed by the person involved. If she didn't say anything, it meant Yun Qianhuang didn't want to share, and she wouldn't speak for her. Yun Qianhuang understood Shen Fengyuan's meaning. She didn't plan to identify herself as Master Lu Qing's disciple, so she hadn't even told Yun Qianye. However, it was clear that she underestimated Master Lu Qing's influence. During lunch, the news that she was Master Lu Qing's disciple spread throughout the alchemist division, and even Lu Xianqing and the others could hear it while walking. Hearing the discussions around them, Gong Jiulu's eyes widened. Qianhuang is actually Master Lu Qing's disciple? Qianhuang is truly impressive. Lu Xianqing was just as shocked as Gong Jiulu, but he didn't show it on his face and thought even more deeply. Master Lu Qing wasn't one to do charity. He wouldn't just give a holy grade pill as a thank you gift for a little help, especially one that his grandfather needed. Very few people knew about his grandfather's serious illness, aside from trusted family members and Fengyuan and Jiulu. He had only mentioned it in front of Yun Qianhuang and her brother. How could it be so coincidental that Master Lu Qing gave him a holy grade recovery pill? The only possibility was that his disciple, Qianhuang, had said something to him. Lu Xianqing turned to look in the direction where Yun Qianhuang and Shen Fengyuan had left, a smile forming on his lips. The news about Yun Qianhuang's name spread throughout the division in just 1 hour. She deeply regretted it and wished she could slap herself. Why did she have to stand her ground? Wouldn't it have been better to just apologize to Xie Wei and leave quietly? These past few days, while walking with Shen Fengyuan, she felt the stares of people around her, and even the instructor paid extra attention to her during class. Yun Qianhuang thought this was too much. It was too noticeable. In the academy, there was a task board where students could complete tasks for gold coins, aimed at those from average backgrounds, similar to a mercenary guild's task system. Most tasks were issued by instructors, and all students could take them on, receiving rewards based on the task's difficulty. Every weekend, Gong Jiulu would bring a few people to the summoner division for a meal, claiming it was to improve their diet. As before, after being pulled over by Shen Fengyuan, Yun Qianhuang immediately spotted the latest task on the summoner division's board: go to the Tianqi forest and hunt 6-tier moon ants. The task board was right at the entrance, and the others also noticed the new task. Gong Jiulu looked shocked. 6-tier moon ants? Has the instructor gone mad? How can they let students take on such a task? Moon ants are social creatures, so if one is found, there are definitely at least 10 more nearby. Completing this task would mean facing more than just one 6-tier moon ant. A 6-tier moon ant is equivalent to a human at the Spirit King level. If several came, Gong Jilu didn't dare to imagine how badly the student who took the task might fare. Shen Fengyuan and the others also found it ridiculous. Although summoners have their summoned beasts to assist them, their strength wouldn't be enough to handle a group of 6-tier moon ants. Did the instructors have something against their students? They all shook their heads in unison and decided not to waste more time on the task board. However, just as they turned to leave, they noticed Yun Qianhuang staring intently at the task. Shen Fengyuan looked at her in surprise. Huang, are you interested in this task? Yun Qianhuang corrected him. I'm interested in the reward, the dragon soul grass. Tion said that the dragon soul grass is a very rare treasure. After taking it, not only can it greatly increase her mental strength, but due to their bond, it can also help repair a bit of his soul. Once his soul is partially repaired, his strength will recover significantly, allowing him to completely hide her talent. Even a powerful spirit emperor wouldn't be able to see through it. After saying this, Tion sighed. I never expected that there would still be dragon soul grass on the South Lu continent. When Yun Qianhuang heard about the effects of the dragon soul grass, she was completely captivated. Such a treasure truly intrigued her. When she chose the alchemist division, it was partly because her level was not high enough for the main academy, but also because alchemists rarely cared about their cultivation levels. The alchemist division had master alchemists, but no high-level fighters, and her hidden spirit tool was sufficient there. However, no one could guarantee she wouldn't encounter the head of the alchemist division. She had also heard that the elders of several divisions in the main academy were all spirit sovereigns. Moreover, this task required going to the Tianqi forest, which was a perfect opportunity for her to leave the academy and temporarily avoid trouble. Such a great opportunity was rare. What is dragon soul grass? Yun Qianya asked curiously. He had never heard of it before. Gong Jilu and Lu Xianqing instinctively looked at Shen Fengyuan, the only alchemist among them besides Yun Qianhuang. Seeing their gaze, Shen Fengyuan shook her head. I haven't heard of it either. Huang, is this very important to you? Very important, Yun Qianhuang replied, not planning to explain further. Can't students from other divisions take tasks from the alchemist division? She was still new to the academy and wasn't clear about many rules. Lu Xianqing nodded. Yes, they can. Yun Qianhuang immediately decided, I want to take this task. Are you crazy? A female voice called from nearby. The group turned to look and saw a small blue figure darting towards Yun Qianhuang like an arrow before they could react.
Then,
the wings started rubbing against Yun Qianhuang's face. Isn't that Lan? Gong Jilu recognized the small blue figure, which was Shi Qianying's summoned beast, Lan. Following Lan was Shi Qianying, looking somewhat helpless. Lan, come back. Lan glanced back at her, but continued to nuzzle Yun Qianhuang's face. Yun Qianhuang had to grab its 2 wings to pull it away. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lan protested as it was pulled away, but Yun Qianhuang remained unfazed. Blushing, Shi Qianying took her little bird from her hands and quickly put the noisy blue one back into the contract space. The noise instantly faded away. She then turned to Yun Qianhuang and advised, you should really reconsider taking this task. The demon moon ants are social spirit beasts and very fierce. With your 7-star spirit master strength, you would be completely overwhelmed by them. This was not an exaggeration. If Yun Qianhuang truly was a 7-star spirit master, she wouldn't even think about the dragon soul grass, no matter how precious it was. But since she was a beast tamer and had 2 strong spirit beasts, Fubai and Outyen, the 6th-tier demon moon ants posed no threat to her at all. She thanked Shi Qianying and then resolutely accepted the task. Shi Qianying exclaimed, You're really crazy. She didn't want to argue with this reckless person, so she picked a task from the board that she had been eyeing and left. No one paid much attention to Shi Qianying. It was quite normal for students from the Summoner Division to come here for tasks. However, everyone expressed concern about Yun Qianhuang taking that task. Lu Xianqing asked worriedly, Huang, can you handle this alone? At some point, He had started calling Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qinya by names similar to how he addressed Gong Jiulu and Shen Fengyuan. Yun Qianhuang was used to it. Just as she was about to say she could manage, Yun Qinya tightly grabbed her hand, looking determined. "Sister, I'm going with you." Yun Qianhuang knew that, even if she refused, Yun Qinya's personality meant she would definitely follow. So, she nodded. There was no rule against having more than one person complete a task. Shen Fengyuan quickly chimed in. "Then I'll go too." "Me too." "Huang Huang, it's too dangerous for you to go alone to the Tianqi forest. Take us with you." After Yun Qinya, the other three insisted on joining Yun Qianhuang, no matter how much she insisted that she and Yun Qinya were enough. Yun Qianhuang firmly disagreed. To prevent them from secretly following her, she went to the medicine building after dinner and asked Master Lu Qing to help her request a leave from her mentor, planning to leave the academy at night when everyone was resting. The plan was nice, but reality. In a courtyard of the Summoner Division, Shi Qianying pushed open the door and went straight to the second floor. In a room on the second floor sat an elderly man with gray hair and beard. Upon seeing him, Shi Qianying respectfully called out, "Elder Qi." Xia Wu lazily lay in the rocking chair and said casually, "Oh, it's you. Sure. What's the matter?" "That task you sent out has been taken," Shi Qianying replied humbly.
Oh.
"Was it a student from our branch?" "No." Shi Qianying shook her head, looking a bit troubled. "It's a new student from the alchemist branch. She's just a 7-star spirit user." Xia Wu suddenly opened his eyes wide, a spark of interest appearing in his cloudy old eyes. "Is she the one who competed against your little bird before?" Mentioning that incident made Shi Qianying's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Lanlan had really made a fool of herself. But facing Xia Wu, she couldn't hide anything. "Yes." Good, good." Xia Wu suddenly burst into laughter. "You can go back now, sure." Shi Qianying nodded, confused. Late at night, thinking that Shen Fengyuan was already asleep, Yun Qianhuang quietly opened the door. To her surprise, she found Shen Fengyuan waiting outside. Shen Fengyuan smiled at her. "Huang Huang, I'm going to the Tianqi forest with you." Their rooms were next to each other, so even if Yun Qianhuang wanted to keep it a secret, she couldn't stop Shen Fengyuan from sneaking outside her room as soon as she returned. Yun Qianhuang had no choice but to agree to let her come along. Since they were not in the same branch, Yun Qianhuang had previously arranged to meet Yun Qinya at the academy gate. After waiting a few minutes after arriving with Shen Fengyuan, Yun Qinya finally showed up. Along with him were Lu Xianqing and Gong Jiulu. Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qinya quickly explained, "Sister, I didn't want to bring them. They insisted on following me." He knew Yun Qianhuang didn't want to include the two, so he had been careful not to make any noise. Who would have thought that as soon as he stepped out, he would see the supposedly sleeping Lu Xianqing and Gong Jiulu. He tried to find an excuse to leave them behind but failed, so he had to bring them along to meet Yun Qianhuang. Will my sister be mad about this? Yun Qinya felt anxious. As for Lu Xianqing and Gong Jiulu, who successfully followed him, they looked at Shen Fengyuan beside Yun Qianhuang and shared the same mysterious smile. What could Yun Qianhuang say? She couldn't just break their legs to stop them from following, right? That was unrealistic, so in the end, their group of 2 became a group of 5. The Tianqi forest is also a habitat for spirit beasts on the continent, but it's not as large as the Lingxian forest. The Tianqi forest is located near Tianling City, opposite to the Lingxian forest. It takes about half a day to reach it by heading south out of the city. Yun Qianhuang and a few others left the academy at night and hired a carriage at the station. By the afternoon of the next day, they successfully entered the Tianqi forest. Compared to the Lingxian forest, the spirit beasts in Tianqi forest are generally of a lower level, making it more popular among mercenaries. Groups of mercenaries often come here to take on tasks. Because so many mercenaries pass through, there are hardly any high-level spirit beasts left near the edge of the forest. Yun Qianhuang's target was the 6th-level MOU ant, which could not even be seen at the outskirts, so they had to venture deeper into the inner part of Tianqi forest. Along the way, some kind-hearted mercenaries advised them, "You kids shouldn't go into the inner area. you should head back. Even those seasoned mercenaries usually organize teams of 10 or 20 people before daring to take on tasks in the inner area. The oldest among them looked no older than 17, so it seemed reckless for them to go into the inner area. The mercenaries offered their advice, and Yun Qianhuang and her friends expressed their gratitude, but showed no intention of turning back. Lu Xianqing and the others were the top students of their respective divisions, and Yun Qianya was a rising star in the fire division, while Yun Qianhuang had many ways to protect herself. So, even as they ventured deeper and the spirit beasts became stronger, they did not encounter any they could not handle. Mou ants live in dark, damp places and are often found in the northernmost part of the inner Tianqi forest. The 5 of them headed north, with a clear goal. Tianqi Forest is not only home to spirit beasts but also countless medicinal herbs. With Yun Qianhuang and Shen Fengyuan, both alchemists, they made many stops along the way and collected a good amount. They even encountered a few 5th-level spirit beasts, which they easily defeated together, obtaining materials from them. As night fell, the 5 finally approached the area where the Mou ants were known to appear. Unsure of how many Mou ants were in the area, they decided not to rush in and instead took a moment to rest. They had consumed quite a bit of spiritual energy during their journey, and they needed to be prepared in case of a fight. At this moment, having an alchemist in the team proved beneficial. Shen Fengyuan ground some beast-repelling pills into powder and sprinkled it around, while another member provided a bottle of 6th-grade spirit-replenishing pills. After taking the replenishing pills, their spiritual energy quickly increased, and soon they had restored what they had previously used. They were still quite a distance from the cave where the Mou ants lived. Gong Jilu took out 2 spirit chickens he had caught after entering Tianqi Forest and approached Yun Qianya. "Xiao Yi, can I borrow your fire?" After a long day of travel, the group was feeling quite hungry. Yun Qianya quickly built a fire without hesitation. The spirit chickens were larger than regular chickens, and 2 of them would be enough to feed 5 people. Gong Jilu was skilled in this area. He took out some seasonings and started roasting the spirit chickens. The meat was delicious, and the fragrant spices filled the air quickly, making Shen Fengyuan's eyes light up as he watched the 2 roasting chickens. Yun Qianhuang also glanced at the spirit chickens with interest. Gong Jilu smiled and said, "Don't rush. We still have to wait a bit." There was a light breeze tonight, and the aroma of the roasted spirit chickens soon wafted far away, attracting some hungry spirit beasts. In a dark cave, a pair of black eyes suddenly opened, looking toward the source of the smell. Meanwhile, Yun Qianya, feeling the wind, expressed some concern. Will this smell attract other spirit beasts? Gong Jilu gave him a reassuring look. "Don't worry. This area is close to the cave of the demon moon ants, and there aren't any other spirit beasts within 5 miles. As for beyond 5 miles, even with the wind, the smell wouldn't travel that far." Yun Qianya felt much more at ease. They were about 5 miles from the demon moon ant's nest, and given the wind direction, the smell wouldn't reach there. That said, Yun Qianhuang and Lu Xianqing remained alert. Yun Qianhuang released her spiritual energy, ready to respond immediately if there was any movement around them. "It's ready." The spirit chickens smelled even better when fully cooked, and Shen Fengyuan could hardly contain himself. Just as Gong Jilu was about to share the spirit chicken, Yun Qianhuang suddenly sensed something disturbing her web of spiritual energy. "Wait a moment." Yun Qianhuang quickly extinguished the fire and signaled Gong Jilu to put away the spirit chicken. Seeing her serious expression, the others immediately stood up and readied themselves. Yun Qianhuang checked the direction and said, "There's a spirit beast moving toward us from the north, above level 5, and it's very fast." "The north? Isn't that where the demon moon ant cave is?" Yun Qianhuang nodded. "It should be a demon moon ant." "Just one?" Lu Xianqing asked with a hint of doubt. Huang, can your spiritual energy cover a larger area?" Demon moon ants rarely acted alone, and he worried there might be more than one. Yun Qianhuang understood Lu Xianqing's concern and expanded the range of her spiritual energy significantly. The lone magic moon ant was very fast, and in no time, it had closed the distance by several hundred meters. Around it, Yun Xianhuang cautiously used her mental power to check several times, then shook her head at the others. I don't sense any other spirit beasts around it. It seems to be a solitary magic moon ant, Gong Jiulu said cheerfully. When it gets closer, we can take it down, and then our task will be complete. The most frightening thing about the magic moon ant is not its aggression or defense, but that it rarely appears alone. Although they didn't know why this one was by itself, a single magic moon ant was not too concerning. Don't let your guard down, Yun Xianhuang warned. When the fight starts, we should stay away from the magic moon ant's nest. The others nodded repeatedly, preparing for battle. The solitary magic moon ant soon appeared before the 5 of them. It was pitch black, massive, and taller than Yun Xianhuang and the others, with legs as thick as an adult's calves. Lu Xianqing concluded, this is a 6th-tier magic moon ant. This was exactly what Yun Xianhuang needed for her task. Since entering the Tianqi forest, they hadn't encountered any 6th-tier spirit beasts, so they remained cautious, keeping an eye on the magic moon ant to prevent a surprise attack while subtly backing away. They needed to keep their distance to avoid attracting more magic moon ants during the fight. The magic moon ant stopped in front of them, its dark eyes scanning the group before locking onto Gong Jiulu. With a strange cry, it charged at Gong Jiulu. The magic moon ant was an earth-type spirit beast, and its attack came from underground. The 5 reacted quickly, moving away from Gong Jiulu's previous position just in time to avoid the attack, and began their counterattack. Gong Jiulu formed a shield with earth-type energy to protect the group, then created thick earth spikes to strike at the magic moon ant. Shen Fengyuan summoned countless vines with her energy, tightly wrapping around the magic moon ant. Lu Xianqing condensed his energy into a massive light sphere, which burst upon hitting the magic moon ant, temporarily blinding it. Yun Qianya, wielding a long spear embedded with a spirit core that he hadn't used yet, moved in for a close attack on the magic moon ant. Yun Xianhuang stood beside Shen Fengyuan, launching fireballs at the magic moon ant without hesitation. The 6th-tier magic moon ant clearly had strong defenses. Despite their combined efforts, it only sustained minor injuries. However, this slight injury angered the magic moon ant, causing waves of energy to surge from it, breaking free from Shen Fengyuan's vine restraints. Seeing this, Yun Qianya quickly retreated to the crowd and, along with Yun Xianhuang, used basic fireball spells to attack the demon moon ant. The others remembered Yun Xianhuang's advice, attacking the demon moon ant while moving backward. The demon moon ant was surprisingly able to attack 5 people at once, but fortunately, Gong Jiulu's earlier earth shield absorbed most of the damage. Lu Xianqing took out a silver bow, pulled the string back, and his spiritual energy automatically formed arrows that shot toward the demon moon ant's eyes. The demon moon ant's body was tough, but its eyes were its weakest point. As the arrow approached, the demon moon ant quickly jumped aside, using its front legs to shield its eyes. Lu Xianqing didn't expect to hit it. He just wanted to buy some time for everyone to retreat. The commotion attracted more demon moon ants, so they needed to retreat quickly. We need to deal with this demon moon ant fast, Yun Xianhuang said, taking out her bone sword and exchanging glances with the others. The previous battle had built some teamwork among them. As she and Yun Qianya charged at the demon moon ant, the other 3 launched their attacks simultaneously. After a fierce battle, the demon moon ant was finally defeated by the 5 of them. During the fight, Yun Xianhuang had asked Tion to keep an eye on their surroundings, and fortunately, their noise did not attract more demon moon ants. Yun Xianhuang pulled her bone sword from the demon moon ant's eye and was about to store the large body when she noticed something had fallen from the wound where Lu Xuanqing's arrow had struck. Lu Xuanqing's arrow was not physical. It disappeared after hitting the demon moon ant, leaving only a fist-sized wound. At that moment, a small brown stone, glowing faintly, fell out of the wound. Yun Xianhuang picked up the stone and was instantly amazed by the spiritual energy it contained. This was the demon moon ant's spirit core. Shen Fengyuan exclaimed, "It's a spirit core. Huang Huang, you are so lucky." Spirit cores are rarely preserved after defeating spirit beasts, and she never expected this demon moon ant's core would remain intact after its death. Yun Xianhuang examined the spirit core for a moment before tossing it to Gong Jiulu and turning to collect the demon moon ant's body. Gong Jiulu caught it clumsily, looking at Yun Xianhuang in shock. Huang, are you giving me the demon moon ant's spirit core? Although he came from a wealthy family and didn't lack spirit cores, he was still astonished that Yun Xianhuang would so casually give him such a precious item. Yun Xianhuang had already stored the corpse of the demon moon ant in her storage ring. She turned back and gave Gong Jiulu a reassuring reply. This spirit core is of the earth element. It will be more useful for you. Although she also had an earth spirit root, Duanyang had mentioned that her bone sword could only be embedded with a spirit core of a similar grade to that of the fire leopard spirit core. She did not plan to switch to another spirit tool, so keeping the demon moon ant's spirit core would not be useful for her. Yun Xianhuang understood that both Yun Qianye and Shin Fengyuan insisted on coming to the Tianqi forest because they were worried about her. Moreover, the demon moon ant was defeated by all of them together, so she had no reason to keep the spirit core for herself. Qianhuang, you are so kind. Thank you. Gong Jiulu decided to go back and ask his father for more formation plates to give to Yun Xianhuang. No need to thank me. We defeated the demon moon ant together, Yun Xianhuang said with a slight smile. Let's leave this place first. The other four nodded repeatedly. There were many other spirit beasts in the Tianqi forest, making it unsafe to stay for long. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly appeared within Yun Xianhuang's mental perception range. Yun Xianhuang immediately notified the others. The strength of that aura was definitely beyond what they could withstand. The group knew Yun Xianhuang was serious. Gong Jiulu quickly took out a boosting formation plate and activated it. Within the range of this formation, their abilities would be significantly enhanced. Moreover, since the formation relied on the spirit energy from the plate, as long as he carried it, the effects would move with him. Gong Jiulu shouted, "Everyone, stay close to me." Yun Xianhuang and the other four quickly moved closer to him and ran towards the outskirts. With the formation's boost, their speed reached its peak, and the dangerous aura soon disappeared from Yun Xianhuang's perception. Did they escape? Yun Xianhuang frowned suddenly. Something was off. Qianhuang, be careful. There seemed to be a fluctuation of spirit energy behind them. Yun Xianhuang instinctively moved to the side, but was pulled back unsteadily by Shin Fengyuan. Thanks to Shin Fengyuan's pull, she narrowly avoided an attack aimed at her. Now was not the time for thanks. Yun Xianhuang merely glanced gratefully at Shin Fengyuan before turning to locate the source of the attack. The other four also stopped, remaining alert to their surroundings. The enemy was hidden, and simply fleeing was no longer an option. Yun Xianhuang felt a bit strange. Her mental energy was continuously scanning the surroundings, but she couldn't locate the spirit beast's presence.
Could it be?
It has a way to hide its aura? Yun Xianhuang shared her guess with the others. Gong Jiulu's face turned pale. I heard from my father that among the demon moon ants, there is a queen. The queen is the most troublesome because it can hide its presence, making it hard to defend against. But the queen should be in the center of the spirit rotation forest. How could it appear in the Tianqi forest? Not only Gong Jiulu, but even Yun Xianhuang's expression changed upon hearing this. The demon moon queen. A worried voice from Outyen came through her mental link. Master, let me out quickly. You can't handle this demon moon queen. It is a 12th tier spirit beast. As Outyen spoke, the hidden demon moon queen launched another attack on them. This attack was even stronger than the last, forcing Gong Jiulu to use a soil shield with the help of the formation plate. Even so, the shockwaves still pushed them back. Yun Xianhuang gritted her teeth. She didn't want to reveal Outyen's existence unless absolutely necessary. The legendary divine dragon was too tempting. Fubai, can your illusion work on the demon moon queen? It can, but it will only hold it for a while, Fubai responded in time. Moreover, the demon moon queen is very cunning and prefers to hide in the shadows. If it doesn't come out, my illusion won't work. Yun Xianhuang knew that the illusion beast itself couldn't lock onto enemies to cast illusions. She decided to summon Fubai. Everyone except Yun Qianye was shocked to see the floppy-eared rabbit suddenly appear on her shoulder. We don't have time to explain. Let's run north. When the Demon Moon Queen attacked, Yun Xianhuang had caught a glimpse of its aura fluctuations. Running north was their only way out. Shen Fengyuan and the others had no doubts about Yun Xianhuang's words. Even if the north led to the Demon Moon Ant's den, they resolutely changed direction. Fubai stayed on Yun Xianhuang's shoulder, keeping a close watch on the movements of the Demon Moon Queen. The queen launched several more attacks, and while they narrowly avoided serious injury, they were still hurt. Shen Fengyuan was extremely grateful that her great-uncle had given her a stash of healing pills. Taking a 10th-tier healing pill, she quickly recovered from the injuries caused by the Demon Moon Queen. The Demon Moon Queen, frustrated that it couldn't seriously injure the humans, briefly revealed its aura. Fu Bai seized the opportunity to lock onto its scent, and the white figure dashed forward like lightning. At this moment, Yun Xianhuang and the others had already reached the entrance of the Demon Moon Ant Cave. The human presence attracted the attention of the Demon Moon Ants inside the cave. In an instant, countless dark eyes opened, staring intently at the 5 people at the entrance. Rustle, rustle. The sound of the Demon Moon Ants moving was particularly loud, sending shivers down their spines. Huang, should we go further? No need. Yun Xianhuang took out a formation plate, pretending to activate it while actually using her mental power to control the Demon Moon Ants. The Demon Moon Ants suddenly stopped moving. Gong Jilu looked in shock at the formation plate in Yun Xianhuang's hand. There were several level 10 Demon Moon Ants among them. What kind of formation was she using that could control so many at once? His father had never mentioned such a powerful formation existed. Yun Xianhuang couldn't control the swarm of Demon Moon Ants for long, so she immediately said to the others, "Let's head deeper into the cave." Outyan mentioned that the Demon Moon Ants should reside within the Spirit Spiral Forest. Since they appeared here, it proved that there was something like a teleportation formation in the cave. If they could find that formation, they could use it to leave. Fu Bai sent a message saying it had temporarily trapped the Demon Moon Ants. Yun Xianhuang quickly relayed Outyan's words to the others. At this point, they didn't have time to question how Yun Xianhuang knew this. They quickly searched for the teleportation formation while the Demon Moon Ants were still under control. The depths of the cave were pitch black, and the group had to take out luminous stones to light the way. It was then that they discovered there were over 20 Demon Moon Ants in the cave, each above level 5. The sight of so many Demon Moon Ants staring at them was quite unsettling. The 5 had to force themselves to ignore the Demon Moon Ants and continued searching for the formation. Fortunately, due to the darkness, the faintly glowing teleportation formation was very noticeable, and it wasn't long before Yun Qianye found it. The expert Gong Jilu quickly approached to assess it. This is a teleportation formation, but it can only be used once. If we use it, the Demon Moon Ant Queen will definitely not catch up with us. However, I'm not sure where this teleportation formation leads. With the Demon Moon Ant Queen pursuing them and an unknown situation ahead, the 5 quickly made a decision and stood together on the teleportation formation. The faint light emitted by the formation enveloped them, and just before it activated, Yun Xianhuang summoned Fu Bai back through their contract. At that moment, the Demon Moon Ants broke free from control and charged at the 5 people. Just in time, the magic array activated successfully, teleporting the 5 out of the Demon Moon Ants' cave. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Spirit Spiral Forest, countless factions gathered by a lake, eagerly watching the center. The bright moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a glow on the lake, and suddenly a huge whirlpool appeared in the middle. Look, is that the entrance to Flame Phoenix Mountain? The entrance is indeed in the lake. Everyone, my fire sect will go first.
Not so fast.
The entrance to Flame Phoenix Mountain was discovered by our Golden Feather sect first. After the whirlpool appeared, the people by the lake became restless, fighting to see who would enter Flame Phoenix Mountain first. Flame Phoenix Mountain is an ancient secret realm filled with treasures, and every opening brings chaos and bloodshed. This time, an elder from the Golden Feather sect predicted the location of the entrance, but a traitor leaked the information, causing all factions to gather here. The elder from the Golden Feather sect was furious. While they couldn't stop others from joining in, they absolutely could not let anyone steal the chance to be the first to enter Flame Phoenix Mountain. But the other factions would not let that happen. The entrance to Flame Phoenix Mountain was only open for a short time, and entering first meant a better chance of finding treasures. Who wouldn't want to seize that opportunity? The battle by the lake grew fierce, and just then, a teleportation array suddenly appeared above the whirlpool.
What is that?
The sudden appearance of the array made everyone stop fighting and look over. They saw several figures fall out of the array and directly into the entrance of Flame Phoenix Mountain. Which faction is that? Using a teleportation array is so sneaky. Someone has already gone ahead. Let's stop fighting and see who can enter based on their own abilities. That sounds good to me. The distance from the shore to the center of the lake was considerable. To enter Flame Phoenix Mountain, each faction showcased their best skills. No one noticed that 3 factions quietly gathered together. I can't believe you, Gong Lianxiao. Let that kid from your family use the teleportation array to enter Flame Phoenix Mountain. Wait, Shen Songbai. Why are you acting so tough? Don't think I didn't see your girl Feng Yuan. Lu Qingsu, you old fox. Don't think that just because you are recovering from your illness, I won't scold you. Your Xianqing is also here. The 3 of them exchanged insults back and forth until they all started laughing. Finally, Lu's second son weakly said, "Shouldn't Xianqing and the others be at the academy right now?" Gong Lianxiao. Shen Songbai. Lu Qingsu. That little rascal. At Yanfeng Mountain, Yun Qianhuang fell heavily to the ground. If she hadn't used her spiritual power to soften the impact, she might have broken her bones. Even so, it still hurt a lot. She quickly took a healing pill and waited for it to take effect while looking around. The ground was covered in charred trees and ash, and the air was thick with intense fire energy. Even with her spiritual protection, Yun Qianhuang felt uncomfortably hot. What kind of place is this? Where are Qianya and the others? The teleportation array should have only sent them to the Lingxian forest, but she had been near the forest before and had never seen such a place. Moreover, everywhere she looked was scorched earth, with no greenery in sight. This is definitely not the Lingxian forest. While Yun Qianhuang was on high alert, she suddenly heard a commotion of footsteps. Her instinct told her not to confront that group directly, so she quickly scanned her surroundings and found a large rock to hide behind before they arrived. The rock was also marked by fire, radiating heat. Yun Qianhuang used her spiritual power to shield herself from the heat and hid behind the rock, concealing her presence. She released her mental energy to sense the movements of the group. There were about 20 people, both men and women, with most of them being above the Great Spirit Master level, including 3 Spirit Masters and 1 Spirit Sovereign. Such a team would dare to venture even into the outskirts of the Lingxian forest. Why are they here? Yun Qianhuang became even more cautious and tried to eavesdrop on their conversation. The heat was unbearable for anyone below the Spirit Master level, and complaints began to arise in the group. Elder Yuan, this place is so hot. Is there really a treasure here? Looking at the scorched surroundings, they wondered if any treasure had already been burned away. Yuan Yu shot a glare at the complaining disciple. I told you to practice hard, and now you can't handle a little heat? You're embarrassing our fire sect. Liahuazong, fire sect. Yun Qianhuang squinted. There are many sects on the continent, and Liahuazong is one of the top ones. Liahuazong only accepts practitioners with fire spiritual roots, and that Elder Yuan is likely Yuan Yu, a powerful member of the 1-star fire sect. According to the words of the Liahuazong disciple, they seem to be here searching for treasure. What kind of treasure would be worth an elder leading the team personally? The footsteps gradually faded, and the voices of those disciples became harder to hear. Yun Qianhuang withdrew her spiritual energy. With the enhancement of the Xianling necklace, her spiritual energy was now stronger than that of a 1-star or 2-star spirit emperor. The Xianling necklace is the 10th tier enhancement spirit tool that Yun Xianhuang bought from the Duan family's spirit tool shop. It boosts her spiritual energy and makes her immune to confusion attacks from below the spirit sect level. Yun Xianhuang's spiritual energy was already comparable to that of a spirit emperor, and with the Xianling necklace, it increased significantly. However, it's better to be cautious. As an elder of a sect, you must have many tools for detecting spiritual energy, so it's best not to pursue recklessly. Yun Xianhuang decided to give up on tracking that group. Once the footsteps completely disappeared and she sensed no other presence, she stepped out from behind the boulder. To avoid running into people from Liahuazong, Yun Xianhuang walked in the opposite direction. Since this place is treasures that can attract the attention of an elder from Liahuazong, it must be full of dangers. She needed to quickly reunite with Qianya and the others. At the same time, Yun Xianhuang asked Outyan and Fubai if they knew where this place was, but they both shook their heads. She could only grip her bone sword tightly and move forward cautiously. After walking for about half an hour, Yun Xianhuang encountered another group of people. She hid again and listened to their conversation. This time, they were from Jinlingzong Golden Feather Sect, which, like Liahuazong, is also one of the powerful sects on the continent, with disciples who have golden spiritual roots. The leader of Jinlingzong was also an elder at the spirit sect level. From their conversation, Yun Xianhuang learned that this was an ancient secret realm called Yanfingshan, Flame Phoenix Mountain. Ancient secret realms are known to contain countless rare treasures, so it's no wonder she had already encountered 2 sect teams. Yun Xianhuang became even more alert. If she were mistaken for someone trying to seize treasure, her fate might not be pleasant. But how did she end up being transported to Yanfingshan? This question was answered when she encountered a third group of people. Unfortunately, that group was somewhat familiar to her. The temptation of the ancient secret realm is just as great as the legendary dragon tomb in the mountains. All forces on the continent, big or small, have heard the news and want to get a share. The Ding family is one of them. In the past, because of the summoner Ding He, the Ding family was highly sought after by many forces in the Spirit Nation and was one of the most powerful families. However, since Ding He's death and Lei Hu's disappearance, the Ding family status has greatly declined. Still, the Ding family has deep roots. For this secret realm, both of their spirit kings have come out, bringing many direct descendants with them. Compared to other forces, this is not much, but the Ding family has an inexplicable confidence that they will obtain treasures. When Yun Xianhuang encountered them, several direct descendants of the Ding family were attacking a young boy. The 2 spirit kings stood by, showing no intention of stopping their younger members. Yun Xianhuang couldn't see the boy's face, so she didn't plan to intervene until she heard a familiar voice and saw a very recognizable flame spear. It was Yun Qianya. After waking up in Yanfeng Mountain, Yun Qianya found himself separated from the others. He was eager to find Yun Xianhuang and hurriedly took a healing pill to prepare for his journey. Unexpectedly, the Ding family members were nearby, and when they saw him take out a 6th-grade healing pill, they greedily surrounded him, wanting to it away. Yun Qianya was unwilling to give it up, so the Ding family's direct descendants tried to forcefully take it from him. Even with his spirit tools and pills, he was injured by the attacks of 7 or 8 people. The 2 spirit kings from the Ding family were watching closely, and Yun Qianya didn't dare to take out higher-grade pills to heal himself, fearing that if the spirit kings joined the fight, he wouldn't be able to handle it. However, he was also unwilling to give his pills to these people. He remembered what his father said, that Ding He had once wanted to take his sister's spirit bone, so he would rather feed the pills to dogs than let the Ding family benefit. Seeing that Yun Qianya was so difficult to deal with, the Ding family became even more convinced that he had many pills and intensified their attacks. Yun Xianhuang didn't know the details, but she couldn't stand by when it involved Yun Qianya. She quietly summoned Fu Bai, saying, "Fu Bai, go and trap those 2 spirit kings." Trapping the 2 spirit kings would be easy for Fu Bai. As for the Ding family's direct descendants, Yun Qianhuang's eyes turned cold. Anyone who dared to harm her brother would face her wrath. Yes, master. Fu Bai glanced disdainfully at the two spirit kings and dashed out like lightning. The two spirit kings from the Ding family had been watching. They thought Yun Qianya was too weak, and getting involved would be beneath their status. Besides, Yun Qianya was alone while they had 7 or 8 younger members with them. They believed Yun Qianya would surely be unable to withstand the attack, and even if he held on with the help of pills, he would eventually be defeated by their younger members. So, they were completely unprepared and didn't pay much attention even when Fu Bai appeared right in front of them. What threat could a rabbit pose? They never considered that a rabbit appearing in an ancient secret realm like Yanfeng Mountain would be anything but ordinary. Fu Bai easily succeeded, and a look of disbelief appeared in its eyes. Even spirit beasts know that no enemy, no matter how small, should be underestimated. Otherwise, one could easily be counterattacked. Yet these two humans didn't even glance at it. It's no wonder they were still just spirit kings at their age. After trapping the two spirit kings, Fu Bai jumped onto a nearby charred tree trunk and licked its fur. The direct descendants of the Ding family noticed Fu Bai, but like the two spirit kings, they thought a floppy-eared rabbit posed no threat and quickly looked away. Only Yun Qianya glanced at the two spirit kings trapped in the illusion and then at Fu Bai, her eyes suddenly brightening. "It's my sister. You too, did you hurt my brother?" A cold female voice echoed, causing several direct descendants of the Ding family to stop their attacks and look around in confusion. "Who is it?" On that charred tree trunk, they saw a girl in a light blue robe. She stood on the trunk, holding the floppy-eared rabbit in her arms, gently stroking its fur with her delicate hands, her long hair and robe dancing without wind. Her face was so ordinary that she could easily be lost in a crowd, yet the overwhelming killing intent around her and her cold, deep eyes made her impossible to ignore. Ding Xiang, the strongest among the direct descendants, looked at Yun Qianhuang and questioned, "Who are you?" "You are not worthy to know my name." Yun Qianhuang coldly stared at him, and in an instant, countless fireballs appeared around her, filled with scorching spiritual power, raining down on the Ding family members. Ding Xiang was startled. Quick dodge. He hurriedly tried to evade, but realized those fireballs were more for show and lacked real power. "I used to think I was a powerful being, but it turns out I was just a spirit user." Ding Xiang looked at Yun Qianhuang and laughed loudly. "You, a spirit user, dare to provoke us? Are you tired of living? Everyone, don't make a move. I want her to know that our Ding family is not to be messed with." He could handle this weakling by himself. "Oh." Yun Qianhuang tilted her head slightly, a faint smile on her lips. Just as Ding Xiang was about to attack her, he suddenly felt a chill rising, and then he realized he couldn't move. Not just him. Everyone from the Ding family, except for 2 spirit kings, was frozen in place by an ice that had appeared out of nowhere. The ice quickly spread over them, and soon they could only move their heads. Dual spirit roots. Ding Xiang was terrified and quickly looked at the 2 spirit kings. "Second grandpa. Third grandpa. You need to kill this girl." However, the 2 elders he called second grandpa and third grandpa seemed to not hear him at all, just staring blankly. Ding Xiang turned sharply to Yun Qianhuang, feeling a chill run down his spine at her smile. "It's you. You have them under your control." "You guessed it." Yun Qianhuang raised her brows and gracefully jumped down from the tree, appearing in front of Yun Qianya, who was struggling to stand with a spear. Seeing her, Yun Qianya forced a silly smile. "Sister." Yun Qianhuang stuffed a precious recovery pill into his mouth, and instantly, Yun Qianya felt a warm energy flowing through him, healing his injuries at a visible speed. Such speed could only be achieved with a precious recovery pill. Ding Xiang finally realized they had messed with the wrong person. Someone who could casually take out a precious recovery pill could not be an ordinary person. He changed his earlier arrogance and smiled at Yun Qianhuang. "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. We just wanted to spar with this young brother. We absolutely meant no harm to him." Yun Qianya looked at Ding Xiang as if he were foolish. Did he really think anyone would believe him? He ruthlessly exposed Ding Xiang's lie. Sister, they tried to steal my pills. When I refused to give them, they surrounded me. If it weren't for his spear embedded with a 10th tier spirit core and the pills his sister had given him, he would have been dead at the hands of these Ding family members long ago. The contracted storage ring could be forcibly cleared of residual spirit energy if the contractor died, allowing anyone to take what was inside. The creature in Yun Qianhuang's arms disappeared, and she reached out to ruffle Yun Qianya's hair. Sorry, sister's late. It's not my sister's concern. Yun Qianya shook his head, gripping the spear tightly. Sister, can I handle these people? The Ding family was truly despicable. First, he participated in taking my sister's spirit bone, and now Ding Xiang wants to steal my elixirs. I will settle these scores myself. Yun Qianhuang glanced at the group and nodded. All right. Ding Xiang would not sit idly by. He was desperately channeling his spiritual energy, intending to shatter the ice binding him. His strength was indeed formidable, and the ice that held him began to with a loud sound. He must not be allowed to break free. Yun Qianya's gaze turned cold as he quickly rushed in front of Ding Xiang, driving the spear deep into his chest.
Ah!
The flames on the spear melted the ice at Ding Xiang's heart, scorching his flesh and blood. Ding Xiang let out a pained roar, breaking free from the ice and grabbing the spear, trying to pull it out of his body. Yun Qianya would not let him succeed. With another forceful, the spear pierced through Ding Xiang's heart. Ding Xiang was dead. The remaining members of the Ding family were left in shock, unsure of what to do. They were not favored at home and had only come to Yanfeng Mountain because of Ding Xiang. Who would have thought he would die? And now the two elders were also incapacitated. What should they do? In a panic, someone tried to distance themselves. It was Ding Xiang who told me to attack you. I never intended to steal from you. Yes, it was all Ding Xiang's idea. The second and third elders spoiled him, and we didn't dare go against his wishes. This spear looks familiar. You are from the general's mansion. Someone recognized Yun Qianya's weapon, eyes wide with shock. Before he could finish speaking, he was also pierced through the heart by Yun Qianya's spear, just like Ding Xiang. Yun Qianya knew these people were all under Ding Xiang's orders. The Ding family and the general's mansion were both in Helen City. How could he not know their situation? But since someone recognized his spiritual weapon, he could not let them go. Otherwise, if they returned to Helen City and informed the Ding family, his grandfather and father would surely face great trouble. He could not allow them to live. Coming from the general's mansion, Yun Qianya was not someone who hesitated. He immediately resolved that none of them could be spared. After all, they were on Yanfeng Mountain, an ancient secret realm. Many had died here, and the Ding family would never guess it was him who had killed them. He believed that his sister wouldn't think he was being excessive. Yun Qianya held a spirit weapon, taking down one person after another with quick and precise strikes, causing no pain to his victims. The surviving members of the Ding family couldn't help but curse silently, thinking, that fool. Why did he have to say it out loud once he recognized us? Now, they were all doomed. The remaining members of the Ding family resigned themselves to their fate, even finding some dark humor in the situation. With the second and third elders present, they didn't feel completely cheated. With Yun Qianhuang and Fu Bai by his side, Yun Qianya faced little resistance, swiftly eliminating everyone from the Ding family who entered Yanfeng Mountain. After finishing, Yun Qianya put away his weapon and awkwardly walked back to Yun Qianhuang, whispering, Sister. Although he knew she would understand why he acted that way, he still worried that she might dislike him for killing so many people. But Yun Qianhuang simply took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off his face. Yun Qianya instantly smiled. His sister didn't hate him. That was wonderful. Sister, I heard from the Ding family that this place is Yanfeng Mountain, an ancient secret realm. We must have been transported to the Spirit Rotation Forest and ended up near the entrance of the secret realm, accidentally entering it. Yun Qianhuang nodded. That seems to be the case. This was the most reasonable explanation. The five of them must have been scattered in different directions after entering the secret realm. Sister, should we go look for Brother Xianqing and the others? Lu Xianqing and Gong Jilu had taken care of Yun Qianye, and the three had helped Yun Qianhuang complete a task together. With dangers lurking in the secret realm and countless treasure seekers, Yun Qianye worried about what might happen to them. "Let's look for them first," she replied. Yanfeng Mountain was a vast secret realm, and Yun Qianhuang's spiritual energy wasn't strong enough to cover the entire area yet, leaving them without a clear direction. She set a fire, burning the bodies of the Ding family until nothing remained, then led Yun Qianye in a random direction forward. Many people had entered Yanfeng Mountain this time, and the siblings encountered quite a few along the way. Fortunately, Yun Qianhuang used her spiritual energy to scan the surroundings, allowing them to avoid any conflicts with other forces besides the Ding family. After walking for an unknown time, Yun Qianhuang suddenly sensed a large group of people heading in the same direction, at least 100. Among them were familiar presences. It was Shen Fengyuan and the others. Yun Qianhuang informed Yun Qianye and planned to approach quietly to assess the situation. Yun Qianye did not have any concealment spirit tools, so he took out a formation plate that could hide their presence. This was given to him by Gong Jilu, capable of evading the detection of anyone below the spirit sovereign level. The two quietly approached and soon realized that a group of people was gathered in front of a cave, discussing how to enter. A powerful barrier blocked them from entering the cave. In such an ancient secret realm, a strong barrier must guard something valuable. Therefore, the various factions reached a consensus to work together to break the barrier and share whatever was inside. Yun Qianhuang noticed that the people standing next to Shen Fengyuan and the others resembled them, likely their family members. The Gong family, Shen family, and Lu family were all powerful clans, so it was no surprise they could enter the secret realm. Since Shen Fengyuan and the others were with their family, Yun Qianhuang no longer needed to worry about their safety. She decided to stay hidden with Yun Qianye and observe the situation. Who wouldn't want treasures? The factions outside the cave quickly agreed to send one spirit sovereign from each group to work together to break the barrier at the entrance. After a quarter of an hour of combined attacks from 6 spirit sovereigns, cracks finally appeared in the barrier. The cracks rapidly spread, and seeing this, the 6 spirit sovereigns intensified their attacks. First, there were faint sounds, followed by the clear noise of the barrier shattering, reaching everyone's ears. The barrier at the cave entrance was about to break. Most people present were overjoyed, but Shen Fengyuan and the others seemed distracted. After entering the secret realm, they quickly encountered their father and his team, who forcibly included them in the group for a stern talk, questioning why they had come to the Lingxian forest. The three had to explain why they left the academy and how they ended up in the Lingxian forest, but they omitted the part about Yun Qianhuang summoning Fu Bai and controlling the demon moon ants with formations. Gong Lianxiao and the others did not doubt their children's words, but insisted they stay with their family. With the dangers surrounding Yanfeng Mountain, they were worried about the 3 youngsters. Shen Fengyuan and the others were concerned about Yun Qianhuang and her brother and considered sneaking away. However, their little tricks were no match for their father, and they couldn't escape. The 3 didn't care about the treasures in the cave. They had heard how dangerous Yanfeng Mountain was and feared for Yun Qianhuang and her brother's safety. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the barrier that was about to be broken. The 3 exchanged glances from a distance and then quietly slipped away from their group in perfect sync. Gong Lianxiao kicked Gong Jilu without hesitation. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Shun Songbai smiled and blocked Shen Fengyuan's path. Yuan, it's dangerous in the secret realm. Don't wander off." Lu Qingsu glanced at Lu Xianqing. "Do I need to ask you to come back?" The 3 instantly wilted and obediently returned to their fathers. Just then, the cracked barrier was completely shattered, and a wave of heat surged out from the cave. Yun Qianhuang and her brother felt the heat from a distance and were secretly alarmed. The treasures in that cave must be quite valuable. The people from various factions thought the same, excitedly rushing to be the first to enter the cave. At that moment, a massive fireball burst from the cave, containing such powerful spiritual energy that even the strongest spiritual masters dared not confront it directly. Everyone quickly dodged, and Yun Xianhuang and her brother, who were hiding behind them, found the fireball heading straight for them as the crowd dispersed. The fireball moved quickly, reaching the siblings in the blink of an eye. This change happened in an instant. Yun Xianhuang cursed under her breath and quickly pulled Yun Xianya to dodge. At this moment, she couldn't care about hiding her presence. If that fireball hit them, they could both be in serious danger. The sudden surge of energy caught the attention of various factions. Who is it? Could someone be trying to take advantage of the situation? The pressure from dozens of spiritual masters descended, slowing Yun Xianhuang's movements, but fortunately, she managed to evade the fireball. However, under that immense pressure, both siblings felt extremely uncomfortable, and blood even appeared at the corner of Yun Xianhuang's lips. But they absolutely could not reveal themselves. Otherwise, they might be seen as treasure thieves and be killed by those powerful beings. Under the pressure from those masters, escaping would be nearly impossible. The only option now was Yun Xianhuang looked at the cave entrance, now free of the barrier, quickly took a recovery pill, and said in a low voice, "Xianya, stay close to me." Yun Xianya immediately grasped her hand tightly and activated a boosting array. With the array's assistance, Yun Xianhuang channeled all her with spiritual energy, allowing her speed to increase. With these two boosts, Yun Xianhuang expanded her spiritual energy and rushed toward the open cave entrance with Yun Xianya. Not good. She's going into the cave. Someone noticed Yun Xianhuang's intention and wanted to stop her, but at that moment, Yun Xianhuang had already rushed into the cave with Yun Xianya, disappearing from their sight in an instant. In the crowd, Shen Fengyuan and the others exchanged glances. With Gong Jilu's array assisting them, they quickly followed inside. The array Gong Jilu had was given by his father, and its enhancement effects were top-notch. The others barely had time to see the three's appearances before instinctively chasing after them. However, after the three vanished, a new barrier appeared at the cave entrance. After breaking through the barrier with great difficulty, they were frustrated to find that someone had gotten ahead of them. A few powerful spirit masters were so angry they felt like they could explode. Gong Lianxiao and his companions also put on angry expressions, but only the three of them noticed the glint in their eyes. Inside the cave, Yun Xianhuang and Yun Xianya ran wildly until they reached the deepest part. The cave, like the outside, was marked by traces of flames, and perhaps because of the surrounding stone walls, the temperature was more than twice as high as outside. Even with their protective energy, both felt quite uncomfortable. But they knew that the people outside would eventually come in, and they couldn't stay in one place. However, the cave seemed empty for some reason, making it hard to find where the fireball had come from. "Big sister, there's nothing here?" Yun Xianya thought it was impossible. Just then, a familiar presence quickly approached. He looked up to see Shen Fengyuan and the others running over. Huang, Xiaoya, you are really bold," Gong Jilu panted, giving Yun Xianhuang a thumbs up. It took courage to enter the cave right under the noses of so many powerful beings, and he admired that. Shen Fengyuan took a moment to catch her breath and then carefully checked Yun Xianhuang's body, feeling relieved when she found them unharmed. "I'm glad you're okay." She had been worried that the two might encounter some accident in Yanfeng Mountain. Lu Xianqing then shared the news they were most eager to hear. "When we came in, the barrier reappeared, so we don't have to worry about those people outside for now. However, I suspect that barrier won't hold for long. Once the barrier was broken again, if those powerful beings rushed in, they feared it could mean disaster for them." Yun Xianhuang understood the unspoken words of Lu Xianqing. She didn't hide anything. This cave is bigger than it seems. She wasn't reckless. While caves could provide shelter from attacks, if they were caught, it would be like being trapped. Before entering the cave, Yun Xianhuang had used her mental energy to explore, and the cave space was vast, even beyond what her mental energy could fully cover. So, she guessed there should be a hidden entrance here, but she didn't dare to search carefully before because she was afraid those people would catch up. Huang, do you mean we can still go forward?" Shen Fengyuan and the others looked around. Besides the entrance they came from, The other three sides were stone walls, showing no signs of anything unusual. It was clearly a dead end. Huang Huang, which way? Yun Qianhuang shook her head. I don't know either. After entering here, her mental strength seemed to be weakened by something, only covering the visible area. The other four didn't think she was exaggerating and immediately split up to search for any hidden entrances. Yun Qianhuang also began to search quickly. The surrounding stone walls were uneven and hot to the touch, only reachable under the protection of spiritual energy. The five of them acted separately, leaving no corner unchecked, almost searching the entire cave, but they found no hidden entrance. Even so, Shen Fengyuan and the others did not doubt Yun Qianhuang's judgment and continued to search hard. Yun Qianhuang's mental strength was limited, so Out Yen and Fubai tried to help her explore, but they found nothing either. It seemed this was really just an empty cave. After a quarter of an hour, the barrier at the entrance was on the verge of collapse, and they could hear the sounds of attacks from outside deep in the cave. If they couldn't find anything, they would have to think of another way to leave before the barrier broke. I'll look for a teleportation array plate. Gong Jilu opened his storage ring and began to search. He knew there probably wouldn't be one since only a master of formations could draw a teleportation array, and they couldn't find a single master in their family. Lu Xianqing and Shen Fengyuan also opened their storage rings, trying to find something useful. Yun Qianya couldn't help and lowered his head silently. Their military family couldn't produce anything valuable anymore. Yun Qianhuang walked to the stone wall she had previously examined and used her mental strength to communicate with her two beasts. Out Yen, Fubai, it's time. She planned to use the strength of Out Yen and Fubai to forcefully break open an exit. Since they couldn't reveal themselves, Out Yen and Fubai's power would be greatly weakened, but with a divine dragon and a sacred beast, even if weakened, it would be enough to break open an exit. This was a last resort because the noise from breaking the stone wall would surely alert the strong forces outside. But there was no other way at the moment. To avoid insufficient strength, Yun Qianhuang asked the others to help as well. The others quickly understood her plan and hurried over to channel their strength to her. Two beasts and four people made Yun Qianhuang feel a surge of endless power within her. She gathered this immense energy and pressed her hands, wrapped in spiritual power, against the stone wall in front of her. The powerful force created waves that shook the entire cave. Outside, the group stumbled, nearly losing their balance. What's happening? Those people must have taken the treasures from the cave and triggered some mechanism, causing it to collapse. Can they get out? Who cares about their lives? We should leave here first and check later if any treasures are left. The group quickly moved away from the cave. Deep inside the cave, the immense power exceeded Yun Qianhuang's capacity, causing blood to seep from her 7 orifices. A drop of blood silently fell to the ground and quickly vanished. In the next moment, a golden magic circle suddenly appeared beneath the 5 of them, enveloping them in bright light and silently transporting them to another space. Boom! The tremors suddenly stopped, and the stone wall emitted a dull sound as the entire cave collapsed in an instant. Not far from the cave, in the already evacuated Gong family team, Gong Lianxiao widened his eyes and murmured, "That brat Jilu won't be crushed, right? Master, quickly check Jilu's life jade token." Yes, the life jade token. Gong Lianxiao immediately took out Jilu's life jade token from his storage ring. Seeing it was intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that brat is safe. Yun Qianhuang and the others felt as if they had passed through a transparent barrier. Once the golden light faded, they found themselves in a different world. Endless mountain peaks, towering trees, and lush greenery surrounded them. The intense heat that had been suffocating them was replaced by incredibly fresh air. What is this place? Gong Jilu stomped his foot on the solid ground. So many phoenix trees. Shen Fengyuan recognized the trees before them as phoenix trees. Everything they saw was truly unbelievable. They had entered Yanfeng Mountain, where the ground was scorched, and flames seemed to have burned everything to ashes. Now, they were surrounded by vibrant greenery. Hey, this place. Out Yan's voice reached them through mental energy. Yun Qianhuang paused. Outyen, do you know where this is? This should be the habitat of a phoenix. Phoenixes only roost in phoenix trees, so their habitats are usually filled with these trees, but something feels off. Outyen couldn't quite figure out what was wrong. But Yun Qianhuang and the others noticed. Why is it so quiet here? In a place like this, even if there were no spirit beasts besides the phoenix, there should still be many birds. Whether in Lingxian Forest or Tianqi Forest, even at night, you could hear the sounds of birds. There were no sounds of wind, water, or birds here. Apart from their breathing, it was completely silent. It felt like they had stumbled into a mirage. Yun Qianhuang cautiously gathered a small fireball and threw it at a tree a few steps away, but it left no trace. The expressions of the five changed slightly. Only in a mirage would an attack not take effect. They had actually been pulled into a mirage. Lu Xianqing narrowed his eyes. It seems we need to break this illusion. Before he could finish his sentence, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. Countless fireballs fell from the sky, engulfing everything in flames. After the fire, the once lush phoenix forest turned into charred branches. Gong Jilu stared in shock at the transformation before him. The scene now looked exactly like what they had seen in Yanfeng Mountain. The fire did not affect the five of them. They stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Yun Qianhuang quietly asked, Outyen, what is this? It should be what happened here before. Outyen replied, unable to provide a more detailed explanation. Master, if you head east, I sense a strong spiritual energy there. It might be the nest of that phoenix. The phoenix feather fruit grows near the phoenix's nest, right? Yun Qianhuang remembered Yun Chongyu's earlier advice and immediately decided, let's go check it out to the east. Okay, Yun Qianya was the first to agree. Shen Fengyuan and the others nodded as well. The five headed east, and after the previous scene disappeared, the heat returned, forcing them to use their spiritual energy to block the high temperature. The farther east they went, the hotter it became. Shen Fengyuan, being a wood spirit root, was at a disadvantage in this environment and soon began to sweat. Gong Jilu, Lu Xianqing, and Yun Qianya were not faring much better. Only Yun Qianhuang, protected by 5 types of spiritual energy, felt relatively better. The surrounding temperature gradually reached a peak. Their spiritual energy could no longer shield them from the heat, and they were all soaked in sweat, struggling to endure. Just as they were about to take a break, a magnificent palace came into view. It was an abandoned palace. Although the grand palace still exudes a solemn aura, upon closer inspection, one can see that several sections of the palace walls are in ruins, making it hard to notice at first glance. The scorched earth beneath the 5 of them disappears before the palace, turning back to its normal color. As they approach the palace, the unbearable heat fades away, as if blocked by some invisible force. Outyen is secretly shocked. Master, this palace looks a bit familiar. Gong Jilu rubs his face, still warm from the heat, and his gaze never leaves the palace. Is there really such a palace in Yanfeng Mountain? Yanfeng Mountain is an ancient secret realm that has been opened many times before, but those who survived never mentioned that there was an abandoned palace inside. Just by looking at it, one can imagine the palace's former glory, which rivals that of royal palaces from various countries. Such a place must hold treasures, right? Shen Fengyuan suggests, shall we go inside and take a look? Since they have come this far, it would be a shame to leave empty-handed after enduring the heat. The 4 of them look at Yun Qianhuang, trusting her judgment at this moment. Yun Qianhuang has learned from Outyen that this palace belongs to the ancestor of the Phoenix clan. Will there be phoenix feather fruits in the ancestor's palace? Yun Qianhuang only cares about this. Outyen falls silent for a moment, then angrily exclaims, Master, that's the ancestor. The treasures in that palace are just as valuable as those in my nest, and you only care about that fruit. After shouting, he still informs Yun Qianhuang that there should be some. Yun Qianhuang immediately nods at the 3 others. Let's go inside. The 5 of them gradually approach the palace's main door. Although the palace is abandoned, there are no other entrances besides the main door, so they have to go this way. Compared to the crumbling walls, the main door is still quite intact. Yun Xinya tentatively reaches out to push it open. As a cultivator, he is much stronger than an ordinary person, so pushing open such a heavy stone door shouldn't be a problem. However, at the moment his fingertips touch the door, an invisible force pushes him back. Yun Xinya quickly withdraws his hand, rubbing his sore fingertips, and looks at Yun Qianhuang. Sister, it seems there's some kind of barrier on this door. We can't just push it open. It makes sense. How could the ancestor's palace allow anyone to enter so easily? Gong Jilu was a formation master who understood barriers very well. He volunteered to step forward, took out a formation disc to activate it, and then slowly reached out towards the large door. This time, his fingertips didn't even touch the door before being pushed back. At the same time, a golden light flashed briefly on the door. Shin Fengyuan and Lu Xianqing also tried to push the door, but whether they used brute force or spiritual power, they could not open it. While they were trying, Gong Jilu observed the barrier at the door. Finally, he concluded the barrier on this door is likely the same as the one at the entrance of the cave outside. It seems we can only break through forcefully. Break through forcefully. Yun Qianhuang paused. The barrier at the cave entrance had taken 6 spiritual masters working together for 15 minutes to create a. Among them, only Lu Xianqing was a great spiritual master. Where could they find spiritual masters to break the barrier? Should they rely on the powers of Aoyan and Fubai again? Yun Qianhuang cautiously reached out, lightly touching the large door, measuring the distance. Would Aoyan and Fubai's powers shatter this door? The palace wall here was already on the verge of collapse, and if the door were destroyed, the whole place might fall apart. As Yun Qianhuang hesitated, she suddenly felt a change in the sensation beneath her hand. Initially, she worried she would be pushed back like the others, as she was only touching the air from a distance. But now, it felt like she was touching a thick liquid, and her hand instinctively sank into it. Yun Qianhuang's heart raced, and she wanted to pull her hand back, but it was too late. She began to sink into the thick liquid quickly, faster than the others could react. Sister.
Qianhuang.
The 4 rushed forward to grab Yun Qianhuang, but only Yun Qianya managed to catch a corner of her clothing. A living person was swallowed by an invisible force, disappearing before their eyes. Yun Qianya stared blankly at the light blue corner of fabric in his hand, stumbling back. Sister? Suddenly, Yun Qianya's eyes turned red. He gathered all his spiritual power into his right fist and swung it heavily, trying to shatter the door. But his spiritual power was easily neutralized by an invisible force, and the door didn't even tremble. Not giving up, Yun Qianya swung his fist again. Shin Fengyuan and the others also reacted quickly and joined him in attacking the barrier on the door. In the palace, just a wall away, Yun Qianhuang turned to look back at the large door. Had she passed through it? Yun Qianhuang turned around, trying to see if she could open the big door from the inside. She disappeared in front of a few people who would surely worry, especially Yun Qianya. Unfortunately, even inside the door, there was a barrier that pushed her back. Aoyan, what's going on? Aoyan replied that he didn't know either. The phoenix ancestor has a strong possessiveness. To prevent other spirit beasts or humans from intruding, her palace must have many barriers, and it might only allow entry but not exit. Yun Qianhuang was stunned. Only entry but no exit? This meant that even if she found the phoenix ancestor's treasures, she couldn't take them out. So, what was the point of her effort? The door was not far from the main hall of the palace. Logically, most of the phoenix ancestor's treasures should be in the main hall. But since the door only allowed entry, the main hall would be even more difficult. Yun Qianhuang gave up and focused on studying the barrier on the door. She needed to leave this place and, at the very least, find a way to let Yun Qianya and the others know she was okay. Yun Qianhuang summoned Aoyan and Fubai. Aoyan, can you and Fubai break the barrier on this door together? The phoenix ancestor's power was formidable, and she guessed that even if Aoyan and Fubai combined their strength, it might not be enough. However, Aoyan, has your soul become a bit more solid? Yun Qianhuang rarely summoned Aoyan, usually communicating through mental energy. So, she wasn't sure how long it had been since she last saw Aoyan's soul. Yin lowered his head to look at his still somewhat ethereal soul. Has it? Yes. Fubai confirmed. Master, do you remember I told you that another space in your storage ring is very suitable for spirit beast training? After Fubai explained, Yun Xianhuang understood that although Yen was just a remnant soul, he could still absorb spiritual energy. Yen was originally a divine dragon, and if his strength recovered to a certain level, he could complete his own soul. Yen's soul was indeed a bit more solid than before, which was due to a slight increase in strength. It was really just a little, so little that Yen himself couldn't feel it. Fubai had been with him in the space, so he noticed Yen's change. This was a good thing, and Yun Qianhuang felt a bit reassured. After explaining, Fubai looked at the big door and discussed it with Yen. After their discussion, both beasts looked dejected. Fubai said, Master, this barrier was set up by the Phoenix ancestor at the peak of her power. Unless Tion's strength recovers to at least 30%, or I break through to become a divine beast, we won't be able to break it even if we work together. Tion quickly added, but don't lose hope, Master. Maybe there are treasures in the Phoenix ancestor's palace that can enhance the strength of spirit beasts. The dragon tomb didn't have such treasures because Tion was very satisfied with his own strength and felt there was no need for improvement. The Phoenix ancestor was different. It was said that she felt very insecure and always thought her strength was insufficient, so she loved to collect items that could boost her power. Whether temporary or permanent, as long as it could enhance either his or Fubai's abilities, they could break the Phoenix ancestor's barrier together. Then what are we waiting for? Yun Qianhuang immediately turned around and headed straight for the main hall nearby. Fubai jumped onto her shoulder, and Tion followed behind, both beasts alerting her to any potential dangers around. However, they were clearly overthinking it, as Yun Qianhuang encountered no obstacles at all, not even a single barrier. Tion was puzzled. Given the Phoenix ancestor's nature, there should have been at least 10 barriers set up in her palace, yet their master hadn't encountered any. Yun Qianhuang was also a bit confused. Everything was going too smoothly, almost suspiciously so. She released her mental energy to stay alert and cautiously entered the main hall. The main hall occupied 2/3 of the entire palace. Upon entering, 5 golden stone pillars came into view. The pillars were engraved with different phoenix totems. These totems likely represent the 5 major branches of the Phoenix clan: Golden Phoenix, Fire Phoenix, Snow Phoenix, Rock Phoenix, and Qingwan, corresponding to the attributes of gold, fire, ice, earth, and wood. Tion explained, having some knowledge of the Phoenix clan as a divine dragon. Yun Qianhuang understood and was then drawn to a plant in the corner. It was a fruit-bearing plant with feather-like leaves, and at the top of the stem hung a fruit about the size of a fist. Tion recognized the plant and said, Master, you're in luck. This is Phoenix feathergrass, and that fruit is the Phoenix feather fruit. Without needing further explanation, Yun Qianhuang already knew more information from her inheritance. The Phoenix feather fruit only bore 1 fruit every 1,000 years, and once picked, it had to be consumed immediately. Otherwise, it would vanish after an hour. Therefore, she couldn't just pick the Phoenix feather fruit. She had to transplant the Phoenix feather grass instead. After confirming that the Phoenix feather grass could be planted in her own space, Yun Qianhuang carefully wrapped her hand with spiritual energy and gently pulled the grass out by its roots. She entered the space and cleared a small area in the medicinal field to plant the Phoenix feather grass. Although there was only 1 Phoenix feather fruit, it was still a significant gain. Tion, can you sense where the treasure of the Phoenix ancestor is? It was understandable that Yun Qianhuang asked Tion for help. This place had nothing but a few stone pillars and the Phoenix feather grass. After she transplanted it, the main hall felt completely empty, and even with her mental power, she couldn't sense anything else. It was to the extent that even a thief would feel it was a waste of time. Tion's sensing ability was stronger than hers. If he couldn't feel the presence of the treasure, then she could give up. I'll give it a try. Tion released his mental power and thoroughly searched both inside and outside the main hall, then shook his head. Nothing. Was there really no treasure in the Phoenix Ancestor's palace except for that phoenix feather grass? Yun Xianhuang shook her head, turned around, and decided to check other side halls. If she couldn't find anything to help Tion and Fu Bai increase their strength, she would have to think of another way to leave. Tion and Fu Bai followed her out of the main hall. As they took their first steps, the 5 stone pillars behind them, representing the 5 branches of the Phoenix clan, began to glow. The 5 colors of light gathered at the center of the pillars, and in an instant, the light vanished, revealing an egg. The egg moved slightly, and suddenly Yun Qianhuang felt something approaching quickly from behind. She turned around just in time to see a large egg collide with her, knocking her back into Tion's lingering spirit. If it weren't for Fu Bai's timely intervention, she might have been knocked over. Once she managed to steady herself, Yun Qianhuang finally had a moment to observe the egg that had bumped into her. It was a white egg adorned with differently colored patterns. Although the patterns were unclear, she could feel the spiritual energy radiating from within. The egg that appeared in the main hall of the Phoenix Ancestor's palace was surely not an ordinary spirit beast.
But
why was this egg sticking to her? Yun Qianhuang didn't even use her hands to hold the egg, yet it remained firmly on her, as if an invisible force was binding her to it. Yun Qianhuang reached out to push the egg away, but it was no use. She looked at Outyen in confusion. Outyen, what's going on with this egg? Outyen seemed to ponder as he gazed at the 5 stone pillars in the main hall. For some reason, Yun Qianhuang felt that the golden light on the pillars had dimmed significantly. That wasn't important. What mattered was how to get this egg off her. Why was she carrying an egg around? A soft scoff suddenly echoed. Then, a familiar voice exploded in Yun Qianhuang's mind. This little phoenix really knows how to choose. Feng Jingchen? Yun Qianhuang narrowed her eyes. Something was off. Outyen and Fu Bai didn't seem to hear the voice. Feng Jingchen was communicating with her through mental energy. Qianhuang is indeed clever, came the familiar teasing tone. Yun Qianhuang was puzzled. How can you communicate with me using mental energy? She was still in Yen Phoenix Mountain. Even with strong mental energy, it shouldn't be able to reach her in the secret realm. Qianhuang, isn't it normal for my things to carry my mental energy? Yun Qianhuang suddenly looked down at the storage ring on her finger. This ring was given to her by Feng Jingchen, and it still had his mental energy. She had never noticed. Don't worry, Qianhuang. After our conversation ends, the mental energy left in the storage ring will be completely cleared. Feng Jingchen's voice was cheerful, and Yun Qianhuang could almost picture his smiling eyes. Her brow furrowed slightly. What do you want? He wouldn't just contact her for no reason. You're so heartless, Qianhuang. Last time, you said I could come to Wuling Academy to find you. Yun Qianhuang. What she meant was that if he was being chased and had nowhere to go, he could find her. Could he not be so ambiguous? What a pity. I was planning to tell you the origin of this egg. You know, Qianhuang, if you beg me, maybe I'll tell you. Yun Qianhuang's eye twitched slightly. She decided to ignore this man. After all, he had already said it was a little phoenix. Appearing in the Phoenix Ancestor's palace and being a phoenix, could it be a descendant of the Phoenix Ancestor? A soft sigh echoed in her mind, and Feng Jingchen explained, Qianhuang, this is the Phoenix Ancestor. She has the ability to be reborn from the ashes, and after she died, she was reborn as this egg. You were able to enter the Phoenix Ancestor's palace because you gained the recognition of this little phoenix, which is why it is clinging to you. In other words, Huang, this little phoenix has attached itself to you. The unhatched Phoenix Ancestor has no intelligence and clings to you purely by instinct. To get rid of her, you need to hatch her. Yun Qianhuang suddenly had a bad feeling. How long will it take to hatch the Phoenix Ancestor? About 1,000 years. Yun Qianhuang. Are you kidding? 1,000 years? Not to mention whether she can live for 1,000 years. If she can't hatch the Phoenix Ancestor, will she have to carry this egg forever? Feng Jingchen chuckled softly, and Yun Qianhuang suddenly realized something. Are you lying to me? All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Feng Jingchen stopped smiling. This little phoenix is about to hatch. Huang Huang. Transfer your spiritual energy to it, and in at most 2 months, she will hatch. Compared to 1,000 years, 2 months is much more acceptable. Yun Xianhuang wanted to ask if there was anything else to pay attention to, but she found that Feng Jingchen had cut off contact with her. A flash of light appeared on her storage ring and quickly returned to normal. This person. Yun Xianhuang pursed her lips. Although she didn't know why he contacted her at this moment, thanks to Feng Jingchen, she received a lot of useful information. She looked down at the egg in her arms. If the phoenix ancestor is inside this egg, then as long as they wait for her to hatch, they can leave here, right? After all, those barriers were set by the phoenix ancestor, so she must have a way to break them. Yun Xianhuang immediately decided to let the phoenix ancestor hatch first. But before starting to hatch the phoenix ancestor, she sent Fubai to look for the phoenix ancestor's treasures in other parts of the palace and asked Outyan to see if he could contact Yun Qianya and the others outside the palace. Then she held the phoenix egg and walked to the center of the 5 stone pillars to begin transferring her spiritual energy into the egg. Outside the phoenix ancestor palace, Yun Qianya and the others attacked the barrier on the door again and again. No one knew how long it had been. Their spiritual energy was exhausted time and again, only to be replenished by Shen Fingyuan's spiritual recovery pills. In the end, even the large supply of recovery pills was used up. The group could only rely on their training to recover their spiritual energy, and once they were full again, they continued to attack the barrier. In the main hall, when Yun Xianhuang was transferring energy into the egg, she realized she couldn't stop the transfer at all. At first, she could rely on recovery pills to regain her energy, but later, when the pills in her storage ring were all gone, she could only frantically operate her spiritual roots and bones, absorbing and transferring energy at the same time. However, the repeated depletion of her spiritual energy made her realize that when her energy was completely exhausted, absorbing energy again would be much more effective, greatly improving her training efficiency. This was the only thing that brought Yun Qianhuang some comfort. Tion and Fu Bai turned the phoenix ancestor's palace upside down but found not even a blade of grass. The 2 beasts could only try to attack the barrier at the door, returning to Yun Qianhuang's space to recover whenever their strength ran out. In the secret realm, there was no day or night, so Yun Qianhuang could only judge the passage of time by her hunger. Practitioners can go without food for a certain period using their own spiritual energy. However, Yun Qianhuang was still just a spiritual practitioner, and her energy needed to be supplied to the phoenix egg, so she couldn't last long before feeling hungry. Fortunately, she had enough food in her storage ring, preventing her from starving in the phoenix ancestor's palace. No one knew how much time had passed, not even Tion and Fu Bai. One day, while Yun Qianhuang was supplying energy as usual, she suddenly heard the sound of the eggshell cracking. A small appeared on the phoenix egg, and soon, it quickly spread, creating a small opening in the shell. Yun Qianhuang stared at the opening, momentarily stunned. The phoenix ancestor had hatched? A wave of indescribable joy enveloped Yun Qianhuang as she increased the energy supply to help the phoenix ancestor hatch smoothly. Chirp! A tiny head popped out of the eggshell. Tion and Fu Bai, who were attacking the barrier, immediately stopped and rushed towards the main hall, leaving only 2 afterimages. The newly hatched little phoenix ancestor looked bare, with a pair of curious golden eyes fixed on Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qianhuang finally stopped supplying energy and nearly collapsed to the ground, feeling as if her bones were rusting. Master. Tion and Fu Bai arrived beside her, and upon turning, they saw the newly hatched little phoenix ancestor. Fu Bai exclaimed, "Why doesn't she have any feathers?" The little phoenix ancestor seemed to understand this question, let out an angry cry, then lowered its head and began to eat its own eggshell. Crunch, crunch. In the blink of an eye, the once large eggshell was reduced to half. In another blink, the entire shell was gone, swallowed by the little phoenix ancestor. Eating her own eggshell. Was that normal? Yun Qianhuang wasn't sure, but one thing was certain. The little phoenix ancestor had grown feathers, golden and fluffy, looking very soft to the touch, though it seemed to be growing a bit too fast. Tion had some understanding of the Phoenix clan. He looked at the still confused little phoenix ancestor and said to Yun Qianhuang, "Master, it seems she hasn't inherited her previous powers and memories yet." Yun Qianhuang was stunned. Can she break those barriers without inheriting her powers? Tion shook his head. I'm afraid not. So, I've been wasting my time these past few months? Yun Qianhuang felt disheartened. She looked at the little phoenix ancestor, who was tilting her head, and poked her head in frustration. Chirp! The little phoenix ancestor seemed to find it amusing and flapped her short wings a couple of times. Then she opened her mouth and bit Yun Qianhuang's index finger.
Fubai.
The two beasts were stunned as the contract formation appeared beneath Yun Qianhuang and the little phoenix ancestor. At the same time, the 5 stone pillars around them shone brightly, wrapping Yun Qianhuang and the little phoenix ancestor in light. In the glow, Yun Qianhuang seemed to hear an ancient and long phoenix cry. The light was absorbed by the little phoenix ancestor at the center. She spread her wings, and a huge golden phoenix shadow appeared behind her. The little phoenix ancestor opened her mouth, and a loud sound came from her. Clang! After a long time, the light faded, and the little phoenix ancestor seemed to have grown a little, her feathers looking even more beautiful. She rubbed against Yun Qianhuang's hand and softly called. Master Yun Qianhuang opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, an agitated Fu Bai rushed over, trying to knock the little phoenix ancestor away. Fu Bai could hardly tolerate even the previous blue creature getting close to Yun Qianhuang, let alone the little phoenix ancestor forcefully forming a contract with her. The power of a holy beast was undoubtedly terrifying. Yun Qianhuang couldn't stop it in time, and could only watch as Fu Bai charged at the little phoenix ancestor, then was knocked away by a flap of the little phoenix ancestor's wing. Foolish rabbit. The little phoenix ancestor looked down at the dazed Fu Bai with a proud expression. You dare to attack me in my palace? If it weren't for you being the master's contracted beast, I would roast you. In her palace, the phoenix ancestor was invincible. Even Tion at his peak wouldn't dare to challenge her here. This remark ignited Fu Bai's fighting spirit. It shook its head, wanting to challenge the little phoenix ancestor. After all, it was also a holy beast. Even if it lacked powerful offensive abilities due to its race, it shouldn't be outmatched by a newly empowered little phoenix. The little phoenix ancestor wasn't afraid either. She didn't take a rabbit seriously. The battle between the two beasts was about to erupt, but fortunately, Yun Qianhuang acted in time, grabbing one in each hand to stop Fu Bai and the little phoenix ancestor from fighting. Although it was Fu Bai who started the trouble, it was also because Xiao Fengzhu forced her to make a contract that made Fu Bai angry. Yun Qianhuang decided to let them both take some responsibility and move on. She reached out and gently rubbed Fu Bai's rabbit ears, saying, All right, the priority now is to leave this place. Months had passed, and she was worried about how Yun Qianya and the others were doing. Just then, Xiao Fengzhu suddenly turned her head towards the palace door. Someone is trying to break into my palace. Xiao Fengzhu didn't know that the people outside were related to Yun Qianya and Yun Qianhuang. She only sensed an attack on her barrier and thought it was an intruder. Xiao Fengzhu transformed into a ball of golden light and flew out. After a moment of surprise, Yun Qianhuang quickly realized it might be Yun Qianya and the others, so she hurriedly put Out Yen and Fu Bai back into her space and chased after her.
Feng, wait.
Xiao Fengzhu was incredibly fast, and Yun Qianhuang couldn't catch up even when she used all her energy. She tried to summon Xiao Fengzhu back, but being in the palace made her call ineffective. Fortunately, when Xiao Fengzhu heard her voice, she stopped and looked at her with curious golden eyes. Master? This allowed Yun Qianhuang to catch up to Xiao Fengzhu. Without catching her breath, she quickly explained, Those outside might be my friends.
Please don't attack them, okay?
Xiao Fengzhu blinked, okay. Since they were her master's friends, she decided not to mind their attack on her barrier. Surprisingly, Xiao Fengzhu was easy to talk to and even accepted the new name Feng. She flew towards Yun Qianhuang, who realized she could now put Feng Feng into her space. Feng Feng was caught off guard by the summoning and was about to ask what was happening when she was distracted by the sights in the space. Yun Qianhuang sighed in relief and asked, Feng Feng, can you open the barrier to let me out? Curiously flying around the ancient tree in the space, Feng Feng replied without hesitation, Master, you already have my aura, so the palace's barrier doesn't affect you anymore. Hearing this, Yun Qianhuang tentatively placed her hand on the door, and indeed, it did not push her back. She quickly gathered her energy and pushed the door open. Outside, Yun Qianye and the others, who had been launching another attack, suddenly noticed that the door, which had been completely still for months, trembled and slowly began to open. The four quickly moved aside and watched the door open with anticipation.
Had they succeeded?
In Yun Qianye's usually dim eyes, a glimmer of hope appeared. Could he really save his sister? Moments later, the door swung open completely, revealing Yun Qianhuang in front of the four. They were all taken aback, but Yun Qianye reacted first. He rushed forward and tightly embraced Yun Qianhuang, his voice choked with emotion. Sister, you're okay. Since Yun Qianhuang had disappeared, Yun Qianye couldn't stop thinking about the broken life token. The ancient secret realm could hide many dangers, and even though he knew Yun Qianhuang's strength well, he couldn't help but worry. She had been gone for 3 months, and he had been worried for 3 months. Now that he saw her, he couldn't hold back his tears. Thank goodness she was safe. Shen Fengyuan and the others were just as worried about Yun Qianhuang, but seeing the unfamiliar girl in Yun Qianye's arms made them hesitant. Is that you, Huang Huang? From Xiaoye's reaction, it must be Huang Huang. But she didn't look like this before. Their reactions made Yun Qianhuang suddenly realize that she had forgotten to take the disguise pill while busy hatching the little phoenix. Months had passed, and the effect of the pill had worn off, so she was now appearing in her original form. Yun Qianye released Yun Qianhuang but nervously clutched her clothing. In a voice only they could hear, he said, Sister, they have been helping me attack the barrier these past few months. Yun Qianye had no friends before, so he didn't know how others interacted with theirs. He didn't want to deceive Shen Fengyuan and the others, but he was most afraid that Yun Qianhuang would be upset. Before the disguise pill wore off, he had taken another one when Shen Fengyuan and the others weren't paying attention. How could Yun Qianhuang not guess? What a coincidence that the little phoenix hatched just as they began attacking the barrier. The only possibility was that the four had been continuously attacking for months. Previously, whether facing the threat of the demon moon ant queen or being surrounded by powerful foes, they had never doubted her words and always believed in her. Perhaps she could try trusting them too. Yun Qianhuang ruffled Yun Qianye's hair, looking apologetically at the three. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Yun Qianhuang. Xiaoyi is my twin brother, Yun Qianye. I had to keep this from you before, and I'm sorry. After Yun Qianhuang finished speaking, Yun Qianye also voluntarily removed his disguise. Looking at the two very similar faces, Shen Fengyuan and the others were stunned in place. The air was quiet for a long time. Gong Julu suddenly rushed over, raised his arm high, and then gently placed it on Yun Qianye's shoulder. Wow, you little guy, you even kept this from us. Huang Huang, you really don't treat us as friends. Shen Fengyuan and Lu Xianqing also gathered around, saying words of reproach, but their eyes showed no blame, even holding a hint of a smile. Yun Qianye stared blankly at the three of them. They weren't upset about his and his sister's secret? Yun Qianhuang also seemed a bit lost in thought. Yun Qianhuang, Yun Qianye. Lu Xianqing seemed to sense something. I heard that the most brave and skilled general of the Qiling Kingdom has the surname Yun, and he just happens to have a granddaughter and grandson. Gong Julu's eyes widened instantly. Huang Huang, Xiaoyi, are you the grandchildren of General Yun? Shen Fengyuan hesitated. If I remember correctly, General Yun's granddaughter has an exceptional spiritual bone and possesses both water and fire spiritual roots, and is naturally not fully aware. The three looked at Yun Qianhuang in unison. She didn't seem to lack awareness at all. Yun Qianhuang understood their thoughts and explained, I had a bit of an opportunity, so I recovered. Yun Qinya focused on how the three referred to their grandfather. You know Grandpa? Who doesn't know General Yun? When mentioning Yun Shuli, Gong Jilu's eyes were filled with admiration. The Qiling Kingdom is the weakest among the 4 nations on the continent. Back then, the other 3 nations tried to swallow Qiling Kingdom, and if it weren't for General Yun guarding the borders, Qiling Kingdom would have long been gone. Even if General Yun wasn't a powerful cultivator, he was a formidable leader that the other 3 nations greatly feared. But this dedicated general, who worked tirelessly for the Qiling Kingdom, had to give up his military power and stay behind closed doors due to the emperor's jealousy. Thinking of Yun Shuli, the emotions of the siblings Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya both fell. Shen Fengyuan and the others keenly sensed something. Their families had deep connections with the royal family of their country and had heard some news. Seeing the siblings' reactions, it was clear to them. Those rumors about General Yun were probably all true. Shen Fengyuan linked her arms with Yun Qianhuang's, changing the subject. Let's not talk about this anymore. We've stayed at Yanfeng Mountain for too long. If we don't return to the academy soon, we might get expelled. Although they had asked for leave in advance, this time was too long.
Right.
Gong Jilu slapped his forehead. We need to hurry back to the academy. The question is, how do we get out? When they entered the secret realm, they were confused and had no idea how they got in, or how to find the exit. Yun Qianhuang used her mental power to ask Feng, do you know how to leave Yanfeng Mountain? I do. Just follow my spiritual energy, Master. Yun Qianhuang then told the 4, I should know how to get out. At the 5 Spirits Academy, in the Summoner Division, Qi Wu was still lazily lying on a chair, but his expression was serious. Sure girl, do we have any news? Sure, Qianying didn't understand why Qi Wu was so concerned about Yun Qianhuang, but she reported honestly, Elder Qi, that when Qianhuang hasn't returned yet, and there's no news from the alchemist division either. Qi Wu frowned. Could it be that he was mistaken? That girl was really just an ordinary 7-star spirit user and had perished fighting the 6th-level demon moon ant? No, that's not right. If she were truly just a 7-star spirit user, how could she take on such a difficult task? The dragon soul grass is nearly useless for ordinary cultivators. Only powerful summoners would be interested in the dragon soul grass. That girl is definitely a summoner, without a doubt. Sure girl, keep watching. As soon as you have any news about her, come back and tell me immediately. Yes, Elder Qi. Qi Wu wasn't the only one worried about Yun Qianhuang. In the alchemist division, Master Lu Qing had stopped refining pills and was anxiously waiting for Yun Qianhuang to return. That girl had asked him for a leave of absence months ago and then just disappeared. Gu Xiaozai came by every day asking when she would be back, and Master Lu Qing had used every excuse he could think of to avoid answering. But it had been 3 months now, and there was still no news of Yun Qianhuang, which made Master Lu Qing anxious. When girls' talent could rival that of the Shen family's Feng Yuan girl, such a promising student must not come to any harm. Yun Qianhuang was unaware of how much concern she was causing. After returning to the academy, she first took a nice bath and then went to the cafeteria with Shen Fengyuan and the others for a meal. This time, the 5 were still in a private room. By the way, Huang, what level are you at now? During those months on Yanfeng Mountain, Shen Fengyuan and the others had made rapid progress in their strength by constantly exhausting their spiritual energy and then replenishing it through training. Lu Xianqing had advanced to a 2-star Great Spirit Master. Gong Jilu and Shen Fengyuan were on the verge of becoming Great Spirit Masters, and Yun Qianya had also reached the 9-star Spirit Master level. Although they didn't find any treasures during their trip to Yanfeng Mountain, the abundant spiritual energy in the ancient secret realm greatly satisfied everyone with their improved strength. When Gong Jilu asked, Yun Qianhuang realized she hadn't paid attention to how much her strength had increased. Feng quickly spoke up, Master, after forming a contract with me, you have already advanced to a 4-star Spirit Master. Yun Qianhuang felt that her initial impression was correct. After exhausting her spiritual energy and then practicing, her efficiency was much higher than usual. With the contract with Feng, the ancient divine beast, Yun Qianhuang made a leap to 7 stars. She shared Fingfing's words with the others. After hearing this, Yun Qianye and the others fell silent. Gong Jiulu felt disheartened, saying, I thought Xiaoya advancing 3 stars was impressive, but I didn't expect there was someone even more amazing. For higher-level cultivators, advancing becomes increasingly difficult. Before entering Yanfeng Mountain, Gong Jiulu and Shen Fengyuan were both 8-star spirit masters, so they advanced 2 stars, while Lu Xianqing was already a great spirit master and only advanced 1 star. Yun Qianye, who was previously a 6-star spirit master, had a greater increase than the 3 of them. In contrast, Yun Qianhuang doubled her level. Shen Fengyuan was puzzled. We both have top-quality spirit bones, so why is my cultivation speed so much slower than Huang's? After Yun Qianhuang revealed her true identity, Shen Fengyuan and the others also shared their secrets with her. They all had top-quality spirit bones, which is why they held the top positions in their respective divisions. Spirit bones determine the speed of cultivation, so there shouldn't be such a large gap. Yun Qianhuang couldn't explain it, saying, maybe it's because I started from a lower level. Even after advancing 7 stars, she was still only a 4-star spirit master. Why worry about this? Lu Xianqing leaned back in her chair. Huang, don't forget why we left the academy. Yun Qianhuang certainly hadn't forgotten. After all their efforts, they were aiming to obtain the Dragon Soul Grass as a reward for the task of defeating the 6th-tier MOU ant. After completing the academy's task, they needed to go to the division where they accepted the task to collect their rewards. After eating, the 5 of them went to the summoning division together. As soon as they entered the summoning division's main door, a familiar blue bird rushed toward them but suddenly stopped just half a step away from Yun Qianhuang. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little blue bird, feeling a bit flustered, turned and flew back into its owner's arms. It sensed a terrifying aura. In the space, Foam retracted her aura and let out a soft snort. She heard that silly rabbit say that this bird loves to snuggle with its owner the most. Foam Feng's possessiveness is just as strong as Fu Bai's. That silly rabbit and that lingering spirit made a pact with the owner before her, and she didn't mind. But as long as she was there, that blue-feathered bird shouldn't even think about getting close to her owner. Fu Bai inexplicably found Foam pleasing to the eye. However, Foam didn't have time to pay attention to it. She had already discovered that this space was perfect for spirit beast training. After scaring off the blue bird, she found a comfortable corner to begin her training. Although she inherited the previous power and memories, she couldn't fully unleash her strength due to her physical condition. She needed to quickly recover to her peak. Outside the space, seeing that the blue bird unusually didn't rush to snuggle with Yun Qianhuang, Shi Qianying felt a bit strange. But this wasn't the time to dwell on that. She looked at the unharmed Yun Qianhuang and said, "You're here to collect your task reward, right? Follow me." "It was you, not you all." Yun Qianhuang's spirit stirred. "Senior sister, may I ask where we're going?" Shi Qianying didn't hide it from her. "We are going to see Elder Qi. This task was issued by Elder Qi, so you naturally need to go to him to collect your reward." Lu Xianqing frowned slightly. "Are you talking about the chief elder of the Summoner Division, Elder Qiwu?" While saying this, he also introduced the new students, Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianye. Elder Qiwu is the most powerful summoner on the continent. His summoned beast is an 11-tier ice crane, and he himself is a powerful 3-star spirit saint. 3-star spirit saint? Yun Qianhuang lowered her gaze to the spirit tool on her wrist. A 9-tier concealment spirit tool can only block the probing of those below the spirit master level. If she were to meet Elder Qi, her spirit root and spirit bone would likely be exposed. "Could you please help us collect it on our behalf, senior sister?" Yun Qianhuang gently raised her right hand, and the corpse of a 6-tier moon ant appeared before them. "We still need to see Master Lu Qing, so we really can't go collect it in person." At this moment, Yun Qianhuang could only mention Master Lu Qing.
No.
Shi Qianying looked at her strangely. Elder Qi said that this reward must be collected in person, or it will be void. Yun Qianhuang pursed her lips. "The Academy doesn't have such a rule. In our Summoner Division, what Elder Qi says is the rule." Something was off. Why did Elder Chi insist that she collect it in person, and it was clear that he meant for her to go alone? Had she already been exposed when she came to the Summoner Division before? The Summoner Division can be said to be the least noticeable division in the entire Five Spirits Academy. The total number of mentors and students in the division does not exceed 20, and they had not encountered any mentors when they came for a meal before. Yun Xianhuang couldn't help but let her guard down. It seems that Elder Qi had been paying attention to her for a long time, and even the task of defeating the 6th-level moon ant was specifically prepared for her. Practitioners on the continent do not value mental strength much, and the dragon soul grass, which enhances mental power, is of little use to them but is very appealing to her. Let's see what Elder Qi has in store. Yun Xianhuang put away the body of the 6th-level moon ant and nodded to the other 4. I'll go with my senior sister to collect the reward and be back. Although she said this, her lips did not match her words, and the expressions of the 4 became serious. After Yun Xianhuang left with Shi Qianying, the 4 gathered together and whispered, "Did Huang just tell us to find Master Lu Qing?" I noticed that too. The academy has never had such a rule, but Elder Qi insisted that Huang personally collect the reward. There must be something wrong. I'll go find Master Lu Qing first. Hey, Xiao Yi, wait for us. The 4 hurried to the alchemist division. Meanwhile, Yun Xianhuang followed Shi Qianying into a courtyard and went up to the 2nd floor. Shi Qianying bowed to the elderly man in the recliner. Elder Qi, when Xianhuang is here to collect the task reward. Elder Qi swayed gently in his rocking chair and waved his hand slowly. Shi girl, you can leave now. Shi Qianying respectfully stepped back, while Yun Xianhuang frowned. Her hand hidden in her sleeve had quietly tightened around her bone sword. Elder Qi had no intention of standing up or looking at her. When girl, do you have proof of successfully defeating the 6th-level moon ant? I brought back the body of the 6th-level moon ant. The 2nd floor was spacious enough to accommodate the body of a 6th-level moon ant, and Yun Xianhuang directly took the body out. Elder Qi did not lift his gaze, but scanned it with his mental power. This is indeed a 6th-level moon ant. Good. He raised his hand, and a plant emitting a faint herbal scent was sent to Yun Xianhuang. This is your reward for the task, the dragon soul grass. Girl, do you know what the dragon soul grass does? Yun Xianhuang stared at the unfamiliar plant in front of her. After confirming with Tion, she knew it was indeed dragon soul grass. However, regarding Elder Qi's question, I do not know, but I would appreciate it if Elder Qi could inform me. Previously, Tion mentioned that there was actually dragon soul grass on the southern Lu continent. This shows that dragon soul grass is extremely rare, and ordinary people shouldn't know its purpose. Yun Xianhuang decided to play dumb. You don't know? Yet you dare to take on this task. Qi Wu suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze landing on Yun Xianhuang. Since you have killed the 6th-tier demon moon ant, you should know that demon moon ants are social spirit beasts, making them very difficult to kill. You took such a risky task for a grass whose purpose you don't even know. Facing Qi Wu's questioning gaze, Yun Xianhuang showed no signs of weakness. Elder Qi, as you said, this is a difficult task. I believe the academy wouldn't casually offer a useless grass as a reward. Her expression and tone were so natural that even Qi Wu felt uncertain. Could it be that this girl really doesn't know? He decided to test her further. Let me tell you, dragon soul grass is a very rare treasure. Consuming it can greatly enhance a cultivator's mental strength, and the improvement is permanent with no side effects. Enhance mental strength? Yun Xianhuang showed a hint of disdain. Elder Qi, is this the kind of reward you use to placate students? For cultivators, a treasure that only enhances mental strength holds little appeal. Yun Xianhuang's reaction made even the experienced Qi Wu doubt his judgment again. Qi Wu slowly stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside. His courtyard was not far from the Summoner Division's arena, and as a spirit saint, he could clearly see everything happening on the arena from here. Yun Xianhuang followed Qi Wu's movements, and when she saw the arena not far outside, she tightened her grip on the bone sword. So it turns out Elder Qi noticed her back then. She had been careless. With his back to Yun Xianhuang, Qi Wu slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Girl, you are right. I shouldn't use dragon soul grass to placate you. In that case, I will take back the dragon soul grass and give you a more suitable reward. He reached out to the windowsill, and before Yun Qianhuang could say anything, the dragon soul grass was swiftly taken back by him. It happened in the blink of an eye. This elder Qi was still testing her. Yun Qianhuang was certainly unwilling to give up the dragon soul grass so easily. She secretly gritted her teeth. Master, someone is coming. At Yun Qianhuang's request, Tion had been keeping an eye on the outside movements. Even though Qi Wu was a spirit saint, he couldn't detect Tion's presence. Yun Qianhuang quietly put away the bone sword and released her grip. Since Elder Qi said so, I will have to respectfully agree. Before she could finish her sentence, the door was suddenly kicked open with force. Elder Qi, you shameless old man. How dare you go back on your promise to your student? A familiar figure appeared at the door, filled with anger. Elder Qi quickly turned around, frowning at Master Lu Qing outside. Even though Elder Qi was much stronger than Master Lu Qing, he had to soften his tone. Master Lu Qing? What brings you here? A peak-level alchemist always had many top-tier experts behind them. If anyone tried to harm this alchemist, they would face the wrath of those powerful allies. Even the head of the Five Spirits Academy, a peak spirit saint, would not dare to confront Master Lu Qing directly. Master Lu Qing snorted coldly and stepped in front of Yun Qianhuang, taking a protective stance. If I hadn't come, would you have tricked my disciple? That dragon soul grass may not be useful for ordinary cultivators, but don't forget, this girl is a talented alchemist under my guidance. I recently obtained a recipe for an ancient elixir, and the key ingredient is this dragon soul grass. How dare you go back on your word and try to take it back? Ancient elixir. Elder Qi's eyes widened slightly. He looked at Yun Qianhuang and then at the protective Master Lu Qing. The girl's reaction didn't seem like a lie, and Master Lu Qing had no reason to deceive him. Could it be that this girl wasn't a summoner, but just had stronger mental power than others? Such individuals do exist. Elder Qi was one of them. He had possessed powerful mental strength since he could remember, comparable to a spirit sovereign, making him almost destined to be a summoner. Now, although he was still just a spirit saint, his mental power could rival that of peak spirit emperors. Elder Qi was reluctant to deny his previous judgment, but with Master Lu Qing confronting him, he couldn't say much more. In the end, Elder Qi had no choice but to give the dragon soul grass to Yun Qianhuang, along with a few other rare herbs, despite Master Lu Qing's dissatisfaction. Master Lu Qing was somewhat satisfied and took Yun Qianhuang away from the summoner division. Once they returned to the apothecary tower, he changed from his serious demeanor to a hearty laugh. Elder Qi probably never imagined that the recipe for the ancient elixir was just a trick. Yun Qianye and the others smiled, and the corners of Yun Qianhuang's lips also turned upward. She walked up to Lu Qing and took out a thin piece of parchment from her storage ring, handing it over. Master Lu Qing, thank you for your help this time. This is something I found during my travels, and I hope you accept it as a token of my gratitude. The parchment contained the alchemy formula that Yun Qianhuang had copied earlier. She wasn't very interested in the legacy of the alchemist, but there were many potions in the book that she couldn't make yet, so it was a perfect way to repay Master Lu Qing's kindness. A piece of parchment as a gift? Master Lu Qing suddenly thought of something, quickly took the parchment, and examined it closely. The more he looked, the more excited he became. This was a formula for a potion he had never heard of before. Good, very good. Girlwyn, I will accept this gift. I have something to do today, so I won't see you off. With that, Master Lu Qing rushed to his alchemy furnace with the formula in hand. It was clear he wanted to try making it right away. Yun Qianhuang shook her head and quietly left the alchemy room with the others, not wanting to disturb him further. Once they were outside the medicine building, she sincerely thanked the others. Shen Fengyuan gave her a playful look. Huang, we're friends. If you keep being so polite, I might get upset. Gong Jilu and Lu Xianqing shared the same sentiment. The three of them didn't care about such small matters and hadn't thought about splitting the reward for the task with Yun Qianhuang, but she still gathered them and Yun Qianya in Shin Fingyuan's courtyard. Once the door was closed and a barrier was set up with her spiritual power, she took out some third-grade potions from her storage ring and distributed them to Shin Fengyuan and the others. This is the spirit refining pill, which I found in that palace. It can refine your spiritual roots and might even enhance your strength a bit. The effect of the spirit refining pill wasn't as powerful as the spirit shaping pill. It couldn't completely remove impurities from the spiritual roots, but it would make future cultivation easier for the user. The formula for the spirit refining pill only existed in the alchemy book, which Yun Qianhuang had obtained from the Qianshan dragon tomb. She had considered taking it herself, but hadn't had the chance, as her father had given her the top-grade spirit-shaping pill, making the spirit-refining pill less useful for her. Now, it was perfect for Shin Fengyuan and the others. Shin Fengyuan, coming from an alchemist family, had never heard of the spirit-refining pill. But just hearing the words refine spiritual roots, she understood how precious this potion was. The three of them shook their heads in unison. Huang, we can't accept this. Yun Qianhuang insisted, pushing it into their hands. This task wasn't completed by me alone. There was only one dragon soul grass, and I can't share that with you, so I can only offer the spirit refining pill. If you consider me a friend, then please accept this. With those words, Shin Fengyuan and the others stopped refusing and remembered Yun Qianhuang's kindness. What about Xiaoya? Gong Jilu looked at Yun Qianya beside him. Huang, are there only 3 spirit refining pills? If so, I don't want them. Give them to Xiaoya. I'll give my share to Xiaoya. My great-uncle is a master alchemist, and he can surely create pills similar to the spirit refining pills. I'm the strongest, so I should give my share to Xiaoya. Yun Qianya quickly shook his head. Brother Jilu, you should keep them. My sister, and I don't need the spirit refining pills. Really? The 3 were skeptical. Only Yun Qianhuang and her brother nodded together, stressing that they didn't need them, which made the others finally accept the spirit refining pills. As for the reason behind it, the 3 didn't want to ask or discuss it. Everyone has secrets they can't share with others. They knew that Huang truly considered them friends, and that was enough. Yun Qianhuang also took out another pill recipe. Fengyuan, I found this recipe in that palace. Your great-uncle will surely need it. Although she had never met Shin Fingyuan's great-uncle, being a peak-level alchemist, he would likely appreciate the recipe. Previously, the spirit recovery pills her great-uncle made had helped her a lot in hatching Feng. The 2 recipes she presented could only be crafted by master alchemists. If Master Lu Qing and Fingyuan's great-uncle could create them, they would definitely break through to become master alchemists. Building a good relationship with master alchemists was definitely beneficial. As a fellow alchemist, Shin Fengyuan understood that the value of this recipe was equal to that of the 3 spirit refining pills. She thanked Yun Qianhuang on behalf of her great-uncle before accepting the recipe. Yun Qianhuang took out a formation plate and set up a defensive array in the courtyard. You can take the spirit refining pills here. Shin Fengyuan and the others nodded, took out the pills, and sat down to absorb their effects. Yun Qianhuang then patted Yun Qianya's head. Xiaoya, come with me. She led Yun Qianya back to the room, closed the door, and had him sit on the bed. Yun Qianya obediently complied, and once he was settled, Yun Qianhuang sat cross-legged behind him and placed her hands on his back. Xiaoya, it might be a bit painful later, so bear with it. After forming a bond with Feng, Yun Qianhuang could also draw on a part of her power. With this power, combined with the one borrowed from Outyan, she could use a secret technique from Outyan's legacy to help Yun Qianya refine his spiritual bones. Of course, she is not a divine dragon. She can only help her closest relatives refine their abilities. Unlike Outyan, she cannot directly reshape someone but can only enhance Yun Kyanite's spiritual bones slightly. Don't worry, sister. I'm not afraid of pain, Yun Qianite said with a smile, shaking his head. Although he didn't know what his sister was planning, he had never been afraid of pain since he was little. Hearing this, Yun Qianhuang transferred the borrowed power through her hands into Yun Kyanite's body. It was an extremely overwhelming force that surged through him, causing his face to turn pale almost instantly. The power wrapped around his spiritual bones, breaking them inch by inch. Yun Qiannight seemed to hear the sound of his bones cracking, sharp and piercing, accompanied by intense pain. He had to grit his teeth to keep from crying out. That would be too embarrassing. As his completely broken spiritual bones slowly reformed, the pain exceeded what an ordinary person could bear. For a moment, Yun Qiannight's grip on his teeth loosened, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. The cry echoed outside the room, startling Yun Qiannight, who quickly covered his mouth with his fist, leaving deep bite marks on the back of his hand as he bit down to stifle the sound. This pain continued for a long time, and Yun Qiannight was drenched in cold sweat but remained silent. All done, Yun Qianhuang said, withdrawing her hands, her lips slightly pale. The combined power of Out Yen and Feng Feng was still a bit too much for her body, but if it worked, it would be worth it. Yun Qiannight was becoming somewhat disoriented from the pain. After Yun Qianhuang withdrew her hands, he suddenly felt darkness before losing control and falling backward. Yun Qianhuang quickly caught him, placing a recovery pill in his mouth before laying him on the bed. She then got up and sat in a chair, taking out the dragon soul grass. Out Yen, how do I absorb this dragon soul grass? She couldn't just chew it raw, could she? Master, wrap your spiritual energy around the dragon soul grass, and it will naturally transform into your power, Out Yen instructed. With Out Yen's guidance, Yun Qianhuang immediately released her spiritual energy to envelop the small dragon soul grass. The leaves trembled, emitting a faint green mist that entered her forehead. The green mist, filled with a rich life force, made Yun Qianhuang feel an unprecedented sense of ease. Her spiritual energy increased significantly under the influence of the dragon soul grass, now comparable to that of a 5-star or 6-star spiritual emperor. Yun Qianhuang eagerly opened the second space and entered it with her mind. She remembered that Out Yen had said the dragon soul grass could partially restore his soul. Inside the space, Feng Feng was standing on a branch of an ancient tree, eyes closed in meditation. Fubai was nestled beside the herb field, his rabbit-like eyes fixed on the golden dragon soul beneath the massive ancient tree. At that moment, Out Yen was surrounded by green mist, which gradually entered his soul, repairing the damaged dragon soul and making it more solid. Large amounts of mist enveloped Out Yen's entire dragon form, indicating that the absorption would take some time. Yun Qianya was still asleep, and Shin Fengyuan and the others probably hadn't fully absorbed the effects of the spirit-refining pill either. Yun Qianhuang exited the space and took the opportunity to practice. After 15 minutes, Out Yen's voice echoed in her mind. Master, my strength has recovered to over 30%, and my soul has been partially repaired. Yun Qianhuang re-entered the space and looked directly at the dragon's soul beneath the ancient tree. At this point, the green mist around Out Yen had completely vanished, and his soul had become much more solid, with a stronger aura surrounding him. A faint golden light enveloped Out Yen, and the golden dragon's soul gradually shrank, eventually transforming into a human form. He wore a light golden robe, with dark hair cascading loosely, and his golden eyes carried an innate aura of authority. Out Yen? Seeing the handsome young man in his 20s before her, Yun Qianhuang felt a bit uncertain. Was this really her Out Yen? Until now, Out Yen had always communicated with her through mental energy, his voice ancient and ethereal, resembling that of an elderly man. Wasn't this contrast a bit too much? Out Yen smiled. Master, there's no need to doubt. This is my human form. Once a spirit beast evolves into a divine beast, it gains the ability to transform. Not just me, that little phoenix also has a human form. However, we spirit beasts still prefer our beast forms, as only in that form can we unleash our strongest power. This was why Feng Feng, despite inheriting past powers, still refused to take on a human form. But for Out Yen, the limitations of transforming into a human were insignificant. He was, after all, the most powerful spirit beast in this world. Yun Qianhuang took some time to accept this fact. Just as she was about to ask more questions, she suddenly heard Yun Xianya's voice. Yun Xianhuang exited the space, opened her eyes, and looked at Yun Xianya, who had already sat up. Xiaoye, do you feel any discomfort? Yun Xianhuang was trying this for the first time. Although Outyin assured her that nothing would go wrong, she still felt worried. Sister, I'm fine, Yun Xianya said as he stood up and moved around a bit in front of her.
See? I'm perfectly okay.
I just tried practicing and found that my speed is much faster than before. The quality of the spiritual bones determines the speed of cultivation. Yun Xianya had high-quality spiritual bones, and compared to others, he was already quite fast. But now he felt that his cultivation speed might even be comparable to those with top-quality spiritual bones. That powerful force seemed to have directly improved the quality of his spiritual bones. But could a person really achieve this? Yun Xianya couldn't help but doubt, but when he looked into those familiar phoenix eyes, he instantly had no questions. Sister, I'm going out to see them. I'll go with you. The siblings pushed the door open. In the yard, Shen Fengyuan and the others had completely absorbed the effects of the spirit-refining pill. When they saw the siblings come out, Shen Fengyuan rushed to Yun Xianhuang and hugged her arm. Fong Fong, I've advanced to a great spirit master. Gong Jiulu also broke through his bottleneck and joined the ranks of great spirit masters. Although Lu Xuanqing's level hadn't increased, he was already close to the threshold of a 3-star great spirit master. The effects of the spirit-refining pill were far better than the three had imagined. It's important to note that no one had ever heard of a pill that could raise levels without side effects before this. Moreover, the three could feel that the impurities in their spiritual roots had decreased significantly, something even Spirit Emperor-level experts couldn't achieve. Congratulations, Yun Xianhuang sincerely said. The effects of the spirit-refining pill vary based on the user's talent, and such great results only prove that the three are truly rare talents. Although Shen Fengyuan and the others were excited, they didn't forget that it was Yun Xianhuang who had given them such a precious pill. While they didn't say it out loud, they were already thinking about what to give Yun Xianhuang in return. By the way, Fong Fong, did you know that new students in the sub-institute can choose to attend classes in the main institute after 1 month? Wuling Academy emphasizes the overall abilities of its students. The sub-institute's classes are in the morning, while the main institute's classes are in the afternoon. This is done so that sub-institute students can choose to attend classes together in the main institute. Of course, if they don't want to, the academy won't force them. Originally, this information would be shared with new students after a month, but Yun Xianhuang missed it since she wasn't at the academy then. Shen Fengyuan had just remembered this. To progress further, practitioners need professional guidance. I really don't know, Yun Xianhuang said, looking confused for a moment. Can I choose any branch? If an ordinary person asked this, Shen Fengyuan would surely think they were a bit foolish, as one can only attend the branch that matches their spiritual root. After all, how could a fire root student attend classes in the wood branch? But when it came to Yun Xianhuang, Shen Fengyuan simply thought, is this the worry of a genius? And replied, yes, you can. However, I suggest you go to the water branch. Yun Xianhuang hadn't even told Yun Xianya about her 5 spiritual roots, not because she didn't trust them, but because there have been very few people with 5 roots in the history of the continent. Those who stand out often face challenges. So, in Shen Fengyuan's view, Yun Xianhuang only had water and fire roots. Yun Xianhuang was puzzled by Shen Fengyuan's suggestion. Why? Lu Xianqing stepped forward and placed a hand on Yun Xianya's shoulder. Because each branch's top student receives special treatment. Besides having their own house, they also get the chance to enter the Spirit Tower for training. Gong Jiulu understood Shen Fengyuan's point. Only one top student can exist in each branch. If you and Xianya are in the same branch, only one of you can enter the Spirit Tower. On the other hand, if Yun Xianhuang chose the water branch and became its top student, both she and Yun Xianya could enter the Spirit Tower for training. The Spirit Tower is a 5-story building, with each floor engraved with advanced spirit gathering arrays, where the spirit energy is 5 times denser than outside. Building the spirit tower required significant resources, so only the top students from each branch are allowed inside. Yun Xianya quickly became a rising star in the fire branch, and it was only a matter of time before he replaced the top student. If Yun Xianhuang also went to the fire branch, one of them would inevitably miss out on entering the spirit tower. I see now. Yun Xianhuang understood that her 5 roots allowed her to choose any branch, but since the top student had special privileges, it would be better for her to be separate from Yun Xianya. After deciding where to go, the next afternoon, Yun Xianhuang headed to the water branch. According to Shen Fengyuan, she needed to report to the water branch's mentor, who would assign her to a class. Once Ao Yan's strength recovered to over 30%, he could completely hide her talent. So, Yun Xianhuang was not worried about being exposed and went directly to find the water branch's mentor. Gu Xian is one of the mentors in the water department. As class time approached, she was walking towards the teaching building when an unfamiliar student called out to her. Gu Xian glanced at the badge on Yun Xianhuang's chest. A student from the alchemist department? Excuse me, is there something you need? Yun Xianhuang politely replied, Mentor, I took leave from the academy and couldn't report to the water department with the other new students. Which class should I attend now? Are you a water spirit root? Gu Xian asked, surprised. Most students from the alchemist department have wood or fire spirit roots, which help them become better alchemists. A water spirit root alchemist has not appeared among this year's new students. Yun Xianhuang smiled and said, yes. Gu Xian looked her over and nodded, follow me. She turned and led Yun Xianhuang to a spacious hall. This was the place used for admission tests, equipped with crystals for testing spirit roots and levels. Gu Xian took out a booklet from her storage ring, held a brush in her right hand, and pointed at 2 crystals, saying, let's test your spirit root and level first, then I'll arrange your class. Students coming from other departments do not need to take admission tests, but spirit roots and levels must be tested. Looking at the 2 testing crystals, Yun Xianhuang felt a jolt of anxiety. Shen Fengyuan hadn't told her about the spirit root test. If she went up there, her 5 spirit roots would be exposed. Yun Xianhuang hesitated. Mentor, is it really necessary to test the spirit root? Of course. Gu Xian found the question strange. How would we know if you're a water spirit root without testing? Yun Xianhuang raised her hand, intending to gather a bit of spirit power to form a water ball as proof of her water spirit root. But Gu Xian seemed to see through her plan and tapped the booklet with her brush. You don't need to try to prove it by gathering spirit power. A disguised spirit tool can temporarily change a person's spirit root and power, but it can't fool the testing crystal. Yun Xianhuang fell silent for a moment, abandoning her plan to gather spirit power. She took a deep breath and walked to the testing crystal for spirit roots, while using her mental power to seek help from Ao Yan. Ao Yan, can you make this testing crystal only show my water spirit root? Sorry, master, I can't do that. Yun Xianhuang's hesitation raised Gu Xian's suspicion. Her gaze sharpened, and she placed the brush on the booklet. If you don't want to test, you can return to the alchemist department. Gu Xian didn't quite understand why Yun Xianhuang hesitated for so long. The method to create disguised spiritual tools had been lost, and it had been a long time since such tools appeared on the continent. She didn't think a newcomer would have a disguised spiritual tool, so Yun Xianhuang's hesitation seemed even more suspicious. Gu Xian couldn't figure out the reason, but it didn't matter. If she really didn't want to test, she wouldn't insist. The water division simply wouldn't accept the student. Yun Xianhuang looked at Gu Xian's sharp gaze, quickly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. The spirit tower was great, but she had a top-quality spirit bone, so it wasn't essential for her to enter. However, she rarely used any spiritual power other than fire, and she really needed formal training. If she could only reveal her 5 elemental roots. Just then, Yun Xianhuang suddenly felt someone grab her hand, lift it, and press it on the crystal for testing spiritual roots. A gentle breeze seemed to pass by her ear, and a faint whisper reached her. Don't be afraid. Yun Xianhuang's gaze shook. That voice was. Gu Xian didn't hear the voice at all. Seeing Yun Xianhuang's hand on the testing crystal, She picked up a brush again and said, "Inject your spiritual power into it." A cool sensation enveloped Yun Qianhuang's hand. She wanted to pull it back, but her hand felt as if it were stuck. Another soft whisper came, "You won't be exposed." Unable to withdraw her hand, with the Water Division's mentor watching, Yun Qianhuang could only grit her teeth and inject her spiritual power into the testing crystal. Fine, if she was exposed, so be it. After all, she had been using a disguise at the academy, and no one knew her true identity. At worst, she could remove the disguise and leave the academy after finishing her studies. Yun Qianhuang thought this way, and at that moment, the testing crystal began to change. A blue hue appeared on the crystal and slowly spread until it completely covered the entire crystal. Wasn't this the water's spiritual root? Then why did this girl hesitate just now? Gu Xian couldn't understand, but she simply said, "Now test the level." The pressure on Yun Qianhuang's hand suddenly disappeared, allowing her to pull it back. Looking at the crystal's still glowing blue, Yun Qianhuang pressed her hand on another testing crystal. The results came out quickly. 4-star spiritual master? Gu Xian's eyes widened as she confirmed Yun Qianhuang's age and asked, "What is your name, student?" Yun Qianhuang, thinking about that voice, was a bit distracted. When Qianhuang. Gu Xian immediately took out the enrollment test booklet, which every mentor in the divisions had, recording the information of all students who passed the test. After searching for a while, Gu Xian finally found the name Wen Qianhuang in the booklet. Wen Qianhuang, 15 years old, 7-star spirit user, passed the alchemist division test. Wait a minute. 7-star spirit user? Gu Xian looked over it several times to confirm she wasn't mistaken. It's been less than 4 months since the new student started, and this girl has already advanced from a 7-star spirit user to a 4-star spirit master.
How did she do that?
Such a rapid advancement is truly remarkable, even among the many geniuses at the 5-Spirit Academy. Could she possibly have an exceptional spirit bone? While rare, the 5-Spirit Academy has accepted a few exceptional spirit bones in recent years, making it easier for Gu Xian to accept this idea. She noted down Wen Qianhuang's information and handed her a badge from the Water Division. The Water Division badge is shaped like a droplet and is about the same size as the Alchemist Division badge. Once Wen Qianhuang accepted it, Gu Xian put the booklet and pen back in her storage ring, feeling excited. Wen Qianhuang, would you like to join my class? Gu Xian offered. I'm Gu Xian, a 1-star spirit master from the Water Division, and I teach the new students in class Tion. In the 5-Spirit Academy, each grade has 4 classes: Tion, Di, Xian, and Huang. Usually, students from the Alchemist Division have limited talent and energy, so they are mostly placed in Class Huang, with a few in Class Xian. However, Class Tion consists of new students who stood out during the admission tests, with not a single Alchemist Division student among them. When Qianhuang didn't care much about which class she joined and casually replied, "Sure." Gu Xian was delighted and pulled her along, saying, "Come on, let's go to class." It was just the right time for the afternoon class. When Qianhuang let Gu Xian lead her away, her gaze lowered to her right hand. Was that just an illusion? But she seemed to still feel that cool sensation. If it wasn't an illusion, why couldn't she sense any energy, not even with her mental power? When Qianhuang was lost in thought until Gu Xian pulled her into the classroom for Class Tion, forcing her to focus again. This is Wen Qianhuang, a 4-star spirit master from the Water Division, and she will be joining our class Tion. The classroom was already filled with students. Gu Xian briefly introduced Wen Qianhuang to everyone and let her find a seat. Wen Qianhuang scanned the room and chose an empty seat that looked good to her. As soon as she sat down, she noticed someone nearby was looking at her. Because it was class time, those people didn't speak up, but their eyes said it all. They were all wondering how Yun Qianhuang, a new student from the Alchemist Division, could be a 4-star spirit master. Yun Qianhuang ignored their gazes and focused on listening to Gu Xian's lecture. In the Water Division, there were 2 classes in the afternoon, one theoretical and one practical. After the first class ended, the new students, who had been holding back their words, finally spoke up. Not being familiar with her, They didn't approach Yun Qianhuang directly, but discussed among themselves. Isn't Wen Qianhuang from the alchemist division? How did she reach such a high level? She has a water spirit root. Why did she go to the alchemist division? Isn't that for fire or wood spirit roots? Who knows? But if she passed the alchemist division's entrance test, she must have some skill. Those comments reached Yun Qianhuang's ears clearly, but they were not malicious, so she didn't take them to heart. She was still thinking about her earlier testing experience. Soon, the second practical class began. The practical class for the Sky class took place in a very spacious square. In this class, students were allowed to choose their opponents and use the techniques they had learned to compete. In addition to the new students of the Sky class, there were also second and third-year students participating in the practical class. The students of the Water Division wore water blue uniforms, so Yun Qianhuang, dressed in a light green robe, stood out. The instructors from the second and third-year Sky class turned their attention to her. Gu Xian, how did a student from the Alchemist Division end up in your class? Asked Instructor Kong from the second-year Sky class. Gu Xian smiled and replied, she is also one of our Sky class students. She was on leave before and just returned today. She didn't have time to change her clothes. Are you sure? Instructor Kong looked at Yun Qianhuang skeptically. Are there any students from the Alchemist Division who can join your Sky class? Everyone knew that alchemy was very demanding. Therefore, most alchemists had lower levels. Among the students in the Alchemist Division, only the girl from the Shin family could excel in both areas. That was because she worked hard. When she first arrived last year, she challenged the top student of the Alchemist Division and spent the entire year either practicing alchemy or training in the Spirit Tower. Now, she was not only a peak intermediate alchemist, but also an 8-star wood spirit master. But this student from the Alchemist Division was a new student who had taken a significant leave of absence. How could she possibly reach the level to join the Sky class? Instructor Kong is skeptical. Gu Xian didn't want to explain too much. If she revealed Wen Qianhuang's test results, Kong might try to take her student. She ignored Instructor Kong and let the students in the class start choosing their opponents. The top classes from 3 grades were together, so if they wanted, they could choose opponents from the other 2 grades. However, it had been over 3 months since school started, and even the new students had familiar opponents. Yun Qianhuang had just arrived today and was among the top in her class, but no one chose her as an opponent. Students from the other 2 grades saw she was from the alchemy department and didn't want to pick on her, so they avoided choosing her. In the end, only Yun Qianhuang and another second-year student were left without opponents. Gu Xian looked at the two and hesitated when Qianhuang, how about you practice with Qi Yujiang? But Qi Yujiang is an 8-star spirit master, so if you don't want to, you can practice on your own. Of course, having an opponent is better for practical training, but there was a 4-star difference between Yun Qianhuang and Qi Yujiang, so Gu Xian wouldn't insist. Gu Xian, are you crazy? Instructor Kong was used to no one daring to choose Qi Yujiang, so she was surprised that Gu Xian would suggest Yun Qianhuang pick him. She advised Yun Qianhuang, girl, don't listen to your instructor. Although Qi Yujiang is an 8-star spirit master, no one at the same level can match him, and even those 1 or 2 stars higher wouldn't dare to challenge him easily. Qi Yujiang was the top student of the water department. If it weren't for his strength, why would he be left? Having a student from the alchemy department practice with the top student was like asking for trouble. Instructor Kong really wanted to understand what Gu Xian was thinking. The students who had chosen their opponents had already found places to practice with the instructor's permission, leaving only Yun Qianhuang and Qi Yujiang standing alone by the instructor. Yun Qianhuang glanced at Qi Yujiang, and their eyes met. Suddenly, she stepped forward and said, "Please guide me." Senior Qi, she was eager to see what it was like to fight using only water spirit power. Qi Yujiang paused for a moment and shook his head. "You're not my opponent." He was simply stating a fact, his tone steady and not unpleasant. The second and third-year students knew Qi Yujiang's strength well, and seeing Yun Qianhuang actually choose him as an opponent, they began to advise her one after another. When shimmy, don't be reckless. Qi Yuliang's strength can definitely match that of a great spirit master. When shimmy, you should choose someone else. I am a 5-star spirit master. When shimmy. How about I be your opponent? I won't use all my strength. They meant well, but they all conveyed the same message. They believed Yun Qianhuang would be completely defeated by Qi Yuliang. Yun Qianhuang remained calm, but her eyes showed determination. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, but I still want to choose senior Qi. Gu Xian looked pleased, while Mentor Kong appeared shocked. It was rare to see someone insist on choosing Qi Yuliang. However, it was clear that when Qianhuang was not going to listen to their advice, she could only remind Qi Yuliang. Qi Yuliang just practiced with Wen Qianhuang. Remember, this is just a class, not a real battle. Once Mentor Kong spoke, Qi Yuliang did not refuse Yun Qianhuang any longer. He nodded and walked to an empty corner. Yun Qianhuang followed him. A top student from one division and a new student from the alchemy division. This stark difference in their practice drew the attention of students from 3 different grades. They wanted to see why when Qianhuang dared to choose Qi Yuliang as her opponent. Let's begin. As soon as the words were spoken, Qi Yuliang's expression changed. He became serious, channeling water spirit power into arrows, and with a wave of his hand, several water arrows shot toward Yun Qianhuang. Clearly, he hadn't listened to Mentor Kong's advice. Yun Qianhuang took a small step back, and an ice wall appeared in front of her. The water arrows hit the ice wall and were instantly frozen. Spirit power conversion? An experienced student widened his eyes. This alchemy division student is impressive. When water spirit power is converted into ice spirit power, it is known as spirit power mutation. Spirit power conversion requires not only purifying the spirit power within but also mastering its application to a high degree. However, there is a downside. Using converted spirit power consumes more energy in battle than using regular spirit power. Another student shook his head. Is Qi Yuliang really that simple? It's just spirit power conversion. He can do it too, he just usually doesn't bother. Just like now, with the water arrows blocked, Qi Yuliang didn't use ice spirit power. Waves of water spread from his feet, shattering Yun Qianhuang's ice wall and advancing toward her. She couldn't let his spirit power touch her. Yun Qianhuang's spirit power surged rapidly as she stepped back, freezing the waves around her. At the same time, ice spikes shot toward Qi Yuliang. Qi Yuliang moved quickly, dodging the ice spikes, which landed on the ground and instantly turned into puddles of water. As a water element practitioner, Qi Yuliang understood better than anyone that those inconspicuous water spots were the biggest threat. Once stepped on, he would surely be frozen. A wave of water surged up behind him, rising high and pouncing on Yun Qianhuang like a fierce beast, scattering the water marks left by the ice spikes as it attacked. Just a second before the wave hit Yun Qianhuang, it suddenly froze, and countless sharp ice spikes shot out from it. From the moment the wave rushed forward to the moment it froze and extended the ice spikes, only a brief moment passed. Given such speed, the second and third-year students present had to admit that they would likely struggle to avoid it. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious for Yun Qianhuang. However, Yun Qianhuang's reaction speed was even faster than they imagined. Her waist seemed to bend effortlessly as she skillfully dodged the ice spike aimed at her forehead. Then, ice emerged from beneath her feet, spreading outward in layers, completely shattering the frozen wave. A chill spread through the air, causing those around her to rub their arms. Wow, it's so cold. This new student has incredible reflexes. How did she dodge that? If it were me, I probably would have surrendered right away. The ice wall continued to expand, leaving less and less space for Qi Yuliang to stand. He had to break through the ice walls one by one. Since the sparring began, Yun Qianhuang had been using her transformed ice spiritual power, and now she was on the verge of freezing the entire area. Could this new student really not run out of spiritual power? Since starting school, Qi Yuliang had never encountered such an opponent. His expression grew more serious and cautious. As for Yun Qianhuang, while attacking, she was also using her innate spiritual roots to absorb spiritual power. Although her absorption rate was far slower than her consumption, it was enough to keep her spiritual power from being depleted. The two exchanged blows for several rounds without a clear winner. The temperature around them continued to drop. During the battle, Qi Yuliang seemed to sense something. He landed a heavy that forced Yun Qianhuang back, but it was already too late. Suddenly, a dense rain began to fall from the sky, turning into solid ice the moment it hit the ground. Under such concentrated attacks, Qi Yuliang initially managed to avoid getting hit by the rain, but the prolonged battle had begun to wear him down. He was just a moment too slow, and a drop of rain landed at his feet, instantly freezing his foot. Qi Yuliang could no longer break free from control and could only raise his hand to summon the last bit of energy within him. Water surged from the ground like a snake, twisting to wrap around Yun Qianhuang's feet. Even though she had been using her spiritual roots to absorb energy, the long battle had drained Yun Qianhuang completely, especially after the unexpected attack from Qi Yuliang. She could only rely on her physical advantage to evade. It seemed Qi Yuliang anticipated this. The water snake suddenly burst, splashing droplets of energy onto Yun Qianhuang's legs, causing ice to spread rapidly and freeze her legs in an instant. Now both were under each other's control. However, they had exhausted all their energy, unable to even use the least demanding water ball technique. If they could use magical tools, there might still be a chance to determine a winner. But this was just a practical class, not a life-or-death situation, so neither continued the fight. The match ended in a draw. Not only the students, but even Gu Xian and Mentor Kong were surprised by the outcome. This is a draw? How can a new student from the alchemist division match Qi Yuliang? Is that reasonable? I just want to know why this Wen Qianhuang, who is so strong, chose the alchemist division. It wasn't just the students discussing the match. Mentor Kong also asked Gu Xian, be honest, could this girl be an 8-star spirit master? Gu Xian was equally shocked by the result, but after the surprise, she felt a sense of pride. Look, this is her chosen student. She calmed her excitement and replied, do you really think that's possible? There has never been an 8-star spirit master in our academy's first year. However, this girl's advancement speed was indeed unique in their academy's history. Wen Qianhuang is a 4-star spirit master. 4 stars? Are you joking? Mentor Kong was reluctant to believe it. A 4-star can match Qi Yuliang? Gu Xian simply took out a testing crystal from her storage ring and handed it to her. If you don't believe me, let her test it in front of you. Mentor Kong was not stubborn. With the testing crystal in hand, she had no reason to doubt Gu Xian any longer. She looked at the two still frozen and waved her hand to release them, then quickly stepped forward to support the exhausted Qi Yuliang. Qi Yuliang took a moment to recover, and Yun Qianhuang also needed time to regain her strength. Soon, Qi Yujin took out a Water System Academy badge from his storage ring and walked up to Yun Qianhuang, handing it to her. This is the chief's badge. It is yours now. The badge did not have a line indicating the grade, but had an extra gold edge. The rule for each academy is the same. If you defeat the chief, you can take their place. Yun Qianhuang shook her head. You didn't lose to me. The result of the match was a tie, so Qi Yujian could not be considered the loser. Qi Yujian smiled slightly. I apologize for what I just said. If it were a real fight, I wouldn't be your match. The observing students and mentors all felt it was an evenly matched contest. But only Qi Yujian knew that Yun Qianhuang was much faster than him. In a real battle, if Yun Qianhuang used her speed advantage to close in right away, he would have no chance to resist. Speed is always a weakness for practitioners. This weakness did not exist in Yun Qianhuang, but she did not rely on it. She competed with him fairly using her spiritual power. Qi Yujian admitted defeat, fully convinced. He also had an idea of how to improve in the future. I will take it back when I have the chance. Qi Yujin forced the badge into Yun Qianhuang's hands and turned to leave. Yun Qianhuang stared at the badge representing the chief and ultimately decided to keep it. After the practical class, the day's lessons were over. Since it wasn't time for dinner yet, Yun Qianhuang first went to collect her Water System Academy uniform, then returned to the Alchemist Academy, planning to practice for a while in her room. Her spiritual power had not recovered much, so she needed to replenish it quickly. During lunch, Shin Fengyuan mentioned that she would visit her great-uncle, Elderson's song of the Alchemist Academy in the afternoon. She should not be back yet, and was not in the room. There was little danger in the academy, so Yun Qianhuang did not think much of it and pushed open her room door. She quickly walked in, turned to close the door, and headed toward her bed. A strong smell of blood hit her, and Yun Qianhuang's expression turned cold as she quickly moved away from her previous spot, only to be embraced by strong arms around her waist. A figure then appeared before her, collapsing into her arms.